Part 1, Chapter 27, Part A, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27, The Second Manassas. Having outlined the main events of the present campaign in the preceding chapter, we return again to the 17th, which we unceremoniously left at Gordonsville, cleaning muskets and cooking 3 days' rations preparatory to the march. Saturday night, August 16th, the brigade camped at Orange Court House. On Sunday, the drum beat the long roll, and the men fell into line. The troops were all in light marching order. A blanket or oilcloth, a single shirt, a pair of drawers and a pair of socks rolled tightly therein, was swung on the right shoulder, while the haversack hung on the left. These, with a cartridge box suspended from the belt, and a musket carried at will, made up Johnny Reb's entire equipment. As for uniforms, there were not 2 men clothed alike in the whole regiment, brigade, or division. Some had caps, some wore hats of every imaginable shape and in every stage of dilapidation, varied in tint by the different shades of hair which protruded through the holes and stuck out like quills upon the fretful porcupine. The jackets were also of different shades, ranging from light gray with gilt buttons to black with wooden ones. The pants were for the most part of the nondescript hue which time and all weathers give to ruins, and if with the eye of an artist you still sought to name the color, you would be apt to find it with a strange fatality like that of the soil. White shirts there were none. Shirts of darker shade were scarce, owing to the stringency of the market. Some of the men wore boots, others the army brogans, but many were barefooted. All were dusty and dirty, for no clothes had been issued since the commencement of the early spring campaign. This accounted for the rags and tatters, though the cones and pins of white pine must be held responsible for some of the holes. Human looks did not count for much in this crowd, with whom, though everything else were dull, eyes and gun barrels yet flashed brightly. Neither had the hopes which loomed in their breasts become dimmed, and all else was subservient. In marching, the troops had learned how to get over the ground without raising such clouds of dust and choking themselves with the flying particles. The ranks of 4s would split, one half to the right and the other to the left, and then choosing untrod ground, they would proceed with infinitely less trouble and annoyance than in the old way of marching in solid column. Of course, the ubiquitous camp darky, with cooking utensils piled high on his back, brought up the rear of each company. Our rations were doled out in sparring quantities. 3 crackers per man and a half-pound of fat pork was the daily allowance. The cravings of hunger were hardly satisfied by the dole, but soon we were to get nothing from the commissary. Every soldier in the army knew by these measures that they were on the way to meet our old enemy who had left the vicinity of Richmond only to appear somewhere in our front between the Rappahannock and the Potomac. The men were becoming veteran soldiers rapidly, and began to understand their work. They were no longer found burdening themselves with useless articles. They ceased to brood over the possible or probable results of the war, its length and its hardships. They had acquired the habit of implicit obedience to superior officers. They had learned how to make a pound of meat and bread go a long way by eating at stated times. They had become adepts in the art of foraging, and they knew how to practice self-denial as a virtue when it had become in fact a necessity. They had learned, too, 100 little ways of adding to their comfort. For instance, taking off their shoes on a level stretch of sandy road, of bathing their feet in every running brook, of carrying leaves in their hats as protection against the sun, or lying stretched out at full length at every halt instead of sitting down. Indeed, the devices to make the best of each opportunity filled every spare crack and crevice of the soldier's brain and were too numerous to record. They were little things, it is true, but in the aggregate they amounted to much and were such as marked the difference in a personal combat between the strong, unskilled man and the trained athlete. When a soldier had learned how to take care of himself in this manner, he rarely broke down, never grumbled, never straggled, unless he had a positive cause, and with enough to eat was bound to answer to his name at the evening tattoo. In this march the Sibley tents, those abominations, those breeders of disease, were forever discarded, and the troops ever bivouacked in the woods or strung themselves out along the road, anywhere in fact where there was a rail fence and water. Many of us carried a little thin cotton tent, sufficient to shelter 4 men from rain, miniature affairs about the size of a sheet that only weighed about 2 pounds, and buttoning together answered every purpose. This was a Yankee invention, our government not issuing them, but nearly every soldier had one, confiscated from our obliging friends across the way, upon whose patent we infringed without the slightest compunction. For over a week the column tramped steadily along, passing Kelly's Ford, where the old familiar scream of the Yankee shells greeted our ears. It was only a retiring battery, which limbered up before any reply could be dispatched. A whole day's rest was vouchsafed us at Stevensburg, which place in commence and population consisted of only one house. On the 23rd the division halted at Brandy Station, and marched to the edge of Rappahannock Run, across which could be seen the long line of Yankee infantry marching off while their artillery crowned the hills ready to pour a rain of iron upon any who should attempt to advance. In the evening, as the brigade was resting on the ground, there came one of those sudden violent thunderstorms so common during a hot midsummer term. The sky grew dark, the air became heavy, the wind died away, and then the tornado burst in all its fury. The men were strongly averse to getting their clothes wet, and wishing at the same time to take a shower bath fresh from the sky itself, they disrobed speedily. Placing their clothes under oilskins, they sat or danced around with as much glee as if the storm had gotten up for their benefit, and much in the same way that Adam must have done. It was rather an amusing spectacle, and if our well-dressed enemy had burst among us with a sudden flank attack, they would probably have run in very amazement, thinking a world of bedlamites had broken loose, or that the storm had rained down beings from another world who were performing weird and mystic rites. The clouds emptied themselves at the right time, for it had been weeks since the men had bathed, and this great shower bath of nature's was therefore as kindly in its offices as it was refreshing. After the rain had washed men and earth, had bathed the trees and grass until they glistened, had started 100 rivulets flowing on a long journey oceanward, had laid and exorcised for a time the demon dust, had revived and refurbished up all nature, the clouds rolled back, the sun came out and dried the bodies of our dripping warriors, and that night the division bivouacked at Waterloo. On the 25th of August, 1862, to the sound of random cannon shots, the soldiers stepped out briskly, crossing the Rappahannock River by a ford at Waterloo. Just before noon, when we were on the opposite side, the brigade witnessed the destruction by the enemy of Warrenton Springs, whose 2 splendid hotels were burned to the ground. The large and lofty ballroom, wide passages, and spacious corridors, with lofty columns, were soon crumbling masses of ruins. On the 27th the division reached Salem late at night, after a forced march of many miles which broke down a good many of the men. The little village was occupied by the Yankees, but they suddenly concluded to leave us as Longstreet's vanguard filed in. Wearied and prostrated by the heat, and fatigued as were our troops, they were called into ranks again after a short rest, and did not stop until they had reached the Plains, a little hamlet close to Thoroughfare Gap. It was long after midnight when about 1/4 of the original force limped into a field and stacked their arms. The balance were strung out along the road, but they soon began to come in by 2s and 3s, and before sunrise nearly every absentee was in ranks. In the morning no hurry was manifested by the leaders to advance, though the booming of the cannon came at intervals from across the mountains. A squad of the regiment, a few choice spirits who could never let well enough alone, who, if they could not find trouble or danger ready at hand, always went out of their way to seek them, obtained permission from our colonel to proceed in the advance and await the arrival of the brigade at the Gap. So Walter Addison, Harmon, and myself started on ahead, leaving the division resting in a large field right at the base of the uprearing mountain. We were soon at the Gap, which was found to be strongly guarded by the enemy. Here was a go, as Joe would say, a precious go, for our picket refused to let us approach any closer. An hour or 2 passed, when suddenly there was a commotion at the Gap. A rattling volley came from the rear, and the enemy broke and ran, leaving behind some 50 killed and wounded. One of our brigades had crossed the mountain higher up at Hopewell's Gap and stormed the enemy in the rear, while our troops menaced the front. Of course, the foe had to strike for his home and his country, especially the former. The van of Longstreet was now passing through the gap, and Jackson was safe. Keeping along the railroad track, and impelled by that spirit of adventure which urges an advance in a strange country, not knowing what to expect, we continued our way. About a mile farther, a picket on our side halted us, saying he was the last vidette and that the enemy held possession only a few hundred yards up the track. Turning to retrace our steps, we heard the sound of rapid cannon firing on our left, and proceeded in that direction until the scene of action was nearly reached. Close enough for those who were not obliged to go into battle, for the shells were hitting around rather carelessly, and the purplish rim of smoke demonstrated that the musketry, not a half mile away, was engaged in its deadly work. We halted and held a council of war wherein all had equal voice, for all were high privates, whether 'twere better. But just here a noise was heard up the road, and 2 batteries of the Washington artillery went by at a gallop, half hidden by the cloud of dust that was raised. The men were hanging on as best they could, and were keeping alongside at the top of their speed, while the drivers were lashing their horses unmercifully. "Where are you bound?" shouted one of the party to an officer who reined up to let the caissons pass. "To the front," was the reply. "The Yankees are pressing us hard." This settled the rising discussion, and the council quickly passed a unanimous resolution to see the fun out. We kept on in the rear of their artillery until it took position on a high crest. There we seceded and started in the direction of the musketry firing, passing on the way Pickett's Virginians lying on the ground drawn up in a line of battle in a strip of woods. Most of the men were asleep, though the artillery was thundering, and the volume of musketry was growing greater every minute. They had become used to these sounds, and as the turning wheels in the mill is to the miller, as the lullaby of the nurse to the fretful child, so was the music of cannonading to these veterans, only lulling them to a deeper sleep. Not far in the advance we came to a group of general officers, who, mounted on their horses, were intently studying the field through glasses. Seeing us wandering aimlessly about, one of the number ordered us back to our regiments, so we had to retrace our steps. Every man of us had come out to see something at any price, consequently we flanked the officers, and bore to the left, where there was a hill covered with trees. Selecting the tallest, we climbed it, though as the shells went by from the enemy's batteries, not 2,000 yards distant, one of us slid down in a hurry. From the top of a tree a glorious view unfolded itself, a panorama of hill and vale far off in the distance. Right in a valley, a little over a mile away, were the combatants nearly hidden by the opaque curtain of smoke that had fallen upon the scene like a heavy fog upon a river. Through the slate-covered vapor, the vivid flashing of the guns and the blaze of musketry would burst as lightning from a cloudy sky. Then the smoke would lift from one part of the field and give a passing glimpse of irregular lines advancing or retreating, of men falling, of glittering arms, and then dense volumes of smoke from the cannon would roll over the scene once more and hide it from our gaze. For hours we kept on our perches, entranced by the spectacle of a great battle raging before our eyes, and did not move until night put an end to the conflict. I thought then that if it were possible to build lofty seats where we were, with tickets placed on sale, what an enormous price they would bring. What were the combats of the gladiators in the Colosseum of Rome in the days of Nero to the grand spectacle of 2 of the bravest armies in the world contending for mastery, where, in the space of a mile, 40,000 men in plain view were engaged? There was not a charge upon Jackson's position that was not plainly in view. There was not a battery vomiting their death missiles that was not distinct. Individual suffering none could see, but the glorious panoply of war was all there. Yes, the box office receipts would have been immense, and there was not an emperor, a king, or sultan that would not have graced the occasion by his presence. When years afterwards I gazed on scenes of mimic warfare, I always thought of that spectacle, the like of which but few eyes ever beheld. Collecting some faggots, we broiled our meat, discussed the chances of tomorrow's battle over our pipes, and solaced ourselves with the hope, fortified by a strong determination, that if our lives were spared, by this time the next night we would each have a Yankee haversack lined with a little bag of pure coffee, ditto one of sugar. The 29th of August was a sultry hot day, and we expected every moment to hear a renewal of the battle just where it had left off the night before. Everything, on the contrary, was most serene, and as our scout returned with the information that the 17th had not yet filed through the gap, we determined to visit the battlefield of yesterday. Burial parties had been at work at the earliest dawn, and long trenches were seen, which marked the place where scores of brave men were lying coffinless side by side. The wounded had all been removed in the night. Hence there were but few shocking scenes to revolt the mind. Only an overturned caisson, a few mangled horses, the blackened grass, bloody rags, and that was all. A large number of Rebel and Yankee wounded lay together, cheek by jowl, in blankets under the shade of the trees. They were treated impartially, no difference of any kind being made. Many of the wounded were only slightly hurt, and the blue and gray jackets mixed with one another with the utmost fraternity, joked, sang songs, bantered each upon the other the length of the war, told camp stories, while some were drinking coffee from the same cup. Men at whose hearts each had aimed the deadly rifle only a few hours before. How the Yankees did enjoy smoking the Rebel tobacco! At the North they sold the soldiers a vile compound made of chicory, cabbage, and sumac leaves ground together and christened tobacco. It burned the tongue, parched the throat, and almost salivated the consumer. It was a subject for meditation to a politician of the extreme type to watch Johnny Reb and Billy Yank smoke the pipe of temporary peace. The privates of both armies never personally disliked one another. They were the best friends in the world as soon as they met on neutral ground. The rapid pounding of the artillery caused us to hurry through the morning meal, almost before the sun rose above the hill, and we pushed for Thoroughfare Gap to rejoin the regiment. We knew by instinct that there would be a battle that day, for there was blood upon the moon. We fancied we could perceive, with another sense, the marshalling in mid-air of cohorts from the unseen world, preparing to take their part in the coming struggle, guiding a bullet home here, interposing to save a life there, taking charge of disembodied souls after the mortal had been put on sudden immortality and stood shivering on the borders of the unknown shore. The air was coming from the mountains, every breath so pure and fresh, odorous with the scent of ripening fruit and clover blossoms. Clean, sweet air, so soon to be tainted with corruption and putrescence. The mountains were looking down upon the plains with patience infinite it seemed, not stolidly as the pyramids watched the French squares, and the Mamluk cavalry arranged themselves for war, but as sad, pitying witnesses of a coming scene their holy presence would fain have calmed. Never had life seemed more worth living than on a morning such as this, never existence sweeter, never death so loathed the dying. Long streams of soldiers were wending their way to the front. The troops seemed everywhere. They filled the railroad track as far as the eye could reach. They emerged from the narrow gap in the mountain and spread out over the fields and meadows. They wound along the base of the hills and marched in a steady tramp over the dusty highways, following a dozen different routes, but each face turned directly and obliquely northward. Ordnance wagons were being pushed rapidly ahead. Batteries were taking position. Staff officers were riding at a gallop, as if seconds and minutes were golden. In short, all fighting material was pushing to the van, and all the peacefully inclined were valiantly seeking the rear. By a law as fixed as that which bound the Stoics, as unalterable as those which govern the affinities of the chemical world, this separation of the two types ever occurred on the eve of battle. An instant sifting of wheat from the tares took place quietly but surely in every company, and the mass of men so lately mingled became as incapable of mixture as oil and water. The great receding tide at full ebb sank back toward the gap. The mighty army of the backsliders, whom naught could hinder, non-combatants, camp darkies, shirking soldiers playing possum, and camp followers. Warm work was expected, and all this genus, like war horses, sniffed danger from afar. Some were on foot, carrying arms full of muskets, which the ordnance officer was sending to the rear. Others were loaded with accoutrements and blankets, which they were transferring to a secure place, watched and guarded by a sentry, for this riffraff of the army was not noted for its honesty. A few were the possessors, for the time, of a broken-down horse or spavined mule, and were urging these poor animals to their fastest speed. It was this crowd belonging to the wagon train, or detailed for work such as blacksmithing, using every artifice to avoid the marching and the fighting, which hung on the army like barnacles on a staunch ship's bottom, impeding its course and weighting it down. It was the impedimenta that flocked to the battlefield as soon as the shot and shell ceased firing, and despoiled and stripped friend and foe alike, dead or wounded, it mattered not, though they never killed or ill-treated the injured or maimed. Reaching the gap, we found that the brigade had passed through. Following hard upon the track, our little squad, after an hour's march, caught up and took its place in rank. The men were in a fearful humor, grumbling at their luck and cursing the commissary. They had ample cause. Not a single ration had been issued to the troops for several days, and the soldiers were savage from hunger. The brigade halted in line of battle about half a mile this side of the famous Chin House, on the outskirts of a large cornfield. There it was that the lines were broken, and the brigade dispersed in a second. The officers, tired of shouting themselves hoarse, joined the men in the rush for roasting ears, which were now in full ripeness, and never was a field gleaned so completely and in such a short time. 3,000 men made onslaught. There was a confused noise of breaking stalks. The tops and weaving tassels of the whole field were shaken violently as if a sudden tornado had passed over them, and each soldier returned lugging in his arms a pile of succulent, juicy corn. No fires were allowed to be built, so the ears were devoured raw. We secured more than our share, for the other brigade commanders sent details with wagons all over the county, taking all the corn they could lay their hands on, and issuing daily rations to the troops of 3 ears of corn to a man and nothing more. It is a solemn fact that Longstreet's corps had received no rations for 4 days, and lived on daily allowances of green corn, fighting and winning a great battle on empty stomachs. End of chapter 27, Part A. Part 1, Chapter 27, Part B, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 27, Part B. The forenoon had passed, and the sound of hostile cannon was breaking the silence in our front, while a battle was being fought on our left. At this dread hour, when the human mind becomes alive to the awful problem of its final abiding place, and hope, fear, and wonder pass through the preternaturally excited brain, then it is that the devout soldiers look resigned, the thoughtless grave, and the scoffers solemnly silent. The Christian soldier's Bible is in brisk demand, and as that type of manhood was now rare in the old brigade, the good book was very popular, and a score of famishing Rebs were waiting to read a chapter before the signal to commence the fight was given. It would have been pathetic to watch the erstwhile laughing, reckless, jeering infantryman waiting his turn to cram several chapters of the Bible so as to increase his chance of salvation, had it not been so humorous to hear the exclamations of the impatient throng. "Hurry up there, Ned. We'll all get killed before you get through," one remarked earnestly. A second soldier on the outside of the circle chimed in. "What does Ned care if we all are damned, so he is saved?" "That's Ned all over," responded Walter Addison, his bosom friend. "Make haste there, Ned Sangster. They're firing like hell over yonder." And so on, until a vast cloud of dust began to ascend toward the sky, evidence that great bodies of men were in motion. "Fall in," the officers shouted, and the men sprang to their feet, the line was dressed, and the brigade headed to the front to take position. On the way we were halted, and every soldier was compelled to strip for the fight by discarding his blanket, if he had one, which was not often, oilcloth, or overcoat. All these were deposited in a large pile, and guards set over them, looking very much as if we did not intend to retreat. Cartridge boxes were filled with 40 rounds, and in our haversacks we carried 20 more, making 60 rounds per man. Soon the crack of the skirmishers' rifles were heard. Then the artillery opened, and the purple-colored smoke drifted like mist from lowland marshes across the valley. "Forward! Guide to the colors! March!" Across that level plateau the First Brigade moved, the flower of Virginia in its ranks, the warm blood rushing in its veins as it did in warrior ancestors centuries ago. It was a glorious and magnificent display, the line keeping perfect time, the colors showing red against the azure sky. There was no cheering, only the rattling of the equipments and the steady footfalls of the men who trod the earth with regular beat. As the brigade swept across the plain, it was stopped by a high Virginia snake fence. Hundreds of willing hands caught the rails, tossed them aside, and then instinctively touching each other's elbows, the ranks were dressed as if by magic. The first shell now streaked over us. Another burst not 10 feet from the ground directly over the heads of our forces. The long chain kept intact, though close to the spot where the explosion occurred. The links vibrated and oscillated for a moment, then grew firm again and pressed onward. How the shells rained upon us now! A Yankee 6-gun battery, on a hill about a half a mile off, turned its undivided attention upon us and essayed to shatter the advancing line. It did knock a gap here and there, but the break was mended almost as soon as broken, and the living wall kept on. Shells were bursting everywhere, until it seemed as if we were walking on torpedoes. They crackled, split, and exploded all around, throwing dirt and ejected little spurts of smoke that for a moment dimmed the sky. Colonel Marye dismounted, drew his sword from the scabbard, and looking the beau ideal of a splendid soldier, placed himself at the head of his men. He stopped for a moment and pointed his sword with an eloquent and vivid gesture toward the battery on the hill. A cheer answered him, and the line instinctively quickened its pace. Though the shells were tearing through the ranks, the men did not falter. One man's resonant voice was sounding above the din, exercising a magical influence. One man's figure strode on in front, and where he led, his men kept close behind. We followed unwaveringly our colonel over the hill, down the declivity, up the slope, straight across the plain toward the battery, with even ranks, though the balls were tearing a way through flesh and blood. The brigade stretched out for several hundred yards, forming, as they marched, a bow with concave toward the enemy. The 17th was on the right of the line, and the other regiments dressed by our colors as we bore right oblique toward the battery, which was now hidden by a volleying fume that settled upon the crest. Still the advance was not stayed nor the ranks broken. We neared the Chin House, when suddenly a long line of the enemy rose from behind an old stone wall and poured straight in our breast a withering volley at point-blank distance. It was so unexpected, this attack, that it struck the long line of men like an electric shock. Many were falling killed or wounded, and but for the intrepid coolness of its colonel, the 17th would have retired from the field in disorder. His clear, ringing voice was heard, and the wavering line reformed. A rattling volley answered the foe, and for a minute or two the contest was fiercely waged. Then the colonel fell with his knee frightfully shattered by a Minnie-ball. Once down, the calm, reassuring tones heard no longer, the line broke. Now individual bravery made up for the disaster. The officers surged ahead with their swords waving in the air, cheering on the men, who kept close to their heels, loading and firing as they ran. The line of blue was not 50 yards distant, and every man took a sure, close aim before his finger pressed the trigger. It was a decisive fight of about 10 minutes, and both sides stood up gamely to their work. Our foes were a Western regiment from Ohio, who gave and received and asked no odds. The left of our brigade, having struck the enemy's right and doubled it up, now sent one volley into their flank. In a moment the blue line quivered and then went to pieces. Officers and men broke for the rear, one regimental colors captured by John Coleman of the 17th. In a few moments there were none left except the dead and the wounded. There was hardly a breathing spell, only time indeed to take a full draught from the canteen, transfer the cartridges from the haversacks to the cartridge box, and the enemy was upon us with a fresh line. We were now loading and firing at the swiftly approaching enemy, who were about 200 yards distant, advancing straight toward us and yelling with their steady hurrah, so different from the rebel yell. It was a trying moment, and proved the mettle of the individual man. Some ran, or white with fear cowered behind the Chin House, while others hid in a long gully nearby. Others yet stood in an irregular form and loaded and fired, unmindful of the dust and noise of the hurtling shell and screaming shot. On what small trifles hang a man's life in battle! Not a soldier in the army but can recall some incident, some trivial event that kept the vital spark within his frame. A stumble, a step to the right or left, a mere turn of the head, the raising of a musket, a book in the pocket, a handkerchief, a button. Such slight things save hundreds of lives, and what is harder to contemplate, lose them. A half inch here or there, the tenth part of an inch it may be, and lo, the result is as widely different from what it might have been as time is from eternity. No wonder that so many soldiers are fatalists. I was capping my gun in desperate haste to fire, when Frank Ballinger, gallant soldier he ever was, jumped directly in front of me and fired. At that very instant, before his finger could have left the trigger, a Yankee bullet, speeding invisibly through the air, bent on its deadly purpose of passing through my body, struck him, and he fell back into my arms, nerveless and almost pulseless. I heard him cry out, and then came from his throat the horrible sound of the death rattle, which smote my ear for the first time. I placed my canteen to his lips. He tried to swallow, and then his glazing eyes showed that he was dead. Tearing open his jacket in frantic haste, I found that the bullet had struck him below the heart, passing clear through, the bullet meant for me. There was no time to indulge in feelings there. It is only around the campfire that we can afford to do that. The brigade was scattered everywhere now. For an hour they had fired as fast as the cartridges could be rammed home. When the Union troops came up to retake the Chin House, our men began to give ground. On came the Yankees in splendid style, with the stars and stripes waving and their line capitally dressed. It was a perfect advance, and some of us forgot to fire our muskets while watching them. In their front was a little drummer beating a pas de charge, the only time we ever heard the inspiring sound on the battlefield. The dauntless little fellow was handling his sticks lustily, too, for the roll of the drum was heard above the noise of the guns. It was high time to be leaving, we thought, and now our men were turning to fire one good shot before heeling it to the rear, when right behind us there came with a rush and a vim a fresh rebel brigade aiming straight for the Yankees. They ran over us and we joined their lines. Not a shot was fired by them in response to the fusillade of musketry that was raining lead all around. Every man with his head bent sideways and down, like people breasting a hailstorm, for soldiers always charged so, and the gray and the blue met with a mighty shock. A tremendous sheet of flame burst from our line. The weaker side went to the ground in a flash, and with a wild yell the gray swept on toward the 6-gun battery that had been sending forth a stream of death for the past hour. We could only see the flashes of light through the dense smoke. The line stopped a moment at the foot of the hill to allow itself to catch up. It was late in the evening, and the battle was raging in all its deadliest fury. On our right, on our left, in the front, in the rear, from all directions came the warring sound of cannon and musketry. We could see nothing but smoke, breathe nothing except the fumes of burning powder, feel nothing save the earth jarred by the concussion of the guns, hear nothing but the dire, tremendous clamor and blare of sound swelling up into a vast volume of fire. How hot it was! The cloths damped with perspiration, the canteens empty, throats parched with thirst, faces blackened by powder, the men mad with excitement. The left of the line came up, and then someone asked, "Whose brigade is this?" "Hood's," was the answer. Then burst a ringing cry, "Forward, Texans!" The line sprang up like a tightly bent bow suddenly loosened, and rushed up the hill in a wild, eager dash, a frenzied, maddening onset up the hill through the smoke, nearer and nearer to the guns. When about 100 yards from them the dense veil lifted, floated upward and softly aside, and discovered to us that the battery had ceased firing. We could see the muzzles of the guns, their sullen black mouths pointing at us, and behind them the gunners, while from the center of the battery was a flag that lay drooping upon its staff. It was for a second only, like the rising of the curtain for a moment on a hideous tableau, only to be dropped as the eye took in the scene in all its horrors. Yet it impressed itself, like vivid picture, brief as it was, upon mind, heart, and brain. At once came a noise like a thunder shock, that seemed as if an earthquake had riven the place. The ground trembled with the concussion. The appalling sound was heard of iron grape shot tearing its way through space and through bodies of bone, flesh, and blood. Mercifully for us, but not intended by our foes, the guns were elevated too high, or it would have been simply annihilation. for when those 6 guns poured their volley into the charging lines, they were loaded to the muzzle with grape, and the distance was only about pistol shot. Of course the execution was fearful, and for a second the line was stupefied and nearly senseless from the blow. The ground was covered with victims, and the screams of the wounded rose high above the din and were awful to hear. The advance was not stayed long. "Forward, boys! Don't stop now! Forward, Texans!" And with a cry from every throat, the Southerners kept on, officers and men together without form or order, the swiftest runners ahead, the slowest behind, 'tis true, but struggling desperately to better their time. Up, still up, until we reached the crest. As the Yankees pulled the lanyards of the loaded pieces, our men were among them. A terrific shock. A lane of dead in front. Those standing before the muzzles were blown to pieces like captured sepoy rebels. I had my hand on the wheel of one cannon just as it was fired, and I fell like one dead from the concussion. There was a frenzied struggle in the semi-darkness around the guns, so violent and tempestuous, so mad and brain-reeling, that to recall it is like fixing the memory of a horrible, blood-curdling dream. Every one was wild with uncontrollable delirium. Then the mist dissolved, and the panting, gasping soldiers could see the picture as it was. The battery had been captured by the Texans, and every man at the pieces taken prisoner. Many were killed by a volley that we had poured into them when only a few paces distant, and a large proportion wounded. The few who escaped unhurt stood in a group, so blackened with powder that they ceased to look like white men. These soldiers had nobly worked their guns and had nothing to be ashamed of. All that men could do, they had done. The voices of the officers now called the men to rally. The grass was blackened. Indeed, the very ground beneath our feet was burnt to a cinder and still smoking. From the top of the hill we could see dark masses of the enemy about a mile off, rushing to the front, while on the right and left the reek and fog of the field hid the combatants from view. Not a dozen of the 17th could be seen in one place. They were scattered everywhere, mixed up and absorbed for the time in the reserves which ran over them. As for myself, I had the fight taken out of me by a bullet through the arm. It was but a flesh wound, but it hurt and prevented me from firing. In the valley below the Chin House, where the dust was dense and blinding, the smoke heavy and stifling, it was hard for the brigade and the division to keep intact, and so the different organizations were all mingled, but maintained no less a heavy and deadly fire on that account. Occasional glimpses of the enemy were discernible, and as the evening wore on, it was discovered that they were giving ground. This yielding was only temporary, for about a half an hour before the sun went down, their reserves were brought up, and then the fire increased in volume until the detonations were something to make one shudder. In the line with which we were, the men lay flat on their breasts, firing more accurately and coolly than could have been done standing, delivering their pieces without calculation or aim. Just as the day was drawing to a close, a mighty yell arose, a cry from twice 10,000 throats as the Rebel reserves, fresh from the rear, rushed resistlessly to the front. Never did mortal eyes behold a grander sight, not even when MacDonald put his columns in motion at Wagram, nor Ney charged the Russian center at Borodino. It was an extended line, reaching as far as the eye could see, crescent in form, and composed of many thousand men. It was, in fact, a greater part of Longstreet's corps. The onset was thrilling in the extreme, as the men swept grandly forward, the little battle flags with the Southern Cross in the center fluttering saucily and jauntily aloft, while the setting sun made of each bayonet and musket barrel a literal gleam of fire that ran along the chain of steel in a scintillating flame. As they swept over the plain, they took up all the scattered fighting material, and nothing was left but the wounded which had sifted through and the dead. Then ensued the death struggle, a last fearful grappling in mortal combat. The enemy threw forward all their reserves to meet the shock, and for a space of 15 minutes the commotion was terrible. Bursts of sound surpassed everything that was ever heard or could be conceived. The baleful flashes of the cannon, darting out against the dusky horizon, played on the surface of the evening clouds like sharp, vivid lightning. Long lines of musketry vomited through the plain their furious volleys of pestilential lead, sweeping scores of brave soldiers into the valley of the shadow of death. And now, while 100,000 men were battling for supremacy, men gathered from ocean to ocean, from Maine to San Francisco, from north to south, east to west, from every hamlet and town, from every mountain and plain, while Ate and her attendant Furies stalked over the field, their swords reddened with the slaughter, the sun, as if glad to put an end to such frightful carnage, himself blood red, sank below the top of a wooded hill. At last the enemy staggered, wavered, broke, and fled in utter rout. Where Longstreet was dealing his heavy blows, they were throwing away their knapsacks and rushing madly for the rear. Only one final stand was made by a brigade in the woods close by, but as the long gray line closed in on each flank, they threw down their arms and surrendered, but with few exceptions. Those few, as they ran, turned and fired. On the hill, which had been occupied by the Washington artillery of 18 guns in the earlier part of the day, the eye took in a dim and fast-fading yet extended view of the whole surrounding country. A vast panorama stretched out on an open plain with patches of wood here and there on its surface, and with but 2 or 3 hills in the whole range of sight to break the expanded level. It was unutterably grand. Jackson could be seen swinging his left on his right as a pivot, and Longstreet with his entire corps in the reverse method. The whole Yankee army was in retreat, and certainly nothing but darkness prevented it from being une affaire flambée. The battle was over, and night mercifully covered a scene of slaughter having no parallel in song or story of the New World. The carnage had been appalling. Over 4,000 lay cold and rigid on the bosom of Mother Earth. 14,000 men of a common race and a common ancestry, speaking one language, having but one tradition, lay under the light of the stars, disfigured and maimed, torn and bleeding. As the soldiers returned from the field, the day's work over, picking their way with care, the excitement died away and the reaction came. The cries and groans of this vast host of wounded were borne on the breeze from every side, and one who heard the tidal wave of agony as it swelled and surged toward heaven was fain to clasp his hands over his ears and shut out the torturing sound. Happy was he among the writhing mass whose agony was quenched in the lethe of a mortal hurt. Show a soldier not utterly hardened, when the excitement of battle is over, his own handiwork. Tell him that his own finger had sped the missile that laid yonder man low, and 10 to 1 he would recall the fatal act if he could. Some great thinker once wrote, "Give me the money that has been spent in war, and I will purchase every foot of land upon the globe. I will clothe every man, woman, and child in an attire of which kings and queens might be proud. I would build a schoolhouse on every hillside and in every valley on the whole earth. I would erect an academy in every town and endow it, a college in every state and fill it. I would crown every hill with a place of worship, consecrated to the promulgation of the gospel of peace. I would support in every pulpit an able preacher, so that on every Sabbath morning the chimes on one hill would answer the chimes on another, until the melody of the sweet-sounding bells would girdle the globe with its music, an invocation to heaven." This is a calculation of so much money. Suppose the moralizer had carried the computation a little further, for paltry considerations in the expenditures of war of dollars and cents are as nothing in the general summing up. Reckon up the killed, and you would have a mighty host. Collect the tears that have been shed over soldiers slain in battle, and you would have an ocean. Mass the evil passions, the hate, the bitter burning rancor and revenge that war has engendered, and you have a Gehenna. Yet men are born warriors and fight from instinct. All forces wage an unending war. From chaos until now, between beak and spear, claw and tearing tooth, heel and horn, sting and tightening coil, has the invisible war been raging. In this battle, the consumption of ammunition in the 1st Brigade was enormous. The soldiers literally fired away the last cartridge, making an average of 60 per man, or 180,000 ounces of lead sent northward on its errand of deviltry. Many fired more. I used up all of my allowance and filled my cartridge box twice from the profuse supplies scattered on the field, and at the end of the battle I had 10 left, making 130 rounds fired. No wonder that my shoulder was black and blue, and that my face was so scorched and blackened by the burnt powder that my identity was hidden and my own comrades did not know me until I spoke. On this day Our soldiers found out the worthlessness of the mini musket, thousands of which lay abandoned on the field, because after a score or two of shots the barrel would foul and the bullet could not be driven home. The ramrod was so slender as to possess little weight, and it would get so greasy from the cartridge as to slip through the hands. The Enfield musket was by far the best arm the infantry ever had. End of chapter 27. Part 1, Chapter 28 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Wreckage After the Storm. It was a pitch-dark night, with no light but that of the stars, and a few of us who were trying to find the 17th became lost on the field. Every now and then we fell or stumbled over a dead body, or worse still, some poor wounded fellow would moan so that it made the blood in our veins run cold and filled us with dismay. My own wound proved to be a slight one after my friend John Addison had attended to it. We attempted to choose a path by striking one match after another, but the supply was soon exhausted, and then we came to a standstill. Looking around, we could discern nothing but torches waving at far intervals about the field, flickering in the faint breeze that had sprung up with the coming of night, and which was borne to us tainted with the smell of blood. Starting onward, my companion stumbled, and a horrified exclamation burst from his lips. His hand had rested, he said, on only the half of a head, whose top had been carried away by a shell. So we wandered aimlessly about, tripping every few paces, until at last, to our great relief, we reached an elevation and saw a campfire burning not far away. Steering a straight course for its light, we arrived upon the spot, and with a delight no words could express, found the 17th, or rather what was left of it, for only 16 men had kept to the colors throughout the day, as we afterwards learned, the balance having been scattered in every direction and swallowed up in other organizations. The remnant had lighted a fire with empty ammunition and cracker boxes that were gathered on the field, and were making themselves as comfortable as circumstances would permit. No one knew the extent of the losses in the regiment. Indeed, it had been as much as one could do to keep the run of his own individual self. For the first time in a week we had a full and a good meal: coffee, sugar, beef, bacon, and crackers. Ambulances and men of the impoverished sanitary squads looking after the wounded passed and repassed our fire. Every minute some lost soldier would come up, attracted by the light, until there were in our vicinity several hundred belonging to a score or so of different commands. Each man had a captured haversack and blanket, for those we discarded that morning and left under guard we never expected to see again. That we had won a great victory every soldier knew, and the probabilities of a forward movement were freely discussed, all arguing that the blunders of the first Manassas would not be repeated now that Lee had supreme control of matters. Every man, too, with whom we talked spoke of the day's battle as the hardest and most stubbornly contested one that had ever taken place in Virginia. No one but what had shot away his whole supply of cartridges, and so far as we could learn, every soldier in Longstreet's corps had fired every cartridge in his box as well as those in his haversack, making, as I said before, 60 rounds per man. The faces of all were smutty with burnt powder. 2/3 had their clothes torn with bullets, and many were slightly wounded who made no trouble or fuss about it. The sky, Sunday morning, was one mass of gray, granite-like clouds, and it seemed as if nature had clad herself in sad-colored robes to mourn the slaughter of her sons, to end in the usual weeping that followed every battle. After a hurried breakfast the soldiers separated, looking for their several commands. For some hours the army was halted in the field to get the men together, reform the organizations, and fill their scattered ranks. Lieutenant Colonel Herbert, now in command of the 17th, with the colors and a small party of the original regiment, were not far away, and formed a nucleus around which the absentees were rapidly collecting. Every soldier of the 17th expressed deep-felt sorrow over the disaster that happened to our colonel. He was loved and admired by the men, but more than all, trusted implicitly. We learned later that his leg was shattered above the knee and the limb amputated below the hip, thus ending forever his military career in the field. The Confederacy lost one of its most brilliant officers when he fell. Colonel Mary was of a highly nervous temperament, but in action he was the coolest man I ever saw. Nature molded and fashioned him for a soldier, and I have always thought that had this highly cultured, brainy soldier gone through the war unwounded, he would have surrendered his Army Corps and made a name second only to Lee and Jackson. The battlefield presented a horribly sickening sight. The wounded had all been taken care of, but the dead were resting just as they fell. Here was one with both legs torn off by a solid shot, the ground for many feet around sprinkled with the blood that jetted out in a stream from the severed arteries. Another had fallen on his knees and clasped his hands over his head, which had been fractured by a piece of shell. He was a frightful object, with the tongue protruding and the teeth clenched tightly upon it. An infantryman shot in the neck had unstrapped his knapsack, unrolled his blanket, lain down and covered himself over, and then had quietly breathed his last. What a methodical, systematic person he must have been, the ruling passion so strong in death, it spoke in so many words: "I did my life's work well, and now the summons comes. I wrap the drapery of my couch around me and lie down in pleasant dreams." Could a knife in the hands of an Indian have scalped a poor fellow more scientifically than did that bursting shell? And see here a man who had his two arms broken as if they had been stems. There lay 5 or 6 of our men, torn and mangled almost beyond recognition by one single shell that had burst so close to them that it did its fiendish work only too successfully. A group had gathered around one dead form and were gazing down upon it with fixed interest, and yet sadly enough. We joined them and found it to be a lad, scarcely more than 14 years old, shot through the forehead. His uniform was new and most tastefully made, doubtless to suit his boyish fancy. The long hair seemed even then to be fresh from the toying touch and loving hands of mother or sister. He was no soldier, one could see that. Most probably he lived in the neighborhood and had joined the line in the charge. He rested upon the earth as fair as the marble hyacinth. "How anxious they must be at home about him," remarked someone near, as we stood looking down upon the slender figure. "I can imagine how they watch and wait for him, and what they would say if they could see him now." And the strong, rugged speaker, who had borne the brunt of a battle unmoved, drew the back of a rough hand over his eyes and passed on. The ground which we traversed was where the heaviest fighting had taken place in the earlier part of the action. The carnage had been fearful, and blue and gray lay closely mingled. Death had found these victims in various attitudes, and stiffened them into stone. And his icy hands had frozen to marble his lips loved by households. One was in the act of raising his gun to fire. Another was about to open his cartridge box, and died in the attempt. A third was retreating, and when struck was unloosening his knapsack. And a fourth had sat down to tie his shoe, when the fatal ball had killed him instantly. The missiles had struck everywhere. This man was shot in the mouth. On that face a bursting shell had left not a single feature. Worse still, here is a head as completely severed from the body as if the guillotine had done it. And there, the living, beating heart seemed to have been torn out all quivering and bleeding. Already the blackness of corruption had disfigured many faces and rendered immediate burial imperatively necessary. Here and there and everywhere were pools of clotted blood, as if blood were the cheapest and freest flowing commodity on earth, showing where wounded and dying soldiers had lain. Scattered about the ground, because the nerveless hands had no further use of them, were rifles, knapsacks, accoutrements, empty ammunition boxes, blankets, coats, and even swords. How soon the vainglory of war vanishes before the carnage of the field! How much of its poetic unreality dissolves into the stern, hard prose of the hospital! How many of its undraped horrors are disclosed upon the after-battle ground! Every dead body had been searched, every pocket was wrong side out, proving that the camp followers and robbers of the dead had completed their work. Every corpse, whether in blue or gray uniform, had been divested of its shoes and hat, and many even had their outer clothing removed. As several of our brigades passed We heard the troops curse fiercely the miserable pillagers who, like birds of prey, flocked to the battlefield after the action to accomplish their foul purposes. A true soldier rarely condescends to strip his fallen enemies. He will take a pair of shoes or a hat if he needs them badly, but it must be from necessity and not from desire of gain. The brigade had a formal roll call by companies so as to report the losses to the adjutant general. A rather remarkable personnel answered to their names, and presented as its chief feature the charm of variety. Many of the men were slightly wounded and had arms in slings or heads bound up. Adornments in the way of fine hats, officers' long-tailed coats, and cavalrymen's jack-boots picked up on the field were sported by their fortunate possessors with an air of supreme satisfaction and hardly concealed pride. This element was all the more noticeable in that each man's next neighbor in the ranks was either hatless, coatless, or shoeless, as the case might be, but all had blankets and full haversacks, confiscated on the battlefield with due honors of war. Our regimental losses were about 75 killed and wounded, those of the brigade between 200 and 300. Now that the list had been made out, the brigade took up its march. The farther we advanced, the more evident became the fact that the enemy's retreat the night before had been almost a panic. Knapsacks, guns, and all sorts of miscellaneous articles belonging to the equipment of a soldier were scattered in the greatest confusion along the pike. Every soldier loaded himself down at first, but later on, as the contents of the knapsacks were ransacked, only the letters and daguerreotypes were taken out and handed around, the balance pitched away for the comfort and use of needy soldiers behind. Many a fair Northern girl could not have been otherwise than flattered at the praises her beauty elicited, albeit from rebels, as her picture passed from hand to hand along the ranks. Continuing on our way, we passed a beef which had been freshly slaughtered and skinned by our obliging enemy, who had left it as a slight token of their esteem, surmising how long it had been since we had so partaken. To be sure, they had been in too great a hurry to eat it themselves, but that made not the slightest difference in the world, as our own men could stop just long enough to hack off a chunk before they hurried on. On our way we passed a small house on the roadside, from which the yellow flag was flying. It had been taken by the Yankees as a hospital, and their surgeons were even then busy in their work. Evidences of the nature of their labor appeared before us in a most ghastly, hideous form. On a table, running the length of one room, all the amputating had been done, and the floor was slippery with the vital blood that ran out and dripped from every crack and crevice in one dire percolation. As fast as the shattered limbs were severed from the trunk, they were thrown out of the window, and there they lay, in a heap, 5 or 6 feet in height, a sickening collection of legs, arms, and fingers of all sizes and lengths, Rebel and Yankee commingled. Never before was seen a more shocking and tangible evidence of the cruelty of this struggle. Each amputated limb the exponent of a human being, disabled and doomed to suffer so long as life might last. All in and around the yard lay the wounded, almost an acre of them, both of the blue and gray, while the surgeons of the North and South, animated by a single noble purpose, moved among the crowd with sleeves rolled up and arms covered with blood, doing all that human power could do to alleviate pain and to save life. Following the Sudley road, the brigade crossed Bull Run at the ford and came to a halt. The rations for one day were issued, consisting of 2 crackers and 1/4 of a pound of fat bacon, the last we were going to get for many a long day. Having halted, the order was read to the brigade congratulating them on the results of yesterday's battle. The old First had brought from the fields 5 stands of captured soldiers. The brigade, consisting of the 1st, 17th, 7th, and 11th Virginia regiments, 1,800 muskets strong, had captured a battery of 4 pieces, spiked by the enemy, who had been unable to carry it off because nearly all the horses had been killed. Toward evening the rain, which had been pouring nearly all day, cleared up temporarily, and the brigade halted to pass the night. The soldiers smoked, read the captured letters, and talked and fought the battle over again until dark, when they turned in. It was so warm that but few fires were lighted. Preparations for sleep were made simply those nights. The rationale was merely spreading the blanket on the ground, lying on it, and rolling up in it tightly. The head was next reclined on a cartridge box, and a hat put over the face, then off into dreamland. To the student of military history, Pope's campaign will be considered the most unique in the annals of war. Possessed as he was of an overwhelming belief in himself, boundless imagination and nervous aberration in action, he was the last man on earth to be entrusted with a supreme command. During the short 2 months as commanding general of the Army of the Potomac, he issued more orders, gave more directions, and wrote more voluminous reports than did Grant in his 4 years of successful campaigning. It is difficult to conceive how he found time in that short period to write so much. His correspondence in the war records would make a respectable book. His orders to his subordinates were so profuse and contradictory that it is no wonder confusion prevailed, and in the great game of military chess he kept king, knight, bishop, and pawn on the jump, without method, and played, as it were, from impulse. In the natural course of events, his checkmate from such an adversary as Lee was certain to be quick and complete. Pope, of course, had his scapegoat. For many years, Fitz John Porter had to bear all the opprobrium of Pope's complete fiasco. The story of Pope's campaign can be told in a few words by extracts from his own reports. Beginning at his Orlando Furioso proclamation in taking command of the army, his dispatches, in the light of cold reason, show his character to a dot. He wrote to Halleck regarding the battle of Cedar Mountain: "On Thursday morning the enemy crossed the Rapidan at Barrett's Ford in a heavy force. Brigadier General Bayard with his cavalry fell slowly back, delaying the enemy's advance. General Banks was ordered to take position at Cedar Mountain with orders to hold the enemy in check until Sigel's corps arrived and had a good rest after their forced march. General Roberts reported to me that he had conferred freely with General Banks and urgently represented to him my purposes, but that General Banks, contrary to my wishes, had left the strong position which he had taken up and had advanced at least a mile to assault the enemy, believing that they were not in considerable force. His advance led him over the open ground that was everywhere swept by the fire of the enemy. The action lasted about an hour and a half, and our forces suffered heavy loss and were gradually driven back." On August 23, 1862, he wrote to Major General Sigel: "The Rappahannock River has, owing to the rain, risen 6 feet and is entirely impassable at the ford. The enemy, Jackson's corps, therefore on this side is cut off from those of the other. You will accordingly march at once upon Sulphur Springs and thence to Waterloo Bridge, attacking and beating the enemy wherever you find him. You will have an effective force of 25,000 men." To General Banks he sent the same instructions, and McDowell's corps was divided to support this movement. To all these corps commanders he ended by saying, "Be quick, for time is everything." On the same day, August 23, 1862, in his dispatch to Halleck he writes: "The river has risen 6 feet. The enemy's forces, Stonewall Jackson's, on this side, which have crossed at Sulphur Springs, are cut off from those of the south side. I march at once with my whole force on Sulphur Springs and Waterloo Bridge, and hope to destroy these forces before the river runs down." On the next day he telegraphed to Halleck: "No force of the enemy has been able to recross the river, and are enclosed by our forces and will undoubtedly be captured." When the whole of Pope's army closed in at Waterloo Bridge it was literally a water haul. Neither wagon, gun, nor rebel was to be seen, and all this pother, these maneuvers, these masterly concentrations of forces were false alarms. McDowell, who was in the advance, wrote to Pope under date of August 26: "General Milroy burned the bridge at Waterloo before he left. What is the enemy's purpose? It is not easy to discover. Some have thought he means to march around our right, through Rectortown to Washington. Others think that he intends going down to Shenandoah. Others that it is his object to throw his trains around in the valley to obtain supplies. It is also thought that a large portion of his army have retired to Culpeper Army by the Sperryville road." General Mansfield wrote to Halleck about this time: Stonewall Jackson has 125,000 men at least. He is fortifying between Louisa Courthouse and Gordonsville. Pope answered McDowell by writing, I believe the whole force of the army has marched for the Shenandoah Valley by the way of Luray and Front Royal. Now at the very time Pope was closing in to capture Jackson at Sulphur Springs, the ubiquitous rebel was 20 miles in Pope's rear at Manassas Junction, where a vast depot of supplies for Pope's army was concentrated, and where the ragged, dust-begrimed rebels were drinking champagne from tin cups and eating canned fruit from the sutlers' stores, preparatory to applying the torch to Pope's reservoir of supplies. On the 26th of August, Pope sent a dispatch to McDowell in which he says, Fitz John Porter, with Sykes's and Morrell's divisions, will be within 2½ miles of Warrenton tomorrow night. I will use all of my efforts to have Sturgis's and Cox's divisions within 3 miles of you tomorrow night, and have requested General Halleck to push forward Franklin's division at once. I think our fight should be made at Warrenton, and if you can postpone it for 2 days, we will be all right. On the evening of the same day he telegraphed to Washington, Our communications have been interrupted by the enemy's cavalry at Manassas. On the next day, August 27th, he wrote to Major General Kearney, At the very earliest dawn move forward to Bristow Station with your whole command. Jackson, A.P. Hill, and Ewell are in front of us. I want you to be here at day dawn, and we shall bag the whole crowd. At the same hour he wrote to McDowell, March rapidly on to Manassas Junction. Jackson is between Gainesville and Manassas Junction. If you march promptly, we shall bag the whole crowd. On the next day, August 28th, he wired McDowell, You will move on to Gun Spring to intercept Jackson. I will push forward to Reno and Heintzelman, unless there is a large force at Centersville, which I do not believe. Jackson has a large train which certainly should be captured. At 10 p.m. on the same day he notified Heintzelman, McDowell has intercepted the retreat of the enemy. Sigel is immediately on his right, and I see no possibility of his escape. On the next day, August 29th, he telegraphed to Banks, Destroy the public property at Bristow, and fall back upon Centerville at once. On the next day, or rather night of August 30th, his dispatch to Halleck reads, We had a terrific battle today. The enemy, largely reinforced, assaulted our position early today. We held our ground firmly until 6 p.m., when the enemy, massing with very heavy columns on our left, forced back that wing about half a mile. At dark we held that position. The troops are of good heart and marched off the field without the least hurry or confusion. The enemy is badly crippled, and we shall do well enough. Be easy. Everything will go well. On the next day he wires Halleck, I should like to know whether you feel secure about Washington. Should this army be destroyed, I shall fight it as long as a man will stand up to the work. After Pickett's disastrous charge at Gettysburg, Lee rode among his men, saying, This failure is all my fault. Nobody is to blame except myself. Now see what Pope says. On the day after the battle his dispatch to Halleck reads, One commander of a corps who was ordered to march from Manassas Junction to join me near Grovestown, although he was only 5 miles distant, failed to get up at all, and worse still, fell back to Manassas without a fight. What makes matters worse, there are officers in the regular army who hold back from either ignorance or fear. Their constant talk indulged in publicity is that the Army of the Potomac will not fight. When such example is set by officers of high rank, the influence must be very bad among those in subordinate stations. You have hardly an idea of the demoralization among officers of high rank in the Army of the Potomac, arising in all instances from personal feeling in relation to changes in commander-in-chief and others. These men are mere tools and parasites, but their example is producing very disastrous results. I am endeavoring to do all I can, and will most assuredly put them where they shall fight or run away. If there is any greater insult offered the gallant men who bore aloft the standard of their country by their commander-in-chief, it has never been recorded. The part the 17th Virginia took in this battle is briefly told by Colonel Corse, who at the Battle of Manassas was temporarily commanding the brigade. He says, At 4:30 p.m. an aide brought me an order to move forward in support of Jenkins and Hunton. I promptly obeyed and overtook the two brigades advancing. I at once put my command about 250 yards in rear of the advancing brigades, keeping my distance when moving forward, and then the whole line became engaged. At this time, discovering a battle on the left and rear of the Chin House, I ordered a charge of the whole line. The order was gallantly responded to and brilliantly executed, the enemy being driven from their guns. The 17th, led by the ardent Colonel Morton Mary, advanced in perfect line. Just before reaching the guns, Colonel Mary fell severely wounded. The charge on the guns was a success. The enemy's support was routed. Samuel Coleman, of Company E, 17th Virginia, in the hottest of the fight, wrested from the hands of the color bearer of the 11th Pennsylvania Volunteers his regimental colors and handed them to me. These colors I have already had the honor to forward to you. The loss to the 17th Virginia is 5 officers wounded, 4 men killed, and 39 wounded. End of chapter 28. Part 1, Chapter 29 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Into Maryland. On Monday the march was continued toward Fairfax Courthouse. The rain that had held up during the night now came down in streams. We had eaten the last mouthful in the morning. Indeed, but for the contents of the captured haversacks, there would have been nothing. Nearly all of that day we tramped in the mire of the roads, while a constant cannonading went on in our front. Late in the evening we found ourselves again at Chantilly, that stately old residence over which some of us had stood guard in the lovely autumn nights of '61. Had not the rain poured in torrents, we would have arrived at an earlier hour, in time to participate in the sharp action which our van had had with Kearny's division. However, it made no difference, for our ammunition was soaking, and we had not a gun in the division that would have gone off. Standing there in the summer rain, we beheld the change that a few months had produced in the old place. The fences were leveled, the outbuildings had been torn down, the splendid fortress of trees cut, every shade tree and even every fruit tree felled for fuel. As for the house, it was scarcely habitable. The furniture had been smashed for kindling wood, the windows dashed to pieces with the butt end of muskets, the plastering had been knocked from the walls, and the rooms so defaced and defiled that they discounted a hog pen. On what was formerly the lawn lay many wounded and dead, among others General Phil Kearny, whose remains most of our soldiers viewed, the most brilliant, chivalrous, dashing officer in the Yankee army. He was killed in a charge. He rode in the advance with his sword in the air and the bridle rein held between his teeth, for he had lost his arm in the Mexican War. Had General Kearny lived, he would probably have commanded the Federal army. His body was sent by General Lee under a flag of truce to the enemy's lines. The two forces were but a little distance apart, the one flushed with victory, the other sullen with defeat, and for the nonce equally limp, wet, and miserable. But for the dash of the rain, the sharp halt and challenge of the enemy's pickets could readily have been heard. It is said by fishermen who ought to know, that eels at length not only get used to being skinned, but after a while take it as a pleasure. On the same principle, perhaps, soldiers come to enjoy a repose in a driving rain and being cradled in a mud puddle. Be that as it may, their sleep was as sweet and sound as they had lain on beds of down. While their frames were so inured to hardships and seasoned by exposure, that what would have threatened illness and death a year ago now had become a matter of the slightest moment. The waking the next morning was a stiff affair, not a bit of fun anywhere about it. Then it took so much time to straighten limbs and warm bodies that had been chilled through. To our great delight, though, the warm beams of the sun darted between the rifts in the clouds and dried the wet clothing, but even then the situation was deplorable. Some few had a ration left, which they ate quietly without attracting any attention, while haversacks of the majority were turned wrong side out and the very dust of defunct crackers scraped out and devoured. One man of an enterprising turn of mind carried his resources so far as to boil his greasy haversack for a soup purely of his own invention. He said it filled him up anyhow, and did away with the goneness in his stomach. About noon the regimental sutler was on the spot, having followed the command with a steady persistence and faithful, untiring devotion worthy of a better cause. Animated by love of money, that root of all evil, he had crossed battlefields, forded runs, and breasted storms to join us. A charge was made on his wagon by the starving soldiery, some straddling the horses for a place of vantage, others standing on the wheels and struggling to get a first grab at the viands. Jonah, that was our sutler's name, was equal to any emergency, and like his illustrious namesake, could not be kept down. He had no conscience, or if he had, he stretched it to any required distance, which was in his case tantamount to many miles. Like Chester also, he charged and obtained his price too. Having sold out his entire stock, which consisted entirely of edibles, Jonah, with an empty wagon, a full wallet (he was no credit business), and a light heart, turned his horse's head rearward and disappeared through the shadows of the woods. Just as the wheels of the wagon were tumbling away in the distance, a member of the 17th made a piteous complaint to a body of his comrades. He said that notwithstanding the high respect he entertained for every member of his valued regiment, who were all honorable men, yet one of their body corporate, who had so far forgotten his meums and tums as to appropriate an oilcloth that had been most serenely and unsuspiciously left drying on the bushes. He stated that he had gone through the brigade on the strength of an extemporized search warrant, but without the faintest shadow of success. He assured us that he was without a blanket and would be in a woeful fix, for the ground was still damp and the nights cool. He implored us that if any of our number had seen his property walk away from the bush, in spite of the 8th commandment, to reveal its hidden quarters and make him a friend for life. It is needless to say that no sign of the lost property was ever vouchsafed, so artfully were these constant thefts accomplished. And so our soldier told us some time after that for a makeshift he had begged a newspaper, a copy of the New York World, and lain on it. Inasmuch as it had kept the dampened earth from personal contact, it answered its purpose quite well. He asserted that for 2 weeks he had had nothing to lie upon but that paper, which he would fold up as carefully every morning as a lawyer did his parchment, or the beauty her curl papers, but that on one occasion it had rained, and he held nothing in his hand but so much pulp. He told us with incipient tears in his eyes that he would always cherish a tender feeling for the New York World as long as the bullets might spare him. But on the morning of the 3rd of September all these trivialities of the camp, all these little incidents which made up camp life, were merged into the interest of the march, when an army, no longer a mass of individual interests, became a unit to be thrown upon the force, a force inspired by one aim, moved by the will of one man, counted as so much manpower toward one end. The head of the column was turned northward, passing by Frying Pan Church, which name was rather suggestive of some hot gospel and a place that hath no seasons, like the tropics. Still, no sign of our commissary wagons, and not a mouthful of food had the men that day. Some of our best soldiers were left on account of sickness, and many began to straggle from ranks to seek in farmhouses along the route something to allay their gnawing hunger. Of course, each one was a serious loss, for we never saw any of them until after the campaign. Keeping at a steady gait, the column passed Guilford Station on the Loudoun and Hampshire Railroad, and then turning, headed up the pike for Leesburg. All along the route, the citizens testified their delight at our advance and brought food to the road, all that had been left them to give, and offered it to the hungry troops. Through this kindness most of us obtained one meal that day, though some were not so fortunate, and could only look longingly back and curse the wagons. That night we camped near Drainesville. By 6 in the morning we were on the tramp again. Steadily, one by one, the strength of the army decreased as soldier after soldier, weak with hunger, dropped out of ranks and out of sight. The farmhouses all along the way we would find filled with sick and straggling men. There was a direful and shameful blunder somewhere about this time. Here was the great army of Northern Virginia, which after 4 months' fearful fighting and constant action, with ranks decimated by the casualties of battle and sickness, on its way as an army of invasion, and instead of being reinforced and its losses repaired, instead of strict discipline being maintained, instead of being properly fed, they were allowed to march day after day with no rations, while each soldier was suffered to leave ranks and roam at will all over the country. Then thousands were barefooted and obliged to fall behind because of their stone bruises. Again, not a single article of clothing had been issued, and the men had not changed their shirts for 2 weeks. The clothing left under guard on the battlefield of Bull Run was never returned. In fine, instead of having a thoroughly equipped army to invade the North, there were long lines of limping, starving soldiery, streaming wearily on, as disheartened and miserable in feeling as they looked. There was no elasticity or vim in the crowd. Napoleon, that master in the art of war, uttered the maxim that "an army only moves on its belly," and if our general officers were blind to the fact, the privates felt it. Every soldier in the ranks saw the wretchedness and mismanagement of the situation, and it had a very bad effect. It looked as if his government had even ceased to care about keeping him alive by feeding him. And so, many lost heart and became embittered toward the officers. 2 days of continued and steady tramping brought us to the little town of Leesburg, not far from the Potomac River. The commissary wagons had not arrived, and in those 2 days, as in the weeks past, not a single ration had been issued. The most the officers could do was to bivouac their commands alongside the cornfields on the route and let each one help himself. The amount of provender which a hungry soldier could get, outside of under such circumstances, would shame a dray horse and cause a tow-path mule to blush with envy. Some have been known to stow away 16 ears of corn at a single meal, and they were not nubbins either. It may seem incredible, but it is true, that owing to the failure of the commissary general to get his supplies up in time, Lee's army on the advance lived alone on green corn and apples, the only instance of a like nature upon record. Of course, this diet was good for a change, yet on a long run, and this is not a figurative expression by any means, it did not yield much sustenance. The men became thinner and weaker, and the food caused chronic diarrhea and flux, which still further decimated the ranks, and lost us several thousand men. Still, with splendid bravery, the army pressed onward. It was a goodly sight to watch the troops when they were halted for their evening meal, an apple orchard or a cornfield. In the latter instance 100 fires would be lighted and blaze up in the twinkling of an eye, and soon the air was redolent with the odor of roasting ears. Then after thousands of jaws had been set in motion like so much complex machinery without stop, the ground around would be covered with cobs, a memento of the Army of Northern Virginia. The Spanish troops, it is said, were ever traced by the rank smell of garlic that flowed out from them on all sides into the purer atmosphere like a river and poisoned it for miles around. So any keen-scented Yankee might readily have traced our winding way by snuffling in the breeze the palatable aroma of the roasting corn. Leaving Leesburg after a brief halt, long enough indeed to bring around us every old man, woman, and child in the place, for a portion of the 17th hailed from the town, the command struck for the fords, bivouacking for the night ere we reached them. But almost before the stars were out of the skies, the march was taken up again. Every 100 yards or so some soldier would drop unquestioned from the ranks. Indeed, such had become the condition of their feet from walking over those rocky roads that many who had been barefooted all along were obliged to fall behind, and this they did by dozens. To a casual observer, the army seemed to be going to pieces. To such an extent was straggling carried on that it looked more like a retreat of a demoralized legion than a body of troops flushed with success and advancing to conquest. In the middle of the day, September 6, 1862, as the blue waters of the Potomac, gleaming in the sunlight through intervening trees, met the eyes of the soldiery, a rolling cheer rang along the lines, was caught up by the brigades behind, and we could hear it faintly sounding in the rear and at last dying away in the distance. The soft autumn sunshine danced on the rippling waters and lit up the emerald sheen of the banks beyond. Here at last was our promised land, with its broad fields of waving grain, its barns full to bursting, its orchards bending low with fruit, and to our longing eyes, looking as fair as the goodly land of Canaan to the prophet's wistful gaze. Its farmhouses settled into the landscape cosily, here and there dotted the scene with all the interest of home life, and gave its soul, as it were. It was a lovely picture, and the eyes of the famished soldiers lighted up as they gazed. A few fleecy clouds alone broke the limpid blue. A light breeze murmured among the leaves, while the birds, singing on the boughs, caroled their sweetest songs to the undertone of distant cannonading. To my mind, the most exquisite verse ever inspired by the war was written by Randall, a Southern poet, in describing this advance into Maryland and gathering of the Union hosts. From blue Patapsco's billowy dash, the Yankee war shout comes, along with cymbals' fitful clash, and the growl of his sullen drums. Preparations were made for crossing at once. The river was about 100 yards wide, but owing to the fine dry weather of the last few days, the water had subsided to its lowest mark, rendering the stream easily fordable to the infantry. But if the tide was low, the current was strong and swift, as we found to our cost. The men were not long in getting ready for their wade, each consulting his own individual conscience. Some took off the last rag, and making bundles of their clothes, stuck them on the top of bayonets and plunged into the eddying tide. Others again were satisfied with denuding only their lower half, while the reckless don't-care set crossed as they were, and then stretched themselves on the opposite bank to dry. But the majority waited, wearing their one abbreviated garment. It was a genial, joyous, side-splitting evolution, that crossing over. The greatest man in America sitting on that shore, watching the proceedings, would have laughed until tears rolled down his saturnine face. Old Henry I, who never smiled again, would have caught himself in a grin before he knew it. The very fishes opened their broad mouths, and the rooks cawed till they were hoarse, and the mules gave prolonged snorts of infinite satisfaction. The bottom of the river was one mass of rock, worn to the slipperiness and smoothness of polished ice or glass, upon which it was impossible to maintain a sure footing, no matter how carefully one might pick his way. Consequently, the soldiers were slipping and falling in every direction. Here would be a great giant of a fellow whose ribs, through a long course of starvation, were as plain as the bars of a gridiron and as distinct in the sunlight as the rails of a plank fence, with his pack in shreds and tatters on the end of his gun, treading cautiously on a treacherous rock. Down he goes, head foremost, like a sportive dolphin, and disappears from sight. A few bubbles rise to the surface and dance down the stream. Then he himself emerges, mad enough to kill somebody, the water pouring from his gun barrel, and the bundle containing all his worldly possessions gliding along the surface of the river, bent on seeking unknown lands. There goes a short, stumpy fellow, walking on his toes, the water up to his neck, his eyes looking volumes, while with hands high up above he holds his gun and clothes like an Excelsior banner and vanishes. Then we see him strike valiantly for shore, his musket gone, but his bundle safe. Here are a dozen soldiers who, as a precautionary measure, have joined hands and are making their way across carefully. One steps into a deep hole and clings tightly to his comrade, who holds with a dying clutch to the next man, and down they all go like a row of tottering tenpins. Once across, we are all on the qui-vive to watch the camp darky who brings up the rear on his mule. Warily, watchfully, as if treading on so many eggs, he makes the endeavor to pass over, cheered and jibed as the case might be, without stint or mercy. But that old darky was used to the soldiers' ways and did not mind them. His mule was an ancient animal which, having been turned out to die by some wagon master, had been caught by this Uncle Ebony, patched up and fed on stolen grain until strong enough to follow at a slow pace in the wake of the regiment with his master on his back. The mule was almost hidden from view by the pots and kettles which adorned him like the beads and medals on an Indian princess, and which disclosed his rank. Uncle Eb spurred his steed to the river's edge, but Israel, the mule, pointed his ears and stuck his foot down. Then he opened his mouth and entered a protest in a voice that was heard a mile along the shore. "Don't let that old ancient mariner stop," shouted a soldier. "Whip him across, old man." "Hurry up, uncle," vouchsafed another on the opposite side. "We want our skillets over here. Send him along." "The old cuss always did need a baptizing," added a third. "Run him in the water and make a good Baptist out of him." But Israel had an opinion of his own and cherished it. And not until the wagons came along and the drivers lashed their cruel whips into the flanks of the opposition did he consent to change his mind. In they went, mule and rider, and of course the result was what everyone expected. Down they plunged, and we caught a glimpse of first a woolly head and then heels of mule and man inextricably mingled. The heads had it. There was a rattling of pans, and finally when they managed to come to the surface it was hard to tell which of the two had been more frightened. The eyes of the sable rider rolled around like the milk-white moons in an inky sky, and his teeth chattered like castanets. Amid a roar of laughter they made for the slope, their venerable servitor saying as he climbed the bank, "Dis here nigger's never goin' to cross dat river any mo', you hear me? Let dem Yankees cotch me fust." Then with a grunt of satisfaction, "Dis chile and dis ole hoss and dis ole pan got a good washin' sho." But there were many disgusted people other than Uncle Ebony, nearly all of whom had been deprived of property, hence the air was full of lamentation. One soldier was heard to remark, as he made his inventory, "Confound it all, I don't mind losing my gun nor my shoes, but I hate to lose that 'ere haversack, chuck full of good bread and meat, that I begged this morning from an old woman who lives over there by the mill." As soon as the soldiers had crossed, they immediately fired their muskets, fearing the charge had become wet, and for a few minutes it sounded like a heavy picket fight. An order was issued that men without shoes could remain in Virginia and not accompany the army in advance. This idiotic proclamation cost us 10,000 men. Of course, many took advantage of this, and many threw away their shoes so as to remain behind, while hundreds of muskets were withdrawn from our already depleted brigade. From first one cause and then another, the regiments, brigades, and divisions had dwindled into one half of the strength which they carried to Manassas. No sooner had our feet struck the loyal soil of Maryland than an order was read from General Lee, prohibiting any trespass upon public property. Of course, cornfields and fruit trees were not included in this category. End of chapter 29. Part 1, Chapter 30 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The campaign outlined. As soon as General Lee decided to invade the North, he sent word to D.H. Hill and McLaws, who were in Richmond, to rejoin the army with their divisions without delay. General Lee, in his vast plan, looking to an offensive campaign in the North, and with the avowed purpose of transferring the seat of war into a rich region where the army could get ample supplies, made brilliant tactical combinations, which, had they been carried out, would have materially changed the character of the contest. His plan of operations was to capture Harper's Ferry with its garrison of 11,000 men, then mass his army and deliver battle to McClellan. With this view he directed Jackson to take his own two divisions and those of Anderson and McLaws and proceed to carry out the first steps of this plan. Longstreet's two divisions, under Jones and Hood, and D.H. Hill's division were to remain and hold the enemy in check while Jackson was performing his part. "It was the custom," says Colonel Walter Taylor, General Lee's adjutant general, "for the commander-in-chief to send orders marked confidential to the commanders of separate corps or divisions only, and to place the addresses of such separate commander on the bottom left-hand corner of the sheet containing the order. General D.H. Hill was in command of a division, and a copy of army movements was of course sent to him. It seems that through the carelessness of someone, this order of Lee's, divulging the plan of movements, was negligently and heedlessly thrown aside and picked up by the enemy. The result was that Lee's combinations not only miscarried, but the army came near being destroyed. Lee was caught in a bad trap, with his forces divided into two parts and separated by miles from each other. Of course, the Federal general determined to strike at once. Notwithstanding the unfortunate circumstance, the stubborn defense of Boonesboro or South Mountain Pass by Longstreet and Hill, and especially by the wonderful celerity of Jackson in capturing Harper's Ferry, including the gallant resistance made by McLaws' division at Crampton's Gap against the whole of Franklin's corps, General Lee was enabled to unite his forces in time to give battle at Sharpsburg. Longstreet and D. H. Hill, in resisting the attacks of the bulk of McClellan's army, had suffered very heavily. Jackson, too, having been compelled to hasten by forced marches from Harper's Ferry to Sharpsburg, his route was strewn with footsore, broken down and disabled soldiers, so that when he reached the battlefield he had only skeleton regiments, which in many cases were not as large as a full company. On the morning of the 17th of September, both combatants, the Army of the Potomac and the Army of Northern Virginia, met face to face once more. Lee's entire force amounted to 35,255 men. General McClellan, in his official report, states that he had at Sharpsburg 87,164 men all told. Those were fearful odds, more than 2 to 1. But they were the flower of Lee's army who were to breast the fury of the onslaught, the bravest, the very staunchest of the whole South. It was the Army of Northern Virginia eliminated and purified of all the delicate and broken down, the sick as well as the cowards and skulkers. It was an army of veterans, every soul of them undaunted and every musket true. They were, as Colonel Taylor says, maneuvered and shifted about from place to place, as first one point and then another was assailed with greatest impetuosity and force. The right was called to the rescue of the left, the center was reduced to a mere shell in responding to the demands for assistance from the right and left, while A. P. Hill's command, the last to arrive from the ferry, reached the field just in time to restore the wavering right. Just at this point was our danger, for Antietam Creek was held by only 400 men all told, being the skeleton Georgian brigade of General Toombs, when confronted by General Burnside's corps consisting of 10,704 men. Burnside's attacks, for some cause, did not take place until 1 o'clock, and having brushed aside the small force that stood in his way, he allowed over 2 hours of precious time to pass before he attacked the crest of the hill held by Kemper's small brigade of 325 muskets. Had he promptly carried the hill, the rebel right would have been turned, and he could have struck the whole line on the flank and rear. As it was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that he stormed the summit and literally rushed over the frail line opposed to him. But success came too late, for the division of A. P. Hill, which Jackson had left behind to secure the surrender of Harper's Ferry, had reached the field from that place by way of Shepherdstown after a forced march of 17 miles, and uniting his reinforcements with the 2 brigades of Kemper and Toombs that had been broken by the attack, he drove Burnside back over all the ground gained to the shelter of the bluff bordering Antietam. When darkness put a stop to the conflict, it found both armies utterly exhausted as well as suffering terribly from the loss of blood and of life. It had been the most stoutly contested action of the war, and was emphatically a drawn battle. Some successes had been gained on both sides during the day, but at night the rebel and Yankee hosts occupied practically the same ground that they had held in the morning. The casualties were exceedingly heavy on both sides. The Federal loss at Sharpsburg, killed and wounded, was 12,500 men, the Rebel loss 8,000. The morning of the 18th was passed in rest by both armies. McClellan determined to renew the battle on the 19th, when he expected reinforcements should have arrived from Washington. But during the night, Lee withdrew across the Potomac, and in the morning stood once again on the Virginia side. A force of several thousand men, a part of Porter's corps, was thrown across on the 19th to follow up Lee and harass his rear guard under A. P. Hill, who had but 2,000 muskets. Hill says in his report, "A simultaneous and daring charge was made, and the enemy driven pell-mell into the river. Then commenced a more terrible slaughter than the war has yet witnessed. The broad Potomac was blue with the floating bodies of the foe. Few escaped. By their own account they lost 3,000 men killed and drowned. From our brigade alone some 200 prisoners were taken. So ended the invasion of Maryland. Leaving several thousand men behind cold in death, our army returned to its old quarters. The moral effect was unquestionably on the side of the enemy, for with them rested the prestige of driving us back. Returning to the army, which had just crossed the Potomac, we find that in an hour's time it was continuing its march through the rich fields of Maryland. A fair, fruitful country, smiling in peace and plenty, which seemed to our eyes, so long resting upon deserted fields and briery meadows in Virginia, as being scenes of purely idyllic rustic life, where the injunction of the priest of Circe's temple, "Marry the vine with the palm," had been obeyed. The country people lined the roads, gazing in open-eyed wonder upon the long lines of infantry that filled the road for miles. As far as the eye could reach rose the glitter of swaying points of the bayonets. These were the first rebels those Marylanders had ever seen. And though our rags could not have been prepossessing, we were treated as neither friend nor foe. Yet they gave liberally. Every haversack was soon filled, for that day at least. No houses were entered by our soldiers, and no damage was done, evidently to the great relief of the farmers in the vicinity, who soon found how perfectly safe their property could be in the very midst of an invading army. On the 10th, the 17th defiled through the long streets of Frederick City, our reception being decidedly cool. Of course, we were disappointed. It was not what we had expected. True, the streets were generally filled with citizens, as well as the balconies and porches, but there was no enthusiasm. We heard no cheers and saw no waving handkerchiefs. Instead, we were greeted with a death-like silence that could be felt, while some houses were tightly closed, as if some great public calamity had befallen the people. Friendly faces were at windows and doors, whose smiles would have been a little less covert had there not existed such evident fear of showing any manifestation of favor toward us. The marching soldiery did not attempt to imitate the cautious silence of the Frederick civilians, but with full haversacks and light hearts they joked and appeared to have a good time. Witticisms and badinage flew from lip to lip, some even raising a song, the air being caught up by the brigade, and in such manner we passed through that most loyal city in Maryland. Confederate currency suddenly rose in value. Orders had been issued that the storekeepers in the town should keep open their shops and sell goods for the "damned rebel issue," as one of them named our Confederate promised to pay. It would only take an hour or two to riddle a store completely, not a thing left behind but empty shelves and a supply of notes, enough to paper the walls. Some of the merchants put the money carefully away, to redeem it if by the chances of war it should eventually be of any value. Another day's march brought us to Hagerstown, where the cornfields and orchards furnished our meals. The situation of our army from a sanitary point of view could not have been worse. The ambulances were filled with the sick and footsore, and the country lined with stragglers. The fastidious may skip the following. Among the shadows of the soldier's life, the twin evils of vermin and the camp itch were most serious and distressing. They followed Johnny Reb persistently, refused to leave him, resisted every effort of force, opposed every attempt at compromise, and waged war of extermination with him as fierce in its way, as resistless in its combined resources, as Johnny Reb's upon them. And that, too, until the gray uniform was doffed for the civilian's suit, when they disappeared from the garb they had loved so well and vanished with it out of mind. Those insects, which in camp parlance were termed "graybacks," first made their appearance in the winter of '61. At first the soldier was mortified and almost felt disgraced when he discovered the vanguard of the coming crowd upon his person. Their crawling made his flesh creep, their attacks inflamed his blood and skin. He made energetic efforts to hide the secret and eliminate the cause. He would quietly and with an abstracted air most artfully withdraw from the company of his comrades, and then with considerable alacrity, but with as much secretiveness as though he were going to commit some fearful crime, steal out into the woods. Once hidden from the eyes of men, he lost no time in pursuing and murdering with a vengeful pleasure the lively descendants of Egypt's third plague. flattering himself the while, poor soul, that he would then have peace and comfort of mind and body, and be able to hold his head up once more before his fellows. On his stealthy way back he would be sure to run in on a dozen solitary individuals, who did their best to look unconcerned, as if they were in the habit of retiring into the dim recesses of the forest for meditation and self-communion. The satisfaction so gained did not last long. In a day or two his body would be infested again, and then by this time rendered desperate he would try every expedient, but all to no purpose. It was simply impossible to exterminate them. The men would boil their clothes for hours in a hissing, bubbling cauldron, dry and put them on, and the next day the confounded things would be at work as actively and enthusiastically as ever. Even at Fort Warren, where underclothing had been so plentiful that each man had an entire change for every day in the week, it was found that these pests skirmished around as usual, though where they came from or how they arrived were mysteries we never solved. The salamander grayback had more lives than a cat, and propagated its species more rapidly than a roe herring. Its progeny never died in infancy, and were sprightly from the incubation. Once lodged in the seams of clothing, there they remained till time mouldered the garments. You might scald, scour, scrub, clean, rub, purify, or bury the raiment underground, and you only had your trouble for your pains. They only seemed to enjoy it, and multiplied under the process. On the march particularly, when for weeks the troops had had no clean clothes, the soldiers were literally infested. Many would place their underclothing, during the night, on the bottom of some stream, and put a large stone upon them to keep them down, hastily drying them in the morning for the day's wear. In such manner a temporary relief would be gained. Every evening in Maryland, when the army had halted and bivouacked for the night, hundreds of soldiers might be seen sitting half denuded on the roadside or in the fields, busily engaged in relentless slaughter of the vermin. This daily expulsion and execution was a habit just as needful and as regularly indulged in as washing the face and hands. Without the daily destruction of 100 per man, and this was no unusual quota, life would have become a burden too heavy to bear. In our march along the turnpike, every ear of corn and every green or ripe apple in the bordering fields fared no better than they did in Virginia. The soldiers made a specialty of cooking them as a variety, after a la raw, roasting, boiling, or mixing them both together in a kind of soup, which was very nice and savory, but longing all the while for the old bread diet. The conduct of the citizens of Hagerstown toward us contrasted strongly with that of Frederick City. For not only were the men and women outspoken in their sympathy for the Southern cause, but they threw wide their hospitable doors and filled their houses with soldiers, feeding the hungry and clothing the naked to the utmost extent of their ability. We saw a citizen of that place take the shoes off his feet in the streets and give them to a limping, barefooted soldier. On the morrow, instead of advancing northward, the order came to right about face and march back on the same road upon which we had advanced the evening before. So the brigade retraced its steps, and about 4 o'clock that evening on the 14th took position in a cornfield on a sloping hill. A savage attack was made on our left to break the line, but was repulsed. Though the musketry firing and the cannonading was for a short time severe, no determined infantry charge was made upon our brigade. Several batteries shelled us, and a feeble attack was undertaken, which was, however, easily checked, for the regiment was in place behind a fence. Altogether our loss did not amount to more than half a dozen wounded, among them that gallant soldier, Lieutenant Arthur Kell, of Company H, who was badly hurt in the head by a piece of shell. In the early dawn of the 15th, the brigade marched toward Sharpsburg. Squads from the different companies obtained permission to forage for themselves and comrades. Being the only private left in my company, I joined 2 expert foragers of Company H. Leaving the road and striking across the fields, we soon came to a handsome brick residence about 3 miles from Sharpsburg, standing in the center of well-kept grounds. We knocked at the door, but after waiting a while and getting no response, we entered. To our great astonishment, we found the place deserted, the inmates doubtless having been frightened away by the firing at Boonesborough a few hours before. Not an article had been carried off that we could see. The parlor door stood open, The piano lid was raised, the pictures were hanging upon the wall, and the curtains were looped gracefully, as if some dainty touch had just arranged them. We entered the dining room. There sat the cat on the window sill. Indeed, the home life had been so recent within the house that it was difficult to realize that our hostess's step would not at any moment sound upon the stairs and her voice be heard in greeting. We had no time to linger, the warning notes of the cannon reverberating in our ears while we were in search of something to eat. The cupboard, like that of an ancient miser, was empty. So was the kitchen. Hence we went to the spring and filled our canteens with ice-cold water, glad to get that if nothing more substantial. But a dairy nestled at the foot of the hill, and on repairing there we found that some agency had placed at the door several buckets and cans of milk, over which the rich yellow cream had already risen. We, of course, substituted the milk for the water in the canteens. Then we noticed there was a loft over the dairy, and climbing up to pursue investigations we found it a perfect storeroom. Several barrels, among other things, were upon stands, the contents of which, on nearer acquaintance, proving to be cider. At once the canteens were emptied of the milk and filled with the juice of the apple. Then an exclamation from one of the party brought us in a group around a barrel of apple brandy. Of course, out went the cider, and in gurgled the brandy. Not to be changed for anything, no, not even Jupiter's nectar. Here ensued an animated discussion. The whole squad, excepting the sergeant, wanted to roll the barrel to camp and leave everything else behind. But then came the difficulty about obeying orders. The dispute waxed high. So to end the matter, the sergeant stove in the head of the barrel with the butt of his musket, and the precious liquid, that would have made glad, for a time at least, the whole brigade, poured in a useless stream upon the floor. In the room were a half-dozen tubs of apple butter, which we confiscated for the use of our comrades. Then we started in the direction of the burnished steel that flashed in the sunlight before our eyes like beacon lights to the mariner. Marching on as hurriedly as we could, our squad soon overtook the brigade. Long and lovingly were many lips glued to the mouths of those canteens, and honestly the owner's health was drunk, not asking or even caring whether he was friend or foe. Only Colonel Corse blessed us as he took a long, lover-like kiss from the mouth of my canteen. I intended saving some in case I was wounded in the coming battle, but when the vessel was returned to me, there was not a drop left. End of chapter 30. Part 1, Chapter 31, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 31, The Battle of Sharpsburg. The order was given to fall in, and our skeleton brigade took up their position on top of a hill high behind a post and rail fence. The storm so long gathering was about to burst, but the men, having become callous and indifferent from extreme hunger, thought only that in case of a victory they would find plenty of enemy's haversacks to satisfy the cravings of their empty stomachs. As the Virginians, with drawn faces, sat in ranks, with eyes blind to the beauty of the scene which looked its richest in its autumn robing, and its sweetest in the morning freshness, they, hungry souls, had no other meditations, no other sentiments, save those over their empty haversacks, the banquet halls deserted, and their aching void which nothing earthly filled. Just about this time a cow, a foolish, innocent, confiding cow, with a pathetic look in her big eyes, and all unknowing of soldiers' ways, came grazing up to the line. A dozen bullets went crashing through her skull before she knew what hurt her, and a score of knives were soon at work. In an incredibly short time, more quickly than a rabbit could be skinned, the hide of the cow was taken off, and a ravenous pack of wolves could not sooner have laid bare the bones than did our hungry brigade. Everything was eaten, even the tail, which but a short hour ago had been calmly and quietly switching flies from her back. There were no available cooking utensils in the whole regiment, save those which the old darky carried for the benefit of the officers for whom he cooked. And those we had no more chance of using than if they had been the Queen's. Our kitchen apparatus consisted of a tin plate and a large tin cup, holding about a quart, which cup was carried by each private, fastened to the left shoulder with a small strap sewed on the jacket for that purpose. By means of these we could accomplish most satisfactorily all the cooking we required in the way of boiling, frying, and stewing. But neither plate nor cup answered as wherewithal to cook the beef, and, as has been stated, skillet or pot or frying pans there were none. The soldier is an inventive genius, or twin brother to it, inasmuch as necessity is the mother of both, and at this important period of action he was not to be balked of his meal because there happened to be no double-acting, patented, warranted never to wear out, self-regulating, non-fuel consuming range, nor a French chef on hand. Perish the thought! No, he hunted around and found flat stones lying all about in profusion. These he heated hissing hot and broiled the beef upon them. Now, to give one more instance of the soldier's unfailing ingenuity, which by long practice and much thought had become a science. There lived not far from Gordonsville a widow who was noted for her niggardliness and extreme parsimony. So stingy and mean was she that a placard was nailed on her gate, under her own direction, with the inscription, "No soldier fed or housed here." The best foragers of the brigade met their match in the old woman, and returned defeated from the field. At last she was left in undisturbed possession of the place, and no hungry soldiers were ever fed at her table. But one day a famished-looking, lank, angular specimen of the genus Reb appeared at her farmhouse and knocked at her door. When the animated figure, of war and famine combined, stalked into her yard, the old lady was speechless with wrath. She opened the door, prepared for immediate hostilities, but the sad-faced defender of the soil was asking in a humble voice and with a deprecatory manner, "Please, marm, lend me your iron pot." "Man, I have no iron pot for you." This was snappily jerked out, while an evident determination was shown to shut the door in his face. "Please, marm, I won't hurt it." "You do not suppose," she began in angry tones, "you do not for one moment suppose I'm going to lend you my pot to carry to camp, do you? If I were fool enough, I would never see it again, so don't think that you are going to get it. Go over there to Mrs. Hanger's. She will lend you hers. One thing is certain, I won't." "Marm," he still pleaded, "I will bring your pot back. Hope I might die if I don't. If you don't believe me, I won't take it out of the yard, but will kindle a fire just here. Please, marm." "What do you want with it?" asked the old woman, who was beginning to feel that she would be none the worse in pocket by granting the request, but might, on the contrary, be gainer in some way. "I want to bile some stone soup," answered the soldier, looking pitifully at his questioner. "Stone soup? What's stone soup?" And the old lady's curiosity began to rise. "How do you make it, and what for?" "Marm," replied the mournful infantryman, "ever since the war began the rations have become scarcer and scarcer, until now they have stopped entirely, and we uns have to live on stone soup to keep from starving." "Stone soup?" mused the woman. "I never heard of it before. Must be something new. One of those new-fangled things. Cheap, too. Well, how do you say you make it?" "Please, marm, you get a pot and some water, and I will show you. We biles the stone." The ancient dame trotted off full of wonder and inquisitiveness to get the article. Yes, it was worth knowing the recipe, fully worth the use of the pot. Besides, she would make her dinner off that soup and save that much. So, very much mollified, she returned and found the soldier had already kindled his fire. Placing the kettle over it, he waited for the water to boil, in the meanwhile selecting a rock about the size of his head, which he washed clean and put in the pot. Then he said to the old woman, who had been peering into the pot through her spectacles, "Marm, please give me a little piece of bacon about the size of your hand to give the soup a relish." The old lady trotted off and got it for him. Another 5 minutes passed. "Is it done?" she inquired. "It's most done, but please, marm, give me half a head of cabbage just to make it taste right." Without a word the cabbage was brought, and 10 minutes slipped away. "Is it not done by this time?" again she asked. "Most done," with a brightening look, and then as if a new idea had just occurred to him, "Please, marm, can't you give me half a dozen potatoes just to give it a nice flavor like?" "All right," answered the widow, who by this time had become deeply absorbed in the operation. The potatoes followed the meat and cabbage, and another 10 minutes followed that. "Is it done yet? 'Pears to me that it's a long time cooking," she said, getting somewhat impatient. "Most done, marm, most done." insinuatingly. "Just get me a small handful of flour, a little pepper, and some tomartuses, and it will be all right then." The things were duly added from the widow's stores and bubbled in the pot a while. Then the soup was pronounced done and lifted from the fire. The soldier pulled out his knife with spoon attachment and commenced to eat. He lost no time between mouthfuls. The economical widow hastened in and returned with a plate, which she filled. On tasting the first spoonful, she exclaimed, "Why, man, this is nothing but common meat and vegetable soup." "So it is, marm," responded the soldier after a while, for there was not a minute to spare for talking. "So it is, marm, but we call it stone soup." The old lady carried the pot back into the house, but not before the man had emptied it, learning for the first time how a soldier's ingenuity could compass anything and outwit even herself. She said, "They have Old Nick on their side," and tradition adds she even kept that stone and swore by it. The enemy's guns had begun to play upon Sharpsburg as a small party of the 17th entered the village on a tour of sightseeing and touring generally. The many hills echoed and re-echoed the war music that for the last 3 months had been so familiar to our ears. Yes, the place was indeed forsaken, not so much as a stray dog being seen upon the streets. But soon the shells began dropping on the housetops, making a fearful noise as they tore up the plank, split the rafters, and sent the shingles flying in the air. As the din was at its height, a young girl of apparently 16 years appeared on the street bareheaded, her long hair streaming wildly. The Sharpsburg maiden was mad, it seemed, not from love, but with terror, and tore frantically along, screaming piercingly as a shell exploded over her head. Her presence at such a time gave rise to much conjecture, which was never explained. There she was making her way out of town, indifferent to every feeling except the blind, overpowering instincts of dismay, and we never knew or heard more. Keeping on, our squad halted before a gate which opened into one of the most enticing-looking gardens. The grounds were beautifully laid out, and were bright with flowers and rich in luscious fruits. The purple grapes hung in clusters, the trees bent beneath their burden of golden peaches, russet pears, and ruddy-cheeked apples. The temptation to enter was too strong to resist. In the center of the garden nestled as pretty a vine-covered cottage as the most romantic maiden would wish to live in with her own love-crowned king. The front doors were locked, but on going to the rear we found on the back porch an old couple, as calm and composed as if war and carnage had been 1,000 miles away. It would have been a sweet domestic picture at any time, one worthy of an artist's brush. That old John Anderson and his wife, sitting placidly and lovingly, hand in hand, in the home that their joint labors had beautified and consecrated, in their journey of life, so near the bottom of the hill where they would soon sleep together. But all the more striking was it when the boom of the cannon rattled the casements and shook the very foundation of the house beneath their feet. I went up and remonstrated with them for remaining in the village. I told them that the battle would probably rage near that very spot, and that shells would fire the house even if they did not succeed in first splitting it into kindling wood, and urged them to leave the place while there was yet time. The old man replied that they had no place to go, that this had been their home all their lives, they knew no other, and they would rather die here than leave it. He had not done the rebels any harm, he said, that they should come and drive him out of his house. No, they would not go. They intended to stay. "Do we not?" he added, appealing to his aged spouse, who only answered by an emphatic nod. Seeing that argument was useless, we left the house with a farewell word of warning. They vouchsafed no answer, but sat awaiting the result without fear. The Yankees carried the village by a charge a few hours after. Let us hope that the worthy couple had changed their minds in time. Walking leisurely out of the garden and turning into the road which led to the 17th, we were passing a group of soldiers who were lying behind a fence, watching the flash of the enemy's artillery upon a hill about a mile off, when suddenly a 12-pound shell from those very guns struck the ground in front of us, and then, as if cast by a child's hand, rolled gently in among the group, and there rested with the fuse sputtering and blazing. The effect was ludicrous. Every man jumped, hopped, ran, or rolled from the harmless-looking black ball as if it had been the smallpox, nor drew up until a respectable distance had been put between them. Then with bowed forms and faces to the ground they awaited its supreme pleasure. It came soon enough, and carried away a whole panel of the fence by the force of its discharge. "What a mercy the fuse was so long," we said as we returned and gathered up the fruit that we were carrying for future delectation. The Yankees were preparing for the combat. On the heights, some 2,000 yards away, fresh batteries took position and opened, ours replying, and so the forenoon wore away. The war clamor increased, and soon on our left the splashing of musketry and then the steady rattling discharges showed the battle was fully joined. We soon heard the old cry, "Fall in!" and in line we advanced and took our places, waiting. Our position was directly in front of the village of Sharpsburg, on a high hill behind a new post and rail fence. The topography of the country consisted of a succession of undulating hills and corresponding valleys. The elevation upon which we stood sank rather abruptly to a deep bottom, and rising suddenly, like the waves of the sea, formed another crest about 60 yards on an air line from our position. Any attacking force would be invisible until it arrived on the top of the crest opposite, and in pistol-shot distance, or what we call point-blank musketry range. In our front, about a mile away, was Antietam Creek, spanned by a bridge and guarded by Toombs's Georgian Brigade, which was only a skeleton command. Our army surrounded Sharpsburg in a semicircle, and we could lie there and hear the raging, frenzied battle on our left. Reports of the cannon were incessant. At times it seemed as if 100 guns had exploded simultaneously and then run off into splendid file firing. Then the fight commenced at Antietam Bridge, where Toombs waited with his Georgians. The Yankees had commenced to shell their front, which we all knew was a prelude to the deadlier charge of infantry. The shells began to sail over us as we lay close behind the fence, shrieking their wild war song, that canzonet of carnage and death. We cowered in the smallest possible space, as the Hotchkiss, with the shriek of a demon, which made the bravest quail, burst far in the rear. It is not more destructive than others, this projectile, but there is a great deal in the terrific noise it makes to work on men's fears, caused by the jagged edge of lead which is left on the shell as it leaves the gun. For this reason alone, the moral effect of the Hotchkiss shell is powerful. The Chinese apply this principle of warfare most successfully when they beat their gongs. The enemy was silent for a while, but it was the calm that is but a preface to a hurricane. The musketry at the bridge broke out fiercely, rising and swelling into full compass. Sharp work was going on, and in about an hour's time we saw Toombs's small brigade rushing back, its line broken but its spirit and morale intact. It retreated to the village, was reformed, and stood waiting as our reserve. We made ready, and expected to see the victorious enemy follow hard upon the heels of the retreating rebels. But to our astonishment, an hour of absolute inactivity followed. No advance nor demonstrations was made in our front, while the battle on our left was raging as fiercely as ever. At last, toward evening, the shelling was renewed. Brown's battery, supporting our brigade, replied, and soon came the singing overhead of the Minnies. There is a particularly tuneful pitch to the flight of these little leaden balls, and a musical ear can study the difference in tone as they skim through the air. A member of the 17th, an amateur musician of no mean order, speaking of them in this connection, said, "I caught the pitch of that Minnie just now. It was a swell from E flat to F, and as it disappeared in the distance, the note retrograded to D. A very pretty change." It was now late in the evening, and the men, having become cramped from lying in the same position for such a length of time, were moving about and seeking relief from the long constraint in walking up and down, when the guarded, stern, nervous voice of our commanding officer sent every soldier back into line. "Quick, men, back to your posts!" There, as we waited, and each man looked along the ranks, the slight, frail line, stretching out behind the fence, to withstand the onset of solid ranks of blue, he felt his heart sink within him and grow faint. Yet who could but be proud of such soldiers as those? They were the fleur de mille of the army. By unquenchable pride and indomitable will only had they been able to keep up at all in this campaign. dirty, gaunt, and tattered as they were, yet they showed their lineage. Marshal Villars, as he witnessed the Scotch gentry fighting in the ranks under the Chevalier St. George in the battle of Malquapet, exclaimed, "Pardi, gentilhomme est toujours gentilhomme." Yes, this string of tattered men, lying there with rifles clenched tightly in their hands, awaiting without a visible tremor almost certain destruction, had marched wearily on, although their gaunt frames seemed as if they might sink at every step. They had followed their colors through the long, hot, dusty way, while fatigue was relaxing their muscles, closing their eyes, and deadening all but their wills. They had dragged themselves to the field with stone-bruised feet and aching limbs. They had fought and won battles while hunger was gnawing at their vitals. They had never halted, though nearly naked, covered with dust, devoured by vermin, and half famished at all times. Through the smoke of battle, through the torrid heat of a summer sun, through pain and incessant hardships, they had never faltered. Neither the knights who followed Coeur de Lion to the Holy Land, or those who swore fealty to the Holy Grail, ever did their duty more nobly, more staunchly, than did those dust-covered, bronzed men. The brigade was a mere remnant of its former strength, not a sixth remaining. The 17th, that once carried into battle 800 men, now stood on the crest, ready to die in a forlorn hope, with but 46 muskets. The old organization of the riflemen, Company A, that often used to march on a grand review in 2 platoons of 50 men each, carried into Sharpsburg but 1 musket. For the Alexandria riflemen, the crack company of Alexandria was not at Sharpsburg. Many had fallen dead and wounded in the battles. More were sick and in the hospitals, and the few that were left after the Manassas fight had dropped exhausted by the wayside. And I was the only one of the rank and file left, and Lieutenant Tom Perry the only officer. It is but little wonder that the thin, attenuated line of the brigade made up their minds that they were doomed to fall, knowing as they did that we had no reserves. Well, a man can die but once. Suddenly, an 8-gun battery tried to shell us out, preparatory to the infantry advance, and the air around us grew resonant with the bursting iron. Brown's battery of 4 guns took its place about 20 steps on our right, for our right flank was entirely undefended, and replied to the enemy. A shell burst not 10 feet above the 17th, where the men were lying prone on their faces. It literally tore to pieces poor Appic, of Company E, mangling his body terribly and splattering his blood over many who were lying around him. A quiver of the flesh, and all was still. Another Hotchkiss came streaking where we were cowering. Still the line not move nor utter a sound. The shells were splitting all around and whirling up dust in such quantities as threatened to bury as well as wound and kill us. Oh, those long, long minutes, as we were waiting with closed eyes, waiting disfigurement or death, expecting a shock of the plunging iron with every breath we drew. Would it never end? For 15 minutes the men had tightly clenched their jaws and never moved. A line of corpses might have been as motionless. At last, the firing entirely ceased. Brown's battery limbered up and moved away, because they said the ammunition was exhausted. But curses loud and deep came from the brigade, and they were openly charging the battery with deserting them in the coming ordeal. And it was in truth a desertion. For instead of having thrown their shells at the enemy's 8-gun battery, thereby drawing their fire upon us, they should have lain low and waited until the infantry attack was made, and then every shot would have told, every shell, grape or canister charge would have been a help. But there was no use wasting further thought. The guns moved away and left us to our fate, and there was an end of it. An ominous silence followed, premonitory of the deluge. The 17th were lying, with the rest of the brigade, flat upon the earth behind the post and rail fence, their rifles resting on the lower rails. The men's faces were pale, their features set, their hearts throbbing, their muscles strung like steel. We heard the low tones of the officer. "Steady, men, steady. They are coming. Ready." The warning click of each hammer as the guns were cocked ran down the lines. A momentary solemn sound, chronicling for many the brief seconds before the awful plunge into eternity was made. For when that click is heard, the supreme moment has come. The hill in front of us shut out all view, but the advancing Federals were close upon us. They were mounting the hill, the loud tones of their officers, the clanking of their equipments, and the steady tramp of the approaching columns were easily distinguishable. And then Colonel Corse said quietly and calmly, but in a tone which all could hear, "Steady, my men. 17th, don't fire until they get above the hill." Each man lying flat upon his breast, his weapon resting, as I said before, on the lowest rail of the fence, sighted his rifle about 2 feet above the crest, and then, with his finger on the trigger, waited until an advancing form should interpose between the bead and the clear sky beyond. The first object we saw was the glint eagle which surmounted the flagstaff, and after that the flutter of the flag itself. Slowly it mounted, until the stars and stripes were flying all unfurled before us. Then a line of hats came into sight, and still rising, the faces beneath them emerged and a range of curious eyes were bent upon us. And then such a hurrah as only Yankee troops could give broke upon our ears, and they were rapidly climbing the hill and surging toward us. "Keep cool, men. Don't fire yet," Colonel Corse shouted, and such was the perfect discipline that not a gun replied. But when the Yankee band flashed above the hilltop, the 46 muskets exploded at once and sent a leaden shower full into the breasts of the attacking force, who were not over 60 yards distant. It was a murderous fire, and many fell. Most of them retreated over the hill. A few stopped to fire, and it sounded like the sputtering of a pack of firecrackers. The men, in frenzied haste, reloaded their muskets and lay silent and expectant. We could easily hear the officers expostulating and urging the men to reform, and they made a rush the second time, but it was without heart, and when we poured in a close fire, they broke in a panic and disappeared, officers and men, over the brow of the hill. We had no time to feel jubilant, for the rattling of drums in our front, the measured tread, the clanking of the accoutrements showed that the Yankee reserves were coming up. We braced ourselves for the shock, and every man looked backward, hoping to see reinforcements, but not a soul could be seen between us and the village. Our losses had been trifling up to that time, but in our front the ground was strewn with the dead and dying Federals. We noticed many walk, hobble, and crawl over the crest, all undisturbed, for no one fired, and the order to remain in ranks was implicitly obeyed. The 17th was on the extreme right and in the air, and it was by the merest chance that the first attacking force had not overlapped us. Had we known what the next 15 minutes would bring forth, every officer and man would have fallen back to Toombs's Georgia Brigade, which had reformed on the edge of Sharpsburg, for the South Carolina Brigade, which was on our left, gave way. Thus our small force had both flanks unsupported. The enemy knew our position perfectly, and their line far overlapped ours. We heard the commanding officer of the unseen foe give the order, "Forward, march! Dress to the colors! Double quick!" And in a shorter time than it takes to write this, they came over the rising ground with a ringing cheer. When they reached the eminence, every man in the Rebel line who could sight a gun pulled trigger. 200 or so muskets of the brigade exploded like a bomb. The discharge tore gaps in the line of blue. It reeled, bent, and doubled up, some of the soldiers breaking for shelter. But grit to the backbone, the rest stood their ground and raised their guns. I can never forget that moment. It was photographed indelibly on my mind. The sun glanced and gleamed on the leveled barrels, and the black tubes of the muzzles, not over 20 feet away, turned on us with deadly meaning. I crouched to the ground, and fortunately I was behind a post instead of a rail. I shut my eyes. A second of silence, then a stunning volley, the crash of the splintered wood, a purple smoke, a smell of sulphur, the spat and spud of the bullet, and the 17th Virginia, or the remnant of it, was wiped out. The attacking force of the 8th Connecticut and 9th New York and their reserves, a Rhode Island regiment, mingled together, swept forward without stopping to load their guns, and went over the fence pell-mell and disappeared down the hill. I glanced back and saw the remainder of our brigade moving to the rear without order or formation, at a gait which proved they believed the race would be to the swift, just as the battle had been to the strong. As after events proved, it was a sensible retreat, for the men rallied on Toombs's brigade and drove back the 9th New York and Rhode Island regiment and the 103rd New York regiment. There had been some desperate fighting on the field of Sharpsburg that day, but no one on our side held such a forlorn hope, fought such odds at such a bloody sacrifice as did the 17th Virginia. It was the only battle in which I ever engaged where the forms and faces of the foe were plainly visible. There was but one of our regiment who was taken prisoner besides myself, Gunnell of Company F. We shook hands warmly. He was unhurt, but his clothing was perforated with balls. I had a bullet hole in my old slouch hat, and my cartridge box was smashed. Two of our victors stopped and took us in tow, and kindly allowed us to walk up our line to see who was killed. It was a sad, sad sight. Colonel Corse lay at full length on his face, motionless and still. I thought at the time he was dead. I stepped across the dead body of our brave color sergeant, and near him, with a bullet through his forehead, lay that gallant, handsome soldier, Lieutenant Littleton, of the Loudon Guards. I looked around for Tom Perry, but he was not there, nor was Lieutenant Colonel Herbert, nor about half a dozen privates I knew, so they must have skedaddled in the nick of time. Of the 46 muskets, as I found out afterwards, that we carried into battle, the bearers of 35 lay on that ground, dead or wounded. Every officer was shot down except 2. The guards were impatient, so we crossed the fence, and not 10 feet away was a surgeon and a group of men around a stricken officer. He was deadly pale and appeared to be mortally wounded. We inquired who he was, and they answered that he was General Rodman, commanding a division, and that a bullet had penetrated his breast. Afterwards I heard that Sam Coleman, of Company G of the 17th, fired the fatal shot. Hurrying back a few hundred yards to the top of another hill out of reach of shot and shell, captured and captors turned to look upon the scene before them. Our forces seemed to be giving ground, and as line after line of Yankee reserves pushed forward, it looked dark for the Rebels, as if the star of the Confederacy had neared its going down, and Sharpsburg was to be our Waterloo. A fearful struggle was now taking place in the woods half a mile or so to the left, and the concussion of the guns seemed to make the hills tremble and vibrate. But a change took place in the situation, a marvelous change before our eyes. One moment the Federal lines were steadily advancing and sweeping everything before them. Another, and all was altered. The disordered ranks, while so proudly conquering, were rushing back in disorder, while the Rebels rapidly pursued. Their bullets fell around us, causing guards and prisoners to decamp. "What does this mean?" we asked. But its import no one could tell, although the reflux tide continued to bear us back. Finally a wounded prisoner, a Rebel officer, who was being supported to the rear, answered the question so eagerly put to him. "Stonewall Jackson has just gotten back from Harper's Ferry, and those troops engaging the Yankees now are A.P. Hill's." How the Southerner's face glowed as he told us this! What a light leaped into his eyes, wounded as he was! Well, we pass over the supreme ineffable content of that moment, for we felt all would be right now. If old Stonewall is up, not a man in our army need trouble himself about the result. Yes, we were safe. Still receded the wave of blue. Still forward rushed the wave of gray. Heralded by the warning hiss of the bullets, the sparkling flashes of the rifles, the mingled hurrahs and wild yells to which the hoarse cannonading on our left served as a low bass accompaniment, the purplish vapor settled like a mist over the lines. Still we receded, stopping on the top of every rise of ground to watch the battle. It was sunset upon the hills. Again we paused to see the reddened rays strike upon the windows of the little town of Sharpsburg. More vivid now than ever the flames bursting from yonder house which an exploded shell had fired. We were thinking of that line of motionless comrades lying on the crest of the hill low down beside the fence, and wondering if the sun was lighting up their pallid faces. At last the bridge was reached, the stone bridge that crossed Antietam Creek, the key point of the Federal position, the weak point in their line, the spot so anxiously watched by McClellan. He had sent repeated dispatches to Burnside late that evening as A.P. Hill was pressing back the hitherto advancing tide, and their burden was, "Hold on to the bridge at all hazards. If the bridge is lost, all is lost." And just here was the point where Toombs's Georgians had made such a gallant defense of the river early in the forenoon, and they were the dead of that intrepid command lying so thick upon the ground. The battle in our front ceased suddenly, though on other parts of the field the firing was kept up. As we approached the bridge we were astonished to find so many troops. Not a man under 10,000 it appeared, and they were all fresh. Certainly there seemed no danger of Burnside losing the bridge with all those splendid soldiers ready to defend it. Had those men advanced earlier in the day, instead of being held back as they were, this would have been a black day for the South. We had no reserves, and A.P. Hill in the morning was miles away. The Yankees had established a field hospital at this point, where the desperately wounded in the immediate vicinity were carried. A group of 4 figures lay just as they had fallen, killed by the explosion of a single shell. One of Toombs's Georgians was killed just as he was taking aim, one eye open and the other closed. The figure was hideously lifelike. The profound stillness was pierced at intervals by the booming of some vengeful gun that, like the fabled dragon, seemed never to sleep. Let the sun sink beneath the boundary rim. Let the shadows gloom the horrid scene and hide the goddess of slaughter as she moves over this stricken field, gloating over the evils that the passion and ambition of politicians have wrought. Oh, death in life, what a piteous scene! Shut both eye and ear if you can. Still the blood-reeking forms will be plain before your view, and you will hear sounds that seem as if 1,000 accursed inquisitors were torturing their despairing victims. Night came on at last, putting a stop to the dreadful carnage of the day, and the tender, pitiful stars shone in the vast dome and looked down upon the scene of desolation and death. The firing had lulled itself to silence, and only the groans of the dying were heard, borne on a murmuring breeze which swept across the hills, as refreshing and tender in its touch as a cool hand laid upon a fevered brow. We prisoners were taken across the stream, where were gathered all of that unfortunate class, representing every command in the Southern army, and numbering some 500, inclusive of about a dozen officers. Colonel Corse, commanding the 17th Virginia, in his official report says of this battle: "About 4 p.m. the enemy was reported to be advancing. We moved forward to the top of a hill to a fence and immediately engaged the enemy at a distance of 50 or 60 yards, at the same time being under fire from their batteries on the hills beyond. My regiment, being the extreme right of the line engaging the enemy, came directly opposite the colors of the regiment to which it was opposed, consequently being overlapped by them as far as I could judge by at least 100 yards. Regardless of the great odds against them, the men courageously stood their ground until, overwhelmed by superior numbers, they were forced to retire. I have to state here, General, that we put in the fight but 46 enlisted men and 9 officers. Of this number, 7 officers and 32 men were killed and wounded and 2 taken prisoners. It was here that Captain J.T. Burke and Lieutenant Littleton were killed, 2 of the bravest and most valuable officers of my command. Color Corporal Harper fell fighting heroically at his post. These brave men, I think, deserve particular mention. I received a wound in the foot which prevented me from retiring with our line and was left in the hands of the enemy, but was rescued by General Toombs's brigade, which drove the enemy back beyond the line we had occupied in the morning. In this charge, Lieutenant W. W. Athey, of Company C, 17th Virginia, captured the regimental colors of the 103rd New York Regiment, presented to them by the City Council of New York City, which I herewith forward to you. Those who deserve particular mention for their distinguished gallantry were Lieutenant Thomas Perry, Company A, Lieutenant S. S. Turner, Company B, Color Corporals Murphy and Harper, and Lieutenant Athey, of Company C. Lieutenant General Longstreet says of this battle: "The name of every officer, non-commissioned officer, and private who shared in the toils and privations of this campaign should be mentioned. In 1 month these troops had marched over 200 miles upon little more than half rations and fought 9 battles and skirmishes, killed, wounded, and captured nearly as many men as we had in our ranks, besides taking arms and munitions of war in large quantities." General D. H. Hill says in his official report: "It is true that hunger and exhaustion had nearly unfitted these brave men for battle. Our wagons had been sent off across the river on Sunday, and for 3 days the men had been sustaining life on green food. In charging through an apple orchard at the Yankees, with the immediate prospect of death before them, I noticed the men eagerly devouring apples." Further on, General Hill says: "The Battle of Sharpsburg was a success so far as the failure of the Yankees to carry the position they assailed was concerned. It would, however, have been a glorious victory but for 3 causes. First, The separation of our forces. Had McLean and Anderson been there earlier in the morning, the battle would not have lasted 2 hours, and would have been signally disastrous to the Yankees. Second, the bad handling of our artillery. This could not cope with the superior weight, caliber, range, and number of the Yankee guns. Hence it ought only to have been used against masses of infantry. On the contrary, our guns were made to reply to the Yankee guns, and were smashed up or withdrawn before they could be effectually turned against massive columns of attack. An artillery duel between the Washington artillery of New Orleans and the Yankee batteries across the Antietam was the most melancholy farce of the war. Third, the enormous straggling. This battle was fought with less than 30,000 men. Had all our stragglers been up, McClellan's army would have been completely crushed or annihilated. Doubtless the want of shoes, the want of food, and physical exhaustion had kept many brave men from being with the army, but thousands had kept away from sheer cowardice. The straggler, lost to all sense of shame, can only be kept in ranks by a strict and sanguinary discipline. McClellan was in one respect at least wiser than Lee. At the beginning of this campaign he issued an order taking sternly repressive measures against straggling. In this order, dated at Rockville, Maryland, September 9, 1862, he says in part, "The safety of the country depends upon what this army shall now achieve. It cannot be successful if its soldiers are one half skulking to the rear, while the brunt of the battle is borne by the other half, and its officers inattentive to lend every energy to the eradication military vice of the straggling." On the day after, he had a proclamation read to every regiment in the army, and it is safe to say he thereby saved himself from utter defeat. It runs, "The straggler must now be taught that he leaves the ranks without authority and skulks at the severest risks, even that of death. Every division shall have a rear guard, behind which no straggler of whatever corps or regiment shall be permitted to remain. The bayonet must be used to enforce these orders. Resistance will be at the risk of death." In a dispatch to President Davis 9 days after, General Lee says, "Our ranks are much diminished, I fear from a third to one half of the original numbers by straggling, which it seems impossible to prevent with our present regimental officers." On September 23rd, in his dispatch to the Secretary of War, General Lee reports, "You will see by the field returns sent to General Cooper the woeful diminution of the present for duty of this army. The absent are scattered broadcast over this land." Enough is shown by these extracts to show that fully one half of the Confederate army were absent. Nearly every barefooted man left the ranks unquestioned, and thousands threw away their shoes and received permission from their officers to fall out. Now these men were not cowards. They each one argued that "my musket won't make any difference in deciding the fight." General Lee's order to the chronic straggler was about as operative as a judge's admonition would be to a hardened criminal. He says in a general order issued September 4, 1862, "Stragglers are usually those who desert their commands in peril. Such characters are better absent from the army on such momentous occasions as those about to be entered upon. They will, by bringing discredit upon our corps as useless members of the service and especially deserving odium, come under the special attention of the provost marshal, and be considered unworthy members of an army which has immortalized itself, and will be brought before a military commission to receive the punishment due to their misconduct. The gallant soldiers who have so nobly sustained our cause by heroism in battle will assist the commanding general in securing success by aiding their officers in checking the desire for straggling among their comrades." Colonel Beach of the 8th Connecticut Infantry, in describing his attack upon our regiment, says, "We advanced over the hill. The enemy lay behind a fence, and it was impossible to see them, and our men were under fire for the first time and could not be held." Colonel Fairchild, who commanded the 9th New York, which captured our position, says, "We charged across the cornfield, and arriving at a fence behind which the enemy were awaiting us, we received their fire, losing large numbers of our men. We charged over the fence, dislodging and driving them from their position down the hill toward the village." End of chapter 31. Part 1, Chapter 32 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Paroled. In the morning a guard came and took the name of each prisoner, his regiment, brigade, and division, age, height, and, it is possible, the color of his eyes. Indeed, had he been an insurance agent, his questions could not have been more searching. All of the enemy who were brought into contact with us were much struck with our appearance. Such a motley collection of shreds, patches, and tatters could not have been duplicated outside of a rag picker's treasures. Indeed, our uniforms were as scrappy and torn as a Tipperary beggar's dress suit. Could Barnum have shown us around in iron cages, the bearded female, the fat woman, the learned pig, would have sunk into insignificance beside us. The truth is, a month had elapsed since any private had put on clean underclothing, and it is a solemnly sad fact that fully 1/3 of the prisoners there collected had neither shirt nor drawers, but wore a dilapidated uniform over the bare skin. Blankets or oilcloth not a man of us owned. Our sole wealth consisted of a smutty haversack which contained for rations perhaps a few green apples. Dirty? Well, we were. Not clean dirt either, or a mild type of dirt, but dirt absolute and invincible. Dirt which had accumulated, hardened, and stuck fast, had almost become scales. Dirt which cracked at intervals like varnish on furniture. No wonder the Northern papers described Lee's army as comprised of the lowest type of humanity. Certainly they had that appearance, and a well-dressed, comely Yankee soldier beside a Rebel prisoner made the latter seem a shabby, beggarly rascal, meaner looking than any Armenian or unspeakable Turk. And then most of the prisoners, having fought the greater part of the day, displayed faces so darkened with powder smoke as to need only a woolly wig to convert them into first-class Congo Africans. My own costume was on a par with that of the rest of my comrades. When I left Richmond in August, I had a good suit of underclothing, but as time passed my uniform got dirty, then ragged, and remained so. My shirt and drawers were so infested with vermin that I had to sink them in running water in the night, and at last they became so shredded that I threw them away. Hence I was a fit mate for the most forlorn rag picker that could be found within the purlieus of St. Giles or the 5 Points. An old slouch hat, so worn that the brim had to be pinned to the crown, covered my head. A gray jacket with woolen buttons half concealed my bony form, and the skin, encrusted with several layers of dirt, showed through every slit of the jacket. I had bathed many times in the streams, but having no soap, the dirt remained. A pair of old blue breeches I had picked up off the battlefield completed the inventory, for I was barefooted these 2 weeks agone. "By the Lord, Johnny," said a blue coat, "if you Rebs dress like that and fight naked, I'm going home." I could not help telling him that I was the most fashionably dressed man in the regiment. He just ought to see the others. The Northern soldiers crowded around us in great exultation, showing the extra press edition that had just arrived from Washington and Baltimore, in which their side had claimed a great victory. By those accounts the Rebel army was utterly broken and dispersed, and Lee, surrounded, was wildly fleeing to the Potomac. A portion of McClellan's army was in hot pursuit, and not a single Rebel would cross the river. A hot discussion followed. "Do you believe that stuff?" asked a prisoner of an officer who lounged up to the group. "Of course I do. The paper would not have made that statement if it had not been so." "The hell they wouldn't," growled out one of Jackson's foot cavalry. "That paper says nothing about Harper's Ferry, where old Jack captured 11,000 of you with 40 pieces of artillery. I saw them." And he spit the tobacco from his mouth with an expression of intense disgust. "Johnny Reb," said an offended Yankee, "if you say we lost 11,000 men, you are a damned liar." "Well, I did say so, and it is no lie either. Wasn't I there? Didn't I see them with my own eyes, and all their artillery taken too? Ain't it so, boys?" he asked, appealing to his companions in misfortune. A chorus of assents followed, and the Yankee walked off, muttering something about "damned Rebel lies." Several of us were sent under guard to Sharpsburg to get water for our compatriots, and so had a good opportunity to examine the damage done to the village by yesterday's shelling. It was surprising how little destruction had been caused by such severe pounding. A few holes and fissures and some shattered bricks were all. One house had been set on fire,
but being isolated, burned quickly and did no further damage. Our lines were drawn in about a mile from the village, so the cavalrymen told us, and to our intense relief they acknowledged that all accounts of an utter Rebel rout was bosh. While yet at the pump, surrounded by soldiers and guards, all struggling to secure a well-filled canteen, one of the prisoners shoved a Union soldier aside. The action was resented with vigor. Then the Yankee struck the Rebel, and the Rebel knocked the canteen over the Yankee's head. "Fight!" cried the crowd of soldiers, and despite the expostulations of the guard, a ring was formed near the pump in the middle of the road and both combatants placed therein. One big, broad, brawny Yankee, with a width of about 3 feet from shoulder to shoulder, patted the Reb on the back and said, "Don't be afraid, Johnny, the boys will see fair play. I'm from West Virginia myself, so go in and win." They were just about to commence, and the Rebel to get thrashed in the bargain, for he looked unsteady on his pins, when a mounted officer rode up, and in loud, angry tones, ordered the crowd to disperse and the prisoners to return to their places. This little incident shows the American love of fair play, and I have always been thankful that officer came along, for he saved my bones a severe rattling. So the fight was stopped, though the men went off grumbling. One fact which impressed the Confederate prisoners very strongly was the prime condition of the Federal soldiers; impressed them as strongly as our poverty-stricken appearance astonished them. Stout, hardy, their personnel showed that they were neither overworked nor underfed. Rather the reverse, underworked and overfed. They were in a bad plight for marching and could not compare with our men in endurance and speed. They had 6 days' rations in their haversacks, making a heavy load in itself, besides 60 rounds of ammunition, a musket, accoutrements, blanket, oilcloth, overcoat, knapsack well filled and shelter tent; altogether not weighing under 60 pounds. How could they be expected to make good time so weighted? As our preachers are ever wont to tell us of the heavenly race, it's the riches of the wealthy that impede progress. We had no such excuse for not putting in an appearance either in the earthly race nor in the other. We were poor enough, heaven knows. We were like the old woman who, after a not very religious life, sent for the minister to attend her dying bed. When the worthy man began to tell her flesh and blood could not enter heaven, she stopped him with the remark, "I ain't flesh and blood, I'm just skin and bones, I'm all right." And so without a word more died comforted. We carried our guns, it is true, perhaps a single blanket strung over our shoulders, but very often no blanket, a haversack whose normal condition was emptiness, and we owned not one superfluous pound of flesh. It was like a 2-horse 16-mile race. Johnny Reb, a blooded bay, very spar, flesh reduced, muscles well developed, thoroughly trained, welterweight. Billy Yank, black stallion, good stock, untrained, fat and pursy, rather short in wind, handicapped with 40 pounds extra. Jackson's men were especially fond for fleetness, hence their sobriquet of foot cavalry. They were often known to break down even the horses in a long forced march of days. In his congratulatory report issued September 29, 1862, General McClellan claimed everything. He says, "Our loss was 2,010 killed, 9,416 wounded, and 1,044 missing. Total 12,469. The Rebel loss in killed and wounded was 25,542. We have not lost a single gun or color on the battlefield of Sharpsburg." Surgeon General Guild gives the Rebel loss in the battles of Boonsboro, Crampton's Gap, and Sharpsburg as 1,567 killed and 8,724 wounded and 500 captured. As regards the strength of the contestants, General McClellan placed his own army at 87,164 men and our Rebel force as 100,000 men. The number of Confederates to a man who fought at Sharpsburg, as proven by the Reb records, was 35,255. On the 18th of September, every city, town, hamlet, and village of the North made preparation to illuminate with fire and celebrate with the crash of martial music and the cheers of loyal people the great victory won. Then followed Lee's dispatch. The world had learned to take the words of Robert E. Lee at their true value. The pyrotechnic proclamation, the boasting dispatches, The prevaricated reports of the generals on both sides found no favor with him, and the grandest compliment that man or woman ever received was paid him by his enemies, for the North always waited for his official report of a great battle before it exulted over a victory or mourned over a defeat. Claiming great victories was the invariable custom of every commander of the Army of the Potomac except Grant. The North had gone wild over McClellan's success at Sharpsburg until Lee's address was read. Then the reaction came, and McClellan, the organizer of the great Union army, speedily lost his official head. In that address Lee wrote for posterity, not to tickle the conceit of his people nor flatter their self-love or pander to their passion. Every word, every sentence, every line addressed to his army was weighed in the scales of justice and truth, and his enemies accepted his version without one whisper of detraction, without one word of doubt. Here is his address. General Orders, Headquarters of Army of Northern Virginia, number 116, October 2nd, 1862. In reviewing the achievements of the army during the present campaign, the commanding general cannot withhold the expression of his admiration of the indomitable courage it has displayed in battle and its cheerful endurance of privation and hardship on the march. Since your great victories around Richmond, you have defeated the enemy at Cedar Mountain, expelled him from the Rappahannock, and after a conflict of 3 days, utterly repulsed him on the plains of Manassas and forced him to take shelter within the fortifications around the capital. Without halting for repose, you crossed the Potomac, stormed the heights of Harper's Ferry, made prisoners of more than 11,000 men, and captured upward of 25 pieces of artillery, all their small arms and other munitions of war. While one corps of the army was thus engaged, the other ensured its success by arresting at Boonesboro the combined armies of the enemy, advancing under their favorite general to the relief of the beleaguered comrades. On the field of Sharpsburg, with less than 1/3 his numbers, you resisted from daylight until dark the whole army of the enemy and repulsed every attack along his entire front more than 4 miles in extent. The whole of the following day you stood prepared to resume the conflict on the same ground, and retired next morning without molestation across the Potomac. 2 attempts subsequently made by the enemy to follow you across the river have resulted in his complete discomfiture and being driven back with loss. Achievements such as these demanded much valor and patriotism. History records few examples of greater fortitude and endurance than this army has exhibited. The great soul of Robert E. Lee harbored no small feelings, and hate found no lodgment in his heart. In the hurly-burly of war, he found time to perform a knightly act. He writes to the Secretary of War in Richmond, "Sir, Mrs. Phil Kearny has applied for the horse and sword of Major General Phil Kearny, who was killed near Chantilly. I shall send them at once as an evidence of the sympathy felt for her bereavement and as a testimony of the appreciation of a gallant soldier." After every battle the soldiers, no matter what uniforms they wore, were more eager to hear the enemy's account of the battle than their own officer's version. By steering betwixt and between, as it were, the average man could get pretty close to the truth. The opinion of the Federal officers on the Battle of Sharpsburg made the Southern veterans who were in the engagement feel proud. In Parker Snow's book, The Southern Generals, page 77, he says, "A Federal officer high in rank wrote to the New York Tribune. 'It is a wonder,' he said, 'how men such as the rebel troops are can fight as they do. That these ragged wretches, sick, hungry, and in all ways miserable, should prove such heroes in a fight is past explanation.' We learned to our delight that all the prisoners were to be paroled and sent home instead of being forwarded north and confined in prisons. Full rations were given to us, and if our haversacks became empty, there were soldiers among those who came up to talk to us to fill them anew. So if Johnny Reb was still dirty, he ceased to have the gnawing pain that hunger ever produces, and which green apples and corn are apt to induce in greater measure." On the second day after the capture, the whole battalion of prisoners, numbering 550 officers and men, having been duly paroled, were marched under guard to the Potomac en route to the Confederate army. By the cartel, the prisoners were to remain at their homes until notified by the proper Southern officials that they had been exchanged. There is nothing so bad that it might not be worse. a fact too well assured for dispute. Reaching the northern bank of the Potomac, we found that side of the river heavily guarded by a strong force lining the shore. They had thrown up a hastily constructed breastwork and lay on the alert, both infantry and artillery, as if expecting an attack. A fierce contest on the opposite shore had taken place the evening before, they said, in which the rebels had driven them back with fearful slaughter, and they were only wishing those same Rebs would advance that they might have a chance to retaliate. "We can't go any further," said our guards, "as your forces hold the other side. You are free men now, so pitch in and wade across." It needed no second bidding, and we went in just as we were. "Goodbye, Johnny Reb," shouted the lines in blue. "Goodbye, Billy Yank," halloed the gray as they picked their way carefully over the rocks. The bank of the Potomac on the northern side was flat. On the south it rose almost perpendicular from the water's edge to a considerable height. Arriving on this shore, we saw before us the evidence of a hot action and great loss of life. The Federal advance had literally been hurled over the rocks and hills by A.P. Hill's rear guard. Their dead lay on the beach, in the water, and on the side of the hills in scores. Many had actually run over the steep bank in their terror and dashed themselves below. Hundreds of muskets were scattered about, as well as other munitions of war. None of our soldiers, nor ever the camp followers, could gather up the booty, for right across the Potomac any number of muskets would send their leaden messengers over at the first sign of a living thing. The enemy, for the same reason, could not cross, our sharpshooters being on the hill. To the dead it mattered not. Neither war nor rumors of war could harm them further. But to the wounded it was fearful agony to lie there alone, unattended, and dying within sight of their friends. Several prisoners started to help some who seemed to be suffering terribly, when the warning voice of their own officer across the river was heard, ordering us to keep on our journey and not linger. A 10 minutes' walk took us away from the scene of panic and blood, where we found our advance guard. "In what condition is the army?" we inquired anxiously, afraid almost to hear the answer. "Is it scattered, demoralized?" "Oh, Uncle Robert and his boys are all right," they replied. Then we were thankful. Though the bright dreams of Northern conquest, of marching in triumphant array through Washington, Baltimore, and New York, were not to be gratified this time, yet the "army all right" we could afford to be patient, and accepting the good, cease to grieve over the bad. We met Colonel W. H. F. Lee, commanding the cavalry, at that point, and by him were ordered to keep together and report at Winchester. We obeyed orders for some time, but the men began to drop out and wander wheresoever their wills led them. Many of the houses along the route harbored wounded soldiers of both armies, who had been unable to stand the dangers of an ambulance journey to Winchester. As the column journeyed on, it dwindled away at every step. Some, wanting to get furloughs and return home at once, started in a business-like way for Winchester. Others took their liberty more leisurely and sauntered along as if they had 100 years in which to make the trip. Others, and by far the majority, went to some neighboring homestead to revive the inner man and to rest. Our little squad of 2, representing the 17th, wandered a mile or two from the turnpike to get out of the immediate army trail, and stopped at a large mansion. On our approach, the host, an old gentleman, came out and opened wide his doors, on hospitable thoughts intent. After a good dinner, he told us he had as guest a prisoner, a wounded Yankee, who had been left behind after undergoing a severe surgical operation. And he added, the man was the greatest original it had ever been his pleasure to meet. Then he took the party in and introduced us to the invalid. A dark, thin-visaged man of about 30 lay smoking a pipe and reading a novel. He threw his book aside and apologized for not rising, as his leg had been cut off by the surgeon only 10 days previously, and he was as nonchalant about the fearful maiming as if he had only lost the joint of his little finger. He proved to be one of the most accomplished conversationalists that I had ever listened to, though he never spoke of himself save in a general manner. Of his life and its underlying mystery none could tell, but that his career had been checkered and eventful none could doubt. A sailor, his tattooed arm showed that, a traveler in foreign climes, a soldier under Garibaldi with the mark of a saber cut across his forehead, a gentleman through all, as was evidenced by that indefinable air of good breeding which, when not innate, can never be acquired. Altogether he proved as great an enigma as he was an attraction. The charm of his voice and manner were such that it deepened every hour, and of the garnered gleanings of his well stored, cultured mind one could hardly tire. By what strange chance he had been influenced to join the Northern army as private in the ranks we never learned. After a leisurely saunter the squad reached Winchester, where thousands of the stragglers were assembled. They were then fitted out in new uniforms and, thanks to the gods, new brogans, and returned to their regiments, and within a week Lee's army was stronger than when it marched into Maryland. Of all the battles of the war, the privates of the ranks were proudest of that of Sharpsburg, for it had been essentially their fight. It had been a contest wherein the individual prowess of the rank and file saved the day. It had been a hard stand up, face to face, hand to hand affair, a battle wherein skeleton regiments and brigades, half starved and footsore, had held their own against the finest, best equipped army ever formed in the New World, and under a leader who was the idol of his soldiery. The failure at Sharpsburg can easily be traced to that vice which more than any other saps the vitality of an army and destroys its efficiency, the vice of straggling. It is almost as much to be deprecated as desertion, though in that instance the evil had been pardonable, for thousands of the men were barefooted, starving and sick. It is no exaggeration to say that during the advance into Maryland, 40 out of every 100 wandered from their commands into the adjacent country. Many of these were shirkers, cowards and skulkers, who took every opportunity to slip away and avoid danger, yet when obliged to go into action made good soldiers. General McClellan had printed handbills distributed by thousands among his troops before the Battle of Sharpsburg. They bore the date September 10th, 1862, and contained an order against straggling, and a stringent order too. No soldier, so ran the paper, should under any circumstances leave his place in the line. If he be incapable from any cause of keeping up, the officer commanding his company should place him in the care of the ambulance corps. Should an able-bodied man leave ranks without orders and become a straggler, he will be tried by a drumhead court-martial and shot. The company and regimental officers are ordered to make returns to the adjutant general and account satisfactorily for every missing soldier. The following letter, printed in the Savannah Republican, was written by the most famous of the Southern War correspondents, Percy W. Alexander, and pictured in graphic language the deeds and needs of the Army of Northern Virginia. Conditions of the Southern Army, 1862. Winchester, Virginia, September 26. My condition is such as to render it impossible for me to rejoin the army for the present. I was not prepared for the hardships, exposure and fastings the army has encountered since it left the Rappahannock, and like many a seasoned campaigner, have had to fall out by the way. Indeed, I can recall no parallel instance in history, except Napoleon's disastrous retreat from Moscow, where an army has ever done more marching and fighting under such great disadvantages than General Lee's has done since it left the banks of the James River. This army proceeded directly to the line of the Rappahannock, and moving out from that river, fought its way to the Potomac, crossed the stream, and moved on to Frederick and Hagerstown, and a heavy engagement at Boonesborough Gap and another at Crampton's Gap below. Fought the greatest pitched battle of the war at Sharpsburg, and then recrossed the Potomac into Virginia. During all this time, covering the space of a month, the troops rested but 4 days. And let it be remembered to their honor that of the men who performed this wonderful feat, 1/5 of them were barefooted, 1/2 of them in rags, and the whole of them half famished. The country from the Rappahannock to the Potomac had been visited by the enemy with fire and sword, and our transportation was insufficient to keep the army supplied from so distant a base as Gordonsville. And when provision trains would overtake the army, so pressing were the exigencies of their position, the men seldom had time to cook their rations. Their difficulties were increased by the fact that cooking utensils in many cases had been left behind, as well as everything else which would impede their movements. It was not unusual to see a company of starving men have a barrel of flour distributed to them, which it was utterly impossible for them to convert into bread, with the means and the time allowed them. They could not procure even a piece of plank or a corn or flour sack upon which to work the dough. Do you wonder then that there should have been stragglers, that brave and true men should have fallen out from sheer exhaustion in their efforts to obtain a mouthful to eat along the roadside? The Richmond Whig, in an editorial dated October 21, 1862, says: "We again return to the subject of the condition of the Army of Northern Virginia, which we discussed at some length in our issue of yesterday. As we remarked in the conclusion of our last article, the Government has begun to move in the matter of furnishing supplies to the troops, and several wagons loaded with shoes and clothing had reached Winchester as early as the middle of last week. We understand that other shipments of clothes, shoes, and perhaps blankets have been made to the same destination. These supplies will afford great relief as far as they go, and we only regret that they are not ample enough to meet the wants of the entire army. Much good will be accomplished, however, if even a portion of our ragged and barefooted defenders have shoes put upon their feet and clothing upon their backs. Many of them have not changed their clothing since they left Richmond. They have slept in it, fought in it, crossed the Potomac in it, marched over dusty roads and through storm and sunshine in it, yet they have not changed it or washed it because they had no other to put on when that was taken off. The reader will not be surprised to hear, therefore, that many of the troops are covered with vermin and their clothing rotten and dirty beyond anything they have ever seen. There is no negro in Virginia who is not better off in this respect than some of the best soldiers and first gentlemen in all the land." Colonel Freemantle of the English Army, on a tour of inspection, in speaking of this battle, writes to the Edinburgh Review and Blackwood's Magazine as follows: "In the line of march returning from Sharpsburg were many rich landed proprietors marching contentedly along with an old tattered flannel shirt and a pair of ragged Yankee uniform trousers for their only clothing, while their feet bled at almost every step they took." A short while and the Army of Northern Virginia was in its glory again. Each soldier in the First Brigade was furnished from top to toe, and there was a grand review held on the plains near Winchester. Of this grand pageant Colonel Freemantle writes: "I have seen many armies in my time file past in all the pomp of bright uniforms and well protected accoutrements, but I never saw one composed of finer men or that looked more like work than that portion of General Lee's army which I was fortunate to see inspected." General Lee was once asked by a lady of what battle he was most proud. He replied, "Of Sharpsburg, for I fought against greater odds." And then he added, stroking meditatively his long thick beard, "To the rank and file all the credit of that day belongs." End of chapter 32. Chapter 33 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Fredericksburg. In a few weeks the paroled prisoners, having been exchanged, were ordered back to their commands. By that time the army had retreated, all unmolested, through the valley of Piedmont, Virginia, had massed at Warrenton, and then taken up the line of march to Fredericksburg. The rations were ample, the clothing warm, and the morale of the army was excellent. In those 2 months the two great armies had exactly reversed posts on the program. The Rebels had ceased attacking and were acting on the defensive, and their foe, no longer anxious about the safety of their national capital, but strong in numbers and flushed with the hope of putting a speedy end to the war, had become the assailants, were ready to try conclusions once more, and determined to force the fighting. The scene had changed from the green fields of Maryland to the heights along the Rappahannock. The summer breeze which had swept over the field of Sharpsburg was now the keen, searching blast which carried frost upon its wings. The leaves which had danced in the sunshine were strewing the ground thickly in their dying, rustling to the eddying winds and to the rabbits' tread. On November the 7th, McClellan, the organizer of the army, and its savior too, was relieved from command and Burnside appointed in his place. General Burnside differed from all his predecessors in one important matter of opinion. McDowell, McClellan, and Pope had all expressed their convictions that the rout of the Rebel army should be the great desideratum. Burnside, on the contrary, contended that the capture of Richmond was ever the great object to be desired, and with that idea fully ingrained in his mind, he determined to march in a straight line from Washington to Richmond and capture the Rebel capital. Putting his columns in motion, he reached the banks of the Rappahannock opposite Fredericksburg on the 17th of November, but was delayed for 2 weeks by the failure of pontoons to arrive. This delay was fatal, for at the end of that time Lee had taken up his position and stood directly in his path. Fredericksburg is a quiet, sleepy little town, looking like New Amsterdam when the redoubtable Van Twiller was its governor nearly 200 years ago. It rests upon the branch of the river which, with a general course northeast to southeast, makes a sharp bend a mile above Fredericksburg and for some distance runs between the heights upon either side. Those on the east fall steeply to the riverbank. On the west the hills in the rear of the town rise about a mile from the river and then trend away until they sink into the valley of the Massaponax 6 miles below, leaving an irregular plain some 2 miles wide in its broadest part. Westward the hills rise in a succession of low wooded ridges until they are lost in the wooded region known as the Wilderness. On the crest of these ridges lay the half of Lee's army under Longstreet. D. H. Hill was posted at Port Royal 20 miles down the river. Between them lay Jackson, ready to support either wing. Burnside had determined to cross near or at Fredericksburg, and December the 11th had been the time appointed for the attempt. His plan was to throw 3 bridges across at Fredericksburg and then move to a point 3 miles below. The attempt to lay the upper bridges was savagely resisted by Barksdale's brigade of Mississippians and for a time delayed, but they were brushed away at last and the work finished. The whole day of the 12th was spent in getting the men over, thus giving Lee time to bring up Jackson's corps. It was no part of Lee's plan to dispute the passage, as he wished to receive the attack on his strong position. The extreme Rebel left, above Fredericksburg, was protected by a mill pond, sluiceway and canal, the bridge having been destroyed. And here the attack could only be made upon Marye's Hill, which rises steeply a little behind Fredericksburg. On the 13th General Burnside had in line of battle over 100,000 men, besides a heavy reserve of some 20,000 on the other side. Lee's strength was about 25,000. Official report of Major General Burnside. The attack was made all along the line, but Early repulsed. Burnside tried to break the Rebel line by repeated and continuous charges upon Marye's Hill, but was driven back each time with fearful carnage. Finding his efforts futile, he abandoned the attempt and the next night retreated, recrossing his pontoons and leaving 12,250 men behind him in killed and wounded and missing. Report of Adjutant General of Army of Potomac. The Rebel loss was 5,309. Our brigade was not actively engaged during the day. Indeed, not a third part of the army was in the fight. We were held as a reserve and witnessed the attack on our left. We lay on our arms the night of the 12th, listening to the noise made by the enemy in crossing. The 17th was full in ranks again, and was looking very differently from the slim, weak line that was crouching behind the fence in the last battle. The morning of Saturday, December 13th, broke with a heavy fog resting in the valley and hiding each army from the other. As the sun rose, the thick vapor slowly lifted from the ground, unfolding a splendid display, as in a group we stood on the crest of the hill on the right and in the rear of Marye's Hill, watching with absorbing interest the panorama. Across the river on the lofty heights could be seen the stars and stripes floating in the wind. The earthworks with their huge guns were outlined against the sky. At our feet lay the ancient town of Fredericksburg, filled with bluecoats, who seemed to swarm like bees in a hive, as in large bodies they marched out and took positions. About 10 in the morning the battle opened on our right, A.P. Hill's division receiving the attack and beating back the enemy, while all the time the Yankee batteries on the heights were keeping up a continuous fire. Then came the charge on Marye's Hill. Had the enemy known against what he was running, he would never have made such a hopeless effort, or one that involved such a sacrifice of life. Marye's Hill is about 50 yards high, and slopes abruptly toward the city to a stone wall which forms a terrace on the side of the hill and the outer margin of a road which winds along its foot leading to Hamilton Crossing. The road is about 25 feet wide and is faced by a stone wall some 4 feet high on the side nearest the city. Standing on Marye's Hill, such is the sudden slope that the road at its foot is not discernible. The house, a handsome old Virginia residence, is built on the top of the hill facing Fredericksburg, with a long wide porch extending the length of the house in front. Beneath the roof was born and reared the colonel of our regiment who had been so severely wounded in the second battle of Manassas. Once the scene of hospitality and that courtly elegance found in the old families of Virginia, it was now dismantled and awaited the fate which seemed in store. The once large family which had gathered within its walls was scattered, as were the residents of but too many Southern homes. The large lawn bounded by the stone wall and sunken road in front lay stripped of all the grand old trees which formerly contributed so much toward the beauty of the place. Standing on the porch, one could trace the winding of the road from the town, rising till it passed at right angles the stone wall road and met on the left of the lawn the Brampton Gate, for that was the name by which the place had ever been known, from which a broad carriage drive led to the entrance overlooking the town. The crest of Marye's Hill was now crowned by 2 batteries of artillery, while about 50 guns were placed a half mile back to enfilade all the approaches, which must be made in an open plain over 300 yards wide. The sunken road, like the ditch of a fortress, afforded complete protection and perfect security to the troops within. Kershaw's division occupied this cut, standing in double ranks, or 4 deep. What chance had flesh and blood to carry by storm such a position, garrisoned too as it was with veteran soldiers? Not one chance in a million. In company with Bob Willis, we straggled to the front and lay in the rear of the Washington artillery of New Orleans, which hurled grape and canister at the attacking force. All that day we watched the fruitless charges, with their fearful slaughter, until we were sick at heart. As I witnessed one line swept away by one fearful blast from Kershaw's men behind the stone wall, I forgot they were enemies and only remembered that they were men, and it is hard to see in cold blood brave men die. Just before sunset, everything being quiet along the line, many of the reserve, without orders, crowded to the front and were spectators of that last forlorn hope led by the gallant Humphreys. In front was Meagher's brigade of Irishmen, who marched to their death like men who knew no fear. They cared little for shot or shell, they laughed at death and dangers, and they'd storm the very gates of hell, would the gallant Irish Rangers. History records no more dauntless, valorous advance than the reckless charge of Meagher. Every soldier knew the Rebel position was impregnable. They had seen charge after charge repulsed. They had seen brigade after brigade rush forward with deadly determination, only to recoil before the hailstorm of iron and of lead. Their very route lay over a field where the dead lay thick as the leaves in Vallambrosia, and yet not an Irishman in the brigade, as far as we could see, left his place in the ranks. From the hill back to the heights the division of Pickett watched the advance, filled with wonder and a pitying admiration for men who could rush with such unflinching valor, such mad recklessness into the jaws of destruction. A brave man dies but once, a coward dies 1,000 times. None of the bitterness of death was theirs, as with steady step and heads erect they came toward that bristling crest so ominously silent. Across the plain, with no martial music to thrill them, only a stillness that would strike terror into spirits less gallant, across the plain still onward sweeps the dauntless brigade with serried lines and gleaming steel. It was superb. Still closer they advanced, while twice 1,000 veterans lay behind yon stone wall, with eyes ranged along the deadly barrel and fingers pressing the trigger. Men held their breath. There was no smoke or battle fume to obstruct the view, nor wood to mask the movement, but as in a grand review the whole advance could be seen in all its glory and in all its horror. The brigade came on a run, and bent as it moved until it was the shape of a half moon with the concave toward the town. Batteries opened upon them, and then broke out the murderous musketry. Men staggered, reeled, and fell, but the others pushed on. From the wall and road came a living sheet of fire. Still the Irish rushed forward, but at every foot they dropped by scores. Some almost reached the wall, and then fell dead with their feet to the foe. Human nature could stand no more, for the number of killed was fast counting up by thousands, and half of them were down. The ranks broke, and each man sought safety in flight. Another solid line emerged to support the first, but did not advance half the distance before it went to pieces under the fire. In 15 minutes the battle was all over. The ground was covered with the fallen, 3,000, and the Battle of Fredericksburg was ended. Of the 1,200 I led into action, only 280 appeared at parade the next morning. Brigadier General Meagher's official report. Never in the annals of grand exploits has this charge ever been surpassed. Tradition has thrown a halo of romance over Arthur and his knights. Poetry has enshrined in imperishable luster the charge of the 600 at Balaclava. But greater than this was Meagher's advance, for a man's courage is in ratio with his motion. It is far easier to ride to the death with the shrill blare of the bugle ringing in the ears, rushing on in a wild excitement which keeps up with the mad gallop of the bounding horse, but to advance step by step with unloaded guns, to leave the world with the blood beating temperately in the veins, required courage indeed. Ireland may well have wept for her sons that day, but the cypress was twined with laurel. The butchery over, the night came. Another day, and toward evening ammunition, 40 rounds, was served out. There was little rest among the troops, for they were expecting to advance. The dawn found the men bewildered and dazed. Why had they not gone forward and taken the Federals in the trap? Ah, why indeed? The Army of the Potomac was caught in a trap, caged as it were, within a narrow space from which there was no escape. There was the little town crowded and packed with men, a rapid river in their rear, across which was only a frail line of pontoons, as useless in this hour of emergency as Mahomet's bridge from earth to paradise. There lay the enemy with our artillery commanding every exit, and ready at a moment's notice to throw into the town, among the mass of soldiers, shell and shot from nearly 100 guns. Well might the Northern army have feared. What could they have done if this tempest had rained upon them? Advance was impossible, retreat equally so. All that would have remained for them would have been to stand and die in their tracks or to surrender. The nights of the 13th and 14th of December were indeed pregnant with the fate of the two contending people. Was there no voice in earth or sky to whisper into the ear of the sleeping captain, the man with the gray beard and the eagle eye, and bid him wake and strike? No, the minutes come and go. The wind sweeps over the bare plains, chilling the wounded and freezing his blood as it drips slowly from his veins. It brings no echo of the faintest footfall of the fast-flying army. The guns upon the hills that might have uttered a protest with tongues of flame seem to be as deep in slumber as the men beside them. Still the minutes come and go, when every second is precious, and only the stars see the hurrying ranks of blue, filing in almost frenzied haste over the pontoons, with army blankets piled 10 deep to muffle the rapid tread of feet and the rumbling of the artillery over the swaying bridge. So the precious moments are accumulating into hours, while the vanquished host steals noiselessly away man by man, company by company, regiment by regiment, brigade by brigade, division by division, corps by corps, all traversing the narrow way unmolested, winning safety by degrees. At last, when the northern light heralded the dawn and roused the quiet Rebel army, it saw the rear guard of their foe file across the bridge, and the foe was safe. Had General Lee opened all his guns in the night and charged with his infantry, then, well, The privates around the campfire thought their hour of victory had come at last. From that hour to this day they could not understand why Uncle Robert let the chance slip and did not allow them to end the war there with one bold rush. Jackson, with the inspiration of genius, wanted to advance in the night. He expected and made his preparations in event of the repulse of Burnside. General Lindsey Walker, his chief of artillery, told me that when he opened his guns and ordered his horses to the rear, Jackson rode up and ordered him to let the horses stay. "But General," said the tall artilleryman, "half of the horses will be killed." "No matter," curtly responded Stonewall, "keep them with the guns." The horses were kept as directed in all the terrible fire, which, said General Walker, showed me that Jackson intended to advance that night. Like Napoleon at Leipzig, Lee let a golden chance slip by. His medical doctor, Dr. Hunter McGuire, states that Jackson asked him on the night of the battle how many rolls of cotton bandages and compresses he had in stock, and upon the doctor replying that there was enough for the wounded, Jackson impatiently replied that he supposed he had, but he wanted to know if there was enough to tie around the arm of every man in his command. Later on, Jackson admitted to him that it was his purpose to make a night attack with both his artillery and infantry. In his official account of the battle, General Kershaw, who with Cobb's Georgia and Ransom's North Carolina brigades repulsed during the day every attack of the enemy, and especially Meagher's great charge, says, "Marye's Hill, covered with our batteries, then occupied by the Washington artillery, falls off abruptly towards Fredericksburg to a stone wall which forms a terrace on the side of the Telegraph Road which winds along the foot of the hill. This road is about 25 feet wide and is faced by a stone wall about 4 feet high on the city side. The road, having been cut out of the side of the hill in many places, is not visible above the surface of the ground. The land falls off rapidly to almost a level surface which extends to about 150 yards, then with another abrupt fall of a few feet to another plain which extends some 200 yards, and then falls off abruptly to a wide ravine. I found on my arrival that Cobb's brigade occupied our entire front, and that my troops could only get into position by doubling on them. This was accordingly done, and the foundation along the line during the engagement was 4 deep. As an evidence of the coolness of the command, I may mention here that notwithstanding their fire was the most rapid and continuous I ever witnessed, not a man was injured by the fire of his comrades. Under cover of his artillery fire, a most formidable column of attack was formed, and emerging from the ravine, impetuously assailed our whole front. The attack was continuous. Some few officers and men got within 30 yards of our lines, but in every instance their column was shattered by the time they got within 100 paces. It was just before this charge that General Lee, anxious about his center, rode up to Marye's Heights, and after a long examination with his field glass, turned to General Longstreet and said, "Those people are throwing their whole weight on this point. Do you think you can hold a position without reinforcement?" "General," answered the corps commander, "every inch of the ground is so covered by guns and musketry that a chicken could not live to reach that sunken road." Colonel Stevens of the 13th N.H. Infantry, who acted as reserve and witnessed the successive charges on Marye's Heights, reports under date of December 22nd, 1862. "As yet all the accounts that I have seen or read from Union or Rebel sources approach not in delineation the truthful and terrible panorama of that day. Twice during the day I rode up Caroline Street to the center of the city toward the point where our brave legions were struggling against the terrible concentration of the enemy's artillery and infantry, whose unremitting fire shook the earth and filled the plain in the rear of the city with the deadly missiles of war. I saw the struggling hosts of freedom stretched along the plain, their ranks plowed by the merciless fire of the foe. I listened to the roar of battle and groans of the wounded and dying. I saw in the crowded hospitals the desolation of war, but I heard from our brave soldiers no note of triumph, no word of encouragement, no syllable of hope that for us a field was to be won. In the stubborn, unyielding resistance of the enemy I could see no point of pressure likely to yield to the repeated assaults of our brave soldiers. For 3/4 of an hour before we were ordered into action, I stood in front of my regiment on the brow of the hill and watched the fire of the Rebel batteries as they poured shot and shell from 16 different points upon our devoted men on the plains below. It was a sight magnificently terrible. Every discharge of the enemy's artillery and every explosion of his shells was visible in the dusky twilight of that smoke-crowned hill. There his direct and enfilading batteries, with a vividness, intensity, and almost the rapidity of lightning, hurled the messengers of death in the midst of our brave ranks, vainly struggling through the murderous fire to gain the hills and the guns of the enemy. Nor was it a struggling or ill-directed fire. The arrangements of the enemy's guns were such that they could pour their concentrated and incessant fire upon any point occupied by our assailing troops, and all of them were fired with the greatest skill and precision. During all of this time, the rattle of musketry was incessant. Then came an order for our brigade to fall in. Silently but unflinchingly the men moved out from their cover, and when the line was formed, started in a run, and the pace was so rapid that many of the men relieved themselves of their blankets and haversacks. The words "Forward, charge!" rang out. We crossed the railroad and low muddy swamp on the left, all the time the enemy concentrating their terrible fire by batteries and pouring in on our advancing line. Suddenly the cannonading and musketry of the enemy ceased. The shouts of our men were also hushed, and nothing was heard along the line save the command, "Forward, men! Close up! Steady!" In this manner we continued in the direction of the enemy's batteries until we got within 20 yards of the celebrated stone wall. Behind that wall, and in rifle pits on its flanks, were posted the enemy's infantry, according to their statement, 4 ranks deep, and on the hill a few yards above lay in ominous silence their death-dealing artillery. It was while we were moving steadily forward that with one startling crash, with one simultaneous sheet of fire and flame, they hurled on our advancing lines the whole terrible force of their infantry and artillery fire. The powder from their musketry seemed to burn in our very faces, and the breath of their artillery was hot upon our cheeks. The leaden rain and iron hail in an instant forced back the advancing lines upon those who were close to them in the rear, and before the men could be rallied to renew the charge, the lines had been hurled back by the irresistible fire of the enemy to the cover of the ravine or gully which they had just passed. The enemy swept the grounds with their guns, killing and wounding many. Of the 3 brigades participating in that charge, in the space of a few minutes, the awful loss was 1,226 lying on the field. Burnside, from his post of vantage in the belfry of the courthouse, seemed to have gone mad in this carnival of death. When French's division withered away, he sent his aide, Colonel Taylor, to Hancock to put everything in. In his frantic desire to carry the heights, he sent in successively the divisions of French, Hancock, Howard, Sturgis, Birney, Griffin, and Humphreys, in all 20 brigades or 102 regiments. Of the thousands who rushed for that fatal stone wall with desperate determination, not one reached it alive. It will never be known how many times the Union troops made the attack. Their advance was like the billows breaking into atoms on a rock. The last charges were feeble, for the troops had to push their way over the prostrate lines of their comrades who were first sent in, and who, after being repulsed, had thrown themselves flat on the ground to escape the scathing, pitiless fire that swept the plain. Many brigade official reports speak of these prostrate soldiers begging their advancing line to retreat, even going so far as to grasp the legs of the men of the moving column and prevent them obeying orders. From 1,000 throats would come the cry, go back, it's certain death to advance," and the piles of dead gave fearful emphasis to the cry. In a space of 400 yards by about 800 yards lay the bodies of thousands. The official records show that these 7 divisions lost in killed and wounded in their attack on Mary's Hill 8,789 men. The regiment that went the farthest, dared the most, and died with their feet touching the stone wall was the 69th New York, of Meagher's Irish Brigade. The following is the report of Captain James Saunders, commanding the regiment. Camped near Falmouth, Virginia, December 22, 1862. In compliance with general orders, I hereby certify that the 69th New York Volunteers entered the Battle of Fredericksburg on December 13, 1862, with 18 commissioned officers and 210 rank and file, in which they lost 16 commissioned officers and 160 rank and file, leaving me, Lieutenants Milliken and Brennan, to bring the remnant, 52 men, off the battlefield. Ah! They were men, those lads of 69th. In that olden and glorious time, we Rebs would have taken off our hats and bowed low before the survivors of that gallant regiment, the bravest of the brave. End of chapter 33. Part 1, chapters 34 and 35 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 34. The Confederate States of America. The Confederate States of America. That is how the soldiers of Lee's army headed their letters in the last days of the old year of 1862. Their cause seemed on the eve of triumph. Everything was going their way. The army had learned to consider itself invincible. Bull Run, Williamsburg, Seven Pines, the 7 Days' Battle, Harper's Ferry, Crampton's Gap, Boonesboro, Antietam, and Fredericksburg they looked upon as victories. The rebels could not bring themselves to think that any army could keep long at the game of hammering the uncracked, unbroken anvil. Encircled by the rim of fire, the Confederacy had held its own except that New Orleans and Norfolk had fallen. But their occupation by the enemy had nothing to do with the general result. If the end of the year found the Southerners jubilant, it was anything but a time of happy portent to the Northerners. The war was proving a serious business to them. The novelty and excitement had worn off. The old flag furor, as Mr. Seward expressed it, had died away. The cost of carrying on the conflict was enormous. Volunteering had ceased, and a general conscription law was being forced through Congress. Many weak-kneed patriots were lifting up their voices. Their grand army was in a bad condition. Scott, McDowell, McClellan, Pope, and Burnside. 5 changes in a little more than 1 year, and each change was from bad to worse. The feelings of the North were voiced by Quartermaster General Meigs, a man closer to the administration than anyone else. In a personal letter to General Burnside shortly after the Battle of Fredericksburg, urging him imperatively to advance, he says, "In my position as Quartermaster General of the Army, much is to be seen that is seen from no other standpoint of the Army. Every day's consumption of your army is an immense destruction of the natural and monetary resources. The country begins to feel the effect of this exhaustion, and I begin to apprehend a catastrophe. General Halleck tells me that you believe your numbers greater than the enemy's, and yet the army waits. So long as you consult your principal officers, together the result will be that proverbially of councils of war. Every day weakens your army. Exhaustion steals over the country. Confidence and hope are dying. While I have always been sure that ultimate success must attend the cause of freedom, justice, and government, sustained by 18 million, against that of oppression, perjury, and treason, supported by 5 million, I begin to doubt the possibility of maintaining the contest beyond this winter, unless the popular heart is encouraged by a victory on the Rappahannock. What is needed is a great and overwhelming defeat of the rebel army. Such a victory would be of incalculable value. It would place upon your head the wreath of immortal glory. It would place your name at the side of Washington's. If by a march, such as Napoleon made at Jena, or as Lee made his commands and interposed between him and Richmond, if you are successful, he has no retreat. His army would be dispersed, and a greater portion would throw down its arms. The gallantry of the attack at Fredericksburg made amends for its ill success, and the soldiers were not discouraged by it. The people, when they understood, took heart again. But the slumber of the army since is eating into the vitals of the nation. As day after day has gone by, my heart has sunk, and I see greater peril to our nationality in the present condition of affairs than I have seen at any time during the struggle. Washington, D.C., December 30, 1862. End of chapter 34. Chapter 35. A Long Rest. After the Battle of Fredericksburg, the fine weather, clear, cold, and bracing, which we had been having, changed into a real Virginia winter, with a good deal of the northern thrown in. It snowed, froze, thawed, and rained by turns, and here and there bright days. All military operations were brought to a sudden close, and both armies went into winter quarters. The 1st Brigade attached to Pickett's division was about 2 miles from Gunny's Station on the Richmond and Fredericksburg Railroad. The camp of the 17th was pitched in a pine woods, well sheltered from the wind and with a good stream of water running near. As soon as the place was allocated, each mess went to work to build cabins. There was no attempt at laid out streets or parallel right angle squares, but the houses were arranged haphazard according to the inspiration of the moment, and thrown together in higgledy-piggledy style, which would have made it necessary for a stranger socially inclined to employ a guide or strike off a camp directory. Every style of camp architecture was to be found, including hut, hovel, shack, and shed, and every other plan of building that limited genius could devise. Officers and men messed together, therefore their style of tabernacle was no better than ours. Some energetic fellows worked like beavers and erected a good substantial log house, with fine drawing chimney and canvas roof, snug, airtight, and rainproof. These industrious bees had to submit to every kind of jibe and joke from the mocking drones for their pains. John Zimmerman and Mark Price took a week in constructing their hut. Indeed, if they had intended spending the rest of their lives in it, they could have not taken more pains with the spare means at hand. At last they finished it, and a crowd assembled to see them take possession. "Look yonder," drawled a long, lazy Reb, with an air as if he had come from the good old state of North Carolina, as he sat in the sun with an axe in his hands which he was too lazy to use. "Jest look a yonder, them boys is buildin' a palace. If they ain't, I'll be doggoned." "When are you going to send for the mason and plasterer?" asked another sitting near. "The decorator will be driving up soon," yelled an old Reb. "Don't forget the carpets and furniture," suggested the fourth. "Expect the President to come and see you, don't you?" By this time the crowd was watching the finishing touches with much interest, each man having his say. "The boss plumber and his assistants have just come," and saluting profoundly the self-erected courier retired. "The stove and kitchen range will be here presently," said one confidentially to the rest. "I saw the piano coming up with Uncle Robert's compliments as I left the depot," remarked another in a matter-of-fact tone. "Lor, boys, stop your foolin', hear me? He's going to have a pair of stone dogs on the porch, he is," exclaimed a bystander, while his comrade made haste to chime in, "and a bay window, and an observatory for flowers at each end, and a fountain playing before the door, and statues, and a brass knocker on that door, you bet." "Found a fortune? I tell you what, fellows, those boys have discovered a gold mine digging around these woods," and this old Red emphasized his remarks with a prolonged whistle expressive of admiring awe. "Say, mister, want a driver for your carriage? I'll milk your cow too, and I'll feed your canary birds," volunteered one of the men, gravely touching his hat. "Got any room in that hotel for boarders?" inquired a man running up, "because General Lee has just sent word to know if he can board with you, him and his staff." The builders took it all patiently enough, working steadily on. One voice generally answered back, "All right, you're having your laugh now, but wait till the snow comes, and you'll all be crowding in then." Some lazy soldiers, born tired, did not even attempt to build. They merely put up an old tent, run a trench around it, and erected a rude fireplace at one end. Others dug deep holes in the ground and roofed them over, proposing to hibernate like ground squirrels. Again, there were real Indian wigwams to be seen, only they had hearths and cheering fires. Some of the huts were large and roomy, holding a mess of dozen comfortably. Others were of a size capable of accommodating 3 or 4, while here and there one would come across a modern Diogenes in his tub, or Southern Thersites who, retiring from human sympathy and companionship, dug some hole or built some den in which he proposed to drag out the winter by himself. The latter part of December was fearful. A long rain followed the battle, then a hard, bitter freeze came. So intense was the cold that the men did nothing but cower over the fire piled high with wood night and day, or kept snugged up under blankets, which in such weather rose in value to $1,000 a square inch. The earth was frozen as hard as granite, the streams were solid; indeed, Ice King held all nature in its relentless grasp. All drills, inspections, and even guard mountings were suspended during this freezing weather. A man hardly dared poke his nose out of the tent, except when obliged to go for wood and water and to draw his rations. Then came on a thaw for 3 or 4 days, with really warm weather, when everything melted, when the streams burst their bonds, when the earth became soft until it seemed to have no bottom, and mud reigned supreme. It was everywhere. The roads were almost impassable, and it was difficult to haul the rations to camp from the station. A detail of 75 was made from the 17th to assist the brigade wagons back to camp. It was a cheerless task. The heavy army wagons came toiling laboriously along; many became stalled in the mud, the wheels sunken below the hubs, horses straining, the drivers cursing and lashing the poor animals, while a dozen men pushed at each wheel, all and everything covered with the liquid mire. Such was December in Virginia. The Christmas of 1862 was cheerless indeed. The weather was frightful, and a heavy snowstorm covered everything a foot deep. Each soldier attempted to get a dinner in honor of the day, and those to whom boxes had been sent succeeded to a most respectable degree, but those unfortunates whose homes were outside the lines had nothing whatever delectable partaking of the nature of Christmas. Well, it would have puzzled the divine Sawyer himself to furnish a holiday dinner out of a pound of fat pork, 6 crackers, and a quarter of a pound of dried apples. We all had apple dumplings that day, which with sorghum molasses was not to be despised. Some of the men became decidedly hilarious, and then again some did not. Some not because they had recently joined the temperance society, not because they were opposed to the use of intoxicating liquors, nor because they had promised their wives and sweethearts that they would not, but because temptation did not assail them, though the assailing would have been on the other side if poor temptation had had a drop, but because not a soul invited them to step up and partake. One mess in the 17th did not get so much as a smell during the whole holidays, and a dry, dismal old time it proved. We read in the Richmond papers of the thousands and thousands of boxes that had been passed en route to the army, sent by the ladies of Richmond and other cities, but few found their way to us. The greater part of them were for the troops from the far South, who were too distant from their homes to receive anything from their own families. The Virginians were supposed to have been cared for by their own relatives and friends, but some of them were not, as we all know. New Year came, and there were but few calls made. Nobody kept open house. The observance being considered a Yankee fashion, the soldiers agreed to dispense with it. Notwithstanding, had anyone opened his doors and received according to custom, with wines, liquors, and refreshments, he would have received 60,000 callers before night. Late in January a severe and continued snowstorm came on and covered the earth to a considerable depth, affording sleighing if we had only had the teams. One evening, while the snow was lying hard and crisp upon the ground, and the air was cool and bracing with a frosty nip in it, which sent the blood tingling in the veins, the 1st Brigade, sitting around the cabin fires, heard all at once the old Rebel yell ringing out with a will. Rushing out, they saw Toombs' Georgia Brigade not 100 yards away, sweeping toward them in a regular line of battle, their haversacks filled with snowballs, and all shouting like mad. In an instant officers and men divined the situation. "Fall back, men," the former shouted, "fall back and rally by the colors." And back they ran to the woods not far distant, while the colonel dispatched his aides to General Pickett for reinforcements. Through the camp came Toombs' men, capturing 200 or 300 of the 17th, whom they paroled on the spot and then kept on. In the meantime 2 companies of the 17th had been thrown out as skirmishers, to keep the Georgians back long enough for Kemper's brigade to form. The skirmishers did their best and accomplished their object, but they were captured to a man. Then came the shock of war, and the 2 brigades closed in snowy combat. All of the 3 Virginia regiments were in front, while Colonel Corse with the 17th made a circuit and attacked in the rear. The struggle was obstinate and the snowballs rained, or rather snowed, upon each line. The contest was waxing warm and blood began to flow from noses. The cautious and timid began to steal toward the rear. The 17th, after making the circuit and getting behind the enemy, were just about to charge when they discovered the startling fact that they had jumped from the frying pan into the fire, for Wright's brigade of Georgians had now come up and caught them flagrant delicto. The 17th, although between two forces, made a gallant stand, but soon surrendered, for they could not stand the murderous snow. Colonel Corse, game to the last, shouted, "No surrender, boys, no surrender!" But he was pitched head foremost into a snowbank, and two Georgians sat on him until he cried enough and yielded himself prisoner of war. But the triumph of the Georgians is short. Listen to the yells over there. Here come in full tilt Armistead's and Huntoon's brigades and Wright's command wheel to meet them, making a demi-curve right and left. Close fighting ensues, and the prisoners, being retaken, turn on their captors. It is nip and tuck. But now Toombs's brigade gives ground. Their ammunition is exhausted, not a ball left in their haversacks, and they are too hard pressed to make more. 3 brigades hem them in. Hunton overlaps their right wing and takes them in the flank and rear. Kershaw's brigade advances and attacks. By this time the ranks of the Virginia brigade are broken, owing to their rapid assault and the roughness of the ground, and before they can dress their line, Kershaw bears down upon them. No authentic return of the loss in this battle was ever made to the adjutant general, but considering the severity of the snow, it was surprisingly small. In the great battle the colors of the Georgians consisted of an old red undershirt. The Virginia banner was a pair of old gray breeches carried aloft on a pole. It is needless to say that all of the men covered themselves with glory and with snow. Nothing occurred to break the monotony of camp in this, the dreariest month of all the year, if we may except the regimental court-martials formed to try the soldiers for trivial offenses, principally for absence without leave. All were convicted or discharged by impartial judgment, but all were not punishable by the same methods. A broad line was drawn between the better class of privates, gentlemen in fact, and those of a lower rank socially. The one had their pay stopped and were deprived of their 2 weeks' furlough, which punishment was submitted to willingly. The latter class was condemned to the ignominy of wearing a barrel shirt and of walking 2 hours each day on a beat, with a fence rail on their shoulders, and these men, not being either thin-skinned or sensitive, carried their rail and drew their pay, well content to get off so easily. At first the men would laugh uproariously at such unfortunates, ask for the pattern and beg to know who was the tailor, and whether they had dressed to go courting, but when the novelty had worn off, took no further notice of them. Half a dozen could be seen at any time walking up and down under guard with all the solemnity of important duty. The barrel shirt was not handsome by any means, fashionable as it afterwards came to be. It consisted of a flour barrel, with the bottom knocked out and 2 armholes cut out on either side, after which the garment was ready for the wearer. Of course, the presentation was comical enough as the genus were seen strolling up and down the beat, and at first sight utterly irresistible, but beyond being not very graceful in its outlines, nor flowing in its drapery, it was found not so bad after all when one became accustomed to it, and then it was capable of a great deal of ornamentation, and suggestive of bread. About the middle of February, and at a time when the mud was deepest, the sky dullest, the weather gloomiest, there came one of the most inexplicable military orders that ever puzzled the soldier's brain or induced profanity. One bitter, bleak, cold day the long roll was beaten, and the order given to pack haversacks and fall into ranks. "Where are we going?" asked the soldiers, pouring out of the cabin huts, wigwams, holes and dens, with no very blissful expression upon their faces. But the officers did not know and could not even guess. "Shall we leave our cooking utensils and other property behind? For of course we are coming back," we further asked of them. The colonel said no, orders were positive to take everything as we were to change position and make a long march. With a groan and a curse each man loaded himself down with his goods to the extent of his ability, and looked with sadness and unfeigned regret at the comfortable quarters which they were obliged to leave and at all the articles of winter menage which they could not carry away, to march in the depth of midwinter no one knew where. Early in the morning the brigade started up some road, whether north, south, east, or west no one seemed to care. It began to snow, and the large flakes beat straight in our faces. None could guess the direction we were going, and no man troubled himself to ask. The soldiers were silent, and as they marched through the pine woods, already bending beneath their pure white burden, looked like a funeral cortege following some loved leader in grief too deep for words, or like a deaf-mute college taking an airing, rather than a body of troops on the march. All day steadily the tramp was kept up, and every hour the snow grew deeper and the walking more difficult. At last, when it was dark, we were halted and told to go into camp. Then came murmurs, grumbles, growls, snarls, maledictions, imprecations, fulminations, execrations, denunciations, anathemas, and damnations, all more thickly than the snowflakes. Camp indeed! Camping meant making ourselves comfortable, with such help as roaring fires, the aroma of boiling coffee, the delicate odor of frying meat, and the solacing pipe. What was camp but a mockery, in a bare pine woods with no axes and only green pines and everything wet? And yet some managed to start a fire, though most of us failed, despite patience and perseverance. Scooping out a hole in the snow, the soldiers lay down and tried to sleep, but it was a cold sleep, or rather a half unconsciousness between sleep and waking, in which there were fleeting dreams of icebergs, of being shut up in refrigerators to keep from spoiling, or being captured and locked up for safe keep in an ice house, or being spun around in a mammoth ice cream freezer, and of being impaled on the North Pole. All heavenly visions on a hot August night, but with the thermometer at zero, such dreams were too much like reality for comfort. At such a time one could understand the religious promptings of those Greenlanders to whom the missionary went with account of what a very warm place old Satan's home is. "That," they said with one accord, "is the very place for us. That is where we want to go. We want fire." And the astute missionary, changing his tactics, preached of Gehenna's bitter cold, how whale blubber froze in chunks and how there were whole icebergs of oil. Then the Greenlanders repented. The morning disclosed a scene which would have induced the thriftiest New England farmer to feel like banging his door, going back to his fire, and letting the cattle starve for one day. The snow lay fully a foot deep, and the frosty air cut like a knife. Most of the men were without gloves, and but few wore boots; consequently their sufferings were intense. They lay covered by their blankets, not daring to turn for fear the snow would come into their hollows. Some fires were started with infinite difficulty and coffee was boiled. Then came the order to march. Where? Why, right face back to our quarters again. Of course the camp followers had cleared out our settlement, had helped themselves to axes, pots, kettles, superfluous clothing, chairs, tables, canvas roofs, and everything which could be put to any use. Had a vote been taken then and there among the men, as they stood and surveyed the ruins and added up their losses, whether or not the war should end in a surrender, from sheer disgust and exasperation that knew no bounds, the brigade would in all likelihood have voted aye, to a man. What military dunderhead we had to thank for this delectable maneuver we never found out, nor was its meaning ever explained. After this we remained in camp until the great spring movement commenced. End of chapter 35.
Part 1, chapters 36 and 37 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 36. Hood's Men Visit the Theater. Early in March, the long roll called the men out of their warm holes into the line, and orders were read them to prepare to abandon winter quarters and to make ready for a long march. That evening saw Pickett's division on the tramp in the direction of Richmond. Expectation was rife as to our destination. Maps were studied, predictions made, but none really guessed the truth. It was a toiling, tedious journey, for the roads were of course execrable at that season, and a more disagreeable march we never made. Reaching Richmond and resting one day, the division began to file slowly through the streets,
and then commenced straggling the soldiers dropping out of ranks in spite of the most stringent orders. Every confectionery store would be crammed by the men darting out like so many children to buy a cake or stick of candy. The officers hallooed themselves hoarse, but the men would, and there was an end of it. It was impossible to arrest them. When any of the sentinels, whose duty it was to patrol the streets, would come up to one of the veterans and demand his pass, he was met with such a storm of ridicule and curses as made him glad to give them a wide berth. Most of the men wanted to spend the night in the city, intending to overtake their commands the next morning. It happened that Hood's brigade of Texans and Arkansans, as wild, daring, desperate a set as ever, were marching that night up Broad Street, passing the theater just as the doors were opened to admit the rapidly gathering audience. The soldiers had been drinking, and were sauntering along to suit themselves, some in ranks and others keeping along the pavement. As the door swung backward and forward to admit the stream of people, revealing the bright lights, the temptation was too strong. A rush was made, and in a trice a company of soldiers were pouring in just as they were, in full marching order, camping accoutrements and muskets. Some bought tickets because they had the money, but many, not feeling any Confederate promises to pay concealed in the linings of their pockets, went in anyhow. What could the poor doorkeeper do when the laughing, reckless, armed soldiery, who had stormed far more redoubtable defenses, pushed their way into the hall? Simply nothing but hold up his hand in meek protest. In 5 minutes the whole pit was jammed with the Texans, the lights sparkling radiantly upon the polished barrels of their muskets and shining full upon their war-bronzed faces. They did not enter the galleries, dress circle, or boxes, which were soon filled with citizens, but were content to occupy only the place to which they had assigned themselves. With open and undisguised wonder, they stared at the surroundings, their naivety showing plainly to the amused observer that it was the first time they had ever been in a theater. It was a war play, full of stirring incidents and to the highest degree melodramatic. It was called The Virginia Cavalier. After a period of restless waiting, the orchestra tuned up, the leader gave the signal, and the music commenced. Slowly rose the curtain, disclosing to the enraptured gaze of the soldiers a lake upon whose rippling bosom floated a fairy-like craft. The moon was shining full upon the water, casting its mellow radiance upon a far lovelier maiden than tenderest dreams had ever pictured. Evidently she was keeping tryst, for she sat in the boat listening as intently as Ellen Douglas when she waited for the notes of Fitz James' bugle to break the sweet hour's stillness. At last the lover comes, and as she steps on land to greet him, is enfolded in his warm embrace. Here followed a love scene. He is the cavalier of the play, and has come to bid her good-bye before leaving for the war. Of course the parting was affecting, thrilling them to the depths of their hearts. Many a teardrop glistened and rolled down the rough faces. It was all real to these soldiers, and as the play unfolded itself, they sat like fixed statues, hardly daring to breathe while they followed the fortunes of the cavalier. In the last scene of the act, the groupings and the surroundings were perfect, the effect admirable. In the background was a line of breastworks, or rather rifle pits, which looked as natural as though they had just been thrown up. Behind these parapets could be seen the half-concealed Yankee troops, their bayonets bristling like a forest of spears. The stars and stripes, that banner which these veterans had only seen at intervals during the last 2 years, in the rifts of battle smoke, drooped from its staff, breathing defiance in its every listless fold and recalling many a frightful scene. In front of the works, pacing up and down upon his beat, was a Dutch soldier, evidently from Vaterland and just mustered in. He was apparently intensely proud of his brand new blue uniform with its bright buttons, and strutted loftily along with his head held high in the air, carrying his musket in a peculiarly awkward manner, and wishing in his heart that his dear Gretchen and his little brother Hans could be there to see how fine he was, and how splendidly he was doing it, and how all the people were admiring him. Yes, he was doing his part well, being simply himself, the veritable Dutch recruit, with every detail of his dress and manner perfect, standing as we had often seen many of them stand the long hours through, when as prisoners they had mounted guard over us. In the distance the scenery represented the camp with its white tents and its troops drilling. On each side of the breastworks was pitched a small shelter tent fronting the audience, within which were several soldiers, smoking, yawning, and playing cards, their accoutrements hanging up, and the camp kettle actually boiling on the fire. Even the old theater habitués applauded heartily the faithful rendition, and every soldier present recognized the marvelous exactness of the scene. What must then have been the effect upon those matter-of-fact, unsophisticated fellows who had followed the plot with their hearts in their eyes and their souls in their ears? When this familiar picture rose before them, they sniffed the battle from afar, their nostrils dilating, their eyes gleaming with the excitement, and each hand unconsciously clutching its musket with a firmer grip. The play went on. The guards were retired and proceeded to cook their breakfast. From the camp kettle there rose the grateful odor of boiling coffee. The crackers were toasted by the coals, and the pieces of bacon stuck on the end of bayonets sizzled and fired in the flames. After they had all quenched their hunger, as the Marchioness expressed it, they lounged at ease, and filling their pipes commenced smoking while they discussed the war in stage whispers. The Dutchman narrating in his dialect, amid peals of laughter, his peculiar ideas of military affairs. So the play advanced preparatory to its culmination in a grand mise en scène. Unexpectedly came the whip-like crack of a rifle, then another and another in rapid succession. The guards seized their guns and sprang to their feet. The officers in hoarse, quick tones ordered the men to come inside the works, and they scrambled in fast enough. Again was heard the skirmish fire, and next appeared 3 or 4 vedettes, who vanished from sight within the fort. The Arkansas troops and the Texans rose mechanically to their feet, and never took their gaze from the picture formed by the green bays. They were on the battlefield once more, at Gaines' Mill, before Fort Reliance. They were waiting for Hood to give the word to the forlorn hope to advance. They were standing again in the hot summer evening at the foot of the hill by the Chin House in the Second Manassas, gazing on the guns which, loaded to the muzzle, were pointing at their hearts. They had forgotten that this was but mimic warfare, and they were standing again as they stood before, waiting for the signal to storm the works. In the distance could be seen on this immense, roomy stage the form of a Rebel scout, who crawled flat upon the ground to reconnoiter the place. Then he retired and came back with several sharpshooters who commenced to fire upon the fort. Hood's men began to get restless. Low murmurs were heard, and their eyes were beginning to blaze with unsuppressed excitement and passion. Then came the Rebel storming column. They stopped, were dressed in a line, and then fixed bayonets. The Southern Cross was flaunting proudly in the air, and the supreme moment had arrived. From the fort no sign was made except the steady watchful gleam of the rows of eyes and the sullen menace of the grim black guns. Suddenly a report was heard, and something like a shell burst over the works. It was so unexpected that a nervous scream or two issued from feminine lips. The faces of the soldiers in the pit became fixed. The Rebel stormers were ordered to charge, and they sprang to their task. A rattling volley met them. Some fell, but they reached the fort. The guns exploded every second. The line staggered. They reeled and fell back. Through the smoke could be seen the Union flag still floating. The Rebels rallied. They reached the entrenchment and climbed the parapet. A hand-to-hand battle ensued. Cold steel clashed with cold steel. The blue and the gray were mingled in a frenzied combat. The whole scene was made lurid by the sulphurous, ghastly glare of the burning chemicals, and the amber-colored smoke rolled in clouds to the roof. The struggle continued, and according to the program, the Rebels were driven back for the second time. Yes, they were beaten back, and many had fallen in the contest. The Texans could stand it no longer. The blood was rushing through their veins with the old war fever, and all the savage instincts of battle aroused. There was the foe, shouting in exultation. There waved the flag which every man of them had charged over and over again. There they were, falling back, their comrades in gray. "Up, men, and at 'em!" cried Wellington at Waterloo. "Drive 'em, boys!" sang out a tall, gaunt Arkansan. The old wild yell burst from scores of lips. They charged the works. Over benches, up the aisles toward the stage they surged like a raging torrent, carrying everything before them. The orchestra dived through the subterranean doors, disappearing like so many rats. Women were shrieking and fainting, men grew pale and speechless as the rebel soldiers, with their guns at a charge, began to climb the stage, yelling like so many demons. It was a part of the performance not laid down in the bills. Fortunately, very fortunately, there were stringent orders against carrying loaded guns in the streets of the city, or the play might have turned into a real tragedy. Just as the foremost had reached the stage, the lights went out, and Cimmerian darkness fell upon the lately brilliant house. A calm, clear voice was heard begging the soldiers to take their seats. In a flash the gas jets were blazing out again. The sudden reaction among the men was laughable. Crestfallen and ashamed, now that their enthusiasm had died away, they returned to their places. The manager, d'Orsay Ogden, then appeared before the footlights, and in a neat little speech said that in the whole course of his theatrical experience he had never received so high a compliment, that he considered it a tribute to the mounting of the piece unparalleled in the history of the stage. The next night the division bivouacked at Chester, a place halfway between Richmond and Petersburg. It had turned suddenly cold, and by evening the thermometer was in the neighborhood of zero. Worn out by the march, our men soon finished their supper and turned in for the night, sleeping in couples or in quartets so as to obtain all the warmth from a partnership in cover. A soldier learns the art of sleeping comfortably on the ground on a cold night only by long practice. It is as much a matter of education as the manual of arms. He has to acquire the art of sleeping with his head under the blanket all the time. He has to be master of the craft of slumbering steadily on, spoon fashion, with 2 or a dozen men, not moving unless they move, and turning when all turn. He must lie on his side, for under a blanket of limited dimensions, 4 men, to obtain the benefit of its warmth, must occupy the smallest space possible. The middle men, like the pigs in the center, were always kept warm, for there was not the slightest danger in the world of their missing the covering by a slide, a hitch, or a surreptitious pull, when there was a man to preserve the balance on either side, and fight for it if need be. Lots were drawn for those positions always. That evening, because the weather was so intensely cold, the men generally doubled or stretched out into sets of spoons, and every stitch was made available. During the night a heavy snowstorm silently fell, and covered the sleeping host to a depth of fully 8 inches with its light fleecy mantle. Not a man had roused, while gentle nature, with a pitying love for her children, had placed blanket, sheet, and robe over each recumbent figure, lightly and tenderly as a mother's hand would wrap her sleeping infant, flake by flake, noiselessly enfolding them from the biting cold and letting them dream on. In the morning Pickett's division was nowhere to be seen. Naught was there to meet the eye of dawning day but a wide expanse of snow, rising and falling in regular hillocks like the billows of the sea or like snow-covered graves in the churchyard. A hostile army might have defiled within pistol shot of the place and never suspected but that those mounds of snow were the last resting places of the departed. At last the oppressive and unusual heat awoke an officer. He shook loose the snow, sat up, rubbed his eyes, looked again and half rose. Where was he? Another look and another rub of the eyes, and then he understood that each motionless wave was sentient with life, and in a trice, like the dragon teeth sown by Cadmus, would rise ready for the fray. He stood up, prepared to enjoy the coming scene. Just then a head popped out with the suddenness of a jack-in-the-box, and with a bewildered countenance looked around. Another, and yet another. Then by tens and by hundreds the whited sepulchres were burst asunder, and the sleepers arose, impetuously dashing the snow from eyes, face, and body, and looking as wildly around as if their disembodied spirits had come to take up quarters once more in the same old tabernacles of flesh and blood. Those who looked on said they will never see such another sight till the dawning of the resurrection morn, the dies iraeus, when the trump shall sound and the graves shall give up their dead. End of chapter 36. Chapter 37. The bivouac at Petersburg. About 3 miles from Petersburg, the division halted in the midst of a huge pine forest, where the land was low, sobby, and wet. Surely a worse situation could not have been found outside of the dismal swamp. The wood was green pine, and everybody knows what a trial that is to patience and a sweet temper. The bark burns, 'tis true, but says to the fire, "So far, and no farther shalt thou go." Our only way then to circumvent such obstinacy was to cut down a colossal monarch of the woods, whose circumference measured several feet, and keep a fire against it until the heart caught, and then, as with human beings, you might bask in its fervid glow. Otherwise a green fire is worse than a balky horse, a scolding wife, or a smoky chimney. On the second day of our camp in the woods, without tents or shelter of any kind, there came such a snowstorm as rarely visited those latitudes. A steady snow, that without intermission for 2 days and nights covered the road 2 feet deep on a level. The sufferings of the men can hardly be imagined. Almost impossible to start a fire as it was, the cold intense from want of shelter. The men slept days and nights coiled up in their blankets. Rations, too, were far from sufficient. No coffee had been issued to the troops for a long time, but with a strange perversity, or rather mockery, large rations of sugar were given out. Not wishing to lose so much of the sweetness of life where we were in need of as much as we could get, we invented a new dish consisting of brown sugar and snow. Large quantities of this grub were consumed without the consciousness of any comfortable sense of fullness, but the heat of our bodies was more equably diffused thereby, the inside being kept about the same temperature as the outside. For half a month we managed to exist, 3/4 of the time without fire, camping in a place which was literally under water during the thaw, our feet always wet. Cold and hungry, we passed as dismal days as were ever dragged out by a Siberian exile. Amid all this desolation of mud, what had we to fall back upon for consolation? Our very spiritual comfort was wanting, for any minister who might have been disposed to preach to such water rats would have been obliged to climb a tree. But there was one gleam of sunshine that came to us amid all this shade and left a smiling memory, one light spot amid so much which was cheerless, and that was a keg of Widow Malone's whiskey. We called him the Widow Malone because he bore the same name as General Dashwood's aunt, who sang the famous song at the Ambassador's Ball. He was a private in Company A and hailed from the old North State, a bond comrade and a gallant soldier. The widow was a jocund fellow, and shared generously with the company all he had. If the players of the ungodly availed anything, his father would have been saved without repentance. There were turkeys which looked so fair it was almost a sin to eat them, ducks from Currituck so sweet that we would devour bones and all, chickens so tender that they had not come to years of discretion, pigs that would tempt a Jew to fall from grace, hams which had been cured by hickory smoke and boiled in the same pot with Eason's porridge, a haunch of mutton so juicy that we squared all accounts with his fathers and forefathers for furnishing hides of which to make drumheads, the whitest of bread, the nicest of preserves and pickles, besides many other viands and delicacies prepared by loving care and willing hands, all calculated to make glad our waste places. There they were all set before us. Is it any wonder that Company A wished they had 2 stomachs each, like a camel? The men were very hungry, remember, and as blue as indigo and as woe-begone as the wicked on a long aisle. It is not strange, therefore, that they charged the keg like a battery. The most abstemious were reckless, and the old battered tin cups were replenished again and again. Even John Zimmerman, the one good man in Zion, spliced the main brace the first time for 20 years. Every drop was as precious to those wet, shivering soldiers as the ambrosia which the divine Ganymede handed to the immortal Jupiter. We drank the widow's health in deep potations, then his illustrious father's, whose devotion to his son touched us deeply. In fact, we drank to the widow's whole family, past, present, and forthcoming, yes, even unto the 3rd and 4th generations. In the midst of the revel the drum beat for dress parade. "Fall in, boys!" cried Sergeant Saunders, and it was in truth a fall in. Company A meandered to its stacked muskets and formed a zigzag. "Right dress!" said Corporal Stickley, spreading his legs far apart and sticking his bayonet in the ground, looking the while like a gigantic tripod. The men were holding on to each other and getting that strength and mutual support which a line of bricks have, propped up one against another. "Forward march!" cried Captain Billy Smith, running plumb against a tree. "Steady, boys," and it was good advice but unheeded. Down he fell headlong, but being picked up by some who tumbled around him a few times before they succeeded, he walked off, trying to look preternaturally dignified. Away they all staggered, rickety and uncertain in every limb, to take their places on the right of the regiment, which was drawn up in a line on a simple inspection of the dress parade. The rest of the regiment gazed in wonder, for not a man of this festive company could stand steadily, and when the whole line went through the manual of arms, Company A's performance discounted a Georgia militia muster, and even the acrobatic feats of the clown in the circus. It must be confessed that every mother's son of them was tight as a brick and saw a dozen different objects at once. The colonel, standing some 40 paces off, was magnified into several colonels. The earth and the sky were in a ceaseless spin, and the ground shook as with an earthquake. Who could have been expected to maintain a perpendicular with all nature behaving in this unseemly manner? The regiment was in a broad grin. Officers with twitching features vainly endeavored to silence the laughter. One glance to the right was enough to upset the gravity of the most solemn patriot there. Why, just see that man raising his foot as if he were going up a pair of stairs and then coming down with a bang. Look how they lurch, as if they were at sea in a high storm with the vessel rocking from side to side. Watch that fellow pick himself up. What superhuman efforts they are making to impress the fact that they are as sober as judges. Evidently they are thinking every man of them is drunk but himself. What a variety of expressions their faces wear, from the simpering smile and broad expanse of grin, straight through to the funeral. The climax was reached, however, in the last formula of the evolution, when all the company officers, in full dress, met in the center of the regiment directly in front of the colors, and marching to where the colonel stood, saluted him. The officers of Company A were in the same plight as the privates, but they felt they would be satisfied if they accomplished that walk without disgrace. Summoning up all their will, their pride, their strength, they essayed the regulation step with every eye of the command upon them. The sword belt of one of Company A's lieutenants had slipped below the waist, and with every step he took the sword was banging on the ground. It got entangled between his legs and tripped him up. He stumbled, recovered, lurched forward, then fell to the ground. This was too much for discipline, and a smothered roar burst from the men. Lieutenant Addison and the rest of the company's officers were sandwiched among the balance of the rank, and by their end, one on each side, their tottering feet were guided right. Then the regiment broke and the men made their way back to camp. "But for the number," said the colonel, "I would have put them under arrest, but it would have been an unheard of thing to clap a whole company in the guardhouse, officers and all." Afterwards we came to the conclusion that of all the liquors in the world, of all brews ever distilled, that of pure, unadulterated North Carolina applejack was the strongest, most foot-tripping, head-turning, and most demoralizing generally, and the most insinuating. The exposure, the constant dampness of feet and clothes, the continued eating of sugar and snow soon began to tell upon the health of the men. Colds, throat and lung diseases, inflammation of the stomach were very prevalent. And when later on in March the division fell into line of march to Suffolk, many of us had to be sent to the hospital in Petersburg. Very sadly the sick beheld their comrades file down the road and disappear. Lonely and desolate enough we felt when the rough-looking ambulances started on their way to sick quarters. As for myself, what with the racking pain, increased by the jolting of the ambulance until it became intolerable agony, I fainted and was taken out as one dead. End of chapter 37. Part 1, chapters 38 and 39 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 38, In the Hospital. The Confederate Hospital, as it was called, was an immense tobacco warehouse in Petersburg, which had been temporarily assigned to the use of the wounded and sick. There were two wards, one on the ground floor and the other above. Each consisted of a vast room with narrow beds ranged in long parallel rows about 2 feet apart, and each ward about 6 rows or several hundred cots. The beds were only coarse cotton bags filled with shucks, with the adjuncts of a small pillow and one blanket. Sheets, coverlets, or bolsters there were none, our government being in far too straitened circumstances to offer any but the barest necessities. The luxuries generally found in hospitals were for richer treasuries than ours. Our medical staff was trained and of the finest material, composed of men whose hearts were in their work and who performed their duty with a devotion that could not have been surpassed. They were fearfully hampered by the want of proper medicines, and were obliged sometimes to fall back upon the simple herbs and whatever materia medica our own country might afford. Quinine was especially wanted, and could always command fabulous prices when brought into our lines for sale by the regular blockade runners. The United States government displayed the utmost vigilance in suppressing the traffic, even though their own soldiers suffered in our prisons for the want of it. The large percentage to be made by its importation proved too great a temptation to the money-loving and money-getting on both sides. Hence it was apt to find its way over in greater or lesser quantities in 100 different methods of which the Federal authorities never dreamed. Women brought it rolled up in their hair. It was sewed in the hems of their dresses. The trunks that came with regular passes by way of Fort Monroe had false bottoms which the soldiers who tumbled out their contents never suspected. Men carried it in the soles of their shoes. The need, however, was far above the supply, and its want was sadly felt. Chloroform was also in great demand. Many ill-fated soldiers were obliged to undergo amputation without any narcotic whatever, sustaining in keenest nervous sensitiveness the tortures of the knife and the horrible agony of the saw. Thus were the horrors of war doubly aggravated to the South, against which the ports of the world were closed even in so merciful a matter as that of medicines. It would seem that when the unfortunates were brought to such extremity, when human nerves were put to such rack as this, for the sake of the humanity which we all shared, hatred and malice might have well afforded to lay down weapons of warfare. John Randolph of Roanoke, a bitter, cynical man, one whose hand was against every man and every man's against him, was once heard to say of a stricken foe, "When God lays his hand upon a man, then I take mine off." So great a nation as the United States might well have extended a like generosity in this one instance of chloroform, without any fear that the great rebellion would have lasted thereby one day longer. The refusal of a few in authority to grant so slight a boon, not slight to the agonized dying, and the vigilance lest it should find its way to our hospitals would not have been endorsed by the Northern people at large. The doctors made their rounds every morning and evening, the seriously ill and badly wounded of course receiving more attention. But as regularly as the day rolled around would come those 2 examinations by the assistant doctors, while the chief surgeon went through the hospital and inspected the graver cases. His office was in the building, where he was ready day and night to attend with his advice and assistance all who might need either. Among the hundreds of patients his time was fully employed. The rations for the sick were but little better than the fare other soldiers were receiving, hardtack and fat pork, with rye coffee. The want of delicacies in the hospitals was marked, but for the unremitting, kindly attention of the women in Petersburg, whose fervor never flagged during the whole war, whose hearts were open as day for melting charity, the admittance would have been tantamount to an order on the sexton for a grave, or a civil request in behalf of the patient for a coffin from an obliging undertaker. It was their fair hands which brought and administered the luxuries which the enfabled patient demanded and which the Confederate government could not supply. Nearly every lady in the city visited the hospital more or less frequently, always carrying radiant sunlight into the murky gloom of the place, dispelling the homesickness, the hopelessness, the despair to which the sick are but too prone to yield when helpless among strangers. They always chose the most dangerously ill to carry to their homes, where the delicacies so much needed and constant attention would tell in the close encounter between life and death. Thus hundreds who turned from the smell of fat bacon, whose appetites were all unequal to the hard biscuits and who were daily growing weaker and more emaciated, who were fast sinking into an apathy which death only would end, were saved from being swept into untimely graves and brought back to life from the very valley of the shadow of death. We had no sanitary commission in the South. no great and good organization to lighten the cares of the sick, to pour oil on the wounds, and bring comfort to the bedside of the distressed and dying. We were too poor. We had no line of rich and populous cities closely connected by rail, all combined in the good work of collecting and forwarding supplies and maintaining costly and thoroughly equipped charities. With us every house was a hospital, every latch hung outside the door, and the dirtiest gray jacket was taken by the hand and the last crust shared with him. We had sad enough scenes of suffering in these hospitals, for all were alike everywhere, an epic poem of somber coloring in every man, pallid face, in every wasted form, an unwritten sermon on the uncertainty of life in the covered figures that lay as motionless as if the ward were a mausoleum. Mental pain and physical agony mingled their groans, while the three terrible sisters whom De Quincey had shown to us in the weird, spectral light of his impassioned fancy sat by the bedside of each soldier. The day could be spent pleasantly enough, for there was the doctor's call and the visitors, which always had a brightening effect. Then there was the sunshine pouring through the window, the songs of birds in the cages near, the sound of the bustle of city life which fell pleasantly upon the ear, the reading of books and newspapers, if patients were convalescent, the chance dropping in of comrades bringing in all the gossip of the camp, and above all, letters from home. These all tended to lighten the weary hours and relieve the monotony of otherwise lagging time. There were many sick who had no mental resources to fall back upon, who could read neither books nor papers, who had no friends to come to them, who, being obscure and illiterate, did not receive the same attention, although they were not altogether slighted. So they lay in their cots with staring eyes, brooding over their helpless condition, sinking without an effort to rally and filling as a class a majority of the graves. Then many, very many of the sick died in the hospitals simply from nostalgia or homesickness. A soldier from the far South would be brought in with a wound or a long, lingering camp fever, which seemed to require only time to ensure certain restoration to health. But as the days passed with no familiar face by his cot, one might observe, if he were an habitue of the ward, that his features grew paler and thinner, his looks more weary and listless, until some morning one might stop by his side and notice that the pallor of death, one can never mistake it, was upon his brow, and his breath coming in gasps from his livid lips. Then you could watch him dying, as I have done a score of times, and if charitably inclined, wipe the gathering dampness from his brow, or fan him until all was over and the suffering soul released. The simple truth of the matter was, the poor soldier had grown hopeless and despairing. He had lost all control over himself and would cry like a child. And then, not having been roused from this fatal nervous apathy and weakness, the downward path into the grave had been too sure. Dying because he had not nervous force enough to hold on to the attenuated thread of life. So passed the days, dragging their slow length along to all and bringing the end of all things to some. It was the long nights which came as a terror to every man that lay beneath the roof of the hospital. It was to me as a hideous dream. The vast room, with the narrow beds side by side, became the dim caverns of the catacombs, where instead of the dead in their final rest, there were extended wasted figures burning with fever and raving from the agony of splintered bones, tossing restlessly from side to side with every ill, it seemed, which human flesh was heir to. From the rafters the flickering oil lamp swung mournfully, casting a ghastly light upon the scene beneath, but half dispelling the darkness, bringing out dim shadows everywhere and rendering the gloom only more spectral. Up and down the aisles moved the nurses with muffled footfalls, looking to the eye of the fevered patient like the satellites of the Venetian Doges gliding through the torture chamber. The sickening odor of medicine, the nephritic air shut in by the closed windows, rendered the atmosphere heavy and unwholesome. The groans heard at intervals, the wanderings of delirium, the occasional querulous demands of the sick to the servitors, the shriek of agony as a broken limb would by a rough touch or careless movement be jarred, all combined and coming ceaselessly from so many lips among the hundreds lying there, made sleep or quiet rest impossible except to the strong or those under the influence of anodynes. The first glimmer of dawn coming stealing through the windows, rendering more dim the hanging lamp, was welcomed with as much joy as that with which the Brahmin hails the rising of the sun god. Early every morning the wards were inspected by the assistant surgeon, who passed rapidly among the rows of beds, giving a quick glance at each. He neither stopped nor listened at such a time to complaints or entreaties, while his black vassals kept at his heels. His mission is a mystery to a new patient, but if he watches he will see the doctor suddenly stop, approach a form lying in bed, feel his pulse, his brow, his heart, and then speak a few rapid words to the servants with him. They take in their strong arms the stiffened figure whose eyes shall no more watch longingly for the coming of the day, and bear him out, while the surgeon, going to the headboard, copies in his notebook from the card the name, company, and regiment of the deceased. In the morning paper, under the heading of "Died in the Hospital," there is a name, and that is all. All of the life which surged out to the great ocean of eternity. Alone in the darkness of the night, with no friend to catch the last fond lingering look or close the dying eyes, the last of a life with all its hopes, its fears, its loves, its duties. Who stops to ask a question about him? Who seems to care? It makes as much stir, this death, as a pebble cast in the stream, a slight bubble on the surface and no more. In the meantime, the servant has turned over the shuck mattress, given the blanket a shake, beaten the pillow, and taken down the card. Then the bed is ready for another occupant, who may be placed thereon 15 minutes after. This was a common occurrence. Is it any wonder that men grew callous and fearless when death was all around them? We read of the ravages of the plague in India, and through burning verse which thrills us we follow English soldiers in their banquet song. Breathing the tainted air, they know they must soon be stricken, so they fill high their brimming glasses, and with resonant voice chant the awful chorus. Stand to your glasses ready, drink to your fair lady's eyes. Here's to the dead already, here's to the next man who dies. More unconcerned, more regardless of death is the hospital patient, for oft times he sits up in his cot, chewing contentedly his hardtack and drinking his coffee, while the soldier who rests next to him, and whom he has learned to know, is dragged off to his final resting place. It makes no impression on him. He eats not a mouthful less nor drinks a spoonful more. The King of Terrors has appeared so often before him and lingered so long that he has lost that majesty that doth hedge a king, and so the soldier looks upon him without the twitching of a nerve or the hurried beating of the heart. Southern hospitals during the 2 latter years of the war were quite different from what they were at first, when their proper organization had hardly been effected. First and last, they would have borne the same comparison that the crude material of the militia does to the well-drilled and perfect army. Large and airy buildings were set apart and converted into permanent hospitals, wherein the best arrangements were made for both sick and wounded. Systemized regulations and order reigned in every department from the kitchen up. Instead of the indiscriminate visiting and nursing of the charitably disposed, which no matter how much needed at first and how helpful, was in some cases more injurious than otherwise, regular nurses were permanently appointed at stated salaries with certain defined duties. These appointments were made from the best and highest ladies in the land, the most refined and delicate, who with tenderness and Christian charity took the place of professional nurses, superintended the linen department, and saw that the food was properly and nicely served. The gentleness, the patience, the loving sacrifice of those women no words can describe. They served with a self-abnegation which never faltered, for the pay was a mere pittance and could never enter as a motive, throughout the long days of summer, and the longer nights of winter found them unwearied watchers by the sick and dying. And so the days passed, bringing in the sick and wounded in a steady stream. The convalescent, without a smile for many weeks on their pale faces, were assisted out with a furlough in their pockets into the waiting ambulances which drove them gently to the depot. There, though every seat be filled by the reckless soldiery, yet when the cry goes out, "Make way for 6 soldiers," the words are as potent as the warning note of the Sultan's crier in Baghdad, for the crowd opens a passage and they are helped to the best seats in the car, and the mightiest soldier will sit beside him and do his will. The statistics of the Confederate States show that many more died in the hospitals than were killed on the field of battle. Through the unremitting care of Miss Fanny Bannister of Petersburg, a veritable angel, and Mrs. Judge Joynes of the same city, I rallied from an attack of inflammation of the stomach, which dragged me to the very pit of the grave, and then, reduced in weight but happy at heart, was sent to Richmond among my friends, with an indefinite leave on a sick furlough. End of chapter 38. Chapter 39. Chancellorsville. As long as the South remains a people and cherishes her traditions, the name of Chancellorsville will ever be a word of sorrow, a sound of woe. For it was there that she lost the soldier whose star never paled, the man of the times, the one who had always plucked the flower of success from the nettle of defeat. Who but Jackson could have surprised the great army of the Potomac in broad day? Who but Jackson could have kept his troops together in that tangled wilderness? Who but Jackson could have inspired the gray infantry with the firm belief that their general was invincible? And there lives not a Southerner who does not believe that had Stonewall Jackson lived, Appomattox would have been a word with no bitter memories. America would doubtless have been one country, as destiny determined it should be, but the shame of defeat, the horrors of Reconstruction would have been spared the South. Before General Hooker had reorganized his army and matured his plans, he had many a doubt about his ultimate success. In a report made April 21, '63, he says, "You must be patient with me. I must play with these devils before I can spring. Remember that my army is at the bottom of the well and the enemy holds the top." But his mind changed and a wild elation took the place of despondency. 1 week after this dispatch, he held a grand review of the Army of the Potomac and beheld that mighty host in all of its pride, strength and power. He felt as certain of success as a man could be in this world. The ranks were full, the men in perfect condition, the officers brimful of enthusiasm. Victory was in the air. His disposition was to make a flank movement and cross the Rappahannock at United Mine Fort, and once over the river he felt the battle was won. Colonel Galbraith, of his staff, told me years later that on the evening before the advance, General Hooker and several officers were examining a map of the Wilderness, and Hooker, placing his finger on the spot marked Chancellorsville, said, "Gentlemen, if I can plant my army there, God Almighty can't drive me out." So he issued this congratulatory order to his troops. General Orders No. 47. Headquarters Army of Potomac, Camp near Falmouth, April 30, 1863. It is with heartfelt satisfaction the commanding general announces to the army that the operations of the last 3 days have determined that the enemy must either ingloriously fly or come out from behind his defenses and give us battle on our own ground, where certain destruction awaits him. By command of General Major Hooker. 3 days later, after placing his army at Chancellorsville, in the tavern of that spot he was wounded. Fighting the battle and recrossing the river, he issued this order: General Orders No. 49, Camp near Falmouth, Virginia, May 6, 1863. The Major General commanding tenders the army his congratulations on its achievements of the last 7 days. If it has not accomplished all that was expected, the reasons were of a character not to be foreseen or prevented by human sagacity or resource. By our celerity and secrecy of movement, our advance and passage of the river was undisputed, and on our withdrawal not a rebel ventured to follow. The events of last week may swell with pride the heart of every officer and soldier in this army. If the hearts of the soldiers swelled with pride over their achievements, it was more than the Northern people did. Instead, their hearts were filled with sorrow, anger, and bitterness. They had hoped so very much and gotten so little. To cross a river and return cost him 13,000 men. Lee's congratulatory order was read in the North, and then General Hooker was forced to step down and out. General Orders No. 59, Headquarters Army of Northern Virginia, May 7, 1863. With heartfelt gratification, the General commanding expresses to the army his sense of the heroic conduct displayed by officers and men. Under trying vicissitudes of heat and storm, you attacked the enemy strongly entrenched in the depths of a tangled wilderness, and by the valor that has triumphed in so many fields, forced him once more to seek safety beyond the Rappahannock. We are especially called upon to return our grateful thanks to the only giver of victory for his signal deliverance. R. E. Lee, Commanding General. In the opening days of May, 1863, when the buds were bursting into blossoms and the daisies were sprinkling the green fields of Virginia with drops of white, the blue gamecock of the North and the red one of the South, gaffed, spurred, and trimmed, stood defiantly eyeing each other, ready, willing, and anxious to try conclusions once more. To a looker-on in Vienna the chances were all in Hooker's favor. He justly described his command as the finest army on the planet. The esprit de corps was high, and 120,000 men stood ready to follow him to the death, and he, brave, dashing, impetuous, was a fit leader for such men. Hooker had two important factors in his favor. First, his superiority in numbers. Second, the absence of Lee's left arm, for Longstreet was with his division in North Carolina. And just here it may be said that such an error in grand strategy like to have cost the South dear, for it deprived Lee in a critical period of the game of his trusted lieutenant, when Sedgwick with 20,000 men came rushing on his flank at Salem Church and forced Lee to change all carefully laid plans for the defeat of Hooker. Hooker was undoubtedly a well-trained soldier and able tactician, and his plan to interpose his army between Lee and Richmond was a fascinating one. But he made the fatal mistake of not knowing the topography of the country. He chose for his battleground a section which neutralized the superiority of his artillery, for in weight, in numbers, and in metal his guns overmatched those of his adversary. Lee was aware of the false move, and his scout service was the finest in the world, but he did nothing to check it, for he was only too glad to let Hooker lose himself in the tangled labyrinth of the wilderness. Federal General Warren, describing the Chancellorsville section, said: "A proper understanding of the country will help to relieve the Americans from the charge so frequently made at home and abroad of want of generalship, of handling of troops in battles that have to be fought out hand to hand in forests, where artillery and cavalry could play no part, where the troops could not be seen by the officers controlling their movements, where the echoes of the sound from tree to tree were enough to appall the strongest hearts engaged, and yet the noise would hardly be heard beyond the immediate scene of strife. Thus the generals on either side, shut out from sight and hearing, had to trust to the unyielding bravery of their own men. Who shall wonder that such battles often terminated from the mutual exhaustion of both contending forces, but rather that in all these struggles of Americans against Americans, no panic on either side gave the victory to the other like that which French under Moreau gained over the Austrians in the Black Forest." The truest criticism of General Hooker's campaign was made by his second in command, Major General Crouch. He says: "In looking for the causes of the loss at Chancellorsville, the primary ones were that Hooker expected Lee to fall back without risking battle. Finding himself mistaken, he assumed the defensive and was outgeneraled, and he became demoralized by the superior tactical boldness of the enemy." General Howard, commanding the ill-fated 11th Corps, said that the cause of disaster was: "Though constantly threatened and apprised of the moving of the enemy, yet the woods were so dense that the foe was able to mass a large force, whose exact whereabouts neither my patrols, reconnaissance, nor scouts could ascertain." When the scouts brought General Lee the news that preparations were being made by Hooker to cross the Rappahannock, the first step that Lee took was a peremptory order to Longstreet to rejoin him at once. Lee had only two courses to pursue. One was to make a hurried retreat, and choosing some strong defensive position, entrench and delay the enemy until Longstreet reinforced him. This was the safest course, and no leader but a master in the art of war would have set at naught all the rules of military tactics and divided his army, numerically inferior to the enemy, leaving his center open and undefended save by a strong skirmish line. But Lee took the same chances that he did in the Manassas campaign. General Gordon in his book states that it was Jackson's proposal to flank Hooker, and in the famous conference in the woods, when he and General Lee sat on a couple of cracker boxes and Jackson formulated his views, it is a historical fact that General Lee agreed to his lieutenant's plan of campaign then and there without a single modification. In the attack, Stonewall Jackson formed his men in three lines, Rodes in front, Trimble's division under General Colston in the 2nd, and A.P. Hill in the 3rd line. The orders were clear and explicit. Each brigade commander received positive instructions which were well understood. The whole line was to push forward from the beginning, keeping the road for their guide. Under no circumstances was there to be any pause in the advance. At 8:15 p.m., the word was given to move forward, the line of sharpshooters being 400 yards in the advance. So complete, says Rhodes, was the success of the whole maneuver, and so great was the surprise of the enemy that scarcely any organized resistance was met with after the first volley was fired. They fled in the wildest confusion, leaving the field strewn with arms, accoutrements, clothing, caissons, and field pieces in every direction. The Rebel advance moved steadily, the front lines firing and loading as they marched, while the rear came to the front, fired and loaded as the march continued. Colonel Lee, commanding the 5th Ohio, says, "The attack by Jackson was evidently a surprise, and my battalion was held in a useless position under a murderous fire, and the immense mass of fugitives passing by and through it conspired to dishearten and scatter the men so as to prevent any further stand to be made." General Carl Schurz gave his testimony to the same effect. It was, he says, an utter impossibility to establish a front. The whole line deployed on the old turnpike facing south was rolled up and swept away in a moment. The Rebels were formed in columns by divisions, his skirmishers throwing themselves into the intervals whenever their advance was checked. They had at least 3 lines deep, the intervals between the lines being very short, the whole presenting a heavy, solid mass. Jackson struck the 11th Corps just exactly at 5:30 p.m., and no troops in the world could have stood the onslaught. General Schurz says, "My division had been made responsible for the defeat of the 11th Corps, and the 11th Corps for the failure of the campaign. We have been overwhelmed by the army and the press with abuse and insult beyond measure. We have borne as much as human nature can endure," says Colonel Schimmelpfennig. "It would seem as if a nest of vipers but waited an auspicious moment to spit out their poisonous slanders upon this hitherto honored corps. The fortunes of war stationed the 11th Corps on the right of the line, and had Hooker placed his oldest and staunchest corps in their place, the result would have been the same." Every soldier of any experience knows that the bravest command will go all to pieces when surprised, and the lions turn for a time into sheep. Just consider the situation. A peaceful summer evening, the troops exultant over the rumor that the enemy were in full retreat to Richmond, the men building their fires and getting their suppers ready, when suddenly, without a moment's warning, the camp is filled with hundreds of rabbits, squirrels, foxes, and dozens of deer, to say nothing of whirling quail, hawks, owls, and as startled eyes look into each other, like the stroke of a thunderbolt comes a deadly sweep of bullets, and then the Rebel yell from thousands of throats. A long line of gray figures suddenly emerging from the thickets, and their rifle barrels glinting in the rays of the declining sun. Run! Why, the Knights of the Round Table would have sprinted, and Leonidas and his Spartans would have caught up and passed the rabbits. Remember, too, that there was no place for the Yankees to make a stand until they reached Chancellorsville, 2.5 miles distant. It was every man for himself and the devil to take the hindmost. Every soldier knows that it is almost impossible to rally troops on the run. At Brandon Station, a little later on, my regiment, the 4th Virginia Cavalry, the crack command of Stuart's cavalry, was surprised by Gregg, and ran like sheep and had all the fight taken out of them for that day. It is very easy to criticize the shamefulness of a panic, but not if you have been a participant in one yourself. Someone asked a Dutchman in Schurz's division what he ran for, and his answer was the answer of all. "What I skedaddle for? I runs because hell broke loose all around." Colonel Harting of the 7th Pennsylvania says, "At about 5:30 p.m., the regiments on our right were suddenly attacked, and they broke through our command. The first we ever knew of the enemy was that our men, when sitting on their knapsacks, were shot in the rear and flank. A surprise in broad daylight, a case not heard of in the history of any war. It was so complete that the men had not time to take their arms before they were thrown into the wildest confusion. Some guns of Deckman's battery in front, without firing a single shot, broke through the whole mixed crowd, and we could do nothing but retreat through the woods. Had it been an open country where the Yankee batteries could have taken position, They could have stayed the route, but it was only in open spots that the guns could be placed. Captain Martin of the 6th New York Artillery says, "My guns were served with great difficulty owing to the way the cannoneers were interfered with in their duties. Carriages, wagons, horses without riders, and panic-stricken infantry came rushing through my battery, overturning guns and limbers, smashing my caissons, and tramping my horse holders under them." Another artilleryman says, "We would have to cut down the trees and clear away the underbrush before we could place the guns, and all this took precious time, and before we were ready the enemy would be before us." And on and still on, through the scrubby underbrush, matted with vines, with here and there deep gullies choked with tangled briars and fallen trees, where they had to slide down and climb up. On and still on, through brushy cedars and branching juniper, criss-crossed with wild runners as elastic as rubber and strong as wire, where the men had literally to force their way, tearing their clothes into ribbons. On and still on, till emerging breathless they reached some abandoned field growing up in their primeval wilds. Here the lines would be realigned, and in every clearing would be found some fresh regiment of the bluecoats with a battery or two just unlimbered, pouring shot and canister anywhere and everywhere, when the gray column would sweep forward, pause an instant, level their guns, and a crackling noise of musketry would burst out. Then, panting, gasping, they would plunge on again into the apparently impenetrable depths of the slashes. The skirmishers were soon mingled with the line of battle. None knew where they were going. Whole regiments became separated as they toiled and struggled through the twisted, tortuous undergrowth of bushes and saplings. The hustling of the shell, the song of the bullet flying over the hears, made them forget their labors, and they headed intuitively to where the sound of the cannon was the heaviest. They had 2.5 miles to go, and before half that distance had been traveled it grew dark in the bushes, but on, still on, wet with perspiration, scratched and in tatters, the gray line, as restless as fate, made their way toward the redoubts of Chancellorsville. What with forcing their way through the pathless wilderness, loading and firing, but never falling back, the commands had become all mixed up in inextricable confusion. But the genius of the men drove them onward. Jackson seemed inspired. He was galloping at full speed from one point to another, guided by the sounds of the battle. Forward was his one command. His fiery ardor nerved his soldiers, exhausted as they were, to renewed efforts. In one instance a murderous fire from a battery swept through a briery meadow across which a North Carolina regiment was marching. The men cowered before the storm. Jackson rode forward and cried, "Follow me, your general will lead you." To one of Ransom's regiments that stopped to breathe, he said, "Follow! No brave soldier will stop now." I have heard scores of soldiers around their campfires tell of their last view of Jackson, of his stern set mouth, his eyes, generally so calm and cold, now blazing with the light of victory. He issued his orders to his aides, short and sharp like pistol shots. A whole company of cavalry was attached to his staff, as orderlies and he kept them all on the jump. One of them, Martin, told me that as he followed him in full tilt across a broomsedge field, he suddenly reined up before a group of 3 soldiers who were lying down, but busy loading and firing. Jackson asked them why they were not with their comrades in front. One raised himself up and said, "General, we can't. We are all 3 wounded," and he stuck his leg in the air, covered with blood. "Then," said Martin, "he told me to go back and get assistance, and he darted off, and I never saw him again." It was like madness for Jackson to go ahead of his picket line that night. He intended attacking Hooker at the earliest dawn, and was anxious to place A.P. Hill, who was in reserve, in front, and his own troops, mistaking him in the darkness, fired on him, and that volley set the whole Yankee artillery to firing, and he received his death wound. It was one of the North Carolina regiments that fired the fatal volley. Lieutenant Colonel Oscar Heinrich, Chief Engineer of the Army, says, "The enemy soon opened with shot, shell, canister, grape, and shrapnel. General Pender, who occupied a part of the front, became actively engaged. General Lane got scared, fired into our own men, and achieved the unenviable reputation of wounding severely Lieutenant General Jackson and Major General A.P. Hill. If Jackson had lived, what would have been the result?" The greatest praise came from his enemy, General Howard, who says, "Stonewall Jackson was victorious. Even his enemies praise him. But providentially for us, it was the last battle that he waged against the American Union. For in bold planning, in energy of execution which he had the power to diffuse, in indefatigable activity and moral ascendancy, Jackson stood head and shoulders above his confreres. And Hancock, the superb, gives this tribute: "The Confederate army could better have lost a corps of 30,000 men than Stonewall Jackson." End of chapter 39. Part 1, Chapters 40 and 41 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 40. The Pillar of the Confederacy Falls. Richmond was the paradise of the convalescent. Several private hospitals were conducted by ladies, and if any soldier proved lucky enough to get into one of those, he considered himself the happiest man alive. He was nursed, petted, spoiled. He had the best books to read, the nicest fare, the softest of beds, and everything was done for his comfort. He breathed the sweet perfume of flowers, and saw the fairest of company, and followed his own sweet will if well enough. It was now early May, that dainty season of the year when nature, bursting from the icy clasp of winter and the cold embrace of March, threw herself, beautiful with 1,000 charms, into the arms of youthful summer. Richmond had never looked to greater advantage. The trees decked in the most vivid green, Capitol Square was in its brightest verdure. One Sunday evening, May 3rd, came glorious news to the Rebels, in a dispatch from General Lee, announcing that he had gained a great battle near Chancellorsville, and that he regretted the wounding of Jackson. Of course the city was in a glow, but did not show its joy in demonstrations. There was no display, no triumphant strains of music, no burning bonfires or salvos of artillery. The people only drew a long sigh of relief or flocked to their churches, whose bells tolled the summons. On the street bright faces could be met at every step, and the people carried their hearts upon their sleeves. There was an unwritten language which helped from eye to eye of strangers even, as they passed each other, which told how unrivaled was the exultation, and how the city had but one heart to throb out its deep rejoicing. The happy children appeared happier as they bounded along the streets, the birds seemed to sing more sweetly, the roses bloomed more richly, the air was purer, and all nature smiled in glad accord. Next day the ladies of Richmond, with their customary thoughtfulness, visited every merchant, seeking contributions of food, clothing, medicines, and money for the wounded. A vast amount of stores was collected and sent off. The depot of Broad Street was filled at the coming of the trains, with long lines of ambulances ready to take the wounded to the several hospitals. Thus a week passed, and when the sky was the color of iridescent opal, when the waters of the James rippled with music, while the flush of proud satisfaction still lingered on every face, while even the most timid and fearful were beginning to feel that final success was both assured and near, while the whole populace were ready to break out into the chant of praise, there came the startling news that fell upon the community like a thunderclap: Jackson is dead. From mouth to mouth passed the intelligence that calm, lovely Sunday afternoon. From street to street it spread until it wrapped the whole city in gloom. Men heard it and grew pale as they listened. Shocked surprise was upon every face. He who told it and he who caught the import of the 3 short words gazed at each other in dumb amazement. Women were seen in the streets, all unmindful of the publicity, wringing their hands and weeping as bitterly as if one near and dear to their hearts had been taken. You see, they loved him so. Jackson dead. "No," they said, fighting off the fact. "It could not be. It is a rumor brought by some alarmist. These mistakes often occur. Half-truths are so frequently exaggerated. No, Jackson could not be dead. He, the pride, the idol of the South, was not born to die until his mission had been accomplished. That which they had heard was folly. No one could be expected to believe it." What? Stonewall? Our Stonewall dead? The man who had stood in the leaden hail at Manassas and been therein baptized into his world-renowned name, who had moved unharmed where death had been thickest at Kernstown, at Port Republic and Cross Keys, who had breasted the iron hail at Gaines' Mill, who had courted death at Sharpsburg and Bull Run, he dead? No, they could never believe it. But still the wires brought but one answer. To the thousand inquiries which flashed back, the keys of the instrument returned only one reply, proclaimed but one sad, inflexible fact: Jackson is dead. It was true. Then it was given to us to see what passionate love this strangely reserved, retiring man of destiny had acquired over the thoughts of his people. Grief, like a pall, settled over the city. Men, women, and little children, nay, the whole Confederacy bowed its head in deep, tearful sorrow. A sorrow which came home to every heart in a throbbing pain, as if he had been once dear flesh and blood. It was no use to reason over the matter, to ask why this should be so, why we thus grieved for a man whose face many had never seen, whose voice we had never heard. The pride and the love were there indisputably, and we could have given up all hope for our country's cause as easily as the life of Stonewall Jackson. Indeed, the two seemed identical, and the one was never after so bright when the other had passed away. Next day, about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, every bell began to toll, and no one upon whose ears the mournful cadence fell but knew that all that was mortal of their loved leader had been brought to the city on the train. The day was at its sultriest. The rays of the sun had poured down remorselessly on the brick pavements all the morning, and the air was dry and hot. The heat was reflected from the walls of the houses, from the streets, from the tin roofs, from the shining surface of the river, and rose in quavering spiral undulations. It was an hour when the thoroughfares were generally as deserted as a village churchyard, when window shutters were tightly closed, when the city seemed to slumber until the going down of the sun. But this afternoon the effect of the tolling of those bells was marvelous. From every door poured the people, until dense crowds lined the streets. From the Broad Street depot down to Ninth Street, from thence to the governor's house, was a surging mass of humanity. They took the coffin from the train and placed it in the hearse. At the sight the people who were gathered round broke into lamentations. Men pulled their hats over their eyes, soldiers were not ashamed to wipe the fast falling tears from their rough faces. Women broke out in sobbing, and the sorrow was universal. The hearse moved along slowly and with difficulty. The police tried to make way for the horses through the dense crowd which pressed so closely to the coffin. A poor woman running alongside wept all the way as she went. Her dress betokened that she was of the lower ranks, and her long black hair had fallen about her, but she kept her place and would yield to none. Rich and poor, high and low, learned and ignorant, old and young, it made no difference then. When the cortege arrived at the governor's mansion, the casket was borne sadly within the doors. Still the crowd lingered, and after a while his little child was brought out. Women gathered around it and touched its dress almost reverently, and with streaming eyes remembered that this was all that was left to them of Stonewall Jackson. The day of the funeral, when the procession was to pass through the streets, a quiet, saddened crowd gathered along the pavements on the route. No noisy demonstrations of any kind greeted the ear. The people had had time to realize their loss. The solemn stillness brooded upon the whole scene, and the city stood reverently in the presence of her dead. No one seemed to be talking. There was all the hush and the serenity of the Sabbath about the day, and more of sadness than any Sunday we ever saw. The procession as it wended its way slowly through the streets was watched by thousands, but what they noticed most, that which they looked upon with streaming eyes after the flag-draped casket, was the riderless horse, which two of Jackson's men were leading and which moved slowly behind the hearse. To the slow wail of the Dead March, Jackson's old veterans, who were in the city at the time, followed the battle steed as they had done so many times before, and as they walked they wept like children, strong men as they were. We watched them as they passed, wondering at the devotion, the indescribable enthusiasm with which this greater soldier inspired his troops. The body of General Jackson lay in state at the Capitol after the procession had finally wended its way there and then dispersed. Thousands were admitted to look their last upon his calm face, and many found it impossible to effect an entrance into the building, even at the expense of patient waiting in the great crush. Toward night, after the doors had closed to the public, a weather-beaten, war-worn, mutilated soldier demanded admittance, and requested to see the dead hero. He was refused. "It is too late," they said, "they are closing the coffin for the last time." But still he pressed forward and would take no denial. When one of the marshals of the day was about to force him back, the old soldier, with tears rolling down his bearded face, exclaimed, raising the stump of his right arm, "By this arm which I lost for my country, I demand the privilege of seeing my general once more." The appeal was all powerful, and the coffin lid was raised, and Jackson's old soldier gazed his last upon the face of his dead leader. Of all the generals on the side of the South, he, and he alone, had infused into the minds of the rank and file of the army unquestioning confidence and utter reliance. They believed in his star as the Imperial Guard believed in Napoleon, looked up to him with the same feelings with which the Russian soldiers regarded Suroff. They marched to battle with him as blindly, as trustingly as the legions followed Caesar. No other general could get from the soldiers what Stonewall secured without an effort. The privates of the army adored him, and no matter whether the ground was covered with snow, or rain poured in blinding torrents, or the sun beat with vivid force upon the heads and their feet sunk in the dust a foot deep, they would follow the old tattered uniform, that old faded gray hat, that kindly, rugged face, until nature itself would rebel. He was kind to his soldiers and always considerate of their wants and comforts. While many generals, lower in rank than he, yet proud of their position and of gold lace and silver stars, were overbearing and haughty in their demeanor toward the privates, Jackson was as their elder brother. There was a young soldier in his division, a boy in years, who, stopping to fill his canteen from a branch on a forced march, became separated from his command, was taken suddenly sick, and it was weeks before he rejoined his regiment. His colonel, disbelieving his tale of sudden illness, ordered him to the guardhouse. He appealed to the brigadier, who refused to take any action in the matter. That evening, as Jackson sat in his tent, with several of his generals around him, listening intently to their reports of the condition and efficiency of the men, there appeared suddenly among them a boy who could not speak for his choking sobs. One of the brigadiers, indignant at the intrusion, started to eject the offending private who dared to interrupt a council of war. But Jackson interposed and drew the weeping boy to him, who, when he found voice, narrated his wrongs. Jackson listened to his story without a word of interruption. He perceived the truth which spoke in every tone and shone in the eyes of the boy, and with his own eyes humid, he arose and took the young soldier's hand in his and walked with him through the camp. Two strange figures, he with his cap pulled low over his face, the child soldier with the marks of tears staining his cheeks. Together they proceeded until the colonel's tent was reached. "Release this soldier from arrest," he said sternly to that officer, then turned and wended his way back to his tent. There are numberless instances which are treasured and repeated by his people as a monk tells over his beads, incidents of small moment in themselves, but all combining to prove the infinite tenderness of the great kindly heart, until we hardly know which to revere more, the genius of the warrior or the wonderful nobility of the man. One dark, cold, rainy night an officer went with dispatches to Jackson's tent. The general, after making him remove his dripping overcoat, insisted that he should remain all night and share his tent, as the weather was far too inclement to think of going any farther in the storm. They both retired, but about midnight the officer awoke, only to see Stonewall, heedless of the rest so much needed, kneeling by the fire and holding up to its warmth his companion's wet clothing, that he might have dry apparel to put on in the morning. Dr. Moore of Richmond tells the following incident. The troops of Jackson, after a long forced march, when the order to halt having been given, had fallen on the ground utterly worn out and faint. The officer of the day went to the general and said, "General, the men are so tired they are all asleep. Shall I wake them and set the watch?" "No," he answered, "let them sleep, and I will watch the camp tonight." And all night he rode round the sleeping camp, which had no other guard through the silent hours than one lone figure and the stars. Refreshed and strong, the men awoke at morning light, and were never told who had kept vigil over their quiet slumbers. It was his fearlessness of which his men were proud, and for which they loved him most. A leader must be conspicuously brave to merit the admiration of his followers. At Gaines's Mill he sat on his horse in a terrific artillery fire, and as his division filed by him, they saw him composedly pouring some molasses from a canteen on a cracker, and eating his frugal fare as if he were 1,000 miles from danger. This was no matter of ostentation. What he did was as if no eyes were upon him. He never asked what men thought of him, never sought to win the enthusiasm of his men by general orders of high-sounding words or by claptrap deeds. He said nor wrote no word intended to enhance his own reputation. He was utterly incapable of making use of meretricious aid to spread abroad his own fame. He never tried to awe his soldiers or wrap himself in mystery so as to heighten the effect his daily presence would dispel. He never arrayed himself in gilt or bright insignia of rank to tell to the army, "There goes General Jackson." If they did not recognize the old faded uniform, discolored by storm and sunshine, if they did not know whose the eagle eye beneath the old gray cap, whose the clear-cut features, he might pass unknown for aught else there would be to inform them. But listen, and you may catch a faint sound as to the murmuring sea. It increases every second until it reaches you in the mad shouts of the troops, who are screaming and yelling with almost insane enthusiasm. You ask the reason, and they point you to a horseman who is approaching at a rapid gallop. It can only be Jackson or a hare, they say, and General Jackson it is. Shrinking, as was his wont, from demonstration of any kind, he dashes on more rapidly as the shouts increase in volume. But see, he has thrown down his hat, and they are passing it along the lines, where it shall reach him farther on. The yells are fairly deafening now, and men are throwing their hats wildly in the air. There is not a man of them who would not give his life for him freely. It was Jackson's great bravery, his decision, his coolness in times of danger, his determination, his utter forgetfulness of self and indifference to his own comfort, which combined to make him one of the greatest men the world has ever known. His supreme devotion to duty and intense faith in the cause for which he was fighting enthused the men with something of his own inspiration. How ceaseless, silent, and deep must have been the influence which flowed from the example of his daily life into the lives and hearts around him. He had a home, which drew him with bands of tenderest love, and yet he never asked for a furlough or was absent from the army a single day, nor did he ever pass a night away from his command. As his soldiers fared, so did he. He desired nothing better. He delighted in the simplest flower of the field, saw beauty in the world around him which escaped the eyes of most men. He loved the song of birds, the prattle of little children, and withal he was as tender, gentle, and soft-hearted as a woman. The man who colored to the eyes when a young girl asked him for a button from his coat, the man whose life was one of kindly deeds and Christian charity, was yet the inspiring genius of our war. His was the mind which never grew confused over the vast combinations of the field. He it was who knew just when to strike and where, who aimed his blows at unexpected points, who followed up his advantages and turned them into assured victories. Like Cromwell, he could advance to bloody battle with a prayer upon his lips and hurl the collarless on the foe with a hymn in his heart. No man dared scoff when he kneeled in prayer, or when, as his old darky expressed it, "The soldier was in the presence of his heavenly brigadier." There is no confounding the innate religion of the man, his great faith, with fatalism. His piety enhanced his lofty attributes and challenged for living warrior and dying Christian the respect of the world. There is nothing that civilization so venerates as the thoroughly consistent walk of one who lives with the crown of life in view. Jackson's great earnest piety gave us an example of power which comes from the union of all that is lofty and ennobling in character when joined with the faith of the Christian. The serenity, purity, and elevation of his character were only brought into clearer view by his prominence as a leader of armies, and with both characters blended into one, we can detect no flaw. It was the fateful day of Chancellorsville that Jackson, General Fitz Lee, the cavalry commander, and the guide rode slowly up the old plank road, the orderly bringing up the rear. From the conversation of the two the soldiers knew that they were trying to find where the left flank of Hooker's army lay. He heard Fitz Lee tell Jackson that he could pilot him to the very spot. After riding several miles along that secluded, desolate road without hearing a sound or meeting a soul, for this unused track was little better than a blind path which had been a thoroughfare once, but now had almost passed out of existence and was only known to the country people around, they met an old negro. Fitz Lee halted him and asked if he knew where the enemy was. "Yes, go up on that little hill," pointing to a small elevation 100 yards away, "and you can see dem Yankees as thick as bees." When the top of the elevation was reached, a sight was before them so grand, so unexpected too, that the orderly had to bite his tongue to prevent a wild cheer from bursting from his lips. The three sat on their horses and looked down. There lay the right wing of Hooker's army in perfect security. They felt so safe that they had not even thrown out pickets to guard the old plank road. In a large field a half mile away, thousands of bluecoats could be seen. Most of them were getting ready for their meals, others were drilling in squads, and many were stretched out, resting from their fatigue. It was, as it afterwards proved, Blenker's Dutch division. They were as unsuspecting as the chirping, clacking brood of chickens ruffling their feathers in the barnyard in lazy content, utterly unmindful of the hawk in the sky, which descended slowly in gyrating circles toward the earth, then pausing in mid-air measured the distance before his final swoop. Yes, there rested the right wing, with an almost impenetrable thicket in their front, a rapid river in their rear, all unmindful of ill, all unconscious of harm, little imagining the tempest which the grim Prospero who sat on horseback not far off was soon to raise about their ears. Laughing in their beards, like the doomed Tyrrhenians in the Thracian games, when Shotman's Assyrian guards stood ready with dagger and sword to butcher them as they stood. What a spectacle! 20,000 men on the plain, one man on the hill with almost as potent power in his hand as Mercury had when he borrowed Jove's thunderbolts to launch them at the Titans. A terribly impressive tableau that needed no calcium glare or blue lights to heighten the effect. Jackson with his stern, composed face as if cut in marble, his eyes flashing as he gazed, knowing that at last the foe was in his power. The mighty army of the Potomac was in his power at last. Surely Napoleon had not more cause to shut up his telescope at Marengo with the assurance that General Melas was in his toils and the battle won, as he ordered Kellerman to charge the Austrian center. Jackson spoke not a word, his iron self-control preventing him from giving any sign. Turning, he rode back and said to the orderly, "Tell A. P. Hill to move his column up the road." His mind, like Napoleon's, was with his comrades to the last. "Tell A. P. Hill to prepare for action," he said, and died. To General Lee and his soldiers his loss was irreparable. There was no man to take his place, while the vital blows his corps always struck were never made again. When the keystone of the arch gives way, the strength of the structure is gone. Though it may hold together for a time, in the end it is certain to crumble into a pile of ruins. General Jackson was the keystone of the Confederacy. When he fell, it was a question of time only how long the arch would withstand the pressure. When King Harold went down before the onset of the son of Robert the Devil at Hastings, the hopes for the people were buried with him, and the Norman William and his royal court reigned over all England. When Gustavus Adolphus was shot at a Ball mosque in Stockholm, the great Swedish-Russian-Prussian coalition, which he conceived and accomplished, was dissolved, and Sweden sank from that hour. When John the Fearless was assassinated on the bridge of Montereau, the royal robes dropped from the House of Burgundy, never to be replaced. When the Protector drew his last breath at Somerset House, the great fabric whose cornerstone was civil and religious liberty went down with a crash, and a dissolute king and a pampered nobility ruled over the realm. So with Jackson. When he fell, the cause for which his great mind planned was doomed to ultimate defeat. The New York Times in its issue of May 5, 1863, says of Jackson, "The interest excited by this strange man is as curious as it is unprecedented. A classmate of McClellan's at West Point, he was considered slow and heavy. He has exhibited qualities which were little supposed to dwell in his rugged and unsoldierly like frame. Like Hannibal, he is accustomed to living among his men without distinction of dress or delicacy of fare, and it is hard for a stranger to recognize him. Every dispatch from his hand has its exordium, "By the blessing of God." Those who have heard him uplift his voice in prayer, and have witnessed his promptness and daring in battle, say that once more Cornwall is working on earth and leading his enraptured soldiers to assured victory. On the 27th of June, 1862, in the battles around Richmond, when heroes were spent in fighting, Jackson sent to each division commander and his staff officers this sharp command: "Tell them this affair must hang in suspense no longer. Sweep the field with the bayonet." At Cedar Run, when that born soldier, General Winder, received his mortal wound and his division was falling back in disorder, it was Jackson who threw himself at them, stopped the rout, and shouted to the men: "Rally, brave men, and press forward. Your general will lead you. Jackson will lead you. Follow me." The appeal was not in vain, and the day was saved. Jackson could never brook delay. His staff not rising early enough, he made the cook throw away the coffee, pack up and drive off the wagon. It was a lesson they never forgot. Jackson captured Harper's Ferry on September 14, 1862, by moving his troops and planting them in the night, and General Mills found every line of retreat blocked. At his last battle, Chancellorsville, he appeared the very incarnation of the genius of war. He led his men, and his voice was heard crying continually, "Forward, press on!" and he would lean forward upon his horse and wave his hand as though to impel his men forward. When his troops began to break and fall out of line, his last act was to ride along the line unattended, and he kept saying, "Men, get into line. What regiment is this?" "Colonel," he cried to an officer, "get your men instantly into line." Turning to an aide, he said, "Find General Rodes and tell him to occupy those works." He then added, "This disorder must be corrected. As you go along the right, tell the troops from me to get into line and preserve their order." End of chapter 40. Chapter 41. After Chancellorsville. A month of absolute rest followed the Battle of Chancellorsville. General Hooker was engaged in his old business of reorganizing the army. Lee was maturing his plan to carry the war into Africa. Had the Confederate government's foresight been as good as their hindsight, it would have discouraged any movement of the Army of Northern Virginia. Certainly for once the policy of masterly inactivity had been the best. It seemed as if the process of disintegration was in progress in the Army of the Potomac, and if left undisturbed would ruin its morale. Hooker's great host was fast losing confidence in itself. The people had lost faith in Hooker, while he was at daggers drawn with his most influential officers. Dissensions, bickering, and backbiting were the order of the day. Mutual mistrust between the officers high in command had gotten to that pitch when, as in the reign of terror, no shoulder strap felt safe. Scores of officers, gallant fighters and true patriots, had been driven into retirement or were eating their hearts out performing routine duties in the rear. Politics and jealousy were the bane of the army. McClellan, the idol of the Army of the Potomac and its preserver after Bull Run, was a private citizen in New Jersey. Fremont, the central figure at the beginning of the war, was laid on the shelf. McDowell, that accomplished soldier, turned down. John Porter disgraced. Pope cast from his pinnacle. Burnside sent out west. Franklin, a soldier every inch, retired to private life. Casey sent to Coventry, and many others of lesser note cashiered. Over the head of the commanding general, the sword of Damocles hung suspended. Hooker expected it to fall on him every day. Averill saw his doom, and Crouch, the next in command and an object of envy, hit back lustily. He said in a dispatch dated May 12, 1863, "The higher officers of this army do nothing but read, talk politics, play cards, and grumble." Pleasanton, that dashing trooper whom the Southern cavalrymen regarded as the toughest fighter they ever met, was already marked for dismissal on account of his politics. Brooks, Sturgis, all sent to the shades. Halleck, the commander-in-chief, whom McClellan denounced in his book, page 137, as the most barefaced villain in America, frowned upon many deserving officers, and his frown meant ruin. Stanton, the ablest secretary since Carnot, was simply feared and hated by the army, but he kept them up to the mark, and his information on military affairs was marvelous and his industry untiring. Still he made enemies of every man with whom he shook hands, and if he took a prejudice the object was sure to feel its effect. Even Meade said that, when he was awakened by a staff officer who bore him his commission as General in Chief of the army, he thought at first that he was about to be dismissed. The Navy took a hand also. Admiral Porter detested Butler and metaphorically kicked him every chance he had, and the redoubtable Ben, whom President Lincoln said was like a kitchen knife sharpened on a brick bat, met him more than halfway. And so they went at it, tooth and nail, might and main. It was a regular Kilkenny cat affair. All, from the spurned, booted general down to the drummer boy, were drawn into the whirlpool. All except one, who towered like a lofty granite shaft above the headstones. And just here it may be said that no fair-minded man can read through the official records of the war without seeing that Lincoln was the genius of the century. His dispatches were all so true, so full of horse sense. His acute mind was like a reflector piercing the fog. His judgment was wise, and his deductions almost infallible. Among the Caherage, envy's hiss, hatred's shriek, and folly's bray he stood, simple and serene, with malice toward none, and charity for all. The burdens resting on Lincoln's shoulders were so great that a man of common mold would have soon broken down. The abolitionists on one side, the peace party on the other, never ceased trying to disturb his equipoise. He was beset with politicians, besieged night and day by swarms of office seekers and place hunters. The strange relations with England and France caused him many sleepless nights, yet calm, cool, and resolute he pursued the even tenor of his way. No man ever saw him hopeless or with his passions aroused, and through all he stood unswervingly true to his purpose of preserving the Union intact. When like fractious children, soldiers, statesmen, citizens grew faint of heart and weary of soul, it was to Lincoln they turned for consolation and comfort. When the states of the North, mourning, and like Niobe, all tears, over their hecatomb of dead, to Abraham Lincoln they turned, and leaning their sorrow-bowed heads on that broad breast, gained hope and inspiration from the beating of that mighty heart. End of chapter 41. End of part 1.
Part 2, Chapters 1 and Chapters 2, Part 1 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 1. In the Cavalry. Each infantryman had happy dreams of a transfer to the cavalry, but such transfer was harder to obtain, the soldiers used to say, than an invitation to dine with the commander-in-chief. To be sure, they had done little to distinguish themselves, these cavalrymen of the Confederacy, having been mostly on post duty, the monotony of which had been relieved here and there by an occasional skirmish. But then they never knew what hunger meant. They had camp darkies to do the stealing and cooking, and above all, they had horses to ride. So it came to pass that many a time the infantry, which toiled on foot, worn and weary along the road, with shoulders chafed by the heavy guns, the waist rubbed bare of skin by the friction of 40 rounds of ammunition, as they watched the dragoon cantering gaily along, looking as if grim war was one vast holiday, felt their souls swell with envy unspeakable for this something better than they had known. At last this envy took up its abode in their hearts like the devils of old, and became a chronic malady. The cavalry! Why, it was to their imagination what the Scottish cuirassier, the bodyguard of Louis XIII, with its royal rank and privilege, was to the common musketeers of the line. It meant waving of plume, jingle of spur, dash of steed, and comfort generally. For all wild and reckless spirits who sighed for adventure, to whom hard toil, meager fare, and uneventful life were well nigh unendurable, there was a glamour thrown over this branch of the service that was most fascinating, and they longed to enter the magic circle, and by the campfire plotted and planned and dreamed golden dreams of the time when they too would be horsemen and ride to the sound of the bugle. Not only to these adventurous spirits, reveling in anticipation of dash, foray, and hostile incursion, was the hope of the cavalry service so attractive, but particularly was it promising to the lazy and timid, who looked upon a transfer as a relief from all toil, all trouble, and especially from all danger. It was a common saying that no one ever saw a dead man with spurs on, and everyone knew that 4 legs could get out of trouble more quickly than 2. As for myself, I was so sick of being an infantryman that I would have hailed a transfer to any branch of the service with delight, and night after night I sat brooding how to accomplish my wish. Nor was I alone in this. A squad of choice spirits aided me in the deliberation. Courtney Washington, Willie Spellman, and Boyd Smith all had forwarded their applications, and they were sanguine of success, for they were backed by powerful friends. And no debutante ever dreamed and talked more of her first ball than did they of what they would do in the Black Horse Cavalry. I knew General Lee well. His estate, Arlington, joined the summer seat of my family, and the two were on intimate social terms. My father was one of the pallbearers of Washington Parke Custis, who was buried with impressive ceremonies from Arlington House. I dusted my jacket, borrowed a respectable cap, and went to General Lee's tent. A sentinel paced to and fro, but took no notice of me, and I soon found myself in the great commander's presence. He greeted me gravely by a wave of his hand, and when I told him my name, he took me by the hand and asked me several questions about my family, which, embarrassed as I was, I stumbled through. Then I mustered up courage to ask him to give me a transfer to the Black Horse Cavalry. He smiled, told me to write a personal application to him, and then dismissed me, the happiest soldier in the army. Thus I had the good fortune to be transferred to the cavalry, the paper bearing the date May 20th, 1863, and in the whole army there was no happier heart than mine. It is doubtful whether nature is capable of yielding more intense pleasure than to find one's hopes unexpectedly gratified. Instead of cleaning the mud from my heels and gnawing dry hardtack diversified with branch water, I would hereafter swing along a la knight and warrior of old, who in history, fiction, and song bear themselves proudly in the saddle. For what poet, painter, novelist, or historian would dare present his hero walking on his own legs? Well, so I dreamed, and if the anticipations, no wiser grown by 2 years' experience, were all couleur de rose once more, it made no difference then. Yet it was with a sad heart that I bade adieu to the old brigade, endeared by so many ties, ties ever the strongest when bound together by common toil, danger, and hardship. A sad task enough to go from soldier to soldier, from comrade to comrade, and take his hand in a farewell that might be eternal. Goodbye, old brigade. Surely a stauncher, braver set of men was never collected in any country, in any clime, for good or for evil, for grand incentive or great enterprise. And an affectionate farewell to its commander, General M.D. Corse, who was a soldier among soldiers, and held the respect and confidence of every man who served under him. Old brigade, a long goodbye. Never again to be with you, ragged, rationless, tramping on the forced march 5 miles an hour, drilling beneath the hot sun, or charging under rain of shot and shell. Yet, at this last hour, only pleasant memories arise of the jovialness, the green woods of Fairfax, the old barracks in Alexandria. And then, like the sailor who leaves his home with aching heart, but to whose nostrils the salt air comes stealing along, winning him to the waters, so I shake off my sadness and turn my face toward Richmond, there to report to the department. It was the 1st of June. After having enjoyed the furlough, for blessings never came singly, en route I fell in with a kinsman on his way to join the 13th Virginia Cavalry. Orders were received to proceed to the Valley and thence to Maryland or Pennsylvania, or wherever our commands might be. How and in what manner this was to be accomplished, the authorities did not inform me. "Here's your passport, now go." That was all he said. He never asked if I had a horse or money wherewith to buy one, evidently thinking that it was none of his business. As many of the emancipated infantrymen, transferred like myself to the cavalry, had neither, the dilemma might have been a serious one, only that we had all become so used to trusting luck that we permitted nothing to disturb us. We set out on a wild goose chase, that of catching up with moving cavalry 300 miles away. We tasted the first sweets of our new life when we traveled to Staunton by rail. Had we been infantrymen, we would have been placed under charge of some officer ordered to collect scattered soldiers, consolidate them into one body, and march them by easy stages to their destination. Several of these same bands were passed on the road, and I winked ecstatically to myself and grinned broadly, in a self-abandon beautiful to behold. There was a hilarious crowd on board, composed of officers and cavalrymen returning from furloughs, sick leave, and details. They were all fat and hearty and full of mischief. Woe to the unfortunate man under 80 who chanced to come to the station in a citizen's suit. It would not be long before he would be called to the car window by some smooth-faced, harmless-looking soldier whose eyes seemed homes of silent prayer, benign, innocent, and trusting. Hardly would conversation have begun before a comrade from the car window would suddenly blow a cornucopia filled with meal full in his face, completely blinding him, while the treacherous decoy would then snatch the hat from his head, and as the cars moved off, the luckless citizen would be left hatless and furious, while the shouts of merriment from the troopers inside could be heard above the noise of the train. "Why did you treat that man in such a fashion?" some officer would ask. "Oh, he is only a confounded citizen," would be the reply. It was not strange that these rough, ragged soldiers should regard these able-bodied non-combatants with antipathy and contempt. Their very presence was an insult to them. Indeed, it required greater moral courage to keep out of the war than it did to volunteer, for women would show their scorn for cowards in every way. If hints and ridicule proved unavailing, he would receive from some fair unknown hands such anonymous gifts as a flannel petticoat, a cotton nightcap, a pair of pantalettes, or some article of female gear, intimating that nature had made a great mistake when she molded him in the form of a man. Upon reaching Staunton and placing ourselves at the service of the provost marshal, he ordered us to proceed to Winchester, 90 miles distant. Proud of our new dignity, and not feeling in the humor to tramp all the way, we showed him our transfer to the cavalry, and that marvelous paper obtained for us a passport to travel by the regular stage, which left every morning for the Valley City. Reaching there, we started on a hunt for the cavalry, which was somewhere between the Potomac and the Susquehanna. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, Part 1. Gettysburg. I reached Winchester a day or two after its capture by Ewell. The place was crowded, soldiers everywhere, not the ragged, starved, footsore fellows that had rendezvoused in the town after the Antietam campaign, but convalescents making their way northward to join their commands. All were hopeful, eager, and buoyant. Detachments of infantry under some officers were leaving every hour, striking northward with a swinging gait. I made many inquiries as to Stuart's whereabouts, but none could give me any reliable information. I bought a very pretty little mare for $1,000 Confederate currency from a soldier, and I strongly suspected that she had been stolen, but it was no affair of mine. Mounting her, I struck for the Potomac at Williamsport and crossed the river there. Shade of Pegasus, but I was radiantly happy. I felt, as did Monte Cristo, that the world was mine. How I exulted as I passed the groups of infantrymen plodding along the dusty roads whilst I was riding my own steed. It was with a heart so high that I sang one half of the time and whistled the other half. The mare was a jewel, and her dog trot, even and smooth, carried me over the ground at the rate of fully 6 miles an hour. That night I put up at a Dutch farmer's and had a glorious supper. The next morning they filled my haversack with cold bread, a huge hunk of beef, a jar of pickles, another of preserves, and a whole chicken, and would not charge me a cent. In return I told the farmer to take his horses and convey them to some safe place. I certainly relieved his mind when I informed him that nothing else on his farm would be touched. I interrogated every soldier I met as to whether he knew anything of the cavalry, but not a word could I obtain that was satisfactory. Stuart seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Well, I did not bother much. The glorious summer weather, the fruitful country, the queer Dutch farmers filled every hour with a novel delight. I determined to make my way to the front and trust to chance. On the morning of the 1st of July, 1863, as I was riding leisurely along the Emmitsburg pike, I heard the sound of musketry. But without stopping my horse, I rode on until I saw in the distance the spires of the courthouse rising above the trees. The firing still continued, but it was scattered shots, with here and there the loud boom of a gun, merely an affair of a small skirmish, I thought. After 15 minutes of hard riding, I came to a sudden halt. There beside a creek was a line of battle, and one glance showed me the gray and the butternut of our men. I was perfectly astounded, for I had been told all along the route that Lee and his whole army were on the banks of the Susquehanna. I was halted and requested to be carried to the commander. He was a soldierly-looking man. I explained who I was, showed him my transfer to the cavalry signed by General Lee, and asked him where I would be likely to find my command. He answered, "That is more than I know. This is Pettigrew's North Carolina Brigade. I have not seen a cavalryman since I have been in Pennsylvania." I then asked him if I could be of any service on his staff. He said, "No, this is merely an affair of the outpost, and the enemy consists of only cavalry." I then inquired, "What place is that over yonder?" "Gettysburg," he replied. Just as he finished, there came borne on the wind the far-off sound of cheering, and looking in the direction of the town I saw long lines of bluecoats defile from the place. "There is going to be some fighting after all," he said. "You had better get to the rear." And get to the rear I did, little thinking that it was to be my superlative good fortune to witness one of the greatest battles of modern times. I will write of this struggle, not only what I saw, but what I learned afterwards. Gettysburg is now cited as one of the 7 decisive battles of the world. It certainly was the toughest stand-up, give-and-take fight in which Yank or Reb ever engaged, and it is the one battle above all others that America, North and South alike, will always take most pride in. For on those massive rocks the high tide of rebellion beat with such frightful force as to cause those everlasting hills to tremble, to totter, and almost to fall. On these granite heights the flower of the Saxon race wrestled 3 whole days, with courage so true, a heroism so intense, a determination so indomitable, that the whole earth marveled and applauded, and Columbia smiled through her blinding tears, her pride almost conquering her grief, stretching forth her arms and gathering her sons to her heart, uncaring whether they fell under the Northern Stars or the Southern Cross. America in the course of time will, like all nations, fulfill her destiny. But in ages to come, no matter what befalls, there is one Mecca that will be forever sacred to the hearts of the people, and that is Gettysburg. The cause for which the blue and gray fought will be forgotten, but their splendid bravery never. As one of Lee's soldiers, I know that never was the esprit de corps of our army so high as when on that eventful June day in '63 they crossed the Potomac on their way northward. There was not a private in the ranks who did not feel positively certain of victory in the coming conflict, and the feeling among the soldiers, carefully fostered by their officers, was that by one supreme effort they could end the war and conquer a peace. The vice of straggling, which came near being the destruction of the Confederate army in the Antietam campaign the year before, was not seen on the Gettysburg advance. Lee took sternly repressive measures, and there were but few coffee coolers seen along the line of march. Strict orders were also issued that the artillerymen should not ride on the guns or caissons. It must be confessed, judging by the doctrine of chances to win the coming battle, the Confederates had 10 to 1 in their favor. There was no danger of such an army as Lee's being routed. No matter whether they were driven back, repulsed, or surrounded, their superb mettle would stand the strain, and such a thing as a panic or a rout to these veterans of a score of battles was impossible. The soldiers were well clothed and well fed, their ranks were full, and Longstreet's return from Suffolk with a part of his corps which was absent at Chancellorsville
served only to make assurance doubly sure. The Federal army, on the contrary, were disheartened by their failure in the previous campaign. The bad blood between their generals seriously affected the morale of the army, and the swapping of horses when crossing the stream, and the substitution of Meade, an unknown man outside of his corps, for the dashing, fighting Hooker, had a bad effect upon the Federal army. Yet, as events proved, it was the wisest move that the government could have made. The Federal army wanted a man in this campaign who would make no false maneuvers, a safe, clear-headed, sagacious leader, a trained soldier, one who would throw no chance away, and they got him. The Gettysburg campaign was unique, and in some respects without a parallel in the annals of the world. In future ages, military students will wonder how two armies, moving in a thickly settled region not 100 miles apart, with no impassable mountains and no unfordable rivers, with regiments of light cavalry and detachments of mounted scouts, could maneuver for days without any clear idea of each other's whereabouts. And this wonder amounts almost to a miracle when such an event happens in a country bisected with railroads and with the telegraph wires in every town. Hooker knew Lee was north of the Potomac somewhere, but Lee did not even know where Hooker was until the 28th of June, so he states in his official dispatch. 5 days had elapsed and not a word from Stuart. In this campaign Lee had lost his right arm in the death of Stonewall Jackson, and in Stuart's absence he lost his eyes, and he was like a blind man, sightless and with only one arm. Now where was Stuart, whose paramount duty was to keep the commander-in-chief informed of the movements of the Federal army? When Stuart, on June 23rd, requested Lee's consent to make a detour around Hooker's army, General Lee answered the evening of the same day. "If General Hooker's army remains inactive, you can leave 2 brigades to watch him. But should he appear to be moving northward, I think you had better withdraw this side of the mountain tomorrow night, cross the Potomac to Shepherdstown next day, and move over to Frederick. You will, however, be able to judge whether you can pass around their army without hindrance, doing them all the damage you can, and cross the river east of the mountains. In either case, after crossing the river, you must move on and feel the right of Ewell's troops. I think the sooner you cross into Maryland after tomorrow the better. Be watchful and circumspect in all your movements." Comte de Paris says, "Stuart submitted his plan to Lee, and has stated in his report that the latter authorized him to execute it, even pointing out to him the contemplated movements of Ewell's corps, that he might join Early's division between Gettysburg and the Susquehanna." The official account of the General-in-Chief, no less positive, is directly at variance with this statement. According to this account, Stuart did not propose the movement on the enemy's rear except as a means for delaying his passage over to the left bank of the Potomac. This consideration alone influenced Lee in allowing him to penetrate into Maryland east of the Blue Ridge, but upon the express condition that the cavalry should resume its natural place on the right flank of the army as soon as the enemy had started for the north. This, as it will be seen, was a concession made by Lee to the views of his lieutenant, and, as almost always happens in such cases, the somewhat vague terms used by the former were no doubt interpreted by the latter in a sense most suitable to his wishes. Hence a misunderstanding which raised a question of veracity between them, the consequences of which proved fatal to their cause. Now Stuart loved the pomp and pageantry of war. A skirmish to him was like a drink of champagne. But the delight of his soul was a wild foray around the enemy's army, fording streams, collecting unsuspecting convoys, burning bridges, capturing wagon trains, and returning to camp with laughter and song laden with plunder. It was a fine role for a partisan, but not for the leader of the cavalry corps of the army. It would have gone hard with the chiefs of cavalry of Napoleon, Frederick, or von Moltke to have disappeared from view on the eve of a campaign. Stuart, on the receipt of General Lee's dispatch, lost not a moment. He left 4,000 cavalry under the command of General Beverly Robertson of Winchester, Virginia, for the purpose of keeping General Lee advised of Hooker's movements. General Robertson was a bon vivant and ornament of the boudoir, and a superb dancer, but not a success as a cavalry officer, and Lee never heard a word or received any aid whatever from him during the whole campaign. Stuart took with him the brigades of Fitz Lee, W. H. F. Lee, and Hampton, in all 13 regiments and 13 squadrons, together with Breathitt's horse artillery of 6 guns. On the night of June 24th, Stuart started with 6 days' rations and passed through the mountains near Thoroughfare Gap, thence on to Dransville, where, if he had exercised his usual vigilance, he would have detected the march of Meade northward, and would have turned back to join Lee, but instead he crossed the Potomac on the night of June 27th, thence to Rockville, and burned a long wagon train. On the 28th, 29th, and 30th, he created havoc among the sutlers and teamsters, and on the afternoon of July 1st arrived at Carlisle, men and horses both utterly exhausted and broken down, and there ended the greatest fiasco ever committed by a veteran soldier. The Federal army was no longer a free agent. Meade was forced by the inexorable logic of events to find the invading army and attack at all hazards, whatever it might be. The crisis was so urgent that instant action was necessary. To find Lee and to assail and drive him out of the loyal States was an absolute necessity. A failure to do so would give England just the chance she was waiting for to acknowledge the Confederacy, and then there was the peace party at the North, which grew more and more defiant as the stay of Lee north of the Potomac was prolonged. That the government at Washington grew desperate was shown by the tenor of their dispatches. Adjutant General Williams on July 1st telegraphed the corps commanders that in the event of defeat they should retreat at once to the defenses in Washington. Stanton showed that his nerves were wrought up to the highest tension, for he issued an order the like of which even the autocratic Czar or the iron-natured Frederick I of Prussia would not countenance. Under date of June 30th, 1863, the Secretary of War promulgated this ukase: Corps and other commanders are authorized to order to in instant death any soldier who fails in his duty at this hour. This order gave carte blanche to any officer to kill any soldier at will if he thought he failed in his duty. The officer to be judge, sheriff, and executioner, the condemned to have neither trial, voice, nor defense. If such a life and death order was ever issued in civilized warfare before, it was never recorded. The North never understood the South. Even the educated men, graduates of West Point, who ought to have known better, declared that it was Lee's object to subjugate and force slavery on the Northern States, which piece of information would have been startling news to every private in the rebel army. General Doubleday says in his book, "This charge, which was to determine the fate of the campaign, and settle whether freedom or slavery was to rule in the Northern States." And further on he says, "It was not intended by Providence that the Northern States should pass under the iron rule of the slave power." Future historians, in writing of the Civil War in America, will be struck by one singular fact in reading the various letters and telegrams of prominent civilians and officers of the Northern States during the wild excitement of Lee's invasion into Pennsylvania. It is this, the real sense of personal injury, that a rebel army should invade the soil of a free state. The Federal soldiers might stable their horses in the fairest mansions of the South and send from that section congratulatory dispatches to the government telling of the cotton, corn, and barns committed to the flames, and it was all right in the eyes of the Northerner. But if a well-conducted rebel army invaded a loyal state, the burst of frenzied indignation was simply overwhelming. It was as if the hosts of Lucifer had invaded heaven. Nearly all the great battles were fought on fields not dreamed of by the opposing commanders, and Gettysburg was no exception to the rule. The goddess of fortune had smiled on the Army of Northern Virginia for the past year, and success seemed beyond the shadow of a doubt. But the day Stuart started on his raid and got lost, the smile of the goddess changed to a frown that only deepened as the campaign progressed. Every step that Lee took was a stumble, and every move that Meade made was lucky, until it seemed as if the very stars in heaven fought for Sisera. It was most unfortunate that Lee received the tidings of Hooker's whereabouts on the 28th of June, for that date was a most inopportune time. Had the news reached him a day earlier, it would have found him at Gettysburg with his whole army united on the morning of the 1st, and that would have ensured him certain victory. Had the news that Hooker had crossed the Potomac reached him a day later, he would have by that time been across the Susquehanna and investing Harrisburg. On the night of the 30th, Stuart was vainly looking for Lee in the vicinity of York, and he passed within 7 miles of Ewell's column en route to Gettysburg. Had they effected a junction, it would have saved Stuart's command from a long, fruitless, exhausting march, which impaired the esprit de corps of the troopers and broke down the horses. Bates in his book says, "It was one of those accidental circumstances which seemed to favor us in this campaign, while almost every incident at Chancellorsville was against us." Then the untoward event of Pettigrew's men being barefoot caused Gettysburg to be the battlefield and gave to Meade the strongest position in the region. Who would have dreamed that a cavalry detachment would have made such a dogged, plucky struggle as Buford made? For an hour General Heth, C.S.A., held the fate of the country in his hand. Had he advanced with his division, he could easily have swept Buford aside and occupied the hills around Gettysburg. Heth was a good soldier, but he was one of the safe, cautious kind, and Buford raising such a racket caused him to halt and send for reinforcements. Napoleon would have bestowed upon Buford the baton of a grand marshal for such a magnificent fight. Buford's soldierly eye appreciated Gettysburg as a defensive point, and his struggle to hold off Heath's division until the Union infantry came up was simply superb. Then it was a most unlucky circumstance that placed Hill in the front on the first day's battle. Had Longstreet or Ewell been in his place, the history of Gettysburg would have been changed. Hill never before had an independent command. He had always served under Jackson. In the battle of the 1st of July, he maneuvered and acted as the veriest tyro. Instead of following Jackson's tactics pursued at Kearstown, Cross Keys, and Port Republic, Hill attacked in detachments. His corps was the very flower of Lee's army. When Doubleday took command at 10:30 a.m., he formed Wadsworth's division, consisting of 2 brigades, in a most advantageous position, a stretch of woods that ran through an open field on top of a hill, about 200 feet wide and about double that distance in length, known as McPherson's Woods. In that grove was his Point d'Appui. He placed Meredith's Iron Brigade, consisting of the 19th Indiana, 24th Michigan, 2nd, 6th, and 17th Wisconsin regiments, with Stone's and Battle's brigades on their right and left respectively. The brigades of Robinson's division, 10 regiments in all, were placed in the rear and threw up hasty entrenchments. Heath's soldiers were full of fight, and he gave Archer permission to advance and let that officer make one of his characteristic rushes without any supporting force. Archer crossed Willoughby Run and aimed for the woods, and as a fearful artillery storm of projectiles had swept through the place, he doubtless thought the Yankees had retreated. He was soon undeceived, for Meredith's soldiers had clung to the spot and received him with a furious discharge that broke his line, and the fine regiments of Meredith made a charge and drove him headlong across Willoughby Run, taking Archer and 1,000 of his men prisoners. In accordance with all military rules, Davis should have supported Archer, but he received no order until the remnant of Archer's brigade reached a place of safety, and then was told to go ahead, and he made a spirited charge and ran straight into Cutler's Union Brigade, consisting of the 95th, 76th, and 147th New York, 14th Brooklyn, and the 56th Pennsylvania. Their forces were about equal, and after a give-and-take fight, Cutler retreated some 300 yards. Doubleday, who was watching the contest from a nearby hill, sent the 6th Wisconsin, and the arrival of that crack command turned the scale, for Davis was attacked both in front and flank. He struggled against these odds, expecting every moment that assistance would arrive, but he was left to his fate, and his fine brigade was knocked into smithereens, and 2 of his regiments surrendered. Heth was stunned for a time, and then sent for Pettigrew's and Brockenbrough's brigades, which should have supported Davis. Some time was wasted after these troops were drawn up. Heth waited until Hill arrived, and that officer deferred action, ordering his numerous batteries to open. Why he did not send his troops in he does not state in his official report. While his soldiers were resting, Rowley's and Robinson's Federal divisions, 14 regiments in all, reached Gettysburg, and coming in a run, those fresh troops were hastily but judiciously formed. Thus a golden opportunity had been frittered away. Then think of sending O'Neill's brigade against this force unsupported. The Confederates were simply torn to pieces, losing 503 killed and wounded and 193 taken prisoners. Next, Iverson was pushing forward and attacked the two Federal brigades of Baxter and Paul. He made a gallant fight against these odds when Cutler's brigade struck him on the flank and his force went to pieces, losing 320 in killed and wounded and 508 captured. Iverson says in his report, "When I saw white handkerchiefs raised, and my line of battle still laying down in position, I characterized the surrender as disgraceful. But when I found afterwards that 500 of my men were left lying dead and wounded on a line as straight as if on dress parade, I exonerated, with one or two disgraceful individual exceptions, the survivors, and claimed for the brigade that they nobly fought and died without a man running to the rear." It would have been an easy matter for Hill to flank the Federals and forced them to withdraw. He knew that Ewell was close behind him, and why he should have attacked the enemy in driblets will ever be a source of wonder. Daniel's brigade, after Iverson's butchery, drove all alone against the same Federal force, and his command was wrecked. Ramseur came next and shared the same fate. Then Lane, Perrin, and Scales made the first concerted move during the day, and the Federal line was broken at last. But it is doubtful if they could have driven the Federal troops out of their barricade, thrown up at the edge of the town just for such an emergency, had not Early or Ewell's corps arrived with his fresh division, and forming in line, supported by a powerful artillery fire, advanced. Thus it will be seen that Hill put in action Archer's, Davis's, Brockenbrough's, Pettigrew's, McGovern's, Iverson's, Scales's, Thomas's, Lane's, Daniel's, Ramseur's, and O'Neill's brigades, 10 in all. These troops were veterans, trained under Jackson, and with as proud a record as Napoleon's Imperial Guards, and they believed themselves invincible. Yet for the first time in all these years their faith was shaken, for they had been brought to a standstill by a force inferior to their own. Now it must be understood that the corps d'armée of the opposing forces were not of the same size. The Confederate army had 3, each one denoting 1/3 of its strength. The Federal army had 7, representing 1/7 of its strength. Thus the First Corps, numbering 11,200 men, had held its own all the morning of the 1st against double their number. They fought as gallantly as ever men did, and their official loss was 6,024. More than half their number. They lost but few prisoners, except when crowded in the streets of Gettysburg. End of Chapter 2, Part 1. Part 2, Chapter 2, Part 2 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 2, Part 2, Gettysburg. Just here I may state that on the night of the 1st of July I fell in with the friend of my boyhood, Captain William Braun, Company F, 47th Virginia Infantry, of Brockenbrough's brigade, and he gave me a graphic account of the fight. Captain Braun was a clear-headed, nervy officer, and a braver, stauncher soldier Virginia never gave to the Confederacy. He said, "When near Willoughby Run, on the appearance of the enemy, Archer's brigade was thrown forward to clear the front of what was considered merely cavalry vedettes, but which proved otherwise and resulted somewhat in a surprise, wherein General Archer and quite a number of his command were made prisoners by the Federals. At once the balance of the division was deployed in line, Davis's Mississippi Brigade on the left of the road, Brockenbrough's Virginia Brigade on the immediate right of the road, and Pettigrew's North Carolina Brigade on the right of Brockenbrough's, with artillery, Purcell's battery, in position on the crown of the hill in rear of Brockenbrough's brigade and near the road. In the position thus described, the troops on the right of the road were subjected for some hours to artillery fire and witnessed the varying results of the fighting taking place on the left of the Cashtown road until the afternoon, when a general advance seems to have been made. This movement by the Confederates on the right of the road was observed at once by the enemy, and measures taken to meet it on the open ground between the Cashtown road and the bluff of timber in which General Reynolds was killed. To do this, a Federal brigade, which had been previously either engaged or in support of its lines on the left of the road, changed front on its left regiment, and as Brockenborough's brigade had crossed Willoughby Run and ascended the hillside nearest Gettysburg, met us face to face about 50 or 60 yards distant. Across this open field then took place one of the most stubbornly contested musketry fights in which I was ever engaged. Our (Brockenborough's) brigade pushed steadily forward. Step by step the enemy were pressed back, but contesting soldierly, steadily, and stubbornly every inch of ground, and at no time exhibiting either unsteadiness of action or purpose, but a determination to resist to the utmost all efforts to force them backwards. Thus the contest waged on, beyond the old barn on the left of the brigade line to nearly the seminary buildings, when Pender's division relieved us, the fighting line, our ammunition exhausted, and continued the pursuit on to and through Gettysburg, I suppose. At the old barn referred to, which was occupied by the enemy, occurred an instant of their firing on the rear of the brigade, after it had passed some distance beyond, and the barn was well within our lines. Major Lawson of the 57th Virginia sent back a detail, which stopped this rather unusual mode of warfare, and the annoyance ceased. The loss of the brigade was severe both in officers and men, when considered from the standpoint of its effective strength, which was not over 1,000 or 1,100 muskets. It seems incredible that A.P. Hill, who had learned the art of warfare under such a master as Stonewall Jackson, would not have asked himself what he would have done in this case. Had Hill followed Jackson's tactics at Port Republic and Cross Keys, he never would have sent his brigades in singly to attack a strong fortified position. McPherson's woods, the key of the battlefield, could easily have been turned by a flank attack on the right. The Federal commander, General Doubleday, wrote a voluminous account of this battle, every phase of which he witnessed from his post of vantage, and it was but natural that he should claim all the glory and prestige for his men, yet in all fair-mindedness he felt constrained to say, "There had been a great lack of coordination in these assaults, for they were independent movements, each repulsed in its turn." Had Hill handled his troops with only mediocre ability, he would have routed the First Corps, for the simple reason that he outnumbered them, and he had plenty of time to finish the work before Doubleday was reinforced. Hill commenced the attack at 10 a.m., and Howard, with the 11th Corps, did not reach the field until 12:45 o'clock. There was no excuse for this succession of military blunders. There were no deep ravines, thick coppices, or swamps to hide an ambushed force or delay the advance. On the contrary, the whole country was open, and the men of the opposing force fought under the eyes of their respective generals. Anyone versed in military art, on viewing the scene of the first day's fight at Gettysburg and studying the topography of the battlefield, following intelligently the movements of the respective troops, must confess that Hill was outmaneuvered and outfought by Doubleday. But little attention has been accorded the first day's battle at Gettysburg. But it was the day most pregnant for weal or woe for the South. No soldier, no matter what uniform he wore, can deny that Doubleday's fight for time was an heroic one; that his men, for the first time contending on their own soil, fought like Trojans, every rebel who was on that historic field must admit. "We have come to stay," chanted his men as they took position, and they did stay. Meredith's Iron Brigade lost 1,153. Cutler's brigade of 6 regiments lost 2,128. Paul's brigade lost 1,041. Rowley left 644 men on the battlefield. Biddle had 896 men killed and wounded, and Stone's loss was 853. When Ewell hurried to the assistance of Hill, he rode to the crest of Oak Hill, and sweeping the field with his glass, he took in the situation at a glance. He saw that the spot on which he stood dominated everything, and he ordered 10 batteries to take position and enfilade Doubleday, while Early's division attacked Howard. Then Hill for the first time put his whole force in motion, and under the combined advance, the 1st and 11th Corps collapsed. Gordon on the left and Hill on the right burst like a tornado upon Howard and Doubleday, and although some regiments of the First Corps kept their alignment and organization intact until they reached the town, they were swallowed up among Howard's frenzied men, who rushed wildly through the streets of Gettysburg. Some of the Union batteries tried to get in position on the streets and defend the town, but the onrush of the demoralized Federals was too great, and all the batteries limbered up and went in a gallop to the rear of Gettysburg, where Steinwehr was rallying the fleeing troops on Cemetery Heights. With a yell of victory on their lips, the men of Rhodes and Gordon entered the town at two different points and poured a volley into the struggling mob. One of Gordon's men told me that after the first discharge, nearly every Yankee soldier threw himself on his face and remained motionless until the Rebels were almost treading on them, and then the Bluecoats cried out that they had surrendered. Fighting in the streets of a town was a common occurrence in the Old World, but Gettysburg was the only place where such a thing happened in America. It was a glorious sight for a Rebel soldier to behold the fragments of two cracked Federal corps surge in wild confusion through the highways and byways of Gettysburg. There was one man who beheld the rout, knowing the weighty import and the tremendous consequences involved, and that was the commander-in-chief of the Confederate Army, who halted his horse on the top of a hill overlooking the town. The hour he had dreamed of had come at last. It was 4:30. Hill's and Ewell's corps were on the ground. 30,000 muskets and 80 guns were in line. 30,000 veterans were vibrant, pulsating, mad to advance. Men not brought in a line and fighting from a sense of pride and duty, but soldiers whose hearts were thrilled with victory, animated by an impulse that makes an army invincible. The Federal army was scattered miles apart. What a chance that fortune had placed in Lee's hand, not merely to take the heights, but to cripple, if not to crush, the Army of the Potomac in detail. The fates had spun their web, and on that eventful evening the goddess Opportunity offered Lee the Southern Confederacy on a golden platter. Lee had but to form his two corps in line, or even one, and press onward. The Federal detachments were thronging the highways, and to the unmilitary reader it is best to explain that when an army is on the march it is stretched out for miles, with all the impedimenta of artillery, caissons, wagons, ambulances, etc. An attack is sure to throw all the vehicle drivers into confusion and jam the road, and it takes much time to send them to the rear, the infantry having to deploy on each side to let them pass. No fight can be made in column. A line has to be formed, and if the enemy in line of battle strikes a body of soldiery strung out on a turnpike, it has every advantage of attacking from front and both flanks. When there are several roads, the attacking forces have trebly the advantage. Had Meade made a contract with Lee to deliver the Army of the Potomac into his hands, he could not have disposed his forces in a finer fashion for the accomplishment of that end. The two strongest corps of Meade were, for the time, scattered to the winds, and the other 5 were not in supporting distance of each other. The largest, the Sixth Corps, was at Hanover, 20 miles away. Count de Paris, a Federal officer, says, "The situation of the Federal army was critical in the extreme. They had brought into action 10 brigades of infantry, 2 of cavalry, and 10 batteries, about 16,500 men in all, against 14 brigades of the enemy's infantry, and 20 batteries of artillery, aggregating more than 22,000 men. The Federals had no more than 5,000 men left in fighting condition. The First Corps was reduced to 2,450 men. Out of 11,000 men, nearly 4,000 had been left on the field of battle, and about 5,000 were taken prisoners. The rest had been scattered. The fugitives crowded the roads leading out of Gettysburg. They hurried in the direction of Taneytown and Westminster, carrying confusion and discouragement into the ranks of the regiments that were coming to their assistance. Steinwehr had made good use of his 2 small brigades in constructing earthworks. Despite these wise precautions, there was still wanting sufficient troops to occupy the position thus prepared. It had taken them 1 hour thus to reform under the eyes of the Confederates, and the historian will now ask, as the Unionists themselves were then asking each other in astonishment, how it is that these adversaries, generally so prompt in striking blow after blow and to take advantage of success, have allowed them this precious respite instead of gathering by a final effort the fruits of their victory. When Ewell entered Gettysburg in the midst of a mass of fugitives disarmed by fear and was picking up prisoners by the thousand, the sun, which was still high in the heavens, promised him more than 3 hours of daylight. He had time, therefore, to deliver and to win a new battle. The two divisions of Early and Pender, that is to say, one half of the Confederate forces, had not been in action more than 1 hour. 2 of their brigades had not been at all engaged. Victory, moreover, imparted strength and confidence to the most exhausted. In short, more fortunate than their adversaries, the Confederates had in their midst the respected chieftain whose slightest wishes had hitherto been eagerly obeyed. Lee was on the ridge of Seminary Hill before 4:30, whence he surveyed the battlefield around him so stubbornly disputed by Hill. At his feet the town of Gettysburg, which Ewell had just entered, and in front of him the slopes of Cemetery Hill, which the Federals were scaling in great confusion. Hill and Longstreet were at his side, Ewell only 2/3 of a mile from his post of observation. Hill's corps, as we have stated, had not seriously harassed Doubleday's retreat. Lee did not order him to cross the wide and open valley which separates the heights of Seminary Hill from those of Cemetery Hill in order to attack the Federals in the position along which they were forming with so much difficulty. This valley and the opposite slopes, which the next day were to be so thoroughly drenched in blood, did not, however, present any formidable obstacles. It is true that the Southern general, on perceiving that Ewell was pressing the enemy closer, sent him an order by Colonel Taylor to attack the hill, if he could do so with any chance of success, as soon as he saw his troops in the town. But he had himself very serious doubts on the subject. Colonel Long, whom he had charged to make as thorough an examination of the enemy's positions as possible, having reported that they were very strong. So that, while ordering Ewell to make an attack, he recommended him at the same time, according to the language of his report, to avoid a general engagement so long as the army had not arrived on the ground. According to Colonel Taylor, who was the bearer of the dispatch, the order to attack the enemy was much more peremptory, and Johnson has since stated to the latter that he did not understand why it was not carried out. Lee would seem to have been disposed to aim at a partial success dislodging the Federals from their last retreat, but in order to achieve this result he did not wish at this moment to risk a new battle with the only forces under his control. It was for this reason that he had not pushed the Third Corps forward. This extreme caution may be condemned, but the motives can be easily understood. It has been said, and very justly we think, that if Jackson had been alive and in command of his army corps on the 1st of July, he would not on that day have left Cemetery Hill in the hands of the Federals. The fact is that Lee, having the utmost confidence in his lieutenant, would not have hesitated to risk a great deal in order to afford him the means of striking a decisive blow. Bates, another Federal general, who was present, says in his book, "The insignificant division of Steinwehr would alone have presented but a feeble barrier to a powerful and triumphant foe intent on pushing his advantage, and to the left where the country is all open and nature presents no impediment to an advance, it could have been flanked and Steinwehr easily turned out of his position." It detracts nothing from Napoleon's reputation that a lack of decision caused him to forfeit a great victory at Borodino, nor from Frederick the Great, who fled in despair at the Battle of Rossbach, nor from Wellington, when from inexcusable carelessness he came near losing his army at Torres Vedras. The failure of Gettysburg has been charged to Stuart, Longstreet, Ewell, and Johnson, but the truth is that Lee himself, at the supreme hour, failed to rise to the occasion. Man of woman born, no matter how great, makes mistakes, and it is but natural that for years Lee's soldiers, who so loved, trusted, and admired him, should have laid the blame on his subordinates for failing to carry out his orders. But on the evening of the 1st he was on the battlefield in person. There was no need for Jupiter to delegate to another the casting of the thunderbolt. Colonel Walter Taylor, Lee's chief of staff, holds his commander blameless. He says, General Lee witnessed the flight of the Federals through Gettysburg and up to the hills beyond. He then directed me to go to General Ewell and say to him that from the position he then occupied he could see the enemy retreating over the hills without organization and in great confusion. That it was only necessary to press those people in order to secure possession of the heights beyond, and if possible he wished him to do this. In obedience to these instructions, I proceeded immediately to General Ewell and delivered the order of General Lee. No further steps were taken, as Ewell was probably overcome by physical fatigue and mental excitement. General Lee's report does not back the account of his chief of staff. He says, "It was ascertained from the prisoners that we have been engaged with 2 corps of the army formerly commanded by General Hooker, and that the remainder of that army under General Meade was approaching Gettysburg. Without information of its proximity, the strong position which the enemy had assumed could not be attacked without danger of exposing the 4 divisions present, already weakened and exhausted by a long and bloody struggle, to overwhelming numbers of fresh troops. General Ewell was therefore instructed to carry the hill occupied by the enemy, if he found it practicable, but to avoid a general engagement until the arrival of other divisions of the army." General Ewell says in his report, "On entering the town I received a message from the commanding general to attack the hill if I could do so with advantage. I could not bring artillery to bear on it, and all the troops with me were jaded with 12 hours marching and fighting." It is clearly shown that Ewell received no peremptory order to advance. "You may fight if it pleases you," were his instructions. Lee had so long relied upon Jackson that in this supreme hour he did not rise to the occasion as Stonewall would. The Reverend J. William Jones, an intimate friend of General Lee, says, "Professor James J. White and myself were in his office in Lexington, and we chanced to go in as he was reading a letter making some inquiry about Gettysburg. He said with an emphasis that I cannot forget, and bringing his hand down on the table with a force that made things rattle, 'If I had had Stonewall Jackson at Gettysburg, I would have won that fight, and a complete victory, which would have given us Washington and Baltimore, if not Philadelphia, and would have established the independence of the Confederacy.'" Napoleon likened the campaign to a game of chess, and on the evening of the 1st the Federal game was not worth a candle. The 1st and 11th Corps routed the 2nd, Sickles, at Taneytown, the 3rd at Emmitsburg, the 5th at Hanover, the 6th at Manchester. That was the time to bring everything to the charge: castles, knights, bishops, and pawns. Jackson would have done it. There was one in that hurly-burly who wanted to do that very thing, and that was Gordon, afterwards Lieutenant General in the Army of Northern Virginia. He says in his book, "The whole of that portion of the Union Army in my front was in inextricable confusion and in flight. They were necessarily in flight, for my troops were upon the flank and rapidly sweeping down the lines. The firing upon my men had almost ceased. Large bodies of the Union troops were throwing down their arms and surrendering, because in disorganized and confused masses they were wholly powerless either to check the movement or return the fire. As far down the line as my eye could reach, the Union troops were in retreat. Those at a distance were still resisting, but giving ground, and it was only necessary for me to press forward in order to ensure the same results which invariably follow such flank movements. In less than 1/2 hour my troops would have swept up and over those hills, the possession of which was of such monumentous consequence. It is not surprising, with a full realization of the consequences of a halt, that I should have refused at first to obey the order. Not until the 3rd or 4th order of the most peremptory character reached me did I obey. I think I should have risked the consequences of disobedience even then, but for the fact that the order to halt was accompanied with the explanation that General Lee, who was several miles away, did not wish to give battle at Gettysburg. It is stated on good authority that General Lee said, some time before his death, that if Jackson had been there, he would have won in this battle a great and possibly decisive victory. But no soldier in a great crisis ever wished more ardently for deliverer's hand than I wished for 1 hour of Jackson when I was ordered to halt. Had he been there, his quick eye would have caught at a glance the entire situation, and instead of halting me, he would have urged me forward and have pressed the advantage to the utmost. from the situation plainly to be seen on the first afternoon, and from the facts that afterwards came to light as to the position of the different corps of General Meade's army, it seems certain that if the Confederates had simply moved forward, following up the advantages gained, and striking the separated Union commands in succession, the victory would have been Lee's instead of Meade's. I should state here that General Meade's army at that hour was stretched out along the line of his march for nearly 30 miles. General Lee's was much more concentrated. General Hancock's statement of the situation is true and pertinent. The rear of our troops were hurrying through the town pursued by Confederates. There had been an attempt to reform some of the 11th Corps as they passed over Cemetery Hill, but it had not been very successful. And yet I was halted. My thoughts were so harrowed and my heart so burdened by the fatal mistake of the afternoon that I was unable to sleep at night. Mounting my horse at 2:00 in the morning, I rode with one or two staff officers to the Red Barn in which General Ewell and General Early then had their headquarters. Much of my time after nightfall had been spent on the front picket line, listening to the busy strokes of Union picks and shovels on the hills, to the rumble of artillery wheels and the tramp of fresh troops as they were hurried forward by Union commanders and placed in position. There was, therefore, no difficulty in divining the scene that would break on our view with the coming dawn. I did not hesitate to say to both Ewell and Early that a line of heavy earthworks, with heavy guns and ranks of infantry behind them, would frown upon us at daylight. I expressed the opinion that, even at that hour, 2:00, by a concentrated and vigorous night assault, we could carry those heights, and that if we waited till morning it would cost us 10,000 men to take them. There was a disposition to yield to my suggestions, but other counsels finally prevailed. Those works were never carried, but the cost of the assault upon them, the appalling carnage resulting from the effort to take them, far exceeded that which I had ventured to predict. General Gordon does not state who refused him permission to make his night attack, but Governor William Smith of Virginia, who commanded a brigade at the battle, told me that it was General Early who twice rejected his earnest appeal. I have heard many Northern soldiers say that the South never had the remotest chance of succeeding, and that even if Meade's army had been defeated and scattered, the North would have risen to a man and have swept Lee's army off the face of the earth. Had Lee advanced on the evening of the 1st, not even the combined efforts of every man in the North could have checked for a day the march of a veteran army of 60,000 men. All the millions of warlike Persia could not retard the 30,000 Greeks led by Alexander, nor could the savage horde of all Britain stop one legion of Caesar's. With the whole of Ireland raging against him, Cromwell marched at will through the island, burning, pillaging, and killing. All the militia of Indiana and Ohio could not withstand John Morgan and his 3 regiments of cavalrymen. The occupation of northern cities by the Confederates would have given both England and France the pretext they longed for, of acknowledging the South as belligerents. This would have opened their blockaded ports and given her army all the supplies they needed. The night of the 1st of July was an anxious one to the commanding general of the Federal Army. It seemed as if the wheel of fortune had turned against him. His corps d'armée, no matter how they forced their march, would be too late to meet the attack which Lee ordered to be made at the dawn of day. The rank and file of the Confederate army felt now no doubt of the result. The news of the rout of the 2 Federal corps, magnified as it passed from lip to lip, had reached that point where it was believed that half of the Federal army was destroyed. And as the Southern soldiers sank to sleep that night, they were morally certain that they would utterly defeat the foe on the morrow. Visions of marching through Baltimore and a triumphal parade up the avenue in Washington flitted through their minds. The inner history of the Battle of Gettysburg can only be learned by patching up the scattered fragments of a manuscript torn in small pieces. Meade was so wrought up as the time passed that he called a council of war at noon. Neither he nor his corps commanders could fathom Lee's inaction. They dreaded the blow, but where was it to fall? This portentous silence meant something. Judging the future by the past, Lee was the last man on earth to dally when the opportunity offered. Witness his stroke against McClellan in the 7 days' battle around Richmond, when he assaulted at the dawn of day the works at Mechanicsville. and who at sunrise got Longstreet's corps through Thoroughfare Gap to aid Jackson. This inertia on the part of the Confederate commander was inexplicable to the Federal generals, but they decided to stay where they were and to attack Lee the next day. There was not a private soldier in Lee's army who did not expect to be aroused at the earliest dawn and commence the fight. Instead, an absolute silence reigned. The men slept until they were awakened by the rising sun in their eyes and hurried through their breakfast of fat pork and hardtack. The sun rose high in the heavens and still not a movement was made. It was incomprehensible, and every group of soldiers was discussing the matter and trying to find a solution of the delay. Lee had distinctly and explicitly ordered Longstreet to attack as soon as it was light enough for forming his troops, and everything was ready. Lee's plan was simple. It was to storm the heights and find a weak spot somewhere. The plan of battle as given out to the corps commanders for the battle of the second day was that Ewell and Hill were to assault, the artillery keeping pace with the infantry, and that Longstreet, with his corps several lines deep, should carry by storm the left center of the enemy. Stuart was on our right with 10,000 horse, to strike if the attack was successful and convert the retreat into a rout. Hill and Ewell were ready at sunrise, but Longstreet was riding about, so his orderly states, all the morning, placing his troops in position and changing frequently their dispositions. General Gordon truly says, "Cooperation by every part of the army was expected and essential." As the sun rose higher in the heavens and lifted the mists, Lee chafed and fretted. He saw the golden hours slip by unmarked by a single movement. What raging thoughts must have filled his breast at Longstreet's delay. When the fate of the country was hanging by a hair, he shrank from suspending Longstreet, just as he refrained from court-martialing Huger for disobedience of orders at Seven Pines and the 7 days' fight, and later on from dismissing Whiting for getting helplessly drunk and ruining Beauregard's plan to defeat and capture Butler, and also from relieving Early from command in the Valley long after his army had lost confidence in him. It was Jackson who put A.P. Hill, second in command, under arrest just after the Battle of Antietam, for disobedience of his orders in failing to make a forced march. Think of the commander-in-chief waiting from 5 o'clock a.m. till 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the pleasure of his subordinate. Longstreet was a magnificent fighter and a thorough soldier, but his heart was not in his work. He states that at the beginning of the campaign, Lee promised him to fight an offensive-defensive battle and force the enemy to attack him in his own chosen position. Now the situation was exactly the reverse, and he naturally felt sore at being ordered to assault the enemy in his stronghold. He put off, backed, filled, and dallied, doubtless thinking that Lee would, on second thought, countermand his orders to advance and make a flank movement and force Meade out of the heights. As after effects proved, he was perfectly right, but that does not exonerate him from the grave fault of disobedience of orders. Longstreet knew that implicit obedience is the first duty of every soldier, high and low. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Part 2, Chapter 2, Part 3 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 2, Part 3, Gettysburg. If Lee was paralyzed by reluctant subordinates, Meade was in the same fix, and Sickles, commanding the Third Corps, a civilian general by the way, came within an ace of destroying the army by taking position a mile in advance of the main line without orders and of his own volition. Meade only discovered the false, almost fatal, disposition of the Third Corps when too late to rectify it. Every precept of military science, nay, every principle of common sense, should have taught Sickles that the proper place to station his corps was at the foot of Little Round Top, and with that crest crowned with artillery, Mare's Heights and Malvern Hill would have been in comparison an ant mound to a mountain. When the assault was to be made by Longstreet, Lee's orders were for them to advance in the center, and for Ewell to charge as soon as he heard Hill's guns. It was impossible to secure uniformity. To send a message to the left wing of the Confederate army, a staff officer or courier would have to make a long detour on the outside circumference of the half circle and ride fully 4 miles. Hill did not get this order to advance until an hour after Longstreet's notice, and when Hill advanced, Ewell did not hear his guns and did not move at all. General Gordon in a magazine article says, "Pressure, hard, general, and constant pressure upon Meade's right would have called him to its defense and weakened his center. That pressure was only spasmodic and of short duration. Lee and his plan could only promise success on the proviso that the movement was both general and prompt. It was neither. Moments in battle are pregnant with the fate of armies. When the opportune moment to strike arrives, the blow must fall, for the next instant it may be futile." Not only moments, but hours of delay occurred. Doubleday, in his book on Chancellorsville, writes a page remarkable for its truth, force, and power. He says, "In the histories of lost empires, we almost invariably find that the cause of their final overthrow on the battlefield may be traced to the violation of one military principle, which is that the attempt to overpower a central force by converging columns is almost always fatal to the assailants. For the force in the center is nearly double the strength of the one on the circumference, yet this is the first mistake made by every tyro in generalship. A strong blow can be given by a sledgehammer, but if we divide it into 20 small hammers, the blows will necessarily be scattering and uncertain. Let us suppose an army holds the junction of two roads. If all close in at once, the attacking force would probably confuse and overpower it. It seems easy, but practically it is nearly impossible, for no two routes are precisely alike. The columns never move simultaneously and therefore never arrive at the same time. Some of this is due to the character of the commanders. One man is full of dash and goes forward at once. Another is tired or overcautious. A third stops to recall some outlying detachment. The result is that the outer army has lost its strength and is always beaten in detail." This was written before Gettysburg was fought, and yet how perfectly it fitted the bill. Napoleon's favorite tactics were in defiance of this military rule, and his victory at Marengo and Ulm was in the advance of converging column. But he made his marshals set their watches by his, and at the exact time they were to be at a certain place. Yet he lost his empire from this very cause, and Grouchy's failure to converge at Waterloo caused his ruin. Longstreet started to the attack on a hot summer afternoon, and his splendid corps struck at Sickles' Third Corps. Had Sickles placed his back to Little Round Top, he could have withstood the onslaught of Lee's whole army, for with the fire of his guns and musketry he could have so swept the plain that not a fleeing rabbit could have made the crest safely. Sickles has always stubbornly avowed that the position he took was a correct one. Any person who has ever stood on the tower on the crest of Big Round Top, with the scene before him as a map, could see at a glance what a colossal blunder he made. Had Longstreet moved even 2 hours earlier, Sickles would not have had the support of General Sedgwick's corps, that at the beginning of the battle was at Westminster and did not reach Gettysburg until between 2 and 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There was a titanic struggle for 4 hours when Longstreet struck Sickles. The shock was so terrific that the Federal army reeled, staggered, and all but fell. In a battle, time is priceless. Had Longstreet moved even 30 minutes earlier, he would have taken the rock-crowned post of vantage, Little Round Top, without a struggle. As long as America shall last and tourists visit that historic battlefield, they will wonder at the turn of fate that made 5 minutes the turning point of that battle. For had the Confederates seized it, they could have crowned the great hill with batteries and taken Meade on the flank, would have forced him to evacuate his position. 5 minutes settled it, for Hood's men were scaling the slope, and the Union signal service men were furling their flags, when a Maine regiment which was passing by was ordered to rush to the crest. The sides of Little Round Top are composed of boulders of rock from the size of a paving stone to that of a house. The advance of Hood's men was stayed for a fraction of time, and 5 brigades from Hancock's and Humphreys' divisions all sent in a double quick to the summit. Hazlett's battery reached the top, and among the gorges, crags, and rocks a furious contest raged. One man behind those granite boulders was a match for 5. The colonel of the 3rd Arkansas Regiment, speaking of the Herculean Russell, said, "The hills were so steep, the rocks so sharp, that without scaling ladders it was impossible to advance." Every Federal general officer fell. Cross, Zook, Brooks, and Hazlitt, but the Federal rank and file clung to the rocks of refuge with splendid courage. It was a fight at pistol shot distance, and the soldiers of both sides went down by the hundreds. But the men of Hood's division, who had never suffered a defeat, met their match in that grim line of blue that stayed their impetuous rush and held them back. As Longstreet pressed the left center, Meade threw every man, reserves and all, into the breach, and he committed, apparently, a monumental error in taking the last soldier from his extreme right, 2 brigades of the West Star Division, thus leaving Culp's Hill undefended. Stewart's Confederate brigade of Johnson's division walked quickly in and took possession. This was about 7 o'clock in the evening, and the Baltimore pike was a short distance away. Here was packed all of Meade's ammunition wagons and ordnance stores. If General Edward Johnson had but followed up his advance, he would have struck Meade in the rear when his left was denuded of troops. Such a blow as a fresh division striking at that critical moment, the Union rear, would have utterly routed their army. Johnson made no advance whatever that evening, but assaulted the next morning after Meade had learned of his error and heavily reinforced his right. Johnson was repulsed with great loss. I asked a staff officer of General Johnson's why he did not advance when there was not a skirmish line to oppose him. His reply was that Johnson said he was afraid the Yankees were leading him into a trap. This was certainly a case of a wrong man in the wrong place. The crisis came in the second day's fight when Humphreys flanked Barksdale and was in turn flanked by Wright's Georgians and Perry's Floridians. Under this flank assault, Humphreys' line broke and crumbled, and just as the sun dropped below the horizon, the scene was such as beggars description. Little Round Top was full of flashing fire from the artillery posted there. Death's Valley at the base showed dimly through the sulphurous smoke. Every gun on Cemetery Heights was bellowing. The clouds of dust and haze half obscured the scene. Broken caissons, slain horses, overturned cannon, muskets by the thousands, knapsacks, canteens, boxes of ammunition covered the ground. The dead lay everywhere. The wounded cumbered the earth by the thousands, uncared for, forgotten in the maddening fight. Masses of soldiery half hidden, moving standards half seen, screams of defiance, the Yankee hurrah, the rebel yell breaking out at intervals, officers on horseback galloping wildly, shrieking their commands which none heeded. It was as if pandemonium had broken loose in the wreck of matter and the crash of worlds. More than half of Hancock's men were prone in the dust. Sykes's regulars were torn to pieces and the Army of the Potomac almost a mob. Order and form was lost, and regiments, brigades, and divisions were mixed and mingled together in a mad, swaying mass. Sickles fell with a shattered thigh, and his men, those who were left, broke and rushed to the rear. If a general advance by Hill and Ewell had then been made, the most complete victory since Waterloo would have been the result. But it was not to be. The Confederate reserves stood stock still in their tracks. The rebel brigades of Hayes and Hoke scaled the heights, and 60 pieces of artillery fell into their hands. As these veterans stood beside the smoking guns, they felt that they had the citadel within their grasp, and the wild rebel yell echoed from the topmost crest of Cemetery Heights. But no reserves came to support them, and with despair and rage in their hearts, they retired down the hill. Hayes, in his official report, says, "A little before 8 p.m. on July 2nd, I was ordered to advance, with my own and Hoke's brigade on my left. I immediately moved forward and had gone but a short distance when my whole line became exposed to a most terrific fire from the enemy's batteries, from the entire range of hills in front, and to the right and to the left. Still both brigades advanced steadily, up and over the first hill, when the canister opened upon us in point-blank distance. But owing to the darkness of the evening, now verging into night, and the deep obscurity afforded by the smoke of the firing, our exact locality could not be discovered by the enemy's gunners, and we thus escaped what in the full light of day could have been nothing less than a horrible slaughter. Taking advantage of this, we continued forward until we reached the second line behind a stone wall. Still advancing, we came to an abatis of fallen timber, and then a third line with rifle pits where their reserves were. These we broke. Then with a rush we reached the summit and captured the artillery, and every piece of artillery had been silenced. After a silence of several minutes their lines of battle attacked us, and as I had no reserves I retired. Hay's Louisiana Brigade, which was claimed by the enemy to have been almost annihilated, lost but few. Only 29 were killed, 159 wounded, and 80 taken prisoners. In all, 268 men. In a letter to the Governor of North Carolina, Major Tate, under date of July 8, 1863, gives a thrilling account of this charge of Hay's. He says: "Longstreet had charged on the south face and was repulsed. A.P. Hill charged on the west face and was repulsed. Our two brigades, late in the evening, were ordered to charge the north front, and after a struggle such as this war has furnished no parallel, 75 North Carolinians of the 6th Regiment and 12 Louisianians and Hay's brigade scaled the heights and planted the colors of the 6th North Carolina and 9th Louisiana on the guns. The enemy stood with a tenacity never before displayed by them, with bayonets clubbed, musket, sword, and pistol and rocks firm as a wall, yet we cleared the heights and silenced the guns. In vain did I send to the rear for support. The enemy hurried his troops on both flanks, got in my rear, and I had to retreat. On reaching our lines I demanded to know why I was not supported, and was coolly informed that it was not known we were on the works. To think of the monstrous injustice done us. I assure you that the fighting was no sensation or fancy picture. Such a fight as the Yankees made inside of their works has never been equaled. Inside the enemy were left lying in great heaps, most all with bayonet wounds, and many with their skulls broken by the stocks of our guns. We left not a living man on the hill." Nearly a year later, when a prisoner of war, I discussed Gettysburg with Federal officers and soldiers, and later on, after escaping from prison in Ohio and making my way through the enemy's country in disguise, I talked with the Union soldiers who were in that battle, and every one, without a single exception, said, "The Rebs had us whipped once at Gettysburg, but they did not know it." And on asking which battle it was, the answer was invariably, "About sunset on the second day." The third day at Gettysburg dawned clear and cloudless. It should, by all precedents, have been one of driving rain, for there was enough concussion of the atmosphere to have started every cloud that encircled the globe into action. Lee had one more chance. If he could attack at sunup, before the shattered regiments, brigades, and divisions could reorganize, victory was certain. To an ordinary foe, such a stunning blow as that which struck the Federal forces the night before would have taken all the fight out of the soldiers, but the Army of the Potomac was as thrice tempered steel. Man to man, I do not think the rank and file were equal to the privates of Lee's army for several reasons. One was that nearly every Southern soldier was a native-born American, and until their government was a fixed fact, they put all thoughts of promotion aside. And in the ranks were men often higher in the walks of life than their officers. It was a source of pride to the wealthy, well-educated youth to serve as a private soldier. It proved his patriotism, and the women showed their love and affection very plainly for the men who carried the guns. In the Union Army it was different. To remain a private in the ranks was tantamount to confessing a willingness to be a day laborer instead of a boss. No rich, well-born, educated Northerner was content to carry a musket after the patriotic delirium which animated them for the first year had died out. There were plenty of foreigners, mill hands, apprentices, and human driftwood to serve in the ranks, but he who had prestige, brains, or political influence was soon supporting chevrons, straps, or stars. The officers of the Army of the Potomac, educated, proud men, were every whit as brave as those of the Confederate Army. And give the American gentleman a few hours of daylight, and no matter what the history of yesterday, they will be found ready to meet, with steady front, any crisis today or tomorrow. The old Anglo-Saxon race never showed its undying tenacity and bravery more vividly than it did on that day of July 3rd, 1863, when at noon of the next day the disorganized mass that Humphreys acknowledged was beaten at sunset proudly and fearlessly confronted the victor. Lee yet had a good opportunity to win if he had assaulted Meade at daylight on the morning of the 3rd, and he so ordered. Longstreet says, "I met General Lee very early on the morning of the 3rd, and anticipating any remark that the commander in chief might make, I said, General Lee, my scouts have returned with sufficient information to lead me to believe that there are excellent chances of inducing General Meade to attack us." To which General Lee replied by pointing to Cemetery Hill and saying, "The enemy is there, and I am going to strike him." I said in return, "General, I have seen men fight by companies, regiments, brigades, and divisions, but never anything like you propose." Longstreet again shirked duty and let the whole forenoon pass. It was not until 1 P.M. that the Confederate artillery of over 100 guns opened on Cemetery Hill to sweep the plateau so as to allow the infantry to assault, and Pickett's Virginians were to lead, supported by McLaws and D. H. Hill's division of his own, and 2 divisions of A. P. Hill's corps, in all numbering some 27,000 men. Longstreet again disobeyed his chief's orders, and only 14,000 were formed for the charge. It would have made little difference. The position, so strong by nature, had been rendered nearly impregnable by art, and defended as it was by 137 cannon and 40,000 muskets, it seemed like madness to storm the works. Lee thought that if 2 brigades could reach the summit, as Hayes and Hoke did the evening before, a storming column of 30,000 men could go to the same spot, especially if the heights were swept clear by heavy artillery fire, but he did not take into consideration that it was dark when the assault was made. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon the Confederate batteries opened their fire. Being on the rim of the circle, they had a great advantage in delivering a concentric fire. But Colonel Alexander, in command of the artillery, made a grave mistake in not concentrating his fire, first on one spot and then on another. One discharge from his 100 guns on one battery would have annihilated it. Had he given orders to commence on the left center and then range along to the right, he would have not only silenced but crushed the enemy's batteries. At 2 P.M. the artillery ceased and the vital moment came. Longstreet says in his report, "I gave the order to General Pickett to advance to the assault. I then found that our supply of ammunition was so short that the batteries could not reopen. The order for this attack, which I could not favor under better auspices, would have been reversed." I have often talked with General Pickett after the war about this charge. He told me he felt supremely confident that his division could make an opening in the line, and felt proud to show the army what the Virginians could do. And that, of course, he felt assured that right behind his assaulting column were heavy reserves that would hold all he could take. There is one point in this famous charge that historians make no mention of, yet it was a vitally important one, and that was that it was always the custom when the infantry made a charge for the batteries to accompany them. Had this been done, Pickett could have held the heights until succor reached him. Instead of his 8 batteries keeping step with him and pouring a furious fire in the teeth of Hancock, only a single one, Captain Miller's, followed him. The madness of Pickett's charge. It was superb, like the charge of Balaclava, but it was not war. Let us see what Pickett and his reserves were going against, and put yourself in the place of one of his soldiers. He started from the woods, and to reach his objective point on the heights he had to walk 1.5 miles. Each man had his gun, bayonet, haversack, blanket, and heavy cartridge box. The line had to move slowly so as to save their strength for the supreme effort. 80 cannon commenced their practice on the advancing lines. There were 2 Yankee lines of battle on the Emmitsburg road behind a stone wall, enough alone to break the rebel advance. These were driven back after a bloody contest. The line had to cross an open plain, and then those guns changed their solid shot for shell. Imagine the scene of that line of devoted men, breasting with heads thrust forward the iron hailstorm. Had the whole valley been wreathed in smoke, the long lines of gray could have swept up unperceived to the foot of the heights without losing many men, and might have stood some chance of splitting the Federal line, but the officer commanding the Union artillery, General Hunt, with the intuition of a born soldier, had ordered his artillery to cease firing, and the dense battle smoke that had accumulated during the hours of bombardment slowly drifted skyward, and in the bright glare of the July sun every Rebel soldier's figure was plainly distinct. When a line of battle is on a charge, the order is given before they start to "guide to the colors." That is, if a man drops, the one next to him closes up toward the flag, which is always in the center, and thus the line, which gapes continually when men are killed and wounded, is kept intact. Of course, the more men that drop out, the shorter the line becomes. Pickett had 2 lines in his division, but as the fire became severe his lines continued to shorten, and before he reached the crest became so short that his right was in the air and overreached by the attacking line. This allowed a flank fire, which is the most deadly of all. A man can kill with a shotgun several swallows sitting on a telegraph wire, but suppose he climbs to the top of the pole and shoots down the wire with a raking shot, he can bag dozens. It is impossible for any troops to keep a perfect alignment under such a fusillade. They must either break and run to the rear or rush desperately forward. Armistead struck the center of the Union works, which was occupied by Webb's brigade. This command, having lost the pick of its men on the first day, had the nerve knocked out of them by the furious cannonading, and when Pickett's line came surging up the hill, they broke despite the frenzied effort of their officers, and abandoned their works, which was a hastily constructed barricade of fence rails, thrown up a few yards in advance of the regular stone wall that ran along the crest of Cemetery Ridge. Into this gap dashed Armistead, with his hat on the point of his sword, cheering on his men. Lieutenant Mason, one of the few of Armistead's men who got out safely, told me that night that not over 60, or at most 100 soldiers got over the stone wall that was abandoned by Webb's brigade, but there was one command that stood there and died there after the artillery had fled, and that was Cushing with his battery. A more splendid exhibition of valor has never been witnessed, for he fought his guns after the infantry support had left him, and disdaining to fly, he fell at the feet of his Napoleons. The rest of Pickett's men stopped by the stone wall, and lying down poured an irregular fire on the confused squads, hurrying lines, and groups of bluecoats on the level plateau. The fire of the Yankee artillery on the right and left was concentrated and swept the hillside in the center, and every Rebel was compelled to throw himself flat on his face to escape annihilation. For a few minutes, at least, Armistead's men were out of the rim of this fire, and looked back for the gray line of reserves to push through the breach that Armistead had made, but the reserves had drifted back. There has been a great deal of controversy in the South as to why these troops retreated. The truth of the whole matter is this: the advance was a bungle. The officers of the various commands received no explicit instructions. They were to advance, that was all, and no orders were given where to rally in case of defeat. Had the point just above the Emmitsburg pike been chosen, where there was a dip in the ground affording security from the fire, or even the Emmitsburg road, the retreat of Pickett's division would have been a simple retirement instead of a total rout. Many brigades of the supporting line became bewildered and marched at random over the smoking plain. Many halted and threw themselves on their faces and simply waited. They were ready and willing, if handled intelligently, but were confused and disheartened. Then Armistead's men stood victors for a brief moment on the crest of the hill. The rest of the division were loading and firing. Most of the soldiers were lying down, waiting for the reserves, and they were ready to join with their comrades in the rush, but when alone and unsupported, the Federal troops closing in on both flanks, the Rebel line went to pieces, and it was sauve pot. Many surrendered, and many, running awful risk, raced back across the metal-swept plain. Meade put in every available man. It was neck or nothing with him. When Pickett started, the cry went along the lines of blue, "Here they come! Here they come!" and Meade established a cordon of slightly wounded men, who were ordered to lie on the ground a few paces in the rear of the last reserve and shoot any who attempted to run to the rear. Longstreet says of this fight: "The brigades of Trimble and Pettigrew, under the concentrated fire of artillery and musketry, after Pickett reached the ravine, wavered and broke, and Anderson's division was ordered to their support. He was halted, and the enemy threw their entire force upon Pickett and crushed his division into fragments." Pettigrew cannot be blamed. Heth's division had borne the brunt of the battle in the 1st of July, and his loss was enormous, far surpassing that of any division in the army. Pickett's loss out of 5,500 men in killed, wounded, and captured was: Garnett's brigade 941, Armistead's 1,191, Kemper's 731, in all 2,710, but of these 1,599 were captured, leaving 1,101 killed and wounded. The 3 brigades of Heth's division did not lose a man by capture, but in killed and wounded the 1st Brigade, Pettigrew's, lost 1,105 out of 1,700 men in line, about 70%. Out of 600 men in line, the 2nd Brigade, Lane's, lost 389, and the 4th, Scales's, lost 535, in all 2,029. The losses of some of the North Carolina regiments were appalling. Look at the famous 26th North Carolina Regiment of Pettigrew's brigade, raised by Governor Vance, which went into battle with 900 men. Fox in his book states that they came out of the charge leaving 800 men on the field killed and wounded. No prisoners were captured. This heroic record does not cease here. Company F can duplicate the famous dispatch of Sam Houston. Thermopylae has its messengers of defeat, but the Alamo has none. For Company F, 26th North Carolina, went into the fight with 3 officers and 80 men, and every man was killed or wounded. So the report of General Longstreet that Pender's men wavered was most unjust. They fell and died, none surrendered, and if the history of the world can show more magnificent fighting, it has never been told in song or in story. Cold statistics prove that while Pickett's charge was magnificent, the steady discipline and pluck of Pettigrew's men has never been matched but once, and that was when Ney's grenadiers of the Old Guard died in their tracks at Waterloo. The histories of Gettysburg written before the publication of the Republican records do Pettigrew's brigade great injustice. I know that around our campfires we laid the blame of Pickett's defeat to the failure of Pettigrew's North Carolinians to support him, and the Federal writers fall into the same gross error. Bates, in his book, Battle of Gettysburg, says, "For Pettigrew, with his green and already decimated levies, quailed before the terrific fire of Hay's men." Comte de Paris, in his book, says, "Pettigrew on Pickett's left does his best to support him. His own brigade and that of Archer have reached Hay's line, but have failed to effect a breach. Trimble, who is following them closely, sustains them vigorously. Lane's North Carolinians have already penetrated the first line of Federals drawn up, as it is at the foot of the declivity, and beginning to scale it, he draws near the wall. Archer's and Scales's North Carolinians have passed the same walls a few minutes before, but Pettigrew's 2 brigades on the left have remained in the rear and cannot or will not arrive in time to support him. After a contest of short range, very brief but exceedingly murderous, in which Trimble is seriously wounded, his troops and Pettigrew's retire even before the 2 brigades of Thomas and Perrin have reached their position, and while Pickett is still fighting on the right. If Pickett's division had met the fire that Pettigrew's men had to contend against, not a man would have been left alive to reach the crest of the hill. The point where Pickett struck the Federal line was their weak spot. The point of Pettigrew's and Trimble's advance was directly in front of Cemetery Hill. Scales was on the right and in the rear of Archer, with Lane on the left and Wilcox in the rear. As they advanced, Wilcox lost his way in the smoke of battle, and Pettigrew and Trimble were the targets of 50 guns of Osborne's posted on Cemetery Ridge. When Pickett closed up the bridge, too close for the Federal guns to fire, the 40 pieces of Hazards turned on the reserves. Thus 90 cannon were firing on an average 3 times a minute. These guns, loaded with grape and canister, swept the plain at point-blank distance with a continuing sheet of iron hail. Added to this, the terrific infantry fire did not leave a space as large as a man's hand untouched by a leaden bullet. The supporting lines were leveled to the ground. Pettigrew was destroyed for the time, and the Federal reserves, consisting of the brigades of Hall's and Harmon's, the 90th Massachusetts, 151st Pennsylvania, 20th New York, and 42nd Regiment of the line, amounted to 12 regiments, stood 4 deep, ready to defend the ground if Pickett succeeded in holding the crest. One man lying down behind a stone wall is a match for 3 men advancing across the open to attack him. Bates says in his book, "As an example of the futility and at the same time the accuracy of the Rebel fire, it may be stated as an observation of the writer, made soon after the battle, that the splashes of the leaden bullets upon the shelving rock and the low stone wall along its very edge and behind which were Hancock's men, for a distance of half a mile, were so thick that one could scarcely lay his hand upon any part of either the wall or the rock without touching them. All this ammunition was of course thrown away, not one bullet in 1,000 reaching its intended victim. The fragments of 14 regiments of Pickett's division, panting, breathless, smoke-begrimed, reached their own lines. Every Rebel soldier who witnessed the scene knew that the great charge had failed. But there were no symptoms of panic. Not a private in the ranks left his place, and they waited, expecting every moment to see the long lines of blue come surging toward them, and they all hoped they would. There were many unthinking people in the North who blamed Meade for not attacking Lee after Pickett's repulse. Deluded mortals. The condition of the Federal army on that evening was desperate. Attack! Why, another day's battle would have disrupted it. On the night of July 3rd, when Lee was making preparations to retreat, sending his staff officers in every direction to hurry up the movement, he was asked by General Pickett if he thought that the Union army would make an active pursuit. General Lee's answer was striking and showed how well he understood the situation. He said, "That army," meaning Meade's, "will be as a brooding dove for the next 12 months." He often read of battles in Europe where the villages and towns of the enemy are held, of the outrages upon the citizens, of every house having its billet to lodge and feed so many soldiers, of the private dwellings being seized and used for hospital purposes, and of worse things still, of insult, rapine, and arson. The conquered town of Gettysburg was held by the Rebel soldiery for 3 days, at a time when their blood was at fever heat, and later on when the soldiers were savage with disappointment at their defeat. Yet there was not a single act of violence, nor so much as a spoken word of insult in all that time. One of Archer's command, a captain of the 13th Alabama, who remained in the town, wounded, told me that during the first day all the townspeople remained hidden away in their cellars; that on the second and third days, getting over their fright, many came out on the streets. He never saw one of the Rebs even address a woman without lifting his hat. As Lee has said, "Had Stonewall Jackson been at Gettysburg, I would have established the Southern Confederacy." As Sweden without Charles XII, as the army of Parliament without Cromwell, as the troops of the Louvre without Napoleon, as the revolutionary patriots without Washington, so was the South without her Jackson. And impartial history will decide that he was the greatest master of the art of war that America ever produced. It has often been said and written that the firm faith and fervent hopes of the patriotic people within the Union were nearer despondency and despair in those faithful July days than at any other time. But these ideas are all false, as every American soldier who fought in the 60s knows, for the darkest hours of the American Union was in June, July, and August, 1864, after the battles of the Wilderness, Todd's Tavern, Spotsylvania, South Anna, Yellow Farm, Cold Harbor, and numberless skirmishes had been fought, and when the lowlands of Virginia were literally drenched with blood, and when Grant's appalling loss of 5,000 officers and over 60,000 men of all arms bathed the North in tears and made the stoutest heart despair. Gettysburg has been called the high tide of the rebellion, and the spot where the gallant Cushing fell, the high water mark. 'Tis not so. The tide reached its flood just after Cold Harbor, and it was 1 year after Gettysburg was fought that the star of the Confederacy shone with its brightest luster. But as the summer waned, the splendor of that star, which the world watched with breathless interest, grew dimmer each hour until it was quenched forever at Appomattox. A fitting wind-up of the Gettysburg campaign is Lee's order to his troops on entering the enemy's territory. Order number 73. Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, June 27, 1863. It must be remembered that we make war only against armed men. The commanding general therefore earnestly exhorts the troops to abstain, with the most scrupulous care, from unnecessary or wanton injury to private property, and he enjoins upon all officers to arrest and bring to summary punishment any soldier disregarding this order. From the dim traditions of the Assyrian Empire, from the pages of Herodotus, or the struggle of Ramesses, We may search the records of hostile campaigns and crusades. We may study the histories of the Golden Age of Greece, or the annals of imperial Rome, or the various dynasties of Europe, but we can find no record of a nobler utterance from the lips of a warrior than that from the pen of General Lee, which brought comfort and peace unto thousands of Northern hearts. How many statues, monoliths, and mausoleums of great conquerors which adorn the parks of both the Old and New World, on whose base, carved in letters of gold, can be found a loftier sentiment than this: "We make war only against armed men." In the flush of success, the tears of women, houseless, homeless, and shelterless, are lost sight of, but the South endorsed then, as she will forever, that immortal decretal penned by Lee: "We make war only against armed men." End of chapter 2.
Part 2, Chapters 3 and 4 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 3, The Black Horse Cavalry. This renowned troop was organized before the war by Major John Scott of Fauquier County, Virginia. Its members at the commencement of the conflict were the very pick of the county, both as regards men and mounts. A body of men chosen from the garden spot of the state, Fauquier County being the largest and most fertile county in the rich Piedmont section. The Black Horse then had blood in the horses and blood in the men. The organization was the result of a dinner given by William H. Payne to Mr. John Scott near Warrenton, Virginia. As the gentlemen sat over their wine, discussing Uncle Tom's Cabin and the impending conflict, Mr. Payne, a fire-eating young lawyer of Fauquier, asked Mr. Scott how he would like to command a squadron of cavalry. Mr. Scott, feeling assured that an interesting conflict was close at hand, replied that he was willing to accept any position. It was Mr. Payne who spread among the young planters of the county his idea, and it was enthusiastically received at a meeting of the young men at the next court day in Warrenton. The company was organized and John Scott elected captain, Robert Randolph, a planter, first lieutenant, Charles H. Gordon, second lieutenant, and Alex D. Payne, third lieutenant. At the John Brown raid, the Black Horse saw their first active service. On April 26, 1861, the troop was mustered into service. Captain John Scott was summoned to Montgomery, Alabama, to assist in forming the new Confederate government, and Private Billy Payne was accorded the unusual honor of being elected captain over the heads of his superiors. It was a wise choice. It was under his splendid leadership that they imbibed from him the dash, the daring, the éclat, which made them the crack cavalry command of the Confederacy. Captain Billy Payne, afterwards general, was a born soldier, a typical Virginian, whose bright mind, united to his soldierly abilities and great heart, made him the idol of his troops. It was during the first and second years of the war that this company stood highest, when it numbered about 75 men, 50 of whom were as gallant fellows as ever swung themselves into the saddle. All young men, all daredevils in the most literal sense of the term, they at once made up that material of which cavalry should be composed. Every man was a finished horseman and a dead shot, familiar with every blind path and hog track in the section, thus forming the finest company of light cavalry and scouts ever raised in the South. It is said that the Black Horse made a goodly showing on that morning when they filed through the little town of Warrenton, the county seat of Fauquier, on their way to Harper's Ferry during the John Brown trouble, mounted on their coal-black horses, with nodding plumes, burnished sabers and waving pennons, looking, as they were indeed, the very flower of the cavalry. The Austrian hussars of the royal household never presented a more gallant or martial appearance or rode better. Such a troop Cardinal Richelieu, who had the warrior soul beneath the livery of Rome, would have loved to see by the side of the French King Louis. In 1863 all this had been changed by 2 years of campaigning. Uniforms had long given way to the gray, ragged, discolored jacket and breeches such as those worn by the infantry. The jaunty plumed hat had been superseded by a black felt slouch or forage cap. The stylish Wellington top boots, which used to shine like an ebony mirror, had degenerated to the coarse cowhide and jack boots, or worse still, the regulation army brogan. The black Virginia racers had been succeeded by animals of all hues as well as all sizes and breeds. Yet the same hearts beat under the tattered jackets as did under the buff facings of the once faultless uniform, and though rough to look upon, they were brave and gallant soldiers, true as steel and withal gentlemen to the core. They were no longer holiday soldiers, delighting in their own warlike shadow, loving to hear the clank of the long sabers against the spurs, but were changed to veteran cavalrymen and accomplished scouts with each a record of daring deeds, of hand-to-hand encounters, of midnight forays, of dashing raids by the light of the stars, of solitary watches and sudden captures. They were the same men who in days of peace were leading lazy college days or ornamenting the home circle in a gentle, easy-going existence, which ran on to its close like the smooth, broad, peaceful current of the river. Men whose lines were cast in pleasant places, whose days were spent in riding after the hounds, looking over their broad ancestral acres, shooting over their dogs, and practicing a profuse hospitality they held as sacred as their creed. They took life with its sunshine as a kind of long holiday, brimful of pleasure, to be enjoyed with mirth, joviality, and content, in the faces of whom could be traced that bonhomie which comes from taking things easily as they chance, without care or fret, fit descendants of the cavaliers who were the kindliest of the kindly band, who rarely hated ease, who rode with Smith around the land and Raleigh round the seas. Scions of old race, the old refinement and the old courtesy lingered in word and glance, and lazy looking as some of them were, they were as desperate a set as any men on earth, holding life so cheaply that after constant skirmishes and battles, danger only charmed and never repelled them. In this company were over a dozen of the most celebrated scouts in the Army of Northern Virginia, whose experience had many times led them into the midst of hostile camps under every conceivable disguise, who had lived with their lives in their hands on the pistols, their pistols on the cock, until, like the carless guerrilla troopers, they found the keenest pleasure in life only when they were in danger of losing it. In 1863, Captain Randolph had tried to swell the ranks of his company so as to form of it an independent battalion, but as 160 only could be enrolled, the effort failed. Even the attempt proved an unfortunate step, as it placed in this hitherto proud company about 50 of the most trifling, scary, no-account men that ever propagated a base-born race. They loved so much their worthless hides that they never placed them where they could possibly be perforated either by shot, shell, or saber. They would keep in ranks and march decently enough, but the sound of a cannon 10 miles off would send them running to the rear. One would drop out to get a canteen of water, and that would be the last seen of him for a week. Another would clap his hand to his stomach in mute pantomime and seek medical aid so far away that his comrades who did not understand the subterfuge might have mourned him dead. A third would stop to arrange a blanket on a sore back horse and take 6 weeks to do it. A fourth would slyly unbuckle his pack and let it fall. Of course he must dismount to rearrange it, and it is needless to say this would be the end of him, and so on until the last of these human rats had disappeared into some hiding place. Hence, by the time the 4th Regiment drew up in a squad row to charge, only the cracks of the Black Horse would be there stripped for the fight. In scouting it was still worse. These timid recruits avoided the vicinity of a bluecoat with as much precaution as the Arab would a leper, hiding in the thick pine bushes, and there staying until hunger sent them begging to some farmhouse near. Sometimes a good half dozen would valiantly rush upon a bloodthirsty Yankee all unarmed, who would be caught in a desperate act of carrying a half dozen canteens of milk purchased from some neighboring farm. Quietly making his way to camp, he would suddenly find himself confronted by these black horsemen and ordered to surrender. Of course he would yield himself and all portable possessions, his boots, his hat, his watch, etc., not forgetting the milk, and thus despoiled he would be permitted to go. His captors would re-enter the thicket and proceed, like some other soldiers of whom we have read, to cast lot for the raiment, and then they would present themselves before Captain Randolph and lie worse than old Ananias himself. The men were in truth not worth their salt, always deserting their comrades in times of menace. The gallant members of the organization had such contempt for the cravens that they made no effort to conceal it and rarely took any notice of them. This made no difference to them. What shame had they? They merely followed as jackals follow the lion. At this time the Black Horse was commanded by Captain Randolph, and if ever nature intended a man for a soldier, he was that man. The military profession suited his taste. His habits and bent of mind, his magnetism and cool courage, made him an ideal cavalryman and one who would be certain to rise should this branch of the service have opportunities to make itself a name. Little discipline was to be found in the cavalry, for although regular drills had been kept up in the past in evolutions, the saber exercise and infantry tactics, but owing to incessant movements during the last 2 years of the war, there ceased to be any drilling whatever. Few of the cavalrymen knew the manual of the saber. Indeed, the men as a general thing looked upon that weapon, so far as its use for purposes deadly were concerned, with the most sovereign contempt. Many wore them under protest, while others liked to have them at home or upon furlough, imagining they imparted a suggestion of possibilities, a fierce and warlike appearance. A huge saber hanging by the side was sure to bang and rattle against the boots, not to speak of the clanking on the floor when one sat down, scaring little children into fits, and then it was so ornamental. In regular service and for pacific purposes, troopers found them very serviceable, and so these cavalry sabers were used in a way that would have made the old cuirassiers of Kellerman or the black hussars of Duke Charles open their eyes with wonder. They were as axes and toasting forks, devil a bit else, as Mike Cleburne used to say, for at the end of every march, after tent poles had been hacked down, a fire made, the weapon would be drawn, and upon it the meat, whose juice was the only blood it ever tasted, suspended over the flames. No richer, ruddier human fluid stained black the points of cavalry sabers, and black you always found them. Then again in summer and autumn, when fruit hung low and ripe on the boughs, sabers were found uncommonly useful. But they had bloody scars. Often on the march as we passed some farmhouse, an incautious brood of spring chickens or an old goose would be spied contentedly waddling along the road like a buxom widow going to church. Then a circling sweep of steel flashing in the sun, and the blood of the fowls would crimson the road. The saber has seen its day and will rank hereafter in museums along with the bow and arrow, the lance and matchlock. A brace of 6-shooters and the breech loader render the saber for military use more harmless and inoffensive than the club of the aborigines. What is read in newspapers of desperate cavalry charges in which hundreds fall, cleft from chin to chin with deadly steel, is in this day the veriest bosh. A century ago, fighting was carried on in just such style, because the old flintlock firearm, after some dozen rounds, refused to go off, or the flint would be broken or lost. It was a weapon not safe to count upon all day. The bayonet never failed, and on it the soldier, placing his only confidence, was anxious to close with the foe. In the same manner the dragoon would fire off his holstered bell-mouth pistol, and then make a dernier resort of his saber, in which case it became a terrible instrument of destruction. In this age, however, it would be folly. Suppose, by way of illustration, that in some great battle 2 hostile brigades of cavalry had met. One is drawn up in line awaiting the charge, with breech-loading carbines and a pair of Colt's pistols carrying 6 shots each. The impetus of the rush may bear down the opposing line, but in the melee which would follow, the saber would be but a poor match for the 12 shots of each trooper. For deciding the fortunes of great battles, the day of cavalry is numbered. For raids, cutting off communications, and as mounted infantry, it is serviceable, but that is all. In the 7 Years' War, Eads, Frederick's chief of cavalry, was the greatest leader which the world ever produced. By constant drilling he formed a body of horsemen which under him were simply incomparable. Firing and dismounting were thrown in the background, and riding was made the specialty. He laid down several rigid rules for the guidance of his officers. In a charge he said, "No firing shall be indulged in, and only cold steel used. No commander will allow his troops to fire a shot under penalty of infamous cashiering." By these tactics Frederick the Great won, through his splendid cavalry, the battles of Zorndorf, Rossbach, Sturgen-Leuthen, and others, making Prussia the first country in Europe. Cromwell also won by fierce charges of his cavalry, under Fairfax, the battles of Naseby and Marsden Moor. The introduction of breech-loading firearms has effected as great a revolution in this branch of service as the use of iron has rendered of solid granite fortifications and stately line of battleships in maritime service things of the past. Victories for ages have been won by cold steel. Typical of carnage, it held its own for centuries. But as human invention continued to perfect the art of destroying life, iron and lead have become, for the present, the all-potent factors. Yet there are exceptions to all rules. Bob Martin, of the Black Horse, always used his saber in a charge, but he was the only cavalryman I knew who did. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4. A Dusty Camp. The Black Horse formed a part of the 4th Regiment of Cavalry, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Virginia constituting Fitz Lee's brigade. The camp was pitched on both sides of the old Fredericksburg road, and had our commander racked his brains for months, he could not have succeeded in selecting a more confoundedly disagreeable location in the whole section. The old dirt road was a wide thoroughfare, and notoriously the muddiest, most bottomless, miriest highway in winter and the dustiest in summer in Virginia. When biting, chilling winds swept over the country, the murky water, lying in pools all along the route, would freeze, and in the thaw make a vast bed of mire, which destroyed the patience and moral sense as to the rightful use of words of all who waded through it. It roused every teamster and every artilleryman of both armies, as they whipped and spurred their caissons through the sticky mud, to a degree of profanity frightful to contemplate. When the parching heat of summer drew on, the ooze and slime were changed into fine dust. In sooth, our commanding general must have had a bad attack of cramp colic, and felt at enmity with all the world, when he ordered the cavalry to camp along the unpleasant length of this road, for within a short distance fine and shady locations were to be had. The troopers were strung out upon this lane for half a mile. Very few had even shelter tents, and not even a bush near for protection against dew or the vertical rays of the midsummer sun. Fuel there was none, the few sticks necessary to boil the coffee and fry the meat having to be brought upon the men's backs from a forest nearly a mile away. It was the same with the water, requiring a long tramp to fill the canteens from the distant branch. Our situation was not a pleasant one, as may be imagined, but all during the month of August the cavalry remained in the same spot. During this time there was a great drought, not a drop of rain having fallen. Everything was dry and scorched, the dust on the road seemed as deep as the sands of the deserts. While cavalrymen and supply wagons were passing, and this was incessantly, there hung over that route a cloud of fine pulverized dust, which filled every crevice, arrayed every object, animate and inanimate, with a light, drab-colored covering of its own. This dust lined the inside of clothes, irritated the skin, and inflamed the eyes. Every mouthful of food was powdered with it, as thickly as the epicure seasons with cayenne pepper his turtle soup. Each man ate his peck of dirt at this camp. Fredericksburg was about 3 miles off, but it had but little attraction for the soldiery, even in its best days. Now it was enough to give the most cheerful temper in the world an attack of blues to ride through it. Twice had the old burg been shelled and sacked, once by Burnside in the December before, and again by Sedgwick only 3 months back, when he defeated the rebel force which defended it, and tried to advance and assist Hooker, who was tangled up in the wilderness at Chancellorsville, himself soon after repulsed. The streets were entirely forsaken and pavements almost hidden by the grass. Most of the houses were abandoned or occupied by the camp followers and human jackals that followed in the army's wake. The gardens attached to the dwellings were grown rank with weeds and thistles, from amid which here and there a rose would struggle into sight, as if to its fragrance and beauty were entrusted the keeping of a few sweet memories. Windows were broken in and the doors were hanging by one hinge. The plaster had been knocked from the walls, showing the rafters. In many roofs were jagged rents and holes, made by the shells or plunging round shot, through which the blue sky glimmered. Here and there were black, charred ruins, the remains of some happy homestead. The palings which once enclosed the dwellings were torn down, leaving only the posts. In many places the pavement was wholly obliterated and merged into the common road, and nearly all the shade trees had been cut down for fuel. Every house bore the imprint of war, either by bullet or shell, while some were completely honeycombed, threatening to topple over every moment. On a hot summer evening in Fredericksburg was the very incarnation of the deserted village. No children enlivened the streets or pierced the warm air with their happy, gladsome voices. No women sauntered along the pavements or showed fair faces at casement or windows. No bustling merchant hurried about intent on business. No family group sitting at ease in the shadowed porch watching the setting of the sun. From no open window came the happy laugh, the strains of a piano, the voice of song, nor the murmur of low conversation. Instead, there brooded over the place an oppressive silence, broken only by the sound of the echoing hoof strokes and the rattling of the saber as a few cavalrymen passed along the street. Some enterprising sutlers displayed meager wares, but none ever appeared to invest in his stock. Here and there a vagrant cur would skulk through the streets with a fearful look as if expecting each moment to hear the crashing of a shell. A cat would slink by and disappear up some shattered steps and into some half-open door. Everywhere gloom and ruin reigned supreme. A few days in camp and the condition of the troops improved. Immediately after breakfast, most of the men struck off in squads, and reaching some spreading trees would be down under their shade or spending the hours in the mysteries and delights of draw poker. There were no drills nor inspections. The whole day belonged to the trooper to dispose of as he might please. The camp was in fact abandoned. Our meals were the same as those issued to the infantry, simply hardtack and mess pork, but the cavalry fared infinitely better, as they were in the habit of foraging and helping themselves unscrupulously to whatever they might want. So by the time the infantry arrived, the country was pretty well stripped. No finer pastures in the world are to be seen than in the lowlands of Rappahannock. While the uplands were parched and browned by the long drought, down in those damp bottoms the grass was up to the knees. A few weeks had wrought a marvelous change in the horses. From walking skeletons, scarcely capable of carrying their riders, they waxed strong, fat, and lusty. Hardly able to move after the long, exhausting marches of the campaign, they kicked up their heels in the grassy meadows in an abandon of lazy ease. Every evening they were driven to camp, when each man selected his own horse and bestowed upon him a feed of oats and a good grooming. In the morning they were again fed and turned out to pasture. It was wonderful to see how soon the vast herd, numbering thousands, would in half an hour be secured and tied up. The horse himself knew the routine as well as his master, and recognized his call without fail, or better still, would come of his own accord directly to his own appointed hitching post, there to get his food and enjoy the pleasure of the currycomb. A horse guard was always detailed each morning, which mounted, took positions on the boundaries and kept the animals from wandering away. So the month of August, 1863, passed swiftly by, with not even the sound of the distant cannon to remind the men that there was a war going on. Once a day would sound the cry of "Watermelons! Here's your fine watermelons!" ringing clear and resonant, piercing the ears of all. This cry acted like the beat of the long roll to the infantry, bringing officers and privates to their feet with a bound. Then ensued a mad rush for the cart, because the terms of the sale reminded one of the barber's placard, "First come, first served." The vehicle was generally homemade, mounted on two ill-assorted wheels, and drawn by some old cavalry horse that had been turned out to die, but rallied enough to draw a cart slowly and with what seemed to be his last expiring effort. In this unique vehicle was a large pile of melons, surmounted by an ancient African, grinning from ear to ear at the result of his call. In a moment an eager crowd surrounded him and the fruit was sold without loss of time. $2 apiece was the impartial price. Perfect fairness was observed by the soldiers, who, much to their credit, always acted with scrupulous nicety so long as justice was done them. But encountering one disposed to cheat or overcharge, the luckless trader was soon brought to understand that honesty would be the best policy. A farmer came into camp one day with a 2-horse wagon full of this delicious fruit, and the finest melons in the state are grown in these sultry, moist lowlands on the Rappahannock River. Stopping his team in front of the company, he announced his wares. "What's the price?" inquired the crowd of soldiers. $5 apiece," was the reply. "Now, old man, that's too much. We have never paid but $2 for the finest, and that is all we can afford. We don't get but $11 a month, remember." "I've got nothing to do with that," said the old country skinflint. "Them melons is worth $5 apiece, and if you don't buy 'em, there's plenty that will." So tying the canvas cover tightly over the pile, he cracked his whip and essayed to move on. The horses started and so did the tongue, but never the wagon. He cursed and swore, while the soldiers only answered with jibes and sneers. He entreated, they only laughed. Undeniably at their mercy, he tried cajolery, all to no purpose as he found. Time was passing and there was a long way home, so at last he gave in and cried out in despair, "Gentlemen, I'll give you half of these here blessed melons if you give me back my linchpin." The compact was made and the linchpin restored, and the soldiers had a glorious feast. The happy inspiration of stealing the linchpin originated with the reckless daredevil, Dick Martin. I thought the infantry were good foragers, but they could not hold a candle to the cavalry. Dick Martin took me aside one morning and told me where an old Harpagon, about 5 miles from camp, had a good field of corn just in the roasting ear state, and asked me to go along with him. Of course I went. I knew that the corn crop was doomed, so I might as well get the good of it as another. Within an hour we had filled our long forage bags and carried them out into the road, and were sitting on them taking a rest when the owner came riding up, a wizened old fellow, with the most hooked nose I ever saw on a human face. He stopped, entered into conversation with us, and began abusing the soldiers for stealing from him. To my astonishment, I heard Dick Martin out Herod, and damn the thieves with a force and redundancy of language that so pleased the old fellow that he invited us to his house to fill our canteens with buttermilk. We declined, however, and as he shook Martin's hand in adieu, he said he wished all the soldiers in the army were as honest as he. I remarked sotto voce, if they were, the old man would not have stick nor stone left. Well, I reached the camp, left the corn in my shelter tent, and went to turn my horse loose, and when I returned my corn was gone, stolen by some of my own comrades. End of chapter 4.
Part 2, Chapters 5 and 6 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 5, On Picket. It was in the latter part of August. Orders were given to be prepared to go on picket early in the morning, and until a late hour the men were busy cooking rations and cleaning equipments. Before the mists had been chased by the rising sun, the company in close column of fours marched down the road. Men and animals were in perfect condition, brimful of mettle, and in buoyant spirits. The route lay along the banks of the river, upon the winding course of which, after several hours' riding, the regiment reached its destination and relieved the various pickets. A sergeant and squad of men were left at each post, the company being spread out several miles on the river banks to act as vedettes, whose duty it was to watch the enemy on the other side of the Rappahannock. The next day our squad, Sergeant Joe Reed in command, sauntered down the bank, but seeing no one we lay at length under the spreading trees, smoking as solemnly and meditatively as the redoubtable Wilhelmus Keft and all the Dutch council over the affairs of state. The Rappahannock, which was at this place about 200 yards wide, flowing slowly oceanward, its bosom reflecting the roseate-hued morn, was as lovely a body of water as the sun ever shone upon. The sound of the gentle ripple of its waves upon the sand was broken by a faint "Hallo!" which came from the other side. "Johnny Reb, I say, Johnny Reb, don't shoot." Joe Reed shouted back, "All right." "What command are you?" The spoken words floated clear and distinct across the water. "The Black Horse Cavalry. Who are you?" "The 2nd Michigan Cavalry." "Come out on the bank," said our spokesman, "and show yourselves. We won't fire." "On your honor, Johnny Reb?" "On our honor, Billy Yank." In a second a large squad of bluecoats across the way advanced to the water's brink. The Southerners did the same. Then the former put the query, "Have you any tobacco?" "Plenty of it," went out our reply. "Any sugar and coffee?" they questioned. "Not a taste nor a smell." "Let's trade," was shouted with eagerness. "Very well," was the reply. "We have not much with us, but we will send to Fredericksburg for more, so meet us here this evening." "All right," they answered, then added, "Say, Johnny, want some newspapers?" "Yes." "Then look out, we are going to send you some." "How are you going to do it?" "Wait and see."
The Rebs watched the group upon the other side curiously, wondering how even Yankee ingenuity could devise a way for sending a batch of papers across the river 200 yards wide. And in the meantime each man had his own opinion. "They will shoot arrows over," said Martin. "Arrows the devil," replied the sergeant. "There never was a bow bent which could cast an arrow across this river." "Maybe they will wrap them around a cannonball and shoot them across. We'd better get away from here," hastily answered a tall, slim 6-footer who was rather afraid of big shots. A roar of laughter followed this suggestion, but the originator was too intent on his own awkward fears to let the slightest movement of the enemy pass unscanned. Eagerly he watched while the others were having all the fun at his expense. Presently he shouted, "Here they come!" and then in a tone of intense admiration, "I'll be doggoned if these Yanks are not the smartest people in the world." On the other side were several miniature boats and ships, such as schoolboys delight in, with sails set. The gentle breeze impelled the little crafts across the river, each freighted with a couple of newspapers. Slowly but surely they headed for the opposite bank as if some spirit Oberon or Puck sat at the tiller, and in a few minutes had accomplished their voyage and were drawn up to await a favorable wind to waft them back. Drawing lots, Joe Bottler, who found luck against him, started to town with a muttered curse to buy tobacco, leaving his comrades to seek some shady spot, and with pipes in our mouths sink deep in the contents of the latest war news from the enemy's standpoint, always interesting reading. It was a cloudless day, a day to dream, and with a lazy, sans saucy manner and half-shut eyes, enjoy to the soul the deep loveliness of the scene which lay around us like some fair creation of the fancy, listening the while to the trills of the bluebird which sat on top of a lofty tree, industriously practicing his notes like a prima donna getting a new opera by heart. Joe returned in the evening with a box of plug tobacco about a foot square, but how to get it across was the question. The miniature boats could not carry it, and we shouted over to the Yankees that we had about 20 pounds of cut plug and asked them what we must do. They hallooed back to let one of us swim across and declared that it was perfectly safe. We held a council of war, and it was found that none of the Black Horse could swim beyond a few rods. Then I volunteered. Having lived on the banks of the Potomac most of my life, I was necessarily a swimmer. Sergeant Reed went to a house not far off and borrowed a bread trough, and placing it on a plank, the box of tobacco was shipped, and disrobing I started, pushing my queer craft in front of me. As I approached the shore, the news of my coming had reached camp, and nearly all the 2nd Michigan were lined up along the bank. I felt a little queer, but I had perfect faith in their promise and kept on without missing a stroke until my miniature scow grounded on the beach. The blue coats crowded around me and gave me a hearty welcome, and relieving the trough of its load, heaped up the craft with offerings of sugar, coffee, lemons, and even candy, till I cried out that they would sink my transport. I am sure they would have filled a rowboat to the gunwale had I brought one. There was no chaffing or banter, only roistering welcomes. Bidding my friends the enemy good-bye, I swam back with the precious cargo, and we had a feast that night. Oh, Johnny Reb and Billy Yank had great respect for each other in those days. The vidette holding his post in the night on the banks of the river must be on the qui vive every moment. The truce of the day ceases as soon as the sun has set and the evening star is seen. A strict watch is kept, the pickets are doubled, and the whole post is on the alert. Then with the coming on and deepening of night, the imagination is apt to play fantastic tricks and weaves shadows of its own. A floating tree is changed by magic moonbeams into a pontoon boat filled with armed men. The splash of a muskrat or otter is the low hoarse tone of command. The leaping of a fish from the water that sends the spray brightened into silver drops is the gleaming of some rifle barrel. It is not strange then that ever and anon there should float the tone of stern command. "Halt! Who comes there?" The vidette watches through the night with its senses playing freaks, while the owl, fresh from his day's snooze, chills his blood with its maniacal laughter. We stayed over a week on picket duty, and life the while was like that of the lotus eater, so calm, so dreamy, so full of perfect rest. The opposing videttes did not fire upon one another, but bathed in the cool, clear waters of both shores without fear of the deadly rifle ball. Just as the wind shifted, the little international fleet would make their voyages, always loaded with papers or notes. One of the little boats arrived freighted with fish hooks, so the Black Horse squad had fresh fish in addition to pure coffee. There was no further intercourse, for the enemy had forbidden any such continued indulgences, but they could not prevent the boat business and the little vessels were on the go all the time. It was with real regret that the vedettes moved away, sending frail messengers on their final trip, laden with several courteous missives to the boys of the 2nd Michigan Cavalry, in appreciation of the entente cordiale which had reigned between us. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. The Honorable John Minor Botts. The cavalry had had several light, trifling skirmishes during the late summer, and it was evident that no offensive operations would be commenced until the next spring. It was getting late in the fall, and neither army, after the deadly wrestle at Gettysburg, felt like commencing the struggle anew. The brigade went into cantonment near Brandy Station, a barren spot in all truth. It was the place where both armies had camped as they advanced, first one and then the other, until the vast plain had been packed smooth and beaten solid as a parade ground. It had turned quite cold by this time, especially in the night, when the ground would be white with frost. Tents were rare and campfires a necessity, but fuel was scarce and hard to obtain. Rations of plain, simple hardtack and fat pork 3 times a day had been reduced to a minimum, with an insufficient supply at that. It was simply impossible to obtain any country produce, for there was none to be had. Brandy Station, in Culpeper County, on the Virginia Midland Railroad, and indeed the vicinity for miles, was only a wild, barren waste, which showed the ravages of war to a greater extent than any section of battle-scarred Virginia. It was a contested point, which both sides claimed on account of its proximity to the railroad as a base of supplies, and because too its level lands were so well adapted to an armed camp, the Rapidan River nearby constituting the line of defense. It was occupied alternately by both armies, and every fresh tenure rendered it, if possible, more bare and desolate, the trail of war more apparent. It had been the scene of several cavalry engagements in which shot and shell had swept over the wide plateau, compelling the relinquishment of most of the houses in that vicinity. Even if the owners had felt no fear for their families from the missiles, which is not probable, they had been pillaged to a state of starvation by the thieving soldiery wearing both uniforms, and so had been forced to pull up stakes and leave for more promising lands. Fine houses had been torn down to supply material with which to build winter quarters. Shade trees of noble growth, as well as orchards of choice fruit, had been cut down as fuel for campfires. As for wood, there was not even a stump. One could stand at the railroad station and let his eye wander over a radius of miles and see no sign of human habitation, no smoke ascending, no cattle grazing, nothing to arrest the eye as it wandered over the wide expanse. There was one exception, one oasis in the desert, one gleam of light which shone amid all this poverty, to be hailed by the wearied scout traveling through the surrounding wretchedness with as much joy as the sailor catches his first sight of land from the masthead. Tired horses would prick their ears and increase their gait without the incentive of the spur, as if they had sniffed their oats from afar. For like the sanctuary founded by the Hospitallers in the 14th century, all footsteps, even in war, whether of friend or foe, turned that way and entered its wide gates. It was a most remarkable thing to note in the midst of this ravaged land, this stately place, rich in all a country seat needs to make up its adornment, well stocked, well pastured, well wooded, fabled plenty, as it were, in the center of famine, the land of Goshen in famine-stricken Egypt. This was the estate of the Honorable John Minor Botts, one of the most brilliant men whom Virginia ever produced, and at one time after the war considered a possible nominee for the presidency. Brainy, a thorough scholar, a deep thinker, he was, withal, a bundle of contradictions. A more right-hearted, wrong-headed man never lived, but he was obstinate, headstrong by instinct as well as by practice. He was just the man who would take his place upon the judge's stand and watch a 4-mile race, staking his money upon a favorite horse, who yet, when the horse was falling back to the rear, would not see what was patent to everyone else, that his wager was a losing one, but with his natural dogged disposition would only cry the more, "I double the bet that Planet wins." Once choosing his course, he kept it. Neither threats, intimidation, persuasion, or entreaties could move him one jot. He was of the stuff that martyrs are made, and he would die at the stake before he would recant. He, as an old line Whig with all the strong characteristics and prejudices, served his party 2 years in Congress, and would have risen high in power but for his well-known peculiarities. At the beginning of the war fever, he assumed the position that the secession of a State from the American Union was a heresy and crime, and upon this dogma he planted himself and maintained his opinion with dogged resolution, defying the universal unpopularity and invective that either assailed him or let him severely alone. However, if it was his desire to be made a martyr of, he was disappointed. The tide of affairs was rushing on too wildly for men to give much thought to the opinion of any one man, and Mr. Botts was permitted to go his way unheeded. While the stars of Lee and Jackson were rising high above the horizon, he continued outspoken and bitter in his denunciations against the Jeff Davis government, and refused to be reconciled even by the offer of a cabinet position. At last the authorities, thinking patience had ceased to be a virtue, arrested him in Richmond and sent him to his country seat in Culpeper. He was told he might at any time go north, where his predilections seemed to center. This did not suit him. He had the same repugnance to taking an active part in favor of the North that he had in the South, for once again he refused the cabinet appointment which was tendered him, this time by Mr. Lincoln. He would accept, like Mr. Sampson, nothing from nobody, and only asked to be let alone, so that he might sit on his metaphorical and literal fence and hurl anathemas upon either side. Mr. Botts's idea was to play the part of the great pacificator, and when the hour should arrive, as arrive it must, he used to say, and the North and South, all exhausted by the protracted struggle and weary of the war, should conclude to reunite, then would they find in him a most admirable person, the very man for the time, who with wonderful prescience had kept himself bottled up for just such an emergency. Of course he would be made president, and thus harmonize the conflicting elements of the Union. It was an original idea, ingenious, and not wanting in boldness, and might have succeeded, only it did not. His property was scrupulously respected by both armies, though the rebels would steal his potatoes sometimes and burn a few fence rails. So in this desolate region he passed his days, though far from quietly. There was too much excitement, too much food for thought. He lived in the center of opposing armies and with keen interest watched the unfolding of history. No less than 5 pitched battles between opposing cavalry took place within plain view of his house, but no matter what the result, whether the blue whipped the gray or the gray thrashed the blue, it made no difference to him, nor did he lose a sheep or a cow in consequence, for even while the bursting shells filled the air, his cattle grazed on broad fields as free from harm as if peace were smiling over the land. In person, Mr. Botts seemed about 65 years of age, was nearly 6 feet high, stout, and the very personification of health. His brow was low and broad, his jaw like a bulldog's. His eyes in repose were dull and glassy, but when animated by his theme they flashed with a hidden fire, and became luminous with intelligence. His voice was as clear as a bugle, every syllable falling with a perfect enunciation of its own. Whatever his faults may have been, they were still undeniably great ones, for littleness of any kind was foreign to his nature. With him hospitality was a virtue. No Arab ever held the rights of a guest more sacred. His door was open to all, and his roof offered as welcome a shelter to the blouse and jacket of the private as to the shoulder straps of the officer. He was popular with both armies. Both admired that independence of thought as well as the courage which rendered him incapable of dissembling. One day he would entertain general officers of the Yankee army at his table, and the next day the stars of the rebel commander would be met there. His table was always loaded with the choicest and best in the season, and as a host he was unrivaled. The charm of his conversation was like hearing a rich tide of music, and in his presence one forgot place and circumstance, as vivid imagery, rich thought, and sparkling humor issued from his lips. He loved the blue as well as the gray as well as the blue. Provided no horse thieves had been prowling recently around his premises, and provided you did not once pronounce the word Democrat, which would inflame him as much as the matador's red flag did the bull in the arena. He was as jovial an old fellow as one could find from the Potomac to the Brazos. After supper, seated beside the broad hearth, glowing with a large wood fire, was the time to appreciate our host. His marvelous conversational talent would bloom and expand as at no other hour. On every subject he was at home, and invested it with the charm of his own mind. Even with regard to the war, that threadbare topic, it would be a revelation to hear his views, so different from the old set formulas. It was like first hearing an air played by some camp musician, and then listening to its measures from the hands of the maestro as he draws his magic bow and gives you the melody of his artist soul. Mr. Botts never believed that the South could succeed in establishing an independent Confederacy. Their one opportunity, he often told me, was before the blockade was established, when the Confederate government had the chance to send all their cotton to England, and with the proceeds buy munitions of war and build ships. Neither did he think the result of the war would be the reconstruction of the South, rather that there would be an amicable reunion with the simple abrogation of slavery. No matter what his political opinions were, or how strongly they might read, now that his future is past, now that future events justified his prophecies, unpalatable as they then were, well, there are hundreds of soldiers of both armies who have a pleasant thought and kindly remembrance for the man who took them in, fed them when they were half famished, and asked no reward, who never turned man nor beast from his door, but welcomed all at a time when many estates in that section, and especially in Madison County, belonging to Southern men, to their shame be it said, had huge placards on the gates bearing the inscription, "No soldiers entertained here." One evening in the winter of 1863 I asked Mr. Botts to give me his calm, cool opinion of the two armies, Lee's and Meade's, and said that I believed he was the only man in America who was in a position to judge. He spoke freely and fully, and when in my room I jotted down the main points of his conversation in my diary before I retired that night. "As far as personal bravery goes," he remarked, "I can perceive no difference. Man to man, if equally well led, would be Greek meeting Greek. The Federal army is under stricter discipline, is numerically superior in men and munitions of war, and the natural question follows, why with all of these advantages they are invariably defeated in their advance to Richmond? The cause is easy to explain. The Federal army has heavier artillery and stronger battalions. The Confederate army has more patriotism. I mean by that, the love of state is stronger in the average man than love of the Union. Just as to the mediocre man, his love for his earthly father is stronger than his love for his heavenly one. The one is tangible, the other intangible and founded on faith and sentiment. His state, to 9 men out of 10, is dearer than the Union for the simple reason that his state holds all he values on earth, while the Union is an abstract affair, a mere sentiment. Then every gamecock fights best on his own dunghill, as was proven at Gettysburg. The South has one powerful advantage, and that is, her army is controlled by one man, and that man is unquestionably the greatest captain of the age. As for the Army of the Potomac, it is cursed and hampered with politics, and where you find politics you are bound to find corruption. At least half the officers in the Army of the Potomac owe their positions to influential politicians. Thus the esprit de corps of Lee's army is far higher than Meade's. I asked him if the Union officers with whom he had conversed agreed with him in his views. He answered, "No, they think the conflict is between a feudal aristocracy and democracy, and between a monarchical and a republican form of government." I asked him what course ought the South to pursue. He answered, "I have thought long over that matter, and I see but one way out of the hole that Jeff Davis, Bob Toombs, and the like kidney have dragged the South into. There is only one course of action which, in my opinion, will save Lee's army from certain destruction. Let Davis seek a truce from President Lincoln and march the rebel armies to Mexico and drive out Maximilian." So during the last year of the war, the voluntary hermit strolled upon his estate, listened calmly to the noise of the cannonading, busied in the little cares of a farmer's life. And the great mind, which should have occupied itself in the graver question of policy fraught with the weal or woe of a country, the high intellect which was capable of vast combinations, contented itself with studying out an improved stall for his blooded horses, or a new model yoke for his oxen. After all, he was content, and no man can desire or ask to be more. I write this freely of Mr. Botts, because he was a near relation of mine, and he was proud of his blood, even though, as he used to say, "You are one of the damnedest rebels who ever acknowledged Jeff Davis as your master." Still, his house was my home, and his hand clasp was always warm and reassuring. End of chapter 6.
Part 2, Chapters 7 and 8 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 7. Hard Times. Time in camp was chiefly spent in collecting wood and cooking all manner of things that might induce our meager rations to go as far and last as long as possible. But 2 crackers and a half-pound of fat meat per day, the devil of a particle else, offered no great range for experiment, neither did it satisfy the hunger of able-bodied men. They resorted, however, to the old expedient of chewing tobacco, while for the same reasons the horses began to nibble the bark from whatever tree they were fortunate enough to find. The black horse embodied the glummest set of men ever seen. Some tried to forage, but would come back in the evening completely fagged out and in a savage humor, for there was nothing to be had. The lonesome farmhouses here and there had naught to give or sell, the inmates themselves owning scarce enough to keep body and soul together. At last orders came to change camp, and it was with something of the old buoyant feeling that the troopers found themselves in the saddle again. There is a true old saw to the effect that it is neither wise nor desirable to jump from the frying pan into the fire, but these soldiers had successfully accomplished it, for if Brandy County was bad, Madison County was worse. One was negative unhappiness, the other positive wretchedness. It was a common saying among the cavalry that when a crow undertook to fly over Madison County it must needs have a haversack to keep from starving. Truly, they were a sad people to camp among, for having been almost eaten out, they had but little left and hoarded that. The cavalryman found it an unlucky region for even a passing ride after dark, provided he carried no rations with him. He might travel for hours through the low, scrubby pine woods and reach some house at last, only to be told there was absolutely nothing for either him or his horse. In vain would he try the old dodge of asking for a place by the fire and a handful of hay. They would tell him that their children had not enough to eat and that their cattle were starving. What could he answer? 9 times out of 10 it was a woman who would tell this. The men were in the army, and sometimes it was only necessary to look into the wan, pinched faces of herself and children to know that every word which she uttered was true. There was nothing then to do but to mount his anatomy of a steed and keep moving. Keep on with his stumbling over the rock-bound road as best he might. For to an impartial observer it seemed as though all the stones in the universe had been dumped into Madison County. Although poor, Madison County gave to the South splendid soldiers. It furnished a company to the 4th, and its commander, Captain Strother, we considered one of the most daring and skillful officers in the regiment. His men were worthy of him, for they always followed his lead unfalteringly. The 4th went into bivouac near Madison Courthouse, and then commenced a battle of endurance against starvation. Very often the men would get no meat at all, only 2 crackers a day, which would be eaten in 2 minutes, and then nothing else would pass their lips until the next day. They began to grow mutinous, and many saddled their horses and openly left the camp, to be absent for days on foraging expeditions in the neighboring county. The officers tried to check this, but failed. Indeed, they perceived that the men were weakening from famine, and that it was too much to expect from human nature to sit still and die by inches. Worse was to come. The hard bread was to be changed to a pound of meal a day. Meal it was called, but the God of hungry souls saved the mark. Nothing more or less than a mixture of ground corn cobs, husk, and sawdust. It was withal so sour that any decent dog would reject it. This was often every morsel they would have for their rations, and they dared not sift it, for there would not have been enough of pure meal to fill a cup.
Full rations consisted of a pound of this acidulated dry bran and a quarter of a pound of fat pork, which served to grease the skillet. It is a startling fact that long and continuous hunger brings out the animal in the face, and the likeness becomes so strong that the most careless glance is arrested by it. Little by little the intellect disappears from the countenance, divine reason from the eyes, and the face grows gaunt, lean, and lank, while its expression becomes that of a lower order of creation, a brutish animal. One soldier resembles a fox, another a cat. There is a hyena. Yonder, with locked jaws and savage eyes, is a bull terrier. The one with that honest, open look is a mastiff, and so on from one to another, until you fancy the doctrine of the transmigration of souls an easy creed to believe. After all, Circe, changing by her magic potion the Grecian Argonauts into swine, is but an allegory representing hunger. What a great leveler famine is! Under its potent influence, the courier forgets his craft, the king his kingly way, the Chesterfield his politeness, the gentleman his creed, and all men become the same. For it strips away every mental attribute as the valet disrobes a form, leaving all molded after one image. A soldier can stand sieges, breast battles, and bear hardships, and still, like a cork, dance buoyantly from wave to wave of adversity. But this slow perishing in blank inaction day after day, this long drawn out agony, is more than men can endure. Neither they nor their amor patria can resist its assault. If the troopers were famishing, so were their horses, for it was now December, and the pastures were brown and bare. Of course the animals had to depend upon the issued rations, which, to do them justice, were only enough to sustain life. It was sad to see the wistful, half-human gaze the poor brutes cast upon their owners, mutely imploring food. In their distress they would actually eat bushes, dried sticks, and leaves. Fully one half of them were incapable of getting up a gallop, a trembling trot being their fastest gait. The truth was, the cavalry looked like a hospital for all the broken-down street-car horses, or a glue factory where all antediluvian steeds awaited slaughter. A cavalryman in his saddle presented a far more dilapidated picture than ever did the lean knight de la Mancha mounted on his Rosinante. What a deplorable, suicidal policy it turned out to be, that pursued by the government in making the horse the personal property of the cavalryman, and permitting him to return home when anything happened to his cattle, even on such excuses as the animal's thinness. These horse details, as they were called, kept, on an average, fully 1/4 of the men absent. About this time a large squad of the Black Horse, much to their delight, obtained horse details, and not possessing a private corral of their own, prepared to go within the lines of the enemy and capture mounts from their friends the Bluecoats. This was the general custom of the Fauquier men under such circumstances, and thanks to its success, the cracks of the Fourth managed to keep in the saddle. As for the riffraff of the company, few of them had horses, and so kept up with the wagon train, or if there were any of them so unfortunate as to own one, something was always happening to the poor animal. And once off on a furlough, it required strong faith to hope to see him again under 6 months. Our party, composed of 7, saddled our lank animals and struck for the camp of the enemy, our caparisoned chargers so impaired by want of food that they could hardly get out of a walk. Such specters, in short, that the sun found it hard to cast a shadow with them. The balance of the command cast envious glances upon us, for it was like being in purgatory and seeing one's friends depart on a ticket of leave for paradise. As for me, I was so starved that no thought entered my head except that connected with my stomach. I had dreamed, talked, and thought of nothing but eating for the last 2 months, and my rapture was like Justice Greedy in Massinger's great play, a new way to pay old debts, and I felt like exclaiming, "Oh, here will be fasting for over a month. I am provided. Guts croak no more. You shall be stuffed like bagpipes." Yet in all of this trying period I heard no word of discouragement or distrust from the soldiers. Not one among the rank and file had a doubt of success, and the country people lived literally from hand to mouth, raising no crops, stripped bare of all cattle, and managing to keep from dying by 1,000 shifts. The young boys and girls set their rabbit gums as regularly as the day came, and the whole country flocked to a deserted Yankee camp, snatching the half-consumed rations which were liberally left behind, and laying in a stock of hardtack and pork, which did much toward keeping them alive. Even among some of these unlettered country people, who could not understand what the fighting was about, there was no cry of submission. They would only ask us with wan faces and sunken eyes, "For God's sake drive the Yankees out for good, and soon too, for we cannot stand it much longer." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. Within the enemy's lines. The Federal army, now under command of General Meade, lay for the most part in Culpeper County, though one corps of infantry and a division of cavalry had gone into winter quarters in Fauquier. Along the Orange and Alexandria Railroad, their line of communication and supply, strong garrisons were encamped at all of the various stations to protect the road from the attacks of Mosby, whose name had now become a household word. The Rebel army was stretched between the Rapidan and Gordonsville, with General Lee's headquarters at Orange Courthouse, the Rapidan River being the dividing line between the hostile forces. It was the design of our detail to get within the enemy's line on foot and lurk near their camp in Fauquier, so as to take prisoner any cavalrymen they might find, and by this simple process obtain good mounts. With this intention we made an early start from camp so as to get through Madison County before dark, striking off in the direction of Little Washington, about 25 miles on the left, where we proposed crossing the Rappahannock by flanking the enemy's pickets, whom we did not think extended so far. Our little junto, after a tiresome ride on our decrepit nags, camped for the night in the woods, an unlooked for proceeding, as we had fully expected to reach the river before dark, but the road was so rocky, the horses so weak, that we could only go at a very slow gait. However, this we accomplished the following evening. Situated upon the hill above the water was a large farmhouse. We rode up and were received most hospitably by the old farmer, who made us alight and took us in. We determined to make an attempt to cross the river after midnight, for it was impossible to find out beforehand whether or not the ford nearby was guarded by Yankee vedettes. Besides, it commenced to rain, and with every hour the downpour increased until at last a storm was raging. This made us particularly anxious to cross before the rise of the river would render, it might be for days, all fording impossible. Our kind entertainers promised to attend to the horses for a very moderate sum, so there was nothing to detain us. That night was as dark could be. One could not see his hand a few inches before his eyes. We marched in single file, and with lockstep, each man's hand resting on the shoulder of his file leader, like so many convicts on the way to prison meals. It was enough to try the nerves of anyone to listen to the roar of the turbulent water, all unseen in the blackness, as it rushed, seethed, and bubbled over the rocks. "I am familiar with every foot of this ford," said Taylor, "and I know it to be safe. My only fear is that the enemy's pickets are on the other side, but that must be risked." "Shall we take off our breeches?" asked one. "If you wish. I do not propose to shed mine," answered Caner, a slab-sided fellow with features like a sheep. "I will for one," said I, "for in case we should be swept downstream, we will certainly drown with our clothes on." "That's so," chimed in several. Out of the 6, 5 removed their lower garments and rolled them in a bundle. We strapped our pistols more firmly around our necks, having left our sabers and carbines behind, and then in the same order, single file, with Taylor in front, we made our way down the slippery bank. Slippery? Perhaps it was, for the head file's feet flew from under him and he slid into the water, followed by the rest, whose hold one upon the other had never loosened. Like a gigantic colony of bullfrogs, we plumped squarely into that big pond. Whew! Ugh! How cold the water was, just as it came from the mountain rills. It started our teeth off in the castanet business, with sufficient vim to supply music for a whole ballet. "Hold on to one another, boys," shouted Taylor above the storm. "Don't let go your hold, whatever you do." The water was up to our waists, and the current was nearly carrying us off our feet. In close order we were slowly making our way across, and had nearly reached the opposite bank, when plump, splash! The hind man, who happened to be my unfortunate self, stumbled headlong, and as I only clutched the more tightly, I pulled the next man down. He hung onto the third and carried him down, and so on until the whole crowd was scrambling at the bottom. Very fortunately, though the water was deep, a bend in the bank above kept off the current, or the consequences would have been more serious. As it was, all the denuded five lost their bundles, which swept downward and were never seen again. A few steps brought us to land, and then we listened with hearts in our mouths. "All right," said the leader. "The Yankees are not here." "It may be all right for you," replied one of the shivering soldiers, "but what are we going to do?" "I'll be damned if those weren't the last pair of breeches I had," said Doc Butler, one of the sufferers. "I feel like I had been burned out of house and home with those garments gone." "Drowned out, you mean," suggested a friend, who could not enter as deeply into the sorrows of the occasion as he might have done, having kept his trousers on. "I'll be blessed if I go to anybody's house in my bare legs," exclaimed Lal Ashton, a long, shambling looking fellow. "Not only my breeches, but my drawers and my boots, too," moaned I. "If this is what you call scouting," remarked Ned Martin, "I have a contempt for it. I've enough of it. Let me go back to the infantry as fast as I can." "Come on, fellows," said the leader. "We can't stand talking here all night. We'll go to Marshall's about a mile from here. Maybe he has enough breeches for you all. We'll stop there tonight anyhow, if the Yankees are not around." In the same close ranks we started off. It was freezing. Each man was shivering, while our limbs were purple with cold. We reached the house, and a loud knock on the door caused a light suddenly to spring up within, and then the flames disappeared, to be followed shortly after by the master at the open door. Shading his eyes from the flaring tallow dip, he peered intently into the darkness. He was very pale, and evidently thought us to be some marauding party of the enemy, for after a few brief words of explanation, he drew a long breath of relief and invited us to enter. No sooner did his eyes rest upon the strange crowd, fully apparelled as to the upper half, the lower denuded, than he dropped into a chair and laughed until the tears rolled down his cheeks. If he made an effort to recover his voice and do the honors of the house, one sight of the lugubrious set would start him off again as if he had just begun, until it seemed probable we would spend the night there. The serious crowd, who, by the way, had been standing as solemn as owls, looking like so many pelicans arrayed with one feather, gently reminded him that they were cold. "Gentlemen," said he, "I beg your pardon, but I have lived here as boy and man for 58 years and never saw a sight like this. Oh, Lord!" he exclaimed, going off in a fresh paroxysm, as with an effort he conducted us upstairs to a room in which there were 3 beds. "Can you manage to crowd in here together?" he asked. We answered that we could, and we did. In the morning we were awakened by our host, who informed us that breakfast was ready, and that his old woman had overhauled his wardrobe and found breeches for all. "And some of them are pretty dilapidated," he added as he left the room. He was right. 2 pairs seemed to have done service for years in stuffing a broken window. 2 were comparatively good, but 1 pair had evidently been worn by the gentleman whose duty it was to scare the crows from the cornfield. They were simply fearful to look at. But on they had to go. Our host was a short, pot-bellied man, while we were all thin, very thin, and these breeches, which would have fit Mynheer Vanderdecker, could have held us all. It was that or nothing, so in we dropped, and cut each one as funny a figure as the Artful Dodger himself. Ashton, who was 6 feet tall and about as fat as a mullen stalk, saw his outfit refuse to come below the knee, leaving his shanks sticking out in a remarkable manner. "I was never so dressed in my life before," he exclaimed piteously, and he was believed. My share of this unique contribution was a pair of Yankee pants discarded as worthless by the owner. It was a ludicrous procession which filed into breakfast. The old lady nearly went into fits, though she tried to be polite and condole with us, yet as she listened to our recital she wiped her eyes repeatedly. Having finished our meal and made our adieus, we started on our journey, the sorriest looking collection of humanity that ever greeted human eyes. Ashton stalked in front, an old slouch hat falling over his face, his jacket reaching only halfway down his back, and his pants gathered loosely around his waist by his pistol belt, and hanging in ruffles around the bare, thin knees. The rest were equally grotesque. Lal was heard complaining of his stylish and novel suit. "Because it let the wind in," he said, as if a man could ever be satisfied this side of Eden. It was still raining, and forsaking the road we made our way in as straight a line as the crow flies, through woods, fields, and briars, meeting no soul on our journey. It was nearly night when we halted, and seeing a house, stopped for the night. The owner, an old gentleman bent double with age, informed us that the Yankee camps were but a short distance away. On the following evening the party drew up in a woods near by and after a stormy discussion agreed to separate. Taylor only wished to rejoin his wife, who lived not far distant. The two Butlers wanted to go home and remain there. Ashton and Kaner had no fixed idea about anything. They did not covet a horse. The only object in life that the soul of the former craved was a pair of breeches. So they all scattered, leaving Ned Martin and myself to pursue the object of our journey. After a little deliberation we struck out for Libertyville, a small village of one house not far from Bristow Station, around which the cavalry were camped. The pines were thick, and as we could have found no better place for an ambuscade, we lay in wait for 3 days. All in vain. The Yankees had learned caution by frequent lessons. Not a cavalryman stirred from camp alone, nor even in squads. A courier sent from one brigade to another, not the distance of a half mile, must needs have a large escort of horsemen. They seemed to think the dense piney woods concealed scores of bushwhackers and guerrillas, ready to seize the first trooper who incautiously ventured out. Consequently, stringent orders had been issued against any soldiers stepping outside the cordon of guards which encircled each cantonment. During those 3 days we halted over a score of Yankee deserters who, without arms, were striking northward. These were not disturbed, but instead all the information was given them that they needed with regard to roads and route. They were a hard-looking set, real gallows birds and bounty jumpers, of whom the Northern army was well rid. They, without a doubt, only bred dissatisfaction wherever they went. Southern scouts in this section were taken care of, each household extending the warmest welcome without a thought of consequences if discovered. But it was not safe to linger in any house where negroes waited. It would have been worth hardly a cent's toss-up as to whether or not they would slip over to the Yankee camp and give information that Rebel scouts were in the dwelling. Consequently, it was the custom to leave the premises immediately on obtaining food, making a lair in the deepest recesses of the woods, where scouts were safe enough. No enemy ever penetrated into the depths of the forest. Finding how fruitless was our mission, and hearing that the Black Horse had been sent inside the lines for the winter on scouting duty, and had established a rendezvous at Salem, a village in Fauquier some 17 miles away, Martin and myself proceeded thither, where we found the troops scattered in various farmhouses, engaged in recuperating themselves and horses, but ready at the shortest summons to mount and away on foray or raid. The Christmas holidays passed like a dream. The mountain region of Fauquier County was comparatively untouched by the war. Except an occasional raid, no enemy camped on its hills. It was considered the most fruitful section of Mosby's Confederacy. The inhabitants were, without a single exception, devoutly loyal to the state, and fed and sheltered the Black Horse troops and Mosby's partisans throughout the war. Every winter the Black Horse were sent on detached service to Fauquier, not only to recuperate but to do all the damage they could to the enemy, and they aided Mosby material in his raids, and several of his officers were taken from our ranks. End of chapter 8.
Part 2, Chapter 9, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 9, Captured. But few prisoners were taken that winter. The Yankees had learned caution and kept their men within the confines of camp. Still, by close watching, a group would be darted upon and gobbled up and sent within our lines. It would seem at first sight almost impossible for one man to convey several prisoners alone through a dangerous country and by circuitous routes over 50-odd miles, making sundry stops on the way, and finally delivering them at their destination to the provost guard. Yet it was done frequently, and but few escaped. A cavalryman would receive the prisoners confided to his care, as a charge which he was to transfer to the proper authorities, receiving as voucher the receipt of the provost marshal at Orange Courthouse. Consequently, he omitted no precaution and never relaxed his vigilance. He would travel all day with the prisoners in advance, the halters of the horses tied together to prevent any scatter or break for liberty. Certainly there was a chance of running afoul of some Yankee scouting party, when of course the scout abandoned his prisoners and lost no time in saving himself. But if luck befriended him, and he met none other than a scout like himself, he would stop at some farmhouse, where the whole party would get supper and sit chatting amicably by the fireside. Should the scout think that he could trust one of his men, or all of them, he would place him or them on parole not to attempt escape on the route. But if he found them hard cases, he kept a close watch at all times. All this is very well, it may be said, but how can one soldier guard 3 all day and all night without relief, and not only for one day and night, but oftentimes for 3 days in succession? The manner of it was simplicity itself. When the hour for retiring arrived, the prisoners were compelled to disrobe and assume the very same garb which Adam wore before Mrs. Eve came along to worry him about his tailor's bills. They were then placed 2 or 3 in a bed, which was always on the top room of the house, and in which they were tucked in by the trooper as carefully as a mother arranges the covering around the form of her sick child. This done, he would depart to his own rest, carrying with him every vestige of their clothes and even their shoes. Then locking the door after him, he would lie on a pallet outside and sleep with his pistol in his hand. Of course the prisoners might escape if it so pleased them. There was nothing to prevent them from tearing up the sheets, making a rope, and sliding to the ground, for the slumbers of the guard were profound. But then they would have been obliged to wander all unclothed through a country unknown to them, traversed by rebel scouts, and in the midst, too, of a bitterly hostile population, wherein the hand of not only every man, but every woman and child would have turned against them. Recapture could hardly have been avoided, and death by some cowardly bushwhacker was possible, so that the risk was very great. None but a man of coolest nerve and intrepidity would think of giving it a trial. Among the thousands of prisoners sent by scouts to the provost marshal, I never heard of but 3 or 4 who ever succeeded in escaping. On the morning of the 16th of January, 1864, I mounted my horse and started on a scouting expedition all by myself. My object was to lie by the Federal cavalry camp near Warrenton and capture a good horse at all hazards. I had a mount, but the steed was in a pitiable condition, and nothing but months of perfect rest and full feeding could bring him up again. I was riding along unsuspicious of danger, quietly pursuing a side road which led into the Warrenton Turnpike, about 2 miles from Fauquier Springs, when I saw through the scattered trees, not 100 yards away, a scouting party of Union cavalry wending its way leisurely along the pike. My only chance, I thought, was to dismount and slip off unperceived. And if I could reach that little stone church over yonder, I might hide and get away. They might not even chance to look that way. So I slipped quietly down and started for the little edifice. The bluecoats were going slowly along the road, all unconscious of their foe. Had I been near thick pine woods, I would have been perfectly secure, but it was an open oak grove, through which pursuing cavalry could speed at a gallop. The church was on my left, and I was doing my best to reach it, darting stealthily from tree to tree as rapidly as possible. Everything went well. The Federals had almost disappeared, and in a minute I would be safe. I neared the church door and was about to enter. A second and I would have been inside, when I dropped to the ground as if shot. A Federal cavalryman had left the ranks and was cantering toward the church. He stopped within 50 yards of me, where there was a stream flowing. He started to water his horse, and I watched him with straining eyes, saw him give his steed the bridle, and taking a pipe from his saddle pocket, charge and proceed to light it. I watched the curling smoke float above his head. The horse finished drinking, and he gathered the reins preparatory to riding off. I drew a long breath of relief, but it was too soon, for just then my confounded infernal horse gave a long, loud neigh. The suddenness of the shock upon the young bluejacket almost made him drop from his saddle, but only for a moment. Looking earnestly in the direction from which the sound proceeded, he saw my horse fully accoutred. Giving a long halloo, he advanced slowly. He had passed beyond without discovering me, but his shout had been heard and a score of comrades came flying toward him. In a second I rushed through the open door of the church. It was a small common edifice, such as one often sees in the country, a plain square building with no attempt at adornment. It had been ravaged and nothing remained but the pulpit. There was no place which could serve for concealment, but in the corner was a ladder leading to the loft. Up this I went without a word, pulling it after me, and then I sat there in the dark with beating heart to wait developments. I had not long to wait. In half a minute the church was thronged with dismounted troopers. "He's not here," said a number of voices. "I tell you he is. I saw him enter," replied a positive voice. "Then where is he?" chorused several. "There," exclaimed one of the number excitedly, "up that hole yonder, look." Then was heard the clicking of many revolvers. By a kind of mesmeric instinct I felt that a score of eyes were gazing into that black cavity. "Shoot up," suggested one. "Let's burn the damned old thing down," proposed another voice. "Smoke 'em out." It was not a pleasant conversation to listen to. It might have been more soothing, to say the least, though I could not deny that it was both racy and edifying. I realized for the first time how a coon feels when a ramrod is inserted down the crevice and screwed into his hide; realized also the anguish of a rabbit's soul just on the eve of being smoked out of its hollow. I did not know what to do. It seemed Hobson's choice, whether to be burned or suffocated, and ended by cursing under my breath with might and main the wretched old brute who could find no other time for displaying his hideous music but when my fate was hanging trembling in the balance. Oh, confound him! 1,000 times confound him! Confound that infernal bellows of a throat, that locomotive steam whistle of a voice, that anatomy of pent-up sounds, that staring, ribbed dynamite of pure cussedness! Meantime a babel of voices was going on below. "Silence!" exclaimed an authoritative voice, whose tones came ringing out clear and loud above the din. Then followed, "I say up there." No response. "You had better answer. If you do not, we will burn the place. We know you are there. Do you surrender?" "Yes," came the reply. "Then throw down your arms to me." And the pistols in response went tumbling through the hole. "Now come down yourself." In a minute I was standing in the midst of my new-found foes, about 50 of them, with an officer. All had their pistols out. My captors were Company F, 1st Pennsylvania Cavalry. "Who are you?" "Black Horse Cavalryman," I hastily answered. "What are you doing here?" "On a scout. I ran into you unexpectedly, and as my horse was broken down I took to my heels and thought myself safe enough." "No," spoke up a trooper standing near with a broad grin upon his face. "I saw your spurs disappearing through the door." "Bad luck to you," was the reply. "Is this the way you stop good Christians going to church to say their prayers?" "Mount him on his horse and bring him along," ordered the officer. And so the old, detestable animal was pulled forward and I was in the saddle once again. Then, with an escort, I made what looked like a triumphant entry into Warrenton. The prisoners were conducted before the provost marshal, a very little man, with a big head, filled so full of self-conceit as to leave no room for anything else. Of common sense he seemed to be deficient. He frowned as Mars was supposed to do. He strode up and down the tent like Achilles on hearing of the death of Patroclus, and interrogated his culprit in a voice he was doing his best to render solemn and stern. He assured me I was a guerrilla and deserved to be shot, and would be too if he had his way. We reminded him that for every scout captured there were 10 of his side, and there was such a thing known in war as retaliation. He broke into a storm of invective, the purport of which was that every rebel found with arms ought to be hanged as high as Haman. He was told that Mrs. Leslie's receipt for cooking a hare would suit his case. First catch your hare. The little fellow, like the little pot soon hot, fairly frothed with rage, and too angry for speech, motioned the sentry to take us to the guardhouse. As we were hurried off, the sentinel said, "I am glad you treated the little cuss so, for our soldiers hate him worse than poison. He was nothing, nohow, but a barkeeper before the war. The next day the prisoners were put on the cars and sent to Brandy Station, where I was placed in what was known as the bull pen, an enclosure of about 4 acres of bare ground around which the tread of the sentry never ceased. It was bitter cold. Keen northwest winds rushed hurling across the wide bare plains of Brandy, with no forests to break the force of the blast. It swept on with a dirge and a wail, chilling and congealing all within its path. We had no blankets and were exposed to the rigor of the weather. No overcoats, no shelter, no fire, and the situation seemed desperate. Moreover, in this pen were confined all the riffraff and criminals of the Union Army. Deserters, soldiers confined for murder, waiting the court-martial which was to try them, thieves, bounty jumpers. In short, it was an assemblage of rascality which could have been found nowhere else outside of the state prison, and hardly there, so untamed and defiant. All during the first night we prisoners saved ourselves from freezing only by walking up and down incessantly, and but for the kindness of the soft-hearted guards, giving us at intervals cups of hot coffee, we could not have borne the suffering and exposure. Such awful curses, profanity, and thieves' Latin among the prisoners were probably never heard before by untutored ears. The prisoners would have been fearfully maltreated had not Jack, a huge Irishman awaiting trial for stabbing and killing the sergeant of his company, proved a benefactor in our hour of need. By his prestige as a desperate, reckless fellow he had gained a great mastery over the lower, meaner ruffians, and though he might not restrain the full current of curses hurled at us, an evil to which we soon became used, and which we did not mind so long as we could remain unharmed, the brutes were afraid to proceed to overt acts. Jack had the rations of the rebels well cooked. He let them cower over his fire, and shared with them at night his little shelter tent. All around us were the great hosts in their 1,000 tents and cabins, some decidedly tasteful, which filled the immense plain as far as the eye could reach. On a bright, clear evening the outlook would have been exhilarating to anyone but a wretched captive. The air was filled with the sound of martial music of the brass bands, and the inspiriting blare of the bugles, all sweet sounds. The full, well-groomed cavalry horses champed their bits, and the refrain of many camp songs came to the listening ear. Later on the lights appeared, and the wall tents of the officers were illumined by many candles. And from what the guards told me, I knew the wine was flowing, cigars were burning, and the exciting game of draw poker was in progress. The colonel, the major, and captain were as comfortable and more contented than they would have been at home. I saw the interior of an officer's tent with plank flooring carpeted, a hot blazing stove, a thorough camp equipage, books and magazines scattered around in profusion. A box just opened, full of delicacies, showed that his friends had not forgotten him. And, oh shades of Bacchus! A whole line of bottles, ranged around the corner of the room, stood like the sentinels around our slushy bullpen. The warriors of Sardanapalus never lived more luxuriously. The private soldiers, too, in their winter quarters were more than comfortable. They were well housed and comfortably clad. With warm underclothing and uniform, a thick overcoat with a capacious cape, and an oilcloth poncho for wet weather, and 2 great woolly blankets, he could bid defiance to every north wind which blows. A patent stove warmed his tent or cabin, and novels and newspapers served to while away the tedium of camp, or, as was generally the case, a well-worn pack of cards was on the table. His rations were so abundant he could not use them. Hardtack, flour, real coffee, sugar, rice, hominy, beans, pork, and beef hung around in the mess tent, and ambulances were delivering boxes and parcels every hour, containing every luxury from friends, and presents from the Sanitary Commission. Billy Yank was comfortable in body and stuffed to the throat with the good things of life. Certainly 50% of the men were better clothed, better paid, and better fed than they were at home. Besides this, his duties were generally light, especially during 6 months of the year. He was elevated to the position of a hero. Every daily paper gave him tribute, and the illustrated pictorials flattered his self-love. Truly Mr. William Yank, the defender of the Union, the savior of his country, was a fortunate individual with a mind at rest, for he well knew that if he lived, his future well-being would be the study of a rich and prosperous nation. And Johnny Reb, his erring brother on the other side. Let us visit his camp this biting weather and see how he is getting on. Enter at random any officer's hut. A flame in a rough fireplace lights up the rather dark interior. The officer's sword hanging from a nail offers the only decoration visible. An armful of pine needles serves for floor carpet, a rough pine bench to sit on, and a couch of pine poles on which to spread the threadbare blanket serves as a resting place by night. Add to this a primitive table of a pile of cracker boxes and that is all. A dirty, greasy cotton bag, yclept a haversack, is suspended over the fireplace, containing his daily rations, which consist of a piece of rancid fat meat and a double handful of half-ground meal. As is his quarters, so are his soldiers, for all fare alike. Johnny's clothing is ragged despite the loving attempt at tailor's art to make tear and gap meet. Not half of them have an overcoat, and not 1 in 5 a whole pair of socks. His solitary blanket serves him as a coat by day and covering by night, and as this nondescript figure paces his beat, his very bowels yearn for loving words from home, and above all for a good square meal. Outside are the erstwhile war steeds, so thin and attenuated that they lean in their weakness against the trees, whose bark they have gnawed off in their hunger. A most unsoldierly-like camp, with no music except the fife, drum, and bugle, the manipulator of the former having scarcely enough wind in his bony anatomy to fill his instrument. As for the drummer, he could have used his fleshless fist to beat his sheepskin with. Stroll over this encampment on a day when the snow is 2 feet deep on a level, and see Johnny Reb in his poverty. A more cheerless, woe-begone, deplorable picture could not be found in the broad limits of the land. Who can say that the men who bore these harrowing hardships uncomplainingly were not actuated by an ennobling principle? 5 or 6 of the 4th Virginia Cavalry were brought into the pen and lodged with their comrades. Captured as they had been at their homes in Fauquier County, it was a bitter change from cheerful, happy firesides to those barren acres of desolate earth. Their friends, though, sad to relate, were glad to welcome them, and Jack extended his wing over each. For 1 whole week while we remained there, he saved us all from being frozen or kicked to death. He had a soft spot in his heart for poor humanity, even though he had been handy with his knife. All that we knew or cared to know was that he stood by those miserable, shivering, cowering prisoners to the last, and shook their hands with a hearty grasp as he told them goodbye. "Take care of yourselves, boys," were his parting words, "and may no harm come to you at all, at all." The squad of prisoners, numbering some 20, were placed on the cars and sent to Washington. Arriving there, we were marched along the street, attracting much attention on the route, and followed by a crowd. Up Maryland Avenue, thence to Pennsylvania Avenue, from which we turned off toward the left, and approached a solid, square-looking building, standing on the corner, and there we halted. Sentinels were pacing the pavement in front. The windows were barred with iron, through which there glowered and glared scores of faces, while from the open door a cry went up from the inmates: "Fresh fish! Fresh fish!" The building was the old Capitol Prison. Its lodgers were Rebel prisoners, and the new arrivals were the individuals introduced to its walls as "fish." In a few moments we were ushered into the presence of Colonel Wood. Our names, companies, and regiments were taken. We were then thoroughly searched, as if it were customary for private soldiers to carry their gold watches, diamonds, breastpins, and bonds into battle. It is needless to say that nothing worth having came of that inquiry. Not a cent was found in those pockets. We were next placed in our different quarters, and no sooner had the door closed than we were surrounded by a crowd of prisoners eagerly asking the latest news from Dixie. For hours the new arrivals were engaged in answering inquiries of the interested, each of whom had 100 questions to ask, and not until late that evening did we get a chance to retire and give our weary jaws a rest. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 10. The First Escape. The old Capitol Prison was in antebellum days a fine, large, solid structure of granite, situated back of the new capital of the nation. It was used as a rendezvous for the captured, who there remained until its apartments overflowed, when the garnered rebel material was discharged into the various entrenched camps for prisoners, such as Point Lookout, Elmira, and other forts. The rooms were large, well ventilated, very comfortably heated by open grates at each end, and never seemed to want occupants. Around the sides of the room were bunks, each room accommodating as many as 60 prisoners. The dining room was a large, low apartment, with a table running its entire length. The fare was ample and wholesome, much better indeed than Dixie could afford to give her troops. Those who had friends north lived luxuriously, for all boxes and bundles were promptly delivered to the ones whose names they bore, while visitors were allowed to see the inmates of the prison once a week in the colonel's office. Each man was left to follow at will the devices of his fancy, provided of course his wishes did not include a saunter up the avenue or a stroll into the park just across the way. So, barring the restraints of captivity, the prisoners had nothing of which to complain. Yet it was not a hopeful outlook that the future gave. That all exchange of prisoners was ended was patent to all. The tone of the Northern papers showed that it would be the policy of their government as a war measure not to exchange. It was a bitter thing to look forward to, that of being caged like so many wild beasts, compelled to remain passive while the great struggle was going on around. Neither to suffer with comrades the reverses of war, nor enjoy the fruits of future triumphs. Never more to feel the color tingling in the cheek at the sound of the bugle, nor know the mad enthusiasm of the charging line. To realize with a deep sinking of the heart that while the prisoner's name is not scratched from the rolls, his place is filled as is that of the dead comrade. To know that the hour of a Commonwealth's greatest peril is at hand, and that in her defense one arm is idle which fain would strike a blow. For Northerner or Southerner, the dragging out of a prison life was grievous enough to bear. It is not hard to understand that, and many held death a preferable fate. So communing, I determined to attempt an escape at all hazards, and at once set my brains to work to discover if possible the ways and means of accomplishing that purpose. The prison was closely guarded, with a sentinel at each door. Every passage and the pavement outside was patrolled day and night. No one was allowed to be in the passage except the officer of the day. No prisoner was permitted to leave the room without being accompanied by a sentry. They were all marched to meals in line and rigorously guarded the while. Every evening they were sent to the open yard for exercise, but the enclosure was surrounded by a high wall, on the top of which sentinels paced with loaded muskets, watching everything that took place below. There was absolutely no chance then to slip away by any of these avenues of escape, and so I finally determined that the only practical method was to file asunder the window bars and drop into the street, running the risk of being shot by the guard beneath. I immediately commenced to work out my plan, the only one which presented the faintest chance of success, and yet it was full of difficulty. The bars were of forged iron at least 1.5 inches in diameter, and as they were about 6 inches apart, it would be necessary to file 2 before space enough could be obtained to admit the egress of a body. There were no tools to begin with. Then, too, the work would have to be performed unperceived by the 60 men who inhabited the room, for in every one of these apartments was placed a spy, generally some recreant, traitorous Southern soldier whose business it was to watch and report attempts of the kind to the authorities. As a matter of course, all concerned in such plots were severely punished. Then again, if those obstacles should have been successfully overcome, there still remained the need of escaping the observation of 4 sentries patrolling the pavement beneath, who had orders to shoot without halting any Rebel prisoner seen outside the building. Yet my mind had become only more determined to accomplish the task. Jack Shepherd, I reasoned, had taken French leave of Newgate with 50 times these odds, and Baron Trenck had twice escaped from the iron prison of Gats. when the whole garrison had orders from the stern Frederick to watch him with sleepless eyes. So taking heart, I commenced by abstracting from the supper table that night, despite the watchfulness of the guards, 2 of the knives, which I hacked one against the other so as to make respectable saws. Then I retired early and slept until 3 o'clock in the morning, at which hour I rose and gazed around. It was just the time when slumber most weighs down the weary eyelids and sleep resembles death. The whole room was as silent as the graveyard, while from the open grates there smoldered the coal fires like dull yet watchful eyes, which only deepened the gloom of the surrounding shadows. Cautiously the work was commenced. The knives were thickly covered with grease, which deadened the sound. Below paced the sentinel, all unconscious of the work going on so close to him. The window was on the first floor, and when he walked in front of it the sawing ceased. When he passed, it recommenced. 2 hours' hard work and the iron bar was about a quarter through. Then the dawning of day brought the task to an end. Filling the crevice with grease and soot to hide all traces, I betook myself to my couch, or rather plank. In a week's time, by hard and unremitting labor, and with many narrow escapes from detection, the task was accomplished. The 2 iron bars were ready to fall apart, held up as it were by a thread, needing only a violent wrench to loosen them, and the way was clear. I only waited a dark night to make the trial. The morning of the day arrived at last which I determined should either be my last in prison or my last on earth. A bitter cold, dark day, with thick clouds sweeping over the sky and the wind blowing a hurricane. Slowly enough the hours went, the hours indeed of the final day in prison. But not as I had planned. The commandant entered the room and ordered all the prisoners to be ready to start immediately after an early dinner for Point Lookout. They say nothing is wasted in this world, but I felt that those long hours of night work was an exception. My patient labors useless. Well, the wild dream of liberty was over, and the first impulse was to bow to an unrelenting destiny and struggle no more. Climbing into my bunk, I thought over the situation. Upon one thing I made up my mind, that death was preferable to a long, unknown and lingering captivity at Point Lookout. I had heard appalling tales of this prison, of the negro sentinels. Ah, that was where it touched me, those negro guards. The humiliation and degradation of being under charge of those black men nerved me to a degree of resistance which was ready to brave 1,000 deaths rather than submit. I had a citizen's suit sent me by friends in Alexandria, Virginia, and I determined to wear it over my uniform. In the afternoon the crowd of prisoners, some 400 in all, were formed into ranks on the street fronting the prison, the line extending a couple of squares. They were to walk 4 abreast, with guards on either side at intervals of about 8 feet apart. Orders were then read forbidding the men to move or slip out of place under penalty of being bayoneted on the spot. Everything being in readiness, the long column commenced its journey. Not having any music to march by, the rebels determined to improvise some for themselves. In a little while Dixie, that forbidden tune, was ringing out loud and clear on the loyal air, shouted lustily from 400 throats. That unwonted strain filled the streets, causing many hearts to throb with wild excitement. Windows were lifted, doors thrown open, and in an instant the thoroughfares were thronged by curious citizens, who listened wonderingly to the air as dear to rebel hearts as the dire refrain of Ca Ira to the Jacobins of Faubourg Saint Antoine. The guards, however, soon stopped our music. I did not join in the strain. I was far too highly wrought up. None but the tenor of the grand opera sings when he is about to play a game of which annihilation is the forfeit. My idea was to jump into the first open door and make my way through the house and out at the back door. No poor hunted fox, hard pressed by hounds, ever looked more eagerly for a hole or opening through which to dive. But in vain my eyes searched every quarter. The doors were either closed or blocked by people watching the procession. I was becoming desperate. Then the thought struck me to strike the guard and make a rush. But that was impracticable. For even had I succeeded in escaping the guard, the people who lined the pavement as spectators would have stopped me, and one bayonet thrust ended the matter. By this time the column, moving steadily on, was nearing the wharf. If anything was to be done at all, it must be done then. I was on the pavement. Groups of people stood close to the houses to allow the line to pass. There were 3 citizens within 2 or 3 steps of me. Wheeling suddenly by the moving guard who brought down his musket, I pulled myself together and exclaimed in a tone of assumed indignation, "These damned Rebels will run over me." The guard half halted, but my citizen's dress met his eyes, and besides, the guard behind him was treading on his heels, so he kept on, and I was free, but not safe. The citizens saw the ruse, but very disloyal they must have been, for they did not betray me. They only grew pale and hurried away, leaving me alone on the sidewalk. It was worse than having to stand a shelling from a battery of guns. To remain there, watching the long line which passed, see the familiar faces of comrades, who, true as steel, uttered no exclamation of surprise, only the significant flash of the eye showing a full appreciation of the situation. It was a strange experience for a Confederate soldier to be walking there unmolested amid the surging crowd of the avenue, jostling against the bluecoats, who never deigned so much as a glance, and for an hour or 2 I sauntered up and down the street or lingered in the lobbies of the hotels, enjoying the novelty of the surroundings and feeling as independent as a successful sutler. As the evening wore away, the necessity of making some plans for the future became more and more apparent. The first idea which came to me was to select a horse from the scores that were hitched along the avenue and make a bold rush for Virginia. But second thoughts showed the futility of such an attempt. The city was encircled by a cordon of guards, and without money or passport, detection and arrest would prove certain. So I concluded that the wisest and only possible way was to apply for money to a man whom I knew to be a Southern sympathizer, then go to Baltimore, and making a detour, cross the Potomac high up in Maryland. A few squares, and I stood before the entrance to the dwelling of this gentleman, Mr. William Selden, my uncle-in-law, who was marshal of the district under Buchanan, and a strong Southern sympathizer, and whose eldest son, John Selden, was a famous soldier in Lee's army. A hurried knock and I was admitted into the parlor. Both the master and mistress appeared, and my tale was no sooner told than I was taken in their arms and into their hearts. A hot dinner was placed before me, a valise of clothing given me, and a roll of greenbacks stuffed into my pockets. Then, with a cigar in my mouth, I sat back in a hack with the most insouciant air it was possible to assume, and was driven to the Baltimore and Ohio depot. I could not help reflecting on the ups and downs of a soldier's life. This time yesterday I was eating from a tin plate a loaf of dry bread, drinking coffee from a battered tin cup, surrounded by a crew of ragged men, and those confounded guards watching every mouthful. And now, well, I felt that life was amply worth the living. Reaching the depot, I watched my chance, and as a sudden rush was made, I managed to slip by the guard at the door, whose duty it was to demand passports. Soon the whistle sounded, the bell rang, the conductor shouted, "All aboard," the train gave a sudden jerk, then the telegraph poles danced by as if engaged in a mad, wild reel. A couple hours later found me seated at Barnum's hotel table. I called for champagne, drank under breath a number of disloyal toasts, and paid the waiter with the air of a prince. Later on I went to the theater. The Taming of the Shrew was the attraction, with Seymour in the leading role. It was the first Shakespearean play I had seen for years. Then I went to a fashionable downtown restaurant and made the money fly. Nor is it needful to add I did not sleep on the hard planks of the bunks that night, though as I sank into the yielding, soft bed I had to pinch myself to be convinced that it was no dream. It may have been the unaccustomed luxury of the feather bed, or excitement, or both combined. I could not sleep. I felt exactly as did Christopher Sly the tinker, when he went to sleep on the alehouse floor, and found himself, when he awoke, on a silken curtained couch, and he exclaimed, "What, would you make me mad? Ask Marion Hackett, the fat alewife of Wincott, if she knows me not." And again I thought of Christopher Sly's words, "This is an excellent piece of work. Would 'twere well ended." A good breakfast, then I strolled down to the depot to make inquiries. determined to leave the next morning for Frederick City and cross the Potomac near that point. I would have liked to remain longer, but the money was nearly gone. In truth, after paying hotel bills and my passage on the cars to Frederick City, not a ragged 5-cent stamp would be left to recall the dismal story of boyish thoughtlessness. The next morning I walked to the depot and found to my dismay that I was too late. The cars had left a half hour before, and there was no other train that day. Here I was alone in a strange city, knowing no soul, and without money. My whole fortune consisted of $1.50. Count it as I would, it made no more. Turn my pockets inside out as I might, no vagrant note was found lurking in the folds. Call myself an addle-pated fool as often as I pleased, and repent as sorely as the prodigal son, it did no good. So I wandered up and down Baltimore Street all that day, spending the last of my little store for dinner. Then I felt like Jonah after he had been swallowed by the whale, that there was plenty of room to move about in, but that the future was confoundedly uncertain. As the evening drew near I was at my wits' end. Stop the first citizen and tell him my piteous tale, trusting to luck in striking a secessionist instead of a Unionist? The risk was too great, and might lead to my being handed to the first convenient policeman, and then Fort McHenry was not very far off. But something had to be done. The night was drawing near, the wind was sweeping around the corners and up and down the thoroughfares with a chilling touch. The lamps were being lighted in one home after another, while the warm glow of the household fires shone with mocking brightness before my longing eyes. Intensely Southern as were the mass of Baltimoreans, how many doors would have opened by magic could they have known? At last I reached the point where some risk had to be run, for it was impossible to wander through the streets all night. I determined to go where the largest mansions were found, ring the bell of the most imposing dwelling, ask to see the owner of the house, tell him who I was and what I wanted, and then if I perceived his sympathies were not forthcoming, to trust to my heels for safety and make another trial. The first attempt daunted my hopes utterly. Going up a wide flight of marble steps, I timidly rang the doorbell and waited the result. The door was opened by a stately old servant. "Is the master in?" "Yes, sir. Walk in the parlor." "No, tell him I would like to speak to him at the door." Away hied the man, and in a few seconds an elderly gentleman came and peered out distrustfully. "What do you want?" he inquired through the half-open door. "Why, sir," stammered I, not knowing what to say, "I want to know whether your sympathies are on the side of the North or the South." "That is none of your business," was the curt rejoinder, and the door was slammed in my face, then locked and bolted, leaving me staring like a fool into space. I relinquished this plan as a decidedly unsatisfactory one, and went wandering down the street disconsolately, when suddenly I sprang forward and accosted a gentleman who happened to be standing within a doorway. "I think, sir, I have met you in Richmond." He quickly replied, "You came by flag of truce, did you not?" "I would like to have a few moments' conversation with you," I said. "For what?" "Just to ask if your sympathies are with the South." "Undoubtedly. But what are your reasons for asking?" "Simply because I am an escaped prisoner from the old capital, who has no money nor friends, and know not where to turn or what to do. If you are a Unionist, I ask you not to betray me." The gentleman answered not a word, but beckoned me to follow him into the house, carefully shutting the door as he ushered me into the parlor. Then, motioning to a seat, he asked to be told the facts of the case, which soon convinced him of the truth of the appeal. He called in his wife and sisters, who listened breathlessly to the recital of my adventures and gave me a warm and cordial reception. Not only this, but a notice was sent out to some friends and kindred spirits, and soon the room was filled with disloyal ladies, who kept the new-found Rebel talking till long past midnight. It was worth all the suffering, I thought, when such charming women smiled upon me. It was the dream of the soldier realized at last. The host, Mr. McGee, was at one time in the Army of Northern Virginia, but his health utterly failing him, he was discharged and returned home. It was a strange coincidence, our meeting, and I determined to hold full faith hereafter in my luck. A purse sufficient to meet all exigencies was made up by the company. That night, as I sank to sleep on downy feathers, it was with the happy belief that all hardships were over and that soon enough my feet would tread the soil of old Virginia. Could I have seen with prophetic eye through what I would be called upon to pass ere I should see my comrades and home again, sleep would have been banished from my eyelids. Ignorance was indeed bliss that night. After an early breakfast I was driven in a private carriage to the depot. I carried $66 in greenbacks in my pockets. With no feigned gratitude, I parted from the friend who had fed and sheltered me and sent me on my way rejoicing, and that too at his own great risk. Had he been deceived or betrayed, he must have suffered for his charity by an extended incarceration in some military prison. End of chapter 10. Part 2, Chapter 11, of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank, by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 11, Crossing the Potomac on a Raft. A short ride, and I reached Washington Station, from which place I took horse cars for Frederick City, 5 miles distant. When nearly there an infantryman entered, notebook in hand. At first I mistook him for a baggage agent, but instead of wanting to check my trunk, his object was to check me if he could. He noted the name of every passenger, who they were, how long they intended to stay, their destination, their business, etc. Now if I had told the truth, I would have been marched off in the twinkling of an eye. Even the embryo father of his country would have prevaricated in a case like this. So I assured him that I had been born in Frederick City, raised there, lived there all my life, and had never left there except in this instance, when I had run over to Baltimore to see the sights, and was just returning. "Where is your pass?" "Oh, I left it at home. Everybody knows me here." "Then report at the provost marshal's immediately on your arrival," was the curt rejoinder. Now I had a constitutional and natural antipathy to that particular class of officers, and would rather charge a battery any day than be interrogated by them or be asked to grant the little request with which so many poor privates found it impossible to comply: "Show your passports." Hence I told him that if he would examine the provost's books he would discover my name already registered. This seemed to satisfy him, for he answered, "All right," took down my name and passed on to the next passenger. A devilish close shave, I thought. Reaching the town, I proceeded to the hotel and registered a fictitious name, giving my residence as Hagerstown, Maryland, and after a hearty dinner went down the street to buy several little articles which I desired to carry back South. The most important purchase was a pair of spurs, for which I hoped to have pressing need before the night ended. In the evening I called upon 2 Southern sympathizers whose name had been given me in Baltimore, and whose patriotism was cheap, resembling those very low-priced prints warranted fast, yet which never wash without fading. They were afraid to talk, declined even to give advice as to the best way to cross the Potomac, and actually refused to furnish any information with regard to the routes and roads to the fords. I unbosomed my mind, and used no measured terms or epithets either, then left, thinking an honest foe better than a cowardly sympathizer. In the evening I walked the streets for hours, having concluded the safest thing would be to mount the first army horse I could find and strike for some upper ford in the river. But there were no such horses to be seen. The property of citizens I respected too much to touch, though a year later I would have been less conscientious in such an emergency. In wretchedly low spirits I left town. It was about 10 o'clock and very dark. I had intended crossing the river at Wright's Ford, which a negro had informed me was the nearest crossing place, but in the obscurity of the night I lost the way and wandered only God knows where. For hours through swamps, woods, fields, and meadows I stumbled, falling into deep holes, scrambling out as best I could, feeling my way out of forests, and forcing a path through briars until I was nearly dead from exhaustion. My clothes were torn, face scratched, hands bleeding. Finally, after having struggled and strayed nearly all night, I struck a road, and following it up came to a small house, whose owner I roused by a sturdy knocking at the door. He soon appeared, light in hand. I had my tale cut and dried, and informed him I had an uncle on the other side of the Potomac who was expected to die, and it was of the utmost importance I should get across the river at once. He directed me to follow the road running near the house for about 12 miles farther on, to a large brick edifice called Greenleaf's Mill, the owner of which could put me in a way to cross. It was still dark and very hard to keep the road, but soon day broke, the sun rose, and I pushed forward with vigor. The owner of Greenleaf's Mill proved to be a good friend indeed to the cause. He gave its needy representative a good hot breakfast, and let me sleep undisturbed in the house all the long day until 5 o'clock in the evening. Then after a hearty supper his guests stood ready to follow out the enterprise. The miller was afraid to give any advice, for he said if trouble should come he did not want to think it would be attributable to counsel of his. He declared he could not believe my story, since United States detectives had been lately roaming through that immediate section, passing themselves off as escaped Rebel prisoners, appealing to the sympathies of the people, and using every cunning device to make them commit themselves. If successful, their beguiled victims were immediately arrested, and either forced to take the oath of allegiance or suffer a long imprisonment. Consequently, all entreaties could only induce the cautious miller to give his departing guest the name of but one secessionist who lived 4 miles farther on. I commenced walking, and in an hour reached the designated house. The owner was absent, but his wife civilly invited me in. She was evidently suspicious and thought her visitor exactly what he was not. Her husband, she said, had gone to a horse race and would not be back for hours. They were honest, industrious people, she informed me, and good Union folks, too, she took the trouble to add. The worthy woman tried her best to carry out the role, and made her bright, interesting little daughter of some 12 summers sing for the edification of the supposed detective, "Just Before the Battle, Mother," and "The Star-Spangled Banner." Finding the hostess and her husband were Irish, I revealed my secret, but the revelation had only the effect of adding "Hail Columbia" and "We'll hang Jeff Davis to a sour apple tree" to the already loyal repertoire. So the time passed listening to these patriotic ditties and other Union sentiments, when sure enough, about 10 o'clock, the husband returned from the race, singing in the joy of his heart "The Sprig of Shamrock," and if the truth must be told, as tight as a brick. His wife introduced the stranger as a Confederate soldier escaped from Washington, at the same time, by sundry winks and signs, trying to make him understand it were well to be on his guard. But a wink is no better than a nod to a blind horse. Whatever acumen the lord of her bosom was apt to evince in general, verily he had none then which liquor had not deadened, for all his natural feelings bubbled up. Grasping the hands of his guest with real Hibernian warmth, he bade me welcome, and more than welcome, nay, the whole house was mine. He loved the gray, bedad. He had a son in the 12th Virginia Cavalry, as fine a sprig of a boy as ever breathed the breath of life, and he did not care a darn who knew it. This frank avowal thoroughly frightened the more politic wife, who began to make hurried and nervous excuses, declaring he was drunk and did not know what he was talking about. But her smaller half broke in impetuously upon this caution with the remark that the pride of his life was that his only boy was a Rebel and in the Southern Army, and he'd be there himself, bedad, if he wasn't so old. This assertion left the wife not a single plank to stand upon, and she did what a woman generally does under such circumstances, burst into tears. We hastened to assure her that her alarm was groundless, that we would be as loath to meet a Yankee detective at this moment as we would His Satanic Majesty himself. I showed my gray jacket, and by a little reasoning convinced her that so far from being the loyal spy she thought, I was an honest Rebel soldier whose sole desire was to get over the river with all possible speed. The tears were dried, the songs renewed, but this time they were Dixie and the Bonnie Blue Flag, sung to by the same innocent lips which but an hour ago caroled Immaculate Union ones. This only proves, however, that circumstances alter cases, and that women are born actresses and can rise to the level of all emergencies. The jovial host opened several bottles of homemade wine and insisted on drinking toasts illustrative of his feelings, and that, too, so continuously that midnight found me still passing what Mr. Swiveller would call the rosy. On retiring to rest he brought me an ancient sword of the size, shape, and general appearance of a scythe blade, which hung up over the bed, so in case of a morning foray the old war relic might prove handy. It was a terrible weapon according to our host, and had committed great execution in the hands of his grandfather in the great Irish Rebellion of '98. With it near, no one would dare attack, and before harm could come to me it would be necessary to cross over his dead body. And then he bade me good night, or rather good morning, and retired. After a few hours' sleep and a hearty meal I was ready for anything. A neighbor had dropped in, who heard the story and gave in return the benefit of his advice. There was a certain negro, living not far away on the banks, who would ferry me over the river for $10, and it would be as well and safest to avail myself of his services. Not content with showing so much kindness, the true-hearted entertainer insisted on going a part of the way and pointing out the different fords. We went first to the aqueduct on the Monocacy Creek, but found it heavily guarded. No persons were allowed to pass save those with passports from the provost. Nothing now remained but to wade across the run, so making a detour of a mile or so, I rolled up my pants to attempt it. "So soon as you get across," said the Irish friend, "go to the village near by called Slicksville, and buy 10 yards of rope and a hatchet, and if you can't find the darky with a squint in his eye to row you over, build a raft and paddle across in that way." Shaking him warmly by the hand, I started to cross the creek, which emptied into the river at right angles. The water was at freezing point and about 4 feet deep. It was necessary to wade nearly 100 yards to gain the opposite shore. I emerged blue and numbed with cold. As I turned to take a parting look, there stood the kind-hearted fellow waving his handkerchief in a last token of farewell. A noble heart beat in that man's bosom. On my way to Slicksville I met a farmer, who informed me that he had just left the village and that there were 2 detectives in the place. Knowing that certain capture would ensue should I venture near, I branched off the road leading there, and striking the towpath of the canal, walked heedlessly along, not knowing what next to do or where to go. The canal was parallel with the river, in fact on its very brink, but it had been constructed on the crest of the hill, while the river rushed along at the bottom some 70 feet below. Keeping on, I came across an abandoned canal boat which lay in the dry bed of the stately old ditch, whose waters had been turned off since the beginning of the war. The craft had been deserted, of course, and by a happy inspiration the idea flashed across my mind that out of the idle timbers a raft might be constructed upon which to cross the river. Before starting to work I scouted around to find if there were any enemies near. I learned that the nearest picket was at Monocacy about a mile below, where there was a blockhouse garrisoned by a command called Scott's 900, who, if the citizens of the vicinity were to be believed, was as arrant a set of thieves as ever plundered a hen roost or stole linen from a hedge. About 5 o'clock that cold evening, February the 17th, 1864, I commenced constructing the raft. The canal boat had been moored at the time it had been abandoned, and fastened to stakes driven down in either bank, by 2 large ropes, one at the bow and the other at the stern. The ropes were the very things that were needed, but then I had no knife with which to cut them. However, I was not to be deterred by such a trifle as that, even if I had been obliged to emulate the example of the rats and gnaw them in 2. Yes, though they had been cables 3 inches in diameter, I was bound to have those ropes at all costs. So I hunted around and found a treasure in a piece of an old rusty iron hoop, which being broken in sections and sharpened on a stone made a knife that answered every purpose. With it both lines were cut, and with cold stiffened fingers I set to work to unravel them. This consumed about an hour, and then I found myself in possession of 6 small-inch ropes about 15 feet long, or nearly 30 yards altogether, more than enough to bind the largest raft. It was night when this work was done. It was stinging cold and I had neither overcoat nor blanket. The next step was to construct a bridge from the boat to the towpath, which was accomplished by placing in the bottom of the canal, about 6 feet apart, 2 high stools, or wooden horses, as they are called, on the boat, on which rested planks and beams. Thus was formed an easy transit from the craft to the path, obviating the necessity of jumping down to the bed of the canal and then climbing up the bank every time a move was made from one to the other. The bridge having been finished, I concluded from very weariness to postpone further operations until morning. So descending into the deserted cabin, a little close hole about the size of a big dry goods box, and groping about in the dark to find some place in which to sleep, I finally climbed into a bunk. There I encountered an old mattress about as soft and pliable as sheet iron, and a quantity of rags which might have been a quilt or coverlid before the flood. The smell of it! Phew! It took the breath away. I jumped out in a hurry and went on deck. There the bitter icy wind was sweeping, and I had either to freeze or return to yon combination of foul odors which would have done credit to a patent phosphate fertilizing factory on a hot summer day. I chose the latter, went back and laid down on the mattress, and got under the filthy rags, and with hands clasped tightly over my face, thought of damask roses and the spices of Araby. At the dawn of day I awoke, and going out on deck breathed the pure air once more. I commenced work with a will. Tearing the large wooden covers off the apertures in the deck and carrying them across the improvised bridge to the bank, they were pitched down the steep slope to the river edge. A quantity of loose planks were laying around, as well as nails, so that by forenoon there was a large pile of lumber collected. Several times during the morning I came within an ace of being caught. Once I was just about to hammer out some nails from a piece of timber on the shore, when by a sort of uncontrollable impulse I stopped and crept up the bank. On reaching the top I had hardly time to conceal myself before half a dozen bluecoats passed along the towpath, so close indeed that I could have touched them with outstretched hand. About 10 o'clock the raft was finished which was to bear me across the water, fortune as dear to me as Caesar's to himself and country. I determined to start at once. Grasping the improvised paddle, I was about to maffle off, when several citizens riding by on the towpath above saw me, and jumping from their horses, pulled the raft back. I indignantly asked what was meant. One of the citizens replied that the canal boat belonged to him, and he wanted to know who I was, where I was going, and by what right I proposed helping myself to his lumber. It was useless to attempt to deceive him. Caught flagrant delicto, so I made a virtue of necessity, owned the truth, and asked for help. "No, sir," he said, "I am a loyal man. I cannot help you, but I won't betray you. My advice is that you go to the nearest garrison, give yourself up, and take the oath of allegiance." My only reply was a bitter curse, which could not have been mistaken as otherwise than a most emphatic denial. "Well, anyhow," he resumed, "I cannot let this raft go. There's fully $25 worth of timber here." "Well," said I, "if you set the liberty and happiness of a fellow man against the sum of $25, there is nothing more to be said. I never overrated myself, but I hoped that I could bring more than that sum. Here is your $25, every cent I have in the world. Take it, but I am going to cross the river tonight if I have to swim." This seemed to touch his companions, who demurred against his accepting the money, so he refused the proffer and said with further generosity, "You may have the plank, but if you try to cross the river before dark you will be killed to a certainty, for as soon as you reach the middle of the stream you will be in musket range of our soldiers and they will pick you off as they would a wild duck floating on the water." This struck me as being a solemn fact, and fortunate indeed it was that he had come up on the moment of departure and prevented the maddest step that could have been taken. "You can try it if you are bent upon it, but take my advice and don't make the attempt until dark," still urged the owner of the raft as the party remounted and rode off. There were yet several hours of light, so after a mental consultation I thought I had better lie low even though I was fighting hungry. I went within the cabin and fastened the door, intending to get some sleep, but in a short time was aroused by some one trying to effect an entrance. I was on my feet in a second, and as quick as thought had squeezed through the stern window, about 12 inches square, but then I was thin, very thin, and climbed the bank. I then found the intruder was a young country fellow, a coarse-looking rustic, who, being gifted with an inquiring mind, was on a voyage of discovery. Leaving him to pursue his investigations undisturbed, I walked leisurely up the path, intending to return when his labors were ended and his departure taken. I had not proceeded far, when hearing a noise in the rear, I looked and beheld 2 Yankee cavalrymen riding down the path at a gallop. "The game is up," I thought. But no, they approached with a rush, with no thought of drawing rein. We cheered them as they passed, for they were only trying their horses in a little private scrub race. Surely, thought I, after so many narrow escapes and providential interposition, my efforts must be crowned with success. I fell to discussing the chances for and against my ultimate good fortune. I thought of the French philosopher who, being in a maze of doubt regarding the immortality of the soul, and wandering in a labyrinth of speculation, determined to solve the question by a method altogether unique in ethics. He prepared to throw a stone at a tree. If I strike, I believe. If I miss, I'm eternally a skeptic. So he fired away, struck, and had an easy conscience and a firm faith ever afterwards. This determined me to try my fortune by the same novel yet decisive mode for consolation. My faith was below par then. The chances against success were heavy, the danger close, so I chose a tree and selected a stone. If I strike that tree, I will some day reach Virginia safe and sound. If I miss it, then either captivity or death will be my portion. Taking off my jacket and looking straight at the trunk of the lordly oak some 20 paces off, I drew back with every muscle braced and stood ready to cast the die. Surely little David, when he put the pebble in the sling to hurl at big Goliath, never felt more acutely or eagerly the momentous results depending upon the flight of the stone. The rock sailed through the air, and the tree was struck plumb in the center. As apparently trivial, childish as this act was, it instilled in my mind a profound conviction of ultimate success. A confidence so firm that even in the darkest hour and amid all scenes, surrounded by lines of steel, environed by massive walls of granite, my faith remained staunch and firm. By constant brooding upon the subject, I felt as would the warriors of ancient Greece had they heard the decrees of fate pronounced by the oracle itself. Many, many times, when suffering the pangs of hunger and cold, when ill-treated and trodden upon, when life itself became a thing of no value, when despair stood ready to counsel apathetic submission to an apparently irresistible destiny, did the memory of that tree test come back, and nerve the almost helpless heart to stern endurance and greater efforts. It was superstition, yes, but a superstition whose faith was as strong as that of religions, a superstition whose power was potent for all good. At last the sun went down and the gray shades of evening fell upon the scene, dimming all views, merging all objects and colors into one dull, opaque mass. Untying the raft, I stepped in and shoved off. It was about 10 feet square and bore the burden well. It progressed swimmingly until it reached the current 20 yards from shore. The river, about 200 yards wide at this point, was running like a mill race. The water foamed and bubbled, speeding down with a seething rush and roar. The current caught the broad, unwielding craft and sported with it at its own wild pleasure, spun it around and round despite my frantic efforts to guide it. It shot suddenly forward, then became entangled in a whirlpool and twirled like a top. I battled wildly to guide its course, but it was no use. The waters were having their own way and were making a high old jest of it. The swift, tumultuous current tossed the raft as if it were the merest chip, dashed it here and there like a bubble on the surface. Wet with perspiration and with aching muscles, I strove more and more to stem the tide and at least shape its course to the opposite shore. All in vain. The utmost endeavors only caused it to revolve in a circle, while all the time the planks, borne on the bosom of the current, had been impaled swiftly down the fast-flowing river. In the meantime, the violence of the eddying stream had commenced to dash the raft to pieces. Several large timbers becoming loosened and detached, floated away, and in a few minutes the whole thing would go to wreck. Not far off were the lights of the blockhouse at Monocacy. toward which the fast crumbling raft was hurrying with frightful velocity. In 5 minutes, if the boards could hold together so long, it would be caught under the arches of the bridge below. Such paddling was never witnessed on the Potomac, and it was only by intense physical exertion that I succeeded in returning to the shore which had just been left, and not 1 minute too soon. Jumping on shore, I gave the cursed old concern a spiteful kick, which caused it to shoot far out into the stream. It dashed down the river and disappeared in the gloom. In far deeper gloom I walked back to the canal boat, too miserable to speak, and sat for some time incapable even of thinking. After all I had gone through, it was hard, very hard, to wind up at the same point from which I started, only worse off. Tragedy and comedy are inseparably linked together, and as woebegone as I was, I thought of a story I had heard and burst into hysterical laughter. Dick Martin told it to me one night in camp, and said it was frozen truth. "It was down in the Northern Neck in Virginia the summer before the war. A neighbor had an old razorback sow, which used to raise a plentiful lot of pigs every year, and when these young porkers were large enough to follow her, she would break in his cornfield, despite fence or stone wall. If she could not squeeze through a panel of the fence, she would root a hole in the wall, and once in, would play havoc with the growing crop. There was one particular spot in the stone wall through which she was accustomed to make her entrance and her exit. Often would the farmer fill up the aperture, only to find that the hog with her long snout had mined her way through on the very next day. He stood this until, as Mark Twain would say, it became monotonous, so he sought a hollow log in the shape of a U, with which he stopped the hole, both ends opening, of course, on the highway. It was a very warm day that I chanced to be traveling along the road, and rested for a moment under the shade of a large tree near by. In the few minutes I saw a tall, gaunt female swine, with a whole brood of pigs, making her way with divers grunts of satisfaction toward the cornfield, advancing, as if she had not a second to lose, to her special aperture. In she went as if it were an accustomed runway, her whole family at her heels. In the shortest space of time she emerged, but instead of finding herself among the succulent corn stalks, she had struck the dusty turnpike. If ever a hog was puzzled, she was. However, after giving her head a wise shake, she essayed the trip again, and once more reappeared on the same side of the fence. The old sow was posed and staggered, for nice as her brains would have been in a frying pan, they were not equal to the situation. Her little eyes blinked, her little rat tail wiggled, and she grunted her perplexity to her noisy offspring. Making a detour and taking the bearings so as to be sure she was right this time, she confidently made her third trial. She passed in at the hollow log and came out as she had entered. But no sooner had she emerged the third time, with the same result, than casting a horrified look around, she gave a frightened squeal and set off down the road as if the devil were after her. And so I felt like that old sow. I had gone into the hole, yonder was the cornfield I had hoped to reach, and I found myself just where I started. Nearly frozen, half starved, wholly demoralized, I sat there on the tow path, wondering what in this world of sorrows I was to do next. I must go to some house, get something to eat and some sleep, then pick the flint and try again. It was a dim, misty night. A sudden wind had risen, filling the sky with floating clouds and chilling the blood of any half-clothed unfortunate who walked the earth. I kept on and had hardly gone 2 miles when suddenly there came the quick, sharp challenge, "Halt!" In the dim light a squad of men could be seen, and the glint of the musket barrel showed who they were. I felt like Samson when the Philistines got him the second time.
End of chapter 11.
Part 2, Chapter 12 of Johnny Reb and Billy Yank by Alexander Hunter. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Barry Eads. Chapter 12. Recaptured. There were 5 soldiers who demanded a surrender, and each had his musket leveled, the hammer drawn back, his finger upon the trigger. Striking a match, the Federals surveyed their trophy, felt my pockets for arms, and ordered me to come along. According to a preconcerted plan, I tried the countryman's dodge, and told them that I only lived a mile through the woods, begged the soldiers to go home with me, promising them something to drink if they would come. It would not work. The Yankees had evidently more than a suspicion who their captive was, and had no idea of giving me a chance to escape through the woods. So with 2 on each side, and the 5th leading the way, the party kept down the towpath toward the canal boat. On the way, they informed me that they were a part of the garrison at the Point of Rocks, that a citizen had given information at the post to the effect that a large party was building a raft, intending to cross to the Virginia side, which they had been sent to apprehend. Reaching the canal boat, the soldiers made a close examination, of course finding nobody. Then, continuing their investigations, they went down the bank. At the very point where I had started with the raft was a skiff with 2 paddles. Oh, if I had only waited 2 hours! If, oh, the monumentous weight of an if! Some Virginians, across the way, had evidently seen the worker on the raft, and conjecturing at once who it was, had come in a boat to the rescue, and were probably looking for me then, as the party pounced upon the skiff, the sides and the bottom of which were soon stove in by the butt end of the muskets in the hands of the enemy. So in addition to the woes of prisoners, came the keen regret that friends would suffer in trying to give aid. But there was little time for either sorrow or regret. The sergeant gave the order to march, and in an hour the party arrived at its destination, Point of Rocks, a station on the Baltimore and Ohio Railroad. Seeing there was no further use in concealment, I acknowledged to the sergeant my real identity. He took me to the adjutant, a fine, gentlemanly-looking fellow, who merely asked if I had papers of any kind, and upon being answered in the negative, courteously declined the proffered offer to submit the contents of my pockets to inspection. He invited me to sit down, and for half an hour conversed very pleasantly upon the topics of the day, asking many questions about the South, the morale of the army, the state of the commissariat, in all of which he seemed much interested. At last the guard returned, and I was taken into one of the unoccupied rooms of the depot, where a half-dozen meal sacks were given in lieu of blankets, and a sentinel placed in the room. I fully intended trying to get away that night, and could easily have done so, for there was but one guard, who would probably fall asleep. Then escape to the woods could be effected before any alarm would be made. I went to sleep with the determination to waken somewhere about midnight, but was so broken down by hard work, exposure and excitement that I did not open my eyes until late in the morning. Performing a hasty toilet, I went to breakfast with the guard, eating and chatting sociably together. The rations drawn by a private soldier in the Federal Army made one Reb open his eyes. How happy and contented our comrades across the way would be if they could live like the rank and file of this Yankee host. Breakfast consisted of loaf bread, hot biscuit, coffee with plenty of sugar, fried ham, cold beef, hardtack, and molasses. This the guard averred was his regular breakfast rations. For dinner, he declared, beans, rice, and hominy were issued, and that he had never bought a cent's worth of food since he had been in the garrison. When I told him how the soldiers of the South fared, officers and men, he said if his government fed him so, he would desert the first opportunity. After breakfast I was taken before the commandant of the post, a big, brawny, red-faced fellow, who first tried to scare me into fits by his scowling face and bullying tones. Then, seeing that a boy who had been trained in the school of danger was not apt to quake in his shoes and become frightened because a moon-faced officer put on a sour face and howled, he ordered his satellites to treat me as a spy instead of a regular soldier in the Confederate Army. He searched me, but I saved the money by slipping the rolls into my mouth, a suggestion for which I had to thank my friend the guard of the night before. He whispered the hint to me in parting, and so I was enabled to save $10. It was ever thus, Billy Yank helping Johnny Reb. The examination was of the strictest kind. Pockets were turned inside out, clothes shaken, boots removed, and stockings too, while the colonel stood by, as if he expected to discover treasonable documents which would consign the youth before him to the gallows, and while putting an end to him, reflect undying credit on himself. Visions, no doubt, of the capture of Andre and the appropriation by Congress from the United States Treasury to fill the pockets and swell the fame of the brave captor, flashed across his mind. And yet, as old Tony Weller said of matrimony, it was a pity to go through so much to get so little. For the most rigorous scrutiny failed to discover anything except an old Richmond passport, which only served to establish the identity of myself. This puffed-up individual was the colonel of the 1st Maryland Union Regiment, but he could hardly have been a native of that proud old state. The lieutenant colonel, who had lost his arm in battle, was a gallant and unmistakable gentleman, who treated his Southern prisoner with marked courtesy. So also was the adjutant. Save these two, all the officers of the 1st Regiment with whom I came in contact were rather a rough set of men. After the search was ended, I was subjected to a pumping process, which brought up one point of information to a barrel of lies. I recounted truly my escape, but everything as regarded the strength and condition of the army, of course, as a soldier, I did not answer. I was then dismissed and sent back to the depot to await the first train to Harper's Ferry. At 11 in the morning the cars stopped. I was put on board and in an hour disembarked at the ferry, and was immediately taken before the provost marshal and subjected to another examination, in which, despite all protest, pockets and boots underwent another severe scrutiny, it is needless to say, with the same barren results. Then I was placed in the garrison guardhouse, a horrible place, worse by far than a jail. This prison was cold, dreary, and filthy beyond belief. Originally it had been a part of the old armory building, burnt during the first year of the war. Nothing but the walls had been left standing. These had been roofed over and converted into a decent shelter so far as the rain was concerned, but afforded no protection against the biting blasts of winter. There were 3 large rooms connected by doorways which had no doors, but instead stood a sentinel with loaded musket to prevent going from one apartment to another, save those who had the authority to pass. The room upon the left was for the use of the officer of the day. That in the center was for Rebel prisoners, while in the one on the right were confined Yankees held in durance for a gamut of crimes, running from desertion to murder. The newly arrived prisoner was placed by mistake in this den of lions. My citizen's suit covering the uniform was doubtless the cause of the error. In a few seconds, in fact, as soon as the guard had disappeared from the door, I was attacked by the Yankees, and a lively fight ensued. Of course it was all one way, and would have ended seriously, but fortunately the officer of the day, hearing the racket and fearing that murder was being committed, rushed in, and striking right and left with his sword, soon quieted the tumult. I was but a boy in years, slight in form, and was carried out from my encounter with a room full of savage roughs, with eyes bunged, nose bleeding, and clothes torn. Whereupon the officer declared that I myself had raised the row, in fact was dangerous and must be handcuffed, and handcuffed I was. Honor to the man who conceived the kindly thought. Due honor to his bravery. It had been the fable over again of the lamb muddying the stream. But all honor to the officer's charge, his keen perception of the situation, and his prompt measures to preserve the garrison. I was then placed among my own people in the center room, only 6 all told, picked up here and there at different times. For a couple of weeks I remained just about as happy as disembodied spirits confined in the chambers of Dante's Inferno. The food was insufficient, our treatment cruel and inhumane in the extreme. The guards were accustomed to strike and kick the men in their charge on the slightest provocation. Of course they were not Americans. The true Anglo-Saxon race has but little of the tyrant or bully in it. They were Dutch, but few speaking any English at all, though the regiment was known as the 93rd Pennsylvania. There was not a prisoner there who did not bear, either upon his face or his person, some legible scar or wound made by those Dutchmen. Because I would not give one of the guards my briarwood, I was knocked senseless and my head cut open by a brick which the Dutchman picked up and threw so quickly that I did not have time to dodge. I will carry the scar of that ignoble wound to my dying day. Another was struck on the chest by the butt of a musket, which resulted in a hemorrhage. A third suffered from a bayonet thrust through his leg, while a fourth felt his nose grow almost to the size of a turnip, rendered thus corpulent by the stroke of a fist. All this without the shadow of a cause. There was absolutely no authority to whom one could appeal, for the officer who had temporary charge of the prisoners was a captain in the 93rd, by whose orders 4 out of 6 captured soldiers were handcuffed. There could be no appeal to him. It was hard to become accustomed to those iron bracelets, and it would be a long time before the wearer learned to use his hands. Both must be moved at the same time. The right must follow the left, or else a sharp jerk would further wound the lacerated flesh. Even in deepest sleep, dreams were tinctured by iron fetters, and the wearer wakened 20 times a night. But custom soon became a habit, and after the first week they could be worn as unconsciously as the maiden sports her golden bracelet. The Yankee prisoners next door made day and night resonant with songs and howls. At least 20 fights in the 12 hours were averaged, only checked by the officers rushing in and hammering away with their swords at every head, while the sentinel stood and watched the fun with a grin of satisfaction on his dull, beery face. How the Northern prisoners learned to hate the Dutchmen! They reviled them, they cursed them, they denounced them in all the choice terms drawn from a large and unique collection of Billingsgate, and they mimicked their broken English until the said Dutchmen were beside themselves with rage. Those prisoners were a rough set. Half of them were born in the gutter, reared in the streets, and had served a term in Bridewell or jail. They gravitated as naturally to prison as a sailor just landed from a long cruise goes to a gin shop. They passed their time in all sorts of cruel practical jokes. One circumstance will serve for illustration, happening as it did under the eye of the Rebels who could attest its truth. A guard was standing in the doorway dividing the center and west rooms, in which were confined the prisoners of both North and South. He was a big, savage Hessian, some 40 years old, whose ponderous fist was ever ready to strike, whose mouth was always filled with tobacco juice, ready to squirt on the prisoners of either side, on their faces, their hands, their persons. It made no difference to the barbarian. He was very fond of smoking, and owned a real German pipe, the bowl of which was china, fully 6 inches in length, and held a handful of tobacco. It had a flexible gutta percha tube, and when the amber mouthpiece was clasped between the teeth, the top of the long bowl came to within a few inches of his eyes. One morning he was smoking at his usual post, when the officer of the day called him hastily into the guardroom. Leaning his musket across the doorway, he laid his pipe upon a cracker box which stood near by, and hurried out. He was gone only a minute, but even in that time, as quick as thought, his pipe had been seized and manipulated in some mysterious manner, and hastily returned to the same place before he was ready to resume his smoke. He took it up. The prisoners on the Rebel side knew that something had been done, for they had seen the Yankee snatch the pipe and slyly slip it back. But the guard had brutally struck several of their number, so they considered it no business of theirs to give the word of warning. The pipe did not seem to draw, though the Dutchman worked at it until he grew purple in the face. Then he examined it. The fire had gone out. Drawing a match from his pocket, he lit the tobacco and puffed away very contentedly. There were 100 pairs of eyes watching him with breathless eagerness, waiting some denouement. It came soon enough. A flash of fire darted from the bowl of the pipe and enveloped his face. The hair and beard were in a flame in a second, while the white smoke spread like a little cloud through the room and drifted upward toward the rafters. The strong man, one moment standing erect, the next was rolling over the floor in agony, lading the air with horrible shrieks and screams. Guards and officers rushed in. The odor of burned hair was filling the room with a nauseating stench. A surgeon was sent for. Meanwhile the man was mad with pain, requiring a half-dozen men to hold him in his frenzied struggles. The doctor arrived, and on examining the patient, disclosed to view a face the sight of which was sickening in the extreme. One side was blistered black. The left eye had been at the moment directly over the bowl of the pipe, and looked only like a black piece of cork. In his torture the soldier, in broken English, prayed to be killed. Indeed, his cries were so loud and fearful that they brought scores of soldiers around the building, who had heard the shrieks of the man half a mile away. "Who did this?" sternly demanded the commandant, going into the room. Nobody knew anything about it. In fact, there were no witnesses to point out even so much as a surmise, for the afflicted man was incoherent and could answer no questions. Only this much was known. Someone had nearly filled the bowl with gunpowder, and a small quantity of tobacco on top. A few whiffs burnt the tobacco and ignited the powder, with the result just related. The catastrophe had a good effect upon the Dutch soldiers, who were a scary set at best. It made them more circumspect, while those on guard thereafter kept their eyes open and their hands to themselves. At last, one morning, to the joy of all, the prisoners learned that the 93rd Pennsylvania would leave the next day and another regiment take its place. The treatment meted out to them by these foreign ruffians had so embittered them that each Rebel hoped from the bottom of his heart they would leave their bones on some Virginia battlefield. Sure enough, the next morning those bullying Hessians marched away, followed by the hisses and hootings of both Yankee and Rebel prisoners, who only wished that every parting curse could have been a good-sized brickbat. Our men were overjoyed to find that the place of the 93rd was to be filled by the 14th New Hampshire, who had guarded the old Capitol prison. The former charges of Lieutenant Webster renewed their acquaintance with him with pleasure, for he was as jovial and good-hearted a fellow as ever lived. He had all handcuffs off in an hour after his arrival. Glorious, sunny-tempered Webster! My heart warms at the recollection of his genial voice, warm glances, and many kindnesses. He improved the situation in every way. But all this time the subject of escape had never left the mind of at least one man who had once succeeded in eluding the vigilance of the Washington guards. I brooded, plotted, and planned, but there was absolutely no chance at Harper's Ferry on which to build a hope. Even if I could succeed in getting out of the building, the river ran on one side, the precipitous mountain a few feet off hedged in the other, while on the right and left were two bridges guarded strongly by day and night. It was a cage within a cage. If one was forced, the other would certainly hold. Yet I, who dreamed of liberty every moment, determined to make the attempt whenever and wherever an opportunity should occur, except at this one place. Rebel prisoners were brought in nearly every day, singly and in twos and threes, mostly Mosby's men, captured on scouts. On the 22nd of February, 1864, a small squad arrived, all Marylanders, caught in trying to run the blockade to Baltimore, and on the 29th 17 more, belonging to Mosby's battalion, were captured, and the one Rebel room of the prison was crowded in consequence. Of course, the new acquisitions made it more pleasant for those already garnered. But they were getting too many, evidently, for the comfort of the authorities, and on the principle that a man when his pockets overflow will carry his treasure to bank, orders were given to start on the morrow for Camp Chase in Ohio. The Rebels filled one car and had a pleasant ride to Wheeling, West Virginia, where they were stopped for the night. The guard room was in delightful contrast to the one just vacated, being immense in size, well heated, light, airy, and scrupulously neat, with pillows and mattresses. The food was well cooked and very palatable. But even amid these comforts, the stern realities of war made themselves felt. On every side could be seen the Northern prisoners, fettered with ball and chain, and in such numbers that when they walked about over the floor dragging the iron balls, it sounded altogether like the mutterings of a thunderstorm. Many were the devices used by the unfortunates to lighten the burdens of the heavy ball, the most common consisting of a little wagon in which the heavy shot could be rolled about from place to place, just as a schoolboy loves to trundle about mimic burdens in miniature carts. Here was some tangible proof of the strict discipline of the Union Army and the treatment accorded the Yankee private, of whom one had been wearing the ball and chain for 6 months with the prospect of 6 more, because of a personal difficulty with his sergeant whom he had struck.
Another lay in his bunk with his legs swollen to an enormous size, but the irons were not removed. Some were ill, but still wore the fetters. All this would not have been tolerated in our Army of Northern Virginia. Each new arrival had to be initiated by being tossed in a blanket, just as the goat herds threw poor Sancho Panza in the inn yard. There was no use in resisting. A dozen willing hands seized the victim, placed him in a large thick blanket, some 12 feet square, as many as could wedge in would grasp the edges, and then, with united effort, the body would be sent 20 feet into the air, only to fall and rise again. The fun of the thing consisted in the struggles and absurd gyrations of the tossed as he would fly through space. Indeed, it was irresistibly ludicrous. Sometimes they would catch an old stager, who would be like a lump and not move a muscle, who would rise like a log and fall like a stone. There would be no fun in tossing him, and his speedy release would be an assured thing. Indeed, the game to him was rather pleasant than otherwise, the only inconvenience being the fear that the elastic cloth giving way he might drop upon the hard floor. But this rarely happened, and the initiation having been gone through with, he might be sure of future peace. End of chapter 12.